My name is Sun Yinyan. I was dying. My body was weak, and my heart was even weaker. I asked if he had come to see me one last time. The nurse shook her head and told me he wasn't coming. He didn't even want to see me. 10 years. I had loved him for 10 years, but in the end, he still didn't care. As I lay on my deathbed, a single tear fell. Then, everything went black. When I opened my eyes again, I wasn't in the hospital. I was back in my old bedroom before I got married. I had been reborn. The shock overwhelmed me, but I quickly realized where I was. Then, the door burst open. He stood there, White Junyi, dressed in his military uniform, his face full of anger. He accused my family of forcing him into marriage to repay an old debt. I knew this moment well. It was 3 months before our wedding, the same wedding that led to a decade of misery. But this time, things would be different. I refused to marry him. My response shocked him. He thought I was playing tricks, but I was done chasing after a man who never wanted me. I demanded the return of all the gifts I had given his family. He scoffed, saying those gifts were worthless, thrown into corners, forgotten. He mocked me, calling me petty. But I had learned my lesson. Last time, I gave him everything, my love, my dignity, my time. He never once cherished it. This time, I wasn't going to beg. I wasn't going to be the foolish woman who spent 10 years loving a man who didn't care. I looked him in the eye and told him the truth. Even a dog wags its tail when it's fed. But he never even looked at me. Now I was taking everything back, my gifts, my pride, and most importantly, my life. White Junyi was angry. He couldn't believe the way I was speaking to him. Before, I always smiled and agreed with whatever he said. I never dared to talk back, but now, my attitude had completely changed. I could see the doubt in his eyes. Maybe he was starting to believe that I truly no longer liked him. He had never rejected or accepted my love because he couldn't forget someone else. He thought about trying to be with me, but couldn't let go of his past feelings. When I questioned him before, he got annoyed. We were never really together, so why should I expect anything from him? That was when he decided he could never be with me. He didn't want endless arguments. But I didn't care about him anymore. I just wanted my things back, especially my mother's dowry. Among them was a bracelet I had gifted to his sister, White Shanshan. In my past life, when I was dying, she came to mock me. That was when she revealed something shocking. The bracelet had a hidden space inside, filled with magical items, including a spring that brought good fortune. Hearing her words, my weak body had gone cold. I had given her such a precious treasure, and she had used it to build her success while looking down on me. She even laughed at my failed marriage, telling me I never had White Junyi's love. She said my gifts were the only reason his family had tolerated me. I wasn't going to let that happen again. That bracelet belonged to me, and I would take it back. White Junyi, determined to be rid of me, agreed to return my things in exchange for canceling the engagement. He left immediately to gather them, while I waited. Meanwhile, his sister, who had been out shopping, returned home. She found him sorting through a box of my gifts, frowning. Then, his eyes landed on her wrist. She was wearing my bracelet. White Junyi brought back my things quickly, clearly eager to end our engagement. I checked the items, but the bracelet was missing. That bracelet was the most important. It had a hidden space inside, something I had only learned about in my past life, when White Shanshan mocked me, as I lay dying. She had used its magical spring to bring herself wealth and success, while I suffered. When I asked for it back, White Junyi hesitated. He lied, saying it was broken, but I saw through him. That bracelet belonged to me, left by my mother, and I wasn't going to let anyone keep it. I told him I wouldn't call off the engagement unless I got it back. Angry but desperate, he left to retrieve it. At his home, White Shanshan refused to return the bracelet. She liked how it looked and thought I wouldn't remember. She even tried to convince her brother to let her keep it, saying I was petty for taking back gifts. White Junyi, determined to free himself from our engagement, finally convinced her by promising to buy her a better one. Back at home, I waited. I had spent my last life craving love, believing that marriage would bring me happiness. Instead, I had wasted years with a man who never cared. This time, I wouldn't make the same mistake. While waiting, my stepsister, Su Xiaoxiao, tried to steal my meal and guilt-trip me into cooking for her. She always played the victim, but I was done being the fool. I ignored her and focused on my future. Finally, there was a knock at the door. White Junyi stood there, his face tense. He shoved the bracelet into my hands, making sure I knew that everything was returned. "Our engagement is over," he said, watching me closely. I looked at the bracelet, confirming it was the right one. I nodded. "The engagement is over. I keep my word." White Junyi left without hesitation, relieved to finally cut ties with me. He had always thought of me as someone who clung to him desperately, and now that he was free, he didn't care at all. Holding the bracelet tightly, I returned to my room, determined to unlock its hidden space. I tried random phrases, hoping something would work, but nothing happened. Wasn't this bracelet supposed to contain a mysterious space? Why couldn't I access it? I pushed the thought aside. If White Shanshan had unlocked it in my past life by accident, I would figure it out eventually. Exhausted, I pulled the blanket over myself and slept until the afternoon. When I woke up, voices outside reminded me that it was my turn to cook. My stepmother, Wang Xiulian, and stepsister, Su Xiaoxiao, were going out shopping and expected dinner ready when they returned. I went to the kitchen, preparing simple dishes with what little food we had. While cutting potatoes, I accidentally sliced my finger. Watching the blood drip, an idea struck me. Could the bracelet recognize an owner through blood? Ignoring the pain, I pressed my bleeding finger to it. A bright light flashed, and the next thing I knew, I was inside the space. Excited, I tested entering and exiting at will. It worked. The space even contained a house, but I had no time to explore. I had to keep the secret, especially from Wang Xiulian and Su Xiaoxiao. After bandaging my finger, I finished cooking. Soon my father, Su Zhengwo, returned from work. He had once truly loved my mother, but after she passed, he remarried. Though he wasn't cruel, he never stood up for me, choosing family harmony over fairness. During dinner, I noticed Wang Xiulian and Su Xiaoxiao barely ate. They had likely eaten outside, but they wouldn't admit it. Watching them pretend, I couldn't help but laugh bitterly inside. This life, I wouldn't be the same fool. With the bracelet in my hands, my future was mine to change. Here's a first-person summary in simple vocabulary, up to 350 words. Dinner was as usual, full of fake smiles and hidden calculations. My stepmother, Wang Xiulian, and stepsister, Su Xiaoxiao, pretended they hadn't eaten outside, but their greasy lips told the truth. My father, Su Zhengwo, finally realized there was no meat and promised to give money for groceries. Wang Xiulian's face lit up with joy. I was disgusted by their act and excused myself, pretending to be unwell. Normally, the one who cooked didn't have to wash dishes, but Wang Xiulian tried to guilt me into doing it. I coughed weakly, claiming I was too sick. She had no choice but to wash them herself. Once in my room, I locked the door and focused on my bracelet's secret space. With a single thought, I entered. Unlike my first quick visit, I now had time to explore. The space was vast, mostly empty except for a large house. White Shanshan had used this place to make money in my past life, selling vegetables, beauty products, and even explosives. She had become wealthy and successful, while I had died miserably. Determined to use the space for myself, I walked toward the house. Inside, everything was luxurious, far better than anything I had ever owned. The living room had a giant, glowing lamp and a television far more advanced than what I had seen before. Every time I touched an object, instructions appeared in my mind. Excited, I explored further. The second floor had a grand bedroom with a soft, oversized bed. Unlike the cramped, dark room I had in my father's house, this place felt like paradise. Even the bathroom was advanced, with an automatic toilet that cleaned itself. I lay on the bed, amazed. This space was full of opportunities. Unlike my past life, where I had suffered in silence, this time I had a secret weapon. Just as I was marveling at my new home, a small round machine rolled across the floor. I stopped it and learned its name, a robot vacuum. A place that cleaned itself? This space was truly a treasure. That's amazing, Su Nianyan exclaimed, and then continued to walk downstairs. There are various rooms in this house, waiting for her to explore one by one. Today is probably too late. On the first day of her rebirth, she plans to have a good rest. After walking around, she returned to the room, drew the curtains, and took a bath in the bathroom. The big dried fish will automatically release water, and the water is constant temperature. She soaked in it for more than an hour, squinting her eyes and half asleep and half awake. After soaking, she got up. There were special towels for wiping in the cabinet next to her, as well as hair dryers and other things. She received the instructions and used them. Lying on the bed again, she had changed into the latest pajamas. Her hair was also blown dry, and her whole body was fragrant. Excited and a little sleepless, Su Nianyan lay on the bed to relax, looking at the TV in front. After she thought of the instructions, she turned on the TV according to the instructions. Turning on the TV, various contents appeared in it. You can use the remote control to adjust your favorite channel. When she died in her previous life, she had seen a color TV, but she only saw it from a distance. She only remembered that it was colorful, but very blurry. But the TV in front of her was not only thin and light, but also had very clear pictures, as if those people were acting in front of her. Isn't this too realistic? Su Nianyan couldn't imagine it. After watching TV for a while, Su Nianyan was enjoying it. After drinking some spiritual spring water and lying on the bed for a while, she felt comfortable all over and seemed to have endless energy. She went to another place and saw the laundry room. There were washing machines of different sizes in the laundry room. She had seen them in her previous life, but as soon as she touched them, specific uses came into her mind. It can actually dry automatically? After knowing that the washing machine had this function, Su Nianyan's eyes almost popped out. The small washing machine next to it was specially used for washing underwear and socks. After experiencing it in this space tonight, she realized what she had lost in her previous life. It was all her fault for being so stupid. She actually gave all the things her mother left for her to their family. The most important thing is that she got nothing in return. She gave such good things to Bai Shanshan, but in the end, she only got her ruthless ridicule. She got nothing else. Now she no longer thinks about how to make money from this space, because even if this space can't help her make money, it doesn't matter. Just living here is already very enjoyable. Su Nianyan returned to the room again. She kept watching TV in the room. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep for a long time before she fell asleep. The next day, Su Nianyan slept comfortably in the space, stretched, and came out of the space. She heard the movement coming from outside the door. If she remembered correctly, it was Su Xiaoxiao, who cooked this morning. Well, you can eat ready-made food this morning. Su Nianyan happily pushed open the door and was about to go to the dining table to have breakfast. Who knew that just as she walked over, Su Zhengwo shouted, "Su Nianyan." This shout scared Su Nianyan, and he turned around and looked at Su Zhengwo. Su Zhengwo's face was gloomy, as if he was going to hit someone. Su Nianyan narrowed her eyes. He pretended to be a good father outside, and rarely got angry at home. Sometimes when they quarreled, they would keep their voices low. What happened this morning? What's wrong? Su Nianyan pretended to be calm, pretending that nothing had happened, and walked to the dining table while talking. Su Zhengwo also walked over and sat down, and Wang Xiulian and Su Xiaoxiao also came out of the kitchen. Su Nianyan stared at Su Zhengwo's face and was really confused. Just when she was about to ask, Su Zhengwo put his hands on the table. "I heard that you told Jun-yi yesterday that your marriage was annulled, and you would not marry him, right?" Su Nianyan understood after hearing this. It should be because she entered the room first last night, and Su Xiaoxiao told them about this. "Yes," Su Nianyan said calmly, and then served herself a bowl of porridge. Su Zhengwo slammed the table again. "What do you think? Why do you want to break off the engagement with him? This engagement cannot be broken off." "I don't agree." Wang Xiulian and Su Xiaoxiao looked at each other, and the two laughed secretly beside them. "Especially Su Xiaoxiao." I'm not confused. I broke off the engagement because I knew he didn't like me at all. Su Nianyan looked at Su Jiangwo's angry face. Living with someone who doesn't like me for the rest of my life. I can't live happily ever after. Since marriage won't be happy, why should I get married? Su Jiangwo was no longer the same after hearing this. She sighed. Nianyan, stop making trouble. Didn't you chase after them before? Yes, you went to their house every day to help with housework and cooking. You weren't so diligent at home. Nianyan, don't be upset. What does it matter if he doesn't love you? Wang Xiulian also advised a few words and said a few sarcastic words. She wished that Su Nianyan would break off the engagement with Bai Junyi. Because Bai Junyi is now a battalion commander, his position is higher than her husband. Why should Su Nianyan marry him? It would be great if her daughter married him. Bai Junyi would definitely have the opportunity to become the deputy head or even the head of the regiment in the future. Then her daughter would have a good life. But then again, I have found a pretty good match for my daughter. He has a future too. His position is higher than Bai Junyi's. That's because I was blind before. I've said it all. I've noticed that he doesn't like me. I'm sober now. I don't want to get married, so I'm breaking off the engagement. Su Nianyan said something random and slowly scooped porridge for herself with a spoon. One mouthful after another. She could barely connect with Su Jiangwo's words, and she just treated Wang Xiulian's words as farts. She didn't want to say a word. What right did she have to whine here? Your mother is right. Feelings can be cultivated. You will have feelings if you cultivate them slowly. You can't be so confused. This marriage cannot be broken off. I don't agree. Shu Xiangwo repeated. He said that he would not agree to Su Nianyan's breaking off the engagement because there would never be another rich son-in-law like Bai Junyi in the future. If it weren't for his father saving Bai Junyi's grandfather, how could this marriage be possible? He is already very old, but he still only managed to get the position of deputy battalion commander. Their family conditions are really average. However, Bai Junyi's family conditions are very good. If he can get in touch with this line, he may be able to move up in the future. Wouldn't life be better? This daughter is really too confused. The conditions of their family are still good. You won't have a hard time after you marry there. You listen to your father. Go and tell him today that what you said yesterday is completely untrue. Su Jiangwo said earnestly. He felt that his lips were almost worn out, but Su Nianyan seemed to have no reaction while sitting opposite him eating breakfast. He was so angry that he was going to die. He was so worried about his children, but his children didn't take his words to heart. This unfilial daughter. Su Nianyan couldn't help but snorted when she heard that the conditions were good. No matter how good the conditions are, it's useless if the mind is not on herself. Besides, in the previous life, Bai Junyi gave almost all his money to his white moonlight, so how could it be her turn? It's better not to think about it here. It's useless. I won't tell him. The engagement is broken off, and I've taken back all my things. Su Nianyan didn't want to have anything to do with Bai Junyi anymore. You really me off. Do you want us to live such a bad life for the rest of our lives? Su Jiangwo yelled loudly, and Wang Xiulian quickly comforted him. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. It doesn't matter if she doesn't want to marry. I've found a good partner for Xiao Xiao, and they'll be able to go on a blind date soon. Partner? Hearing what Wang Xiulian said, Su Nianyan's mind flashed back to her past life. Su Xiaoxiao had just been married for a short time, but her husband died after a mission, and she had a miserable life in her past life. The people who had the best life in their past life should be Bai Junyi and his sister Bai Shanshan. Bai Junyi took good care of his comrade's wife under the name of a good person and won a wave of praise. People outside said that they had a good relationship and respected each other. In fact, everything was just an illusion. It is precisely because of the family harmony he showed that his superiors valued him very much. In the end, he had everything, but he didn't leave her a little warmth. Even when she was dying, he didn't come to see her. When Su Nianyan thought of the things in her previous life, she gritted her teeth. Since sincerity can't be exchanged for another person's sincerity, then give up. When Su Xiaoxiao heard Wang Xiulian say this, she trembled all over. and her eyes began to become weird. The reason why she felt that Su Nianyan was completely left behind by him was because she was reborn. Yes, she had a very hard life in her previous life. Maybe God sympathized with her, so he gave her the opportunity to come back and live again. She has been waiting for a good opportunity. Waiting for a good opportunity to change her fate in her previous life. Isn't the so-called object that Wang Xiulian is talking about now the person she married in her previous life?
Bah!
Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help cursing in her heart. The person she was going to marry was not a good person. Let's not talk about his character for now, because the two of them got married not long after, and they didn't cultivate their feelings. The most important thing was that he went on a mission after they got married. At that time, she thought she was about to soar to the sky. Who knew that not long after, she heard the news of her partner's death. On the wedding night, the partner went on a mission, and the two of them didn't even consummate their marriage. She had been a widow for no reason, and people said she was a jinx. She lived a miserable life, so she died early. Thinking of these things in her previous life, Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and said she didn't want to get married no matter what. Since she was reborn once, she couldn't marry that person again. She had more or less mastered some things in her previous life, so she had to marry a suitable person. Lives a whole life again, and marries a short-lived man, and becomes a widow again. Then she will fall in the same place twice. Mom, I don't want to go on a blind date, and I don't want to get married. Wang Xiulian and Su Zhengwo were still talking over there, and Su Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke over here. After Wang Xiulian heard it, she was a little confused. You dead girl, what did you say? Wang Xiulian said, pinching Su Xiaoxiao's hand. She kept winking at her. What a joke. Su Nianyan didn't want such a good marriage. She didn't have time to gloat over it. After all, that was a golden son-in-law that was hard to find even with a lantern.
But she didn't want it.
But she was very anxious because her daughter didn't want this marriage. I said, I don't want to get married. Didn't you say you would introduce me to a girl and ask me to meet her? I don't want to go. Don't talk nonsense here. Wang Xiulian hurriedly pulled her daughter. The man's mother agreed to it because she saw that you have a big and are easy to give birth to. Otherwise, how could our family have such conditions? Their conditions are much better than ours. Su Xiaoxiao was even more disgusted when she heard this. The conditions of that family were indeed okay, but if she married them, she would be a widow. I don't want it. Wang Xiulian gritted her teeth. It was mainly because she talked about how good Su Xiaoxiao was outside all day long and tried hard to create an image for him. The man's mother was satisfied with her and agreed to let the two children meet. Although they said they would meet verbally, in fact, as long as the conditions were not bad, they could get married. Who knew that Su Xiaoxiao actually said she didn't want to get married? She was so angry. Su Xiaoxiao was even more unhappy when she heard Wang Xiulian say this. She was reborn and had mastered a lot of things. How could she repeat the same mistakes after knowing what happened in her previous life? But it was not good to say such things out loud. If she did, they would definitely think she was crazy or mentally ill. That would be terrible. She suddenly didn't know what to do. Silly girl, say something. Why don't you go and meet him? He is a very good guy. What are you thinking about? Wang Xiulian was getting anxious. If one or two of them didn't get married and couldn't marry into a good family, what would happen to their family? Would their whole lives be like this? Su Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth again and again. Seeing that everyone in the family was looking at her, she could only say angrily, I just don't want to go. But he has good conditions. You. Wang Xiulian was so angry that she wanted to scold her. She looked up at Su Nianyan, who seemed to be gloating over her misfortune. Since my sister has broken off the engagement with Bai Junyi, why don't you give me this blind date opportunity? Since you said the conditions are good, then my sister will go on the blind date. If it works out, it will be nice to marry him. When she looked up just now, she saw Su Nianyan's half-smiley expression and felt that she was making fun of herself. In her previous life, she did go on a blind date, and because the other party's mother liked her very much, the marriage went smoothly. In her previous life, she was like a fool and was very happy. But what happened in the end? In this life, Since she already knew that the man would die soon after the mission, she would give this marriage to Su Nianyan. Although it is just a blind date now, people these days almost settle down as long as they go on a blind date and both parties are satisfied. Su Nianyan will not marry Bai Junyi. Instead, she will marry that man, so she doesn't have to get married and she will not be herself if she is a widow in the future. Su Nianyan's life will still not be good. Then she will be happy. Yes, that's it. Su Xiaoxiao, who suddenly figured out this matter, felt her heart suddenly enlightened. It should be like this. After hearing this, Su Nianyan squinted at Su Xiaoxiao. No wonder she always felt that something was strange. It turned out that the problem was here. In her previous life, Su Xiaoxiao should be at Wang Xulian's mother's house, that is, her grandmother's house. But Su Xiaoxiao came back 2 days ago. Su Nianyan guessed that she was very likely reborn. Because in her previous life, Su Xiaoxiao was very happy when she knew that she was going to have a blind date with that person. She walked around the house all day, saying that she would be the wife of the deputy head of the group in the future. She was also very happy. She also felt that she would marry better than herself. She was very proud. But after she was reborn, Su Xiaoxiao just said that she didn't want to go on a blind date with that person. And her face was very strange. It was as if there was some unspeakable hardship. If you talk about it, there is only one explanation. If someone told me this before I was reborn, I wouldn't believe it. But I was reborn. That proves that Su Xiaoxiao also has this possibility. And judging from current events, Su Xiaoxiao's rebirth should be earlier than mine. Su Xiaoxiao lived a miserable life in her previous life and died relatively early, although she also experienced more than 1 or 2 years of development. But she didn't wait until the man she married was alive and came back from the battlefield. She didn't know that the man she married became the head of the regiment after returning from the battlefield 2.5 years after his death. She didn't even know that her partner had faked his death to perform a mission. So that's why she said that, right? Because she doesn't want to be a widow. Su Nianyan snorted and laughed in her heart. Shu xiao xiao, shu xiao xiao. After being reborn, she may have to make a very stupid choice in this life. What nonsense! When Su Nianyan was recalling these things, Wang Xulian grabbed Su Xiaoxiao's hand fiercely. You little witch! Are you out of your mind? How can you two change your marriage? Although Bai Junyi is not bad, he is only a battalion commander now. And the man I found for Su Xiaoxiao is a deputy regiment commander. This is completely different. The most important thing is that the deputy regiment commander's mother likes Su Xiaoxiao very much. Wouldn't she be able to live a good life if she marries him? What nonsense is she talking about? This marriage must not be changed. I'm not talking nonsense. I just don't want to go on a blind date with him, and I don't want to get married. Let my sister give it to me, Su Xiaoxiao said, turning her head away. She couldn't be a widow after being reborn again. Su Zhengwo's face was also a little gloomy. He was just talking about the eldest daughter's marriage just now. Why is he talking about the youngest daughter too? What happened? If one can marry the deputy regiment commander and the other can be with the battalion commander, wouldn't their family be like the sun rising to the sky? These two daughters. Why are they more confused than each other? So confused. Su Zhengwo almost slapped his thigh and screamed madly. But as a father and a deputy battalion commander in the army, he should be calm and not be so excited. Can't you just give it to her? Su Xiaoxiao was really annoyed by Wang Xulian. Can't she even decide her own marriage? Why is she so annoyed? If you give it to others, we don't know whether they are willing or not. You dead girl. Don't talk nonsense here. Your marriage is yours. Wang Xulian shouted loudly. Su Nianyan suddenly took over after hearing this. I am willing, I have no problem.
What?
The whole family didn't expect that Su Nianyan would actually agree. Wang Xulian turned her head and stared blankly. Su Nianyan grinned. It would be great if this good opportunity for a blind date could really be given to me.
She was really happy.
Wang Xulian rolled her eyes when she heard this. Don't even think about it. Your sister is just talking nonsense here. You have your own marriage. The The person she found for her daughter is a deputy regiment commander.
How can she give it to Su Niannian?
No way, she yelled loudly. But Su Xiaoxiao was very happy after hearing what Su Niannian said. She didn't care what Wang Xilian said just now. She said directly, "My fiancé is a deputy head of the group. Such a good marriage is given to you, so you should also compensate me."
Su Niannian es eiligskamt.
Wang Xilian and Su Zhengwo looked at each other. What are the two sisters doing? Why don't their parents know anything? Why does it feel weird? Su Niannian also raised her eyebrows. It can't be what she thought, right? Tell me, what do you want me to compensate you for? Su Niannian pretended to be discussing it. She actually had a guess in her heart, but she didn't say it directly. Since I have given you my marriage and my future blind date is so good, then let's exchange it. You give me your marriage with Bai Junyi.
What?
Su Zhengwo and Wang Xilian were a little dumbfounded when they heard this. Wang Xilian felt that her daughter really had a problem with her brain. Instead of marrying a deputy regiment commander, she actually wanted to marry a battalion commander. Although it was only one level lower, there were still many things to do between the levels. One had to make many contributions to be able to reach the position of deputy regiment leader. After all, the higher you go, the harder it is to get promoted. And that family has better conditions. Could it be that her daughter had a fever? She had been talking nonsense from the beginning to now, and she even reached out and pulled Su Xiaoxiao's sleeve. However, Su Xiaoxiao's mouth was full of yang, and she was very proud. This was the marriage she wanted. She wanted Bai Junyi. Because although she died early in her previous life, she knew that after her partner died during the mission, the position of deputy regiment leader became vacant, and she had to choose someone from the battalion commander for promotion. The person she finally chose was Bai Junyi. Bai Junyi quickly and smoothly became the deputy regiment leader. Isn't this much better than marrying her original fiancé, the short-lived ghost? Bai Junyi has a future, but her blind date partner died not long after she successfully married him.
She didn't want that.
She wanted Su Niannian to be a widow. She had to marry Bai Junyi and live a good life. It was obvious that Su Niannian was too much in the previous life. Why did she care about Bai Junyi taking care of her comrade's widow? Since the comrade's widow was entrusted to him, he should take care of her, no problem. In the previous life, it was because Su Niannian was too noisy that she didn't live a good life. She was messing around every day. But if she married her, she would definitely not be as stupid as her. She would do things well. She had also seen the widow of that comrade in the previous life. She was a gentle woman and must be easy to get along with. If she helped take care of her more, Bai Junyi would also have a good impression of her. In this way, the two of them could live a good life, and she wouldn't have to repeat the mistakes of the previous life and become a widow. Isn't this a good thing? After hearing what Su Xiaoxiao said, Su Niannian sneered in her heart. Sure enough, she was still as stupid as in the previous life. In the end, there might be nothing. If she hadn't been treated coldly in the previous life, she wouldn't know what kind of person Bai Junyi was. Bai Junyi is only good on the surface. He is not a good person behind the scenes. To put it bluntly, he is eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. But Su Xiaoxiao's blind date is a very good person. He and Su Xiaoxiao are still in the blind date stage, but after meeting once, they felt okay and discussed getting married. Because most people in this era pay attention to the words of parents and matchmakers. That's a superhero. He pretended to be dead and performed the mission for 2.5 years, and returned nearly 3 years later to be directly promoted to the head of the regiment. In the previous life, before she died, he was already a deputy brigade commander. And there was a chance to be promoted to brigade commander. Such a person has a great future. The most important thing is that although Su Xiaoxiao did not wait for him to come back, the two of them were engaged after all, and he did not remarry until he was old. I don't know if he's not interested in women or what. It is also possible that after marrying, although it is no different from being a widow, but now I have no confidence in men. I don't want to manage a new marriage. Since they're going to get married, this marriage is very suitable for her. But there is another very important point. In the previous life, the man faked his death and went out on a mission. It was kept secret. No one knew about it except the supreme leader. The day after Su Xiaoxiao got married, she went out on a mission. Later, everyone spread rumors that she had killed her newlywed husband. Not only was she a widow, but she was also a nemesis. Her reputation was very bad wherever she went. In her previous life, she was always talked about, and she didn't live a good life. In the end, she was depressed and died of a serious illness. So, after the blind date was successful, she still had to think carefully about the time to get married. She must not be labeled as a jinx and a husband killer. The two of them were discussing here enthusiastically, and Wang Xiulian slapped her hand on the table. You two are joking here. Marriage is marriage. How can it be changed casually? Old Su, why don't you talk about these two children? They are really too unruly. Can this marriage be changed just like that? Wang Xiulian really didn't want the two of them to change. The level was quite different. So she also dragged Su Zhengwo into it. And the reason why she insisted that it was a marriage was because both families had said almost the same thing, as long as the conditions of both parties were not too bad and the children had no objection. Your mother is right. You two are just treating marriage as a joke. It's not right to do this, Su Zhengwo said, and Su Xiaoxiao was so angry that she was depressed. Su Nianyan had already agreed, and her mother was still a stumbling block here. Did she really want to see her become a widow? She really had no words to say.
Mom.
Su Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, and she had to change her marriage in this life, no matter what. She stood up and stretched out her hand to hold Wang Xiulian, looking at Su Zhengwo next to her. Dad, I have something to say to Mom. Let's talk first. Wang Xiulian and the other two went to a small corner on the side. Su Nianyan was a little speechless looking at the mother and daughter like this, but Su Xiaoxiao would be better off convincing Wang Xiulian that it would be best if the marriage was successfully changed. This is undoubtedly her best choice at the moment. Because in such a family, it is definitely impossible not to get married, and it is also good to find a better partner. I will just be a widow.
Anyway, I don't have any feelings for that man.
If the two of us really can't cultivate it, forget it. It's better than being good to Bai Junyi in the last life, but in the end, nothing good happened. If you don't give your heart, you won't be hurt. Mom, what are you doing? Su Xiaoxiao pulled Wang Xiulian to the corner, frowning and looking unhappy. Just listen to me. Why do you keep stopping me? I finally got her to agree to let us switch. Wang Xiulian slapped her thigh when she heard this, looking anxious. You silly child. Don't you know that the person I want you to go on a blind date with is a deputy regiment commander? If you marry him, you can eat and drink well. Why do you want to give up such a good marriage to Su Nianyan? Although Bai Junyi is indeed not bad, he is only a battalion commander, and he will always be suppressed by your partner in the future. Su Xiaoxiao, your brain is simply broken. As long as you go to meet him, you too can succeed. Wang Xiulian cursed. Su Xiaoxiao grabbed her mother and looked into her eyes, very seriously. Listen to me. Su Xiaoxiao secretly glanced at Su Nianyan over there again, and then lowered her voice. Mom, believe me, that person won't live long.
What?
Wang Xiulian's eyes almost popped out. Her own daughter actually said that the blind date wouldn't live long. What does this mean? How did you know? Wang Xiulian's heart was pounding. You can't say this casually. If their family hears it, it will be terrible. Then don't tell others. Su Xiaoxiao pouted speechlessly. Her mother sometimes just couldn't think straight.
Just believe me.
Don't worry about how I know this. Bai Junyi is a good man, and he'll be promoted in the future. That's why I want to change my marriage with Su Nianyan. Su Xiaoxiao could only find an excuse casually. If I marry Bai Junyi, I will definitely live a good life. It will be very good to change this contempt. Don't just focus on the immediate interests. Don't you think that if someone dies, I will become a widow? If I become a widow, how can I live a good life in the future? Su Xiaoxiao advised earnestly here, and Su Zhengwo, who was sitting next to the table, felt a little embarrassed. Since his wife passed away, he rarely stayed in the same space with Su Nianyan alone. Especially after getting married and Wang Xiulian brought another child, the burden of the family became heavier, and he could only work hard to barely support the family. There was even less time to talk. But now he thought for a while, put his hands together, and asked softly, Dad remembers that you used to like Bai Junyi very much, and you wanted to marry him with all your heart. Do you really not want to marry him now? Su Nianyan raised her eyebrows. She didn't know what Su Zhengwo meant by asking these questions. But she did have an idea in her mind, so she said seriously, I am really not joking. I just don't want to marry Bai Junyi. If my sister's fiancé doesn't mind changing a partner, I can completely change a marriage partner with my sister. Anyway, it's 2 marriages, and most marriages nowadays are like this. As long as both parties don't mind, it's okay to change. Su Zhengwo was very silent. If it was Su Nianyan who proposed to change this marriage, he would definitely have some random thoughts, but it was Su Xiaoxiao who proposed it first. He didn't know what was going on with this matter, but if both parties really reached a consensus. Wang Xiulian and Su Xiaoxiao over there had almost finished their discussion. How is it? Su Xiaoxiao sat back in her chair, and this time, Wang Xiulian didn't say anything. I agree to change. Didn't Mom say just now that you disagreed with the change? Su Nianyan sat lazily, with Su Xiaoxiao's hands on the table. Mom has already agreed, so let's change our marriage. Okay. Su Nianyan agreed, with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao sneered in her heart. Su Nianyan could still laugh now, but after she got married and married him, and that man went out on a mission, once the news of his death came back, she would not be able to laugh. She didn't know how miserable her life would be. Since you agreed, I will go to the Bai family this Saturday and tell them about this. You 2 sisters can go with me then. If you are willing, then you can change. Su Zhengwo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the 2 of them were willing to get married, their natal family's conditions were pretty good anyway. It would be the same to marry anyone. After all, it was Su Xiaoxiao who proposed it first, and her marriage was better. If she said to change, then change. As long as the partner does not change, it will be fine as long as they can rely on the reputation of these 2 families. Okay. There are still 2 days before Saturday, so Su Xiaoxiao is not worried anymore. Anyway, as long as Su Zhengwo steps in, the old man will agree to this matter. After all, it's just an engagement, no matter who gets married. She can also have a good talk with Bai Junyi at that time. After the discussion, Su Zhengwo and Wang Xiulian went to work. Su Xiaoxiao and Su Nianyan looked at each other and turned back to the room. The whole day was very peaceful. The next day, it was Su Nianyan's turn to cook. She got up early and prepared breakfast. After breakfast, everyone went back to the room to rest. Less than 2 minutes later, Su Nianyan hadn't entered the space yet and was lying on the big bed in the space when there was a knock on the door. Thinking that Su Zhengwo or Wang Xiulian had forgotten something, Su Nianyan opened the door. Unexpectedly, the person standing at the door was Bai Junyi. What are you doing here?
Su Nianyan frowned.
The things had been returned, and nothing strange had happened. Was it a little strange for Bai Junyi to come here? Bai Junyi looked at Su Nianyan with an awkward look. The day before yesterday, the engagement was successfully cancelled. He thought it was a good thing, but he didn't expect that his grandfather would be furious after knowing about it. In addition to being angry, his grandfather was so angry that he became ill. He lay on the bed twitching. He was scared. Whenever he said that he didn't want to marry Su Nianyan, his grandfather would cough violently, as if he wanted to cough out his lungs, and his whole body was twitching. He was worried that something had happened to his grandfather. He wanted to take his grandfather to the military hospital for treatment, but his grandfather said that if he didn't come to reconcile with Su Nianyan, he would never go to the hospital. Under the threat of the old man, Bai Junyi finally came. All that came to his mind was what he had said the day before yesterday, that he would ask Su Nianyan to stop bothering him after the breakup. But now it was him who came, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It was very embarrassing. But when he thought of his grandfather still waiting for his news at home, he could only bite the bullet and say, I came to you to get back together with you. I hope this marriage can continue. You don't have a fever, do you, Bai Junyi? You said to break off the engagement, so you break off the engagement. You said to get back together, so what, am I just a toy that you play with? Su Nianyan was deliberately irritating Bai Junyi, because if he guessed correctly, this matter should be related to the old man. The old man was a grateful person, and he always remembered the kindness of the Su family, so he wanted his grandson to fulfill this marriage. People of their generation are more conservative, and they always think this is a good way to repay. When Bai Junyi heard what Su Nianyan said, his face was a little ugly, but it was not easy to say it directly, so he could only remain calm. Taking a deep breath, Grandpa won't allow you to cancel the engagement. After all, the kindness we showed you back then is still there, so I came to you to get back together. Su Nianyan looked at the way he spoke, and always felt that he looked so superior. It was really the same as in the previous life. Bai Junyi said these words unwillingly, and he still felt that Su Nianyan must have given Grandpa some kind of magic potion. Otherwise, how could Grandpa think she was so good? There must be something fishy. I don't want to get back together, and I don't want to get married. After Su Nianyan finished speaking, Bai Junyi's heart sank suddenly, and his eyes flickered slightly. But Grandpa doesn't agree to cancel this marriage. Bai Junyi repeated it patiently, and Su Nianyan slowly looked up at him. I don't want to get married. I discussed it with my sister yesterday. If you don't agree to cancel the engagement, then let my sister marry him. Bai Junyi couldn't control himself after hearing this. He was able to suppress his anger just now. Although he felt that Su Nianyan was shameless, he didn't say it directly and didn't even show it on his face. But now it's different. He couldn't control his anger and was instantly furious. What do you think of me? You have discussed it, but you haven't discussed it with me yet. What's going on? Bai Junyi felt that Su Nianyan was like a different person a few days ago. Now she said such words again. How could he not be angry? The argument between the two people outside the door was heard by Su Xiaoxiao. She quickly opened the door and walked out. Brother Junyi, don't be too angry. This is the result of my discussion with my sister, Su Xiaoxiao said, moving a few steps closer to Bai Junyi. I will be a good wife in the future. I know that my sister is bothered by the existence of your comrade's widow. Don't worry. I definitely don't mind you taking care of my comrade's widow. Su Xiaoxiao stroked the hair beside her ear. I believe that there is nothing wrong between you. I will definitely get along well with her in the future, and I will help you take care of her and her children. Su Xiaoxiao's words were so touching that Su Nianyan smacked her lips. It's really amazing. The reborn person doesn't know the ending, so he dares to take a risky step casually. Su Xiaoxiao is doomed again this time. However, Su Nianyan didn't intend to remind her, but laughed wildly in her heart. Bai Junyi was originally very angry, thinking that they did not take him seriously and that they just let him get married without asking for his opinion from beginning to end. But when he heard Su Xiaoxiao say these words, he was stunned for a few seconds, and then he looked at her carefully. In fact, Su Xiaoxiao was quite good-looking. Although he had always liked that person in his heart, she was not only a widow with a child, but also the widow of his comrade in arms. If the two were together, they would definitely be criticized. Maybe it would affect his future. So this thing must not be done. After thinking about it, Bai Junyi felt that this thing was still okay, but he couldn't agree so quickly. Brother Junyi, do you have any concerns? Seeing that Bai Junyi had not spoken, Su Xiaoxiao took another step forward and glared at Su Nianyan fiercely. I really won't be like my sister. I will work hard to be a good wife, and our family will definitely be very harmonious. Bai Junyi was really moved. Anyway, it's a marriage to their family. No matter who you marry, it's a marriage. Su Nianyan finds it hard to accept the existence of the woman she likes. But Su Xiaoxiao can accept it? And Su Xiaoxiao just said that she can help take care of her. After the two of them get married, Su Xiaoxiao will become his nominal wife, help him take care of the woman he likes, and the two of them can still be together. Isn't this a good thing? I'll think about it. You can't agree directly, nor can you obviously refute it. These few words are the best answer. Su Xiaoxiao was very excited when she heard this. As long as Bai Junyi said this matter is half done, and then you just need to deal with your fiancé. My life in this life will finally be different from the last life, and I will finally get rid of the fate of the last life. When Su Xiaoxiao thought of this possibility, she wanted to laugh to the sky. Finally, I'm going to change my fate, and he will definitely live a prosperous life in this life. Su Niannian is just waiting for incomparable misery. Su Niannian watched Bai Junyi leave in a hurry after saying that, shook her head helplessly, curled her lips, and went back to her room. After returning to the room, she went straight to the space to enjoy. Su Xiaoxiao can do whatever she wants. She needs to enjoy her life well, live her life well, and not repeat the mistakes of her previous life. The whole day was very peaceful. Except for something, Su Niannian spent most of her time in the space. At dinner in the evening, Su Xiaoxiao briefly said that Bai Junyi came this morning and she had already explained the matter of changing the marriage. I don't think Brother Junyi seems to mind it. Su Xiaoxiao said with a faint smile on her lips, it's mainly because my sister cared about too many things before. Su Niannian curled her lips speechlessly when she heard this. It's okay for him to praise Bai Junyi, but he also wants to belittle himself. It's really meaningless. What if she is reborn? She is still too young. She wants to marry Bai Junyi. From a certain perspective, Bai Junyi is indeed a devoted person, because he only likes Bai Yueguang. But, from another perspective, it is not the case. He has to let him spend money on Bai Yueguang and her children. Isn't it like supporting your husband, even though you know he is raising a mistress outside? Su Xiaoxiao is just too young. I thought so in my previous life, but what did I get in the end? As long as he agrees. Su Zhengwo still couldn't figure it out, but since his two daughters had made it clear, Wang Xiulian didn't object. That's fine. He didn't want to destroy the hard-won unity of the family. In that case, although Wang Xiulian felt awkward, but since her daughters said they wanted to change, that's fine. Tomorrow morning, I will have a blind date at the Peace Hotel. You go there by yourself. Wang Xiulian felt more and more awkward. If her daughter went on a blind date, she could go with her. I heard that the signature dishes of the Peace Hotel are very good. She could go and try them. If Su Niannian went by herself, then forget it. If this matter can be spread, then spread it. If it can't be done, then forget it. Wang Xiulian really wanted to ask Su Xiaoxiao why she knew that her blind date would die early. How did she know that? She was the deputy head of the group. But when he thought about how Su Xiaoxiao looked serious when she said those words, he felt that she was not joking. So after struggling for a long time, Wang Xiulian still did not ask anything. Su Zhengwo saw that Wang Xiulian did not want to say more, so he could only speak for himself. You should explain the situation between you two to him and see what he thinks. If he doesn't mind, you can have a good chat. If the other party minds, then let Wang Xiulian talk about it and try to promote this marriage as much as possible. If it really doesn't work, he can only find a new partner for Su Niannian in the future. Su Zhengwo sighed in his heart. When he returned to his room last night, he talked to Wang Xiulian. Although Wang Xiulian did not say it, she said in one sentence that she would respect Su Xiaoxiao's choice. He didn't know what to say. Okay, Dad. Su Niannian remembered that Su Xiaoxiao and that man had a blind date in her previous life. It was not particularly complicated. They introduced the situation and then got married naturally. Who knew that after getting married, he would be sent to perform that kind of mission? You need to fake your death. It's a pity that Su Xiaoxiao couldn't stand those rumors. Otherwise, if she could really wait for that man to come back, her life would be very good. Because that man, after coming back and knowing that his wife had passed away, held a grand funeral for Su Xiaoxiao. Until his death in the previous life, he had not remarried or found a partner. He didn't even have children. The meal was eaten very quickly, and Su Niannian went back to the room after the meal. Su Xiaoxiao looked at her back, with an inexplicable smile on her lips. She felt that Su Niannian was really stupid. She didn't want such a good marriage, but made a fuss here just because Bai Junyi had to take care of his comrade's widow. Then let her live the hard life of the previous life instead of herself. Sooner or later, she will regret her decision today under the gossips of those people. She can live with Bai Junyi in glory until old age. The more she thinks about it, the more beautiful it is. Fortunately, she was reborn earlier and happened to be stuck at this time point. Otherwise, everything would be a foregone conclusion. Wouldn't it be the end? After Su Niannian returned to her room, she went directly to the space. Since she was going to have a blind date tomorrow, she must be in the best condition. She was not valued at home before, and she didn't have many new clothes, but there were some in the space. When she opened the closet, almost all of them were clothes that were in line with this era, and there was no style that was beyond this era. She picked a white floral dress from the space and put it on, turning around in front of the mirror. The clothes in it seemed to be tailor-made for her. The size was very suitable, and her whole temperament became different after she put them on. Su Nianyan loved this space. No wonder Bai Shanshan in her previous life showed up in front of everyone with her various outstanding abilities. Whether it was matching, makeup, beauty, or all kinds of knowledge, she knew it. It turned out to be because of this space. However, Su Nianyan sometimes touches her chin and thinks, is this space of hers a little different from Bai Shanshan's? However, this idea will only appear in Su Nianyan's mind for 1 or 2 minutes and then disappear. Because whether it is the same or not, she enjoys this space very much. With some experiences in her previous life, she can make money with that energy in this life, and she does not necessarily have to rely on this space. Enjoyment is the best. Su Nianyan took a bath, washed her hair, and packed the clothes she would wear tomorrow morning. She had a good sleep. The next day, she arrived at the Peace Hotel early in the morning. They agreed to a time of 10 o'clock, and when she arrived, it was exactly 9:45. After she arrived at the hotel, she found a seat and sat down. Wang Xulian told her that the blind date would wear a green military uniform and be tall and big. She waited here for about 10 minutes, and before 10 o'clock, a man appeared at the door of the hotel. There were no people in the hotel at this time. The man looked up and ran around, and walked over after seeing Su Nianyan. "Excuse me, are you Aunt Wang's daughter?" The person was indeed tall and big. Su Nianyan looked up. She had seen him in her previous life because they lived in the same family compound, and he was Su Xiaoxiao's husband. They had seen each other when they had their wedding. After taking a look, Su Nianyan felt that the person in front of her seemed to be more handsome. She had lived for decades and had seen some movie stars in later generations. She had seen more people, and now she felt that the person in front of her was more handsome because he was tall and big, about 1.8 meters tall, with a strong body, which made people feel very safe. He had regular features and had wheat-colored skin because he had been training in the army for many years. As soon as she saw him, Su Nianyan felt that he was much more comfortable to look at than some greasy young handsome men in later generations. Those so-called young handsome men were much worse than Hong Kong and Taiwan stars, and they only looked a little handsome because of the packaging. I don't know what they really look like without makeup. The person in front of me is very good. In my previous life, I was covered with pig. I only saw Bai Junyi in my eyes and couldn't see anyone else. That's why I lived a miserable life. Yes. After Su Nianyan agreed, the man sat down opposite. Order. The man called the boss over. The boss took the menu. Before he could speak, Su Nianyan spoke first. "I have something to tell you first, and then we can decide whether to order or not. First, I have to tell this person about the exchange between me and Su Xiaoxiao. I can't let people be unclear. If there is still a desire to continue to understand, it's not too late to order more and talk slowly." After hearing this, the boss walked away tactfully. Su Nianyan introduced herself first. "Hello, my name is Su Nianyan. Your partner today was originally supposed to be my sister, the daughter of my stepmother. My sister Su Xiaoxiao likes my marriage partner more, so I fulfilled their wish and let me go on a blind date with you instead." After Su Nianyan finished speaking, Qin Shabei frowned slightly. He felt that this matter was really absurd. Can you actually change someone to go on a blind date? My original marriage, Su Nianyan continued, seeing that the man had no reaction, was arranged by my grandfather, because my grandfather saved the other's grandfather, so he arranged our marriage. Now that the matter was really clear, although Qin Shabei felt a little uncomfortable, he still remained polite and said, "Since you are all here, we can try to get to know each other. He likes your fiancé more. Since you have changed, that's it." He was maintaining basic politeness. He wanted to chat for a few words and just deal with it today. Then leave first. The two sisters seemed to be playing tricks on themselves, which was a bit disrespectful. "Order the dishes." After the man finished speaking, he called the boss over and ordered 2 dishes and handed them to Su Nyenyen. She ordered a vegetarian and a meat. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetarian, and 1 soup for 2 people. Su Nyenyen thought it was quite suitable. After ordering the dishes, Su Nyenyen looked at Qin Xiaobei and took the initiative to speak. I know that what we did was indeed not very polite and seemed very disrespectful. But I also want to tell you that since it has been changed, I will take this blind date seriously. The reason why Su Nyenyen is so serious is nothing more than knowing the future development. And she thinks very clearly. Anyway, they're going to get married, and not getting married in this era will be criticized by others. It is better to choose the person in front of you than to marry someone else. He is handsome and excellent. There are only advantages and no disadvantages after getting married. I am now a high school graduate, and I am currently unemployed and staying at home. I can cook, and occasionally I like to go out for exercise and walk around. The reason why I came to the blind date is because I know your situation. I don't have high requirements for the other half, and I will also find a job in the future, so I hope that the 2 of us can be equal. After getting married, Su Nyenyen said everything she could think of, which is what should be done in this era. It should basically meet the requirements. After saying everything, she smiled faintly and sat aside. The boss served the dishes, and neither of them spoke until all the dishes were stood up. The person opposite said, "Hello, let's meet formally.
My name is Qin Xiaobei."
I have also considered what you said just now. Qin Xiaobei pursed his lips. At first I did think you didn't respect people very much, but through your introduction just now, I think you are also a good girl. I can also do what you said about equality and your requirements for your other half. What Su Nyenyen said just now really touched Qin Xiaobei. The reason why he agreed to come to the blind date with his parents was that he didn't want to make his father worry, and he was really not young anymore. His original intention was to find someone with regular features and who looked gentle.
Su Nyenyen was just such a person.
Moreover, she was good in all aspects, and she had a high school degree. She was not a highly educated person, but she was also a cultured person who had read books. At this point, the 2 of them had more topics to talk about and continued to chat. After a meal, the 2 of them had a basic understanding of each other, and Qin Xiaobei felt quite satisfied. Because Su Nyenyen's words are very well regulated, and she is very gentle and good-looking. All the conditions are in line with his idea of the other half. Generally speaking, I am quite satisfied with you, Comrade Su. I have just introduced my family conditions to you.
I wonder what you think.
Qin Xiaobei knew that the man should speak in the end, so he spoke first. I am also quite satisfied with you. I think we can try to be a couple. Su Nyenyen had thought about it when she came, so she spoke directly. Another thing is that I am a soldier, and may go on a mission at any time. So after getting married, I may not be able to stay at home often because of the mission. The rest of the words are not said now because Su Nyenyen's father is also a soldier. She should understand. Qin Xiaobei forgot to mention this matter just now, and he should have made it clear. It doesn't matter. Su Nyenyen smiled faintly. You're a soldier, and you have to defend your country. I understand that. My father is also a soldier. Then let's try to be a couple first. The blind date of the 2 was very pleasant. After they finished their meal, they went to see a movie. On the other side, after Bai Junyi came to see Su Nyenyen and went back, his grandfather called him to the room. Have you told Nyenyen that this marriage should continue? The old man sat on the chair next to him, holding the table with one hand. He remembered the kindness of Su Nyenyen's grandfather, so he must make this marriage happen. Otherwise, how would he go down to see his grandfather after 100 years? How would he go down to see his lifesaver? He had no face. I went to find her. Bai Junyi thought of what Su Xiaoxiao had said just now, and he was quite satisfied in his heart. She didn't want to maintain the engagement with me anymore, but her sister was willing to marry me, and her sister's blind date partner was changed to her. The 2 families still have to get married, but the marriage partner has changed. Bai Junyi had just finished speaking when the old man stood up. How can this be possible? The person you marry must be Nyenyen, and definitely not that Su Xiaoxiao. The old man knew it clearly. Only Su Nyenyen can be regarded as the real granddaughter of Mr. Su. Su Xiaoxiao was brought by Wang Xiulian, and she is not considered as such at all. I decided with Mr. Su at that time, just to let his grandson marry his granddaughter. It is not like just anyone can be found. But Su Nianyan doesn't want to marry me. Bai Junyi pretended to be indifferent. Both of them have the surname Su. Su Xiaoxiao has also entered the Su family. Isn't she also the granddaughter of the old man? Nonsense. The old man is more traditional. He only recognizes one of Mr. Su's granddaughters. Bai Junyi had a splitting headache when he heard his grandfather say such things. Maybe today's incident was fake. It is possible that Su Nianyan wanted to play hard to get and might continue to pester him later. The most important thing now is to settle the marriage first. It would be best if the target is Su Xiaoxiao. Compared with the two, Su Xiaoxiao is definitely more sensible. In this way, I can continue to see the girl I like and take care of them and their children. Otherwise, how should they live? Yes. Generally speaking, Su Xiaoxiao is the best. She doesn't want to marry you, isn't it, because of you? You're not enthusiastic enough towards her. You haven't even taken her to see a movie, right? The old man was very angry, but Bai Junyi stood by and said nothing. Go away. The old man took a deep breath and walked over, sitting aside and gently tapping the cane in his hand. Su Nianyan used to come to their house often and was kind to him. Maybe this matter is all fake. Maybe Su Nianyan will marry in the end. I won't ask about this matter for the time being. What if Bai Junyi has a worse impression of Nianyan just because of an old man like me? They still have to learn to get along. The old man was angry, but after thinking about these things, he didn't care. After Bai Junyi left here, he quickly went to another place. Just after pushing open the door of the small courtyard, the child playing in the courtyard turned his head suddenly. He rushed over and shouted with a smile, "Uncle Bai, you are here. Uncle Bai, you haven't come for several days. I miss you so much. Did you bring me anything delicious?" The little boy grabbed Bai Junyi's clothes tightly. After hearing this, Bai Junyi laughed, gently rubbed the child's hair, and took out the white rabbit candy from his pocket. Go and play, I'll talk to your mother. The child was quite content. He took the white rabbit candy and left. Bai Junyi entered the house. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the woman sitting in the house embroidering shoe pads. Wanru. After seeing the person, Bai Junyi immediately called and sat over. When you usually do these needlework, you still have to open the door and windows. It's better for your eyes. Okay.
Yang Wanru smiled slightly.
Seeing the smile on her face, Bai Junyi felt very happy in his heart. She is indeed the girl he has always liked, gentle and intellectual, just like a flower of understanding. She spoke softly and gently, not like that shrew Su Nianyan at all. What's wrong? You don't look very happy? Yang Wanru put the things in her hand aside. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. His voice was very soft, like a mountain stream. Bai Junyi enjoyed this feeling very much. When he heard her say that, he couldn't help but complain loudly. It's all Su Nianyan's fault. She is so ignorant of at times. She never agreed to let me take care of you, and she forced me to marry her. Now she is making all kinds of troubles here. She has such a bad temper. Who would want to marry her? I really don't know what my grandfather was thinking at the time. He actually arranged this marriage for me with her grandfather. Bai Junyi felt that he could always tell the truth with Yang Wanru, which was the most comfortable. No matter what happened to him, she would patiently and gently comfort him. He could always get the best comfort from her. When Yang Wanru heard this, the catalyst was immediately triggered. She put her hands on her knees and looked sad. She sighed deeply. It's all because of me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be like this, and you wouldn't be troubled by Grandpa. As she spoke, she lowered her head. Tears seemed to be about to fall. I shouldn't have shown up, Yang Wanru felt more and more aggrieved. It would be fine if I left you, but I can't bear to do it. When I think of leaving you, my heart. As she spoke, one hand tightly grasped her clothes. Her weak and pitiful appearance was really distressing. Bai Junyi was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that no matter what they had been through, the two of them still loved each other. At that time, Wanru was just forced to marry someone she didn't like. Fortunately, that person died, so he could continue to take care of her. Hey. Yang Wanru looked at Bai Junyi, who was already beaming with joy because of her coaxing, and gently raised her hand to wipe away her tears. It seems that I still have to keep a distance from you in the future, so that she won't mind anymore. I don't want to embarrass you. So just marry her, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. I can live well with the child. Yang Wanru pretended to be considerate, and Bai Junyi felt more and more distressed about her. He looked around and saw that there was no one around, and quickly held her hand. Don't worry about that witch Su Niannian. I have decided to marry Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao is a sister. She said that she doesn't mind me taking care of the widow of her comrade. Then I can come to see you often in the future. Bai Junyi was beaming with joy, and Yang Wanru pretended to be pitiful at first, just to get more sympathy from him. The reason why she didn't want to marry him at first was because his conditions were still a little worse than her husband's. At the beginning, when she got married, Bai Junyi was only a deputy battalion commander, while her husband was already a battalion commander. In addition, her husband was also her favorite, who knew that she would die on the battlefield while on a mission. Because her parents-in-law were also soldiers, she lived with them and could live in the family compound, but her parents-in-law were often away from home on missions, and they didn't like her very much and didn't give her much money, so she had to make plans for herself and her children. It just so happened that her dead husband entrusted her and her children to Bai Junyi before he died, and they knew each other before. Bai Junyi also had feelings for him. Why not use this relationship and let him take care of them all the time, so that they can survive? Otherwise, it would be very hard for her to raise the child alone. This is how it was before. Bai Junyi originally said that he wanted to marry her so that he could accept his comrade's words that he would take care of them, which was a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Even Yang Wanru had thought about it, and she must separate the family after she got married, and she must never care about Bai Junyi's sister, Bai Shanshan, again. That willful little girl couldn't live with them at all. It was hard to live like this. Just when she was planning well, Bai Junyi's grandfather said that he would never agree to their marriage and brought up the fact that Bai Junyi was married. Yang Wanru realized that her wish was in vain. I can only act as a sweet talker and stay by Bai Junyi's side. I can also be considered to have successfully hooked his heart and stayed here, and I have no interest in anyone else. I thought that in the end, I could get some benefits for myself and my child. I didn't expect it to be like this. Su Xiaoxiao is willing to marry Bai Junyi and doesn't mind him taking care of herself and the child. Why doesn't Yang Wanru believe it? She was on guard. No woman would not care if her husband takes care of other women, right? This Su Xiaoxiao is even more abnormal than Su Niannian. Yang Wanru lowered her head and twisted her hands together. Why don't you just forget it, brother Yi? Try not to come to see me at ordinary times. Since we are married, let's break up. I really can't bear to see you in the middle. Yang Wanru said, pretending to be uncomfortable, and turned around. Bai Junyi was distressed and hurriedly stepped forward to hold her shoulders. What I said is true. Su Xiaoxiao's original words are like this. He repeated what Su Xiaoxiao said. After listening to this, Yang Wanru closed her eyes and her eyes flickered slightly for a while. When Bai Junyi approached, she raised her head. Really? Really? Bai Junyi said, and put his arm around her shoulders. The two leaned against each other intimately. Yang Wanru thought in her heart, the woman who could say such a thing must be extraordinary. She might cause trouble in the future. She still had to come up with a strategy to deal with it as soon as possible. Bai Junyi didn't know this. The two of them enjoyed a warm time for a while before he left. When he left, he also told Yang Wanru that he would definitely settle this marriage as soon as possible. In short, he would definitely take care of them, mother and son. Not long after Bai Junyi left, the child came back from outside. He ran in and gently pulled Yang Wanru's clothes. Mom, the kids outside bullied me. They said I was a child without a father. Then you beat him up. You must always remember that your father died on the battlefield. He is a martyr. No one dares to say that to you. You can beat anyone who says that to you. It doesn't matter. Your mother will back you up. As long as you cry and say that they said that about your father, the parents will admit their mistakes. Yang Wanru gently touched the child's chin, with a faint smile on her lips, but her eyes were a little fierce. Su Niannian didn't know about this at all. He had a meal with Qin Xiaobei and watched a movie. When the two said goodbye, Qin Xiaobei slowly said, "My mother told me that the person she was dating was Su Xiaoxiao. Since she changed the person today, can you go home with me tomorrow to meet my parents?" Qin Xiaobei would naturally talk to his parents when he went back tonight, but Su Niannian would also go there. After a formal meeting, they can be considered as lovers. If there is no problem, they can get married in the future.
Okay.
Su Niannian knew that it was the same in her previous life. Su Xiaoxiao and Qin Xiaobei went on a blind date and met his parents on the third day. His parents were also very satisfied, so they got married soon. She had to get married at the right time, not like in her previous life, and not be called a nemesis by others. His parents were both good people, but after the news of Qin Xiaobei's fake death in her previous life came, the two of them were hit hard, and their health got worse day by day. Su Xiaoxiao was also scolded every day. The two of them were willing but unable to do anything, and in the end, they didn't do much to take care of her, and Su Xiaoxiao died. The old couple was in poor health. When Qin Xiaobei came back from mission, the old couple cried with joy, but just lamented that Su Xiaoxiao died early. Qin Xiaobei vowed to treat his parents well, but his parents had already overdrawn their bodies due to extreme grief. They died one after another in a few years. Su Niannian shook her head in her heart. If the three of them could have united and lived a good life, it would not have been so bad. Su Xiaoxiao cried all day long, and the old couple could not cheer up. Isn't that the case? Everything is fate. Just like herself in her previous life, she cried and made a fuss to marry Bai Zhenyi. She thought that after marrying him, the two of them would always be able to develop feelings. Who knew that no feelings were developed at all, and he hated her for the rest of his life. She felt heartbroken every time she thought about this. Qin Xiaobei was ready to leave after he finished speaking. Seeing that there was food on the opposite side, he walked over quickly. When he came back, he was holding some snacks and a net bag of fruit in his hand. "Take these back to your uncle and aunt. I will pick you up at home another day and say hello to your uncle and aunt." The politeness is still in place now. Su Niannian nodded, and the two waved goodbye. It was already afternoon when I got home. It was Su Xiaoxiao's turn to cook this afternoon. Seeing Su Niannian coming back, she brought out the dishes and smiled. "Sister, today's blind date should be very pleasant, right?" Su Xiaoxiao knew that Qin Xiaobei's parents were anxious for him to get married. So as long as the other party's conditions are not too bad, it can almost be settled this time. And he went out at this time in the morning and came back. It should be that they had a meal, watched a movie, or visited the park. In her previous life, she thought Qin Xiaobei was a good man because she had a meal, visited the park, and watched a movie after the blind date that day. He also held a high position. She was very happy when she came back. Who knew that she would become a widow not long after getting married?
Bah.
All this is an illusion. I don't want to be a widow. I want to live well, live to old age, and live a good life. Su Jiangwo and Wang Xuelian have returned. The two of them walked over from a distance, preparing to wash their hands and eat. Hearing this, he also looked at Su Niannian. Su Niannian put her things in the room, and when she came out, she said as she walked, "The blind date is indeed quite pleasant. We have an appointment to meet tomorrow. I will go to his house to meet his parents." "Did you explain the situation?" Wang Xuelian said a little sourly. "You must make it clear that it is you, not your sister. You must not use your sister's name. These days, there are still many people who use other people's names to go to school and get married."
I'm not that bored.
Su Niannian was speechless when she heard Wang Xuelian's words. The reason why Wang Xuelian agreed to Su Xiaoxiao's exchange should be because of what the two said. Since they both agreed to the exchange, don't be so sour here. She even talked about her. It's good that you have made it clear. Then you must behave well when you meet tomorrow. Su Jiangwo has been worried about this matter all day. What if the other party doesn't like Su Niannian? Wang Xuelian said that the other party's mother likes Su Xiaoxiao the most. That's why the children of both sides are allowed to meet. Now it seems that as long as Qin Xiaobei and Su Niannian get along well, his parents probably won't stop it too much. Very good, very good. One of the two daughters married the battalion commander, and the other married the deputy regiment commander. Both of them hold higher positions than me, and maybe they can promote me in the future. I can get a promotion when I am old. The more I think about this, the happier I am. After Su Xiaoxiao heard about this, she was relieved. As long as they are together, it's fine. I am afraid that they will not be together, and they will have to find me in the end, which is miserable. I know. Su Nianyan knew what the family was thinking. Su Jiangwo was just happy that he had married two good relatives. Although Wang Xiulian was jealous, she knew that what her daughter said to her was not wrong, so she could only hold it in. As for Su Xiaoxiao, she must still be complacent about changing her marriage. But she didn't know what she had lost. Su Nianyan ate leisurely and took the initiative to wash the dishes after dinner. When it was Su Xiaoxiao's turn to cook, she washed the dishes. This has always been the rule in the family. After washing the dishes, there was nothing else to do at home, so she went back to her room to rest. There were no entertainment activities in this era. Su Nianyan took the test and entered the space. Now, every night, she sleeps in the room inside the space, takes a hot bath, and then applies all kinds of good skincare products from the future. Put on warm pajamas and have a good sleep. It is so enjoyable. When she entered today, Su Nianyan wanted to go back to the bed and watch TV for a while, but she found something different when she entered the space. There was a piece of farmland on the left, and it was a plowed field about 1 acre in size. Su Nianyan blinked. She remembered that it was not there when she left in the morning. Could this space be upgraded? If it could be upgraded. Since farmland has appeared, it proves that it can be used for farming. In her previous life, Bai Shanshan started selling vegetables not long after she got the space. I didn't understand it that day when I first got the space, but now I understand. Bai Shanshan was just selling vegetables at first, and then she started to tinker with various things, and then she made a big move in the army, such as various technologies that did not belong to this era. She can take them out one after another, which proves that this space has been upgrading. Maybe it was the same when Bai Shanshan first got the space. When she thought of this, she was so happy. Slowly walking towards the farmland, there was a small sign next to the farmland, which clearly indicated that this farmland had 1 acre. Su Nianyan's hand gently touched the sign, and some things emerged in her mind. This piece of land has been turned over and fertilized. It only needs to sprinkle seeds to sow automatically and water automatically. After knowing that this piece of land can be like this, Su Nianyan was immediately excited. Isn't it easy to sow seeds? There are some seeds at home because every household has a small vegetable plot, and they can grow some vegetables to eat. Their family also has a small plot, but because everyone's farming is ordinary, they only grow some cabbage and onions. Su Nianyan can get some cabbage seeds first, plant some first, and then go to the market or department store to buy seeds. Thinking of this, Su Nianyan left the space. Hearing no movement outside, she opened the door and walked out, pretending to walk around the house, and after confirming that everyone was asleep, she took the seeds and returned to the space. Throwing the seeds on the ground, it really started to fertilize and water automatically. A series of operations can be operated by commands, without having to do it yourself. After planting the seeds, Su Nianyan turned around here again. She was busy for about 2 hours before she went to bed. When she fell asleep, her mind still emerged of Bai Shanshan using this space to sell vegetables in her previous life. It seems that she has to sell vegetables too. But these things will be discussed later. She should deal with the things in front of her first. After thinking for a while, she turned over and continued to sleep. The next day, Su Nianyan got up early and dressed herself up. She wore her old clothes. She also had 1 or 2 nice skirts because Wang Xiulian was afraid that she would bring them out and embarrass her and Su Jiangwo. Everyone said that her stepmother abused her children. She still had to do the superficial work, so she bought her skirts, but she was forbidden to wear them before, unless she went out or something very important. After putting them on and dressing up a little, Su Nianyan just walked out of the room, and Su Xiaoxiao looked over. I didn't expect you to dress up so carefully. You really don't need to be like this when meeting your parents. Just be casual. His parents are still pretty good. If it were the past, Su Xiaoxiao would never say this to Su Nianyan, But now she especially hopes that she can marry Qin Xiaobei and hope that the two can get married. After the two get married, there will be no more changes. She can marry Bai Junyi. The person who will be a widow in the future is Su Nianyan. She can live a happy life. Su Nianyan smiled when she heard this. How do you know his parents are nice? Have you secretly met them? Su Nianyan turned back suddenly, and Su Xiaoxiao's smile froze on her face. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. Su Xiaoxiao immediately lowered her head and wiped her face twice. I just heard from my mother that he is a nice person. After saying that, Su Xiaoxiao hurried into the room, fearing that Su Nianyan would find something wrong. After their family finished breakfast, Su Zhengwo hadn't left the house yet, but Qin Xiaobei came first. Qin Xiaobei knocked on the door gently, and Su Nianyan opened the door and saw the person coming. Wait for me for a minute, I'll go in and get something and leave. There were boxed biscuits at home, and Su Nianyan also planned to take some over so that she would appear more polite.
Okay.
Qin Xiaobei stood at the door, and Su Zhengwo hurriedly asked him to come in. Although Qin Xiaobei's position is higher than his, he is the elder here, and Qin Xiaobei politely calls Uncle Su and Aunt Wang. Su Xiaoxiao was sitting opposite. She looked at the tall man standing in the room and thought more than once that he was really handsome. But what's the use of being handsome? In the previous life, he got married after a blind date for a while and died on a mission after marriage. No matter how handsome he is a short-lived ghost. It's useless. Wang Xulian was sour that she stretched out her hand and pulled Su Xiaoxiao's sleeve and lowered her voice. Xiaoxiao, are you mistaken? Such a good son-in-law is actually going to be given to Su Nianyan. It doesn't matter if he is tall, but the snacks and fruits bought yesterday are expensive. Their family has never eaten such good ones. If only this son-in-law was their own. What is the daughter thinking? If I say yes, it's up to you. Just listen to me. Aren't you afraid that I won't live well in the future and blame you? Su Xiaoxiao snorted, quickly finished the food in the bowl, and went into the house. Qin Xiaobei's eyes swept over the people over there without any expression. It's okay to change the blind date. Anyway, he is quite satisfied with Su Nianyan. The two of them will definitely have feelings for each other after getting along. Since Su Xiaoxiao wants to be with Su Nianyan's fiancé, there's nothing wrong with fulfilling it. Wang Xulian was indeed jealous, but since Su Xiaoxiao said so, she had nothing to say and could only look away. I hope it will be like she said, and her life will be better than Su Nianyan's in the future. Su Nianyan took her bag and brought out a box of biscuits. When she left, she said hello to Su Zhengwo. Dad, I'm leaving first.
Okay.
Su Zhengwo couldn't close his mouth with a smile. Qin Xiaobei also said hello to them before leaving, watching the backs of the two people walking out. Su Zhengwo was very happy. The two daughters are both happy. Now they have their own satisfactory marriages. I can also get married to the two original families. It couldn't be better. Watching the two of them walk out, Su Zhengwo turned around. If Qin Xiaobei comes to visit next time, remember to cook something delicious. Wang Xulian nodded unhappily. I'll go to the army first. Su Zhengwo was also about to leave, and left immediately after he finished speaking. Wang Xulian wanted to talk to Su Xiaoxiao, but her work time was almost over. She could only leave first. Su Nianyan and Qin Xiaobei went out together, and the two of them didn't say anything. Su Nianyan knew yesterday that Qin Xiaobei spoke very little, but he was still quite meticulous, and he could think of details no matter what he did. He still respected her. If he hadn't reached out and pulled her when she went to the cinema yesterday, she might have sat down on the dirty chair. When she bent down to pass through the small door of the cinema, Qin Xiaobei would also put his hand above her head, which was considerate. I've already told my parents. The two walked along the road and soon arrived at the family compound. Don't be nervous. He came back last night and told his mother about this matter. His mother was very unhappy. She said that Wang Xulian didn't know how to respect people. Even if she wanted to change the blind date, she should have told her anyway. She actually let another daughter go directly. Seeing his mother's angry look, Qin Xiaobei made it clear that he was still very satisfied with Su Nianyan, and the two should be able to cultivate feelings after getting married. And Qin Xiaobei also mentioned some of Su Nianyan's advantages. His mother didn't say anything after listening. In the end, it was the father next to him who spoke up to meet first. Since Qin Xiaobei was satisfied, as long as there was no problem with the person, they agreed, because after all, it was their son who was getting married to Su Nianyan. They still had to live separately in the future. As long as their son felt good, it was fine. Su Nianyan was not nervous, but when she stepped into the family compound again, she could always think of things in her previous life. Bai Junyi's grandfather was an old soldier, and he himself was also a battalion commander, so he had a house in the family compound. She used to come here often, go to Bai Junyi's house, give things to his sister and mother, talk to them, and chat with the old man. Now she is walking in another direction. Su Nianyan looked at the path she had walked countless times before, feeling a little emotional, but she still turned around and walked to the other side. Although it hurts to think about the things in the previous life, since she has been reborn and has decided to face a new life, then she shouldn't look back. The two walked along this road, and soon, Qin Xiaobei came to the door of a small courtyard. There are such small courtyards and two buildings in the family compound. Many people like two buildings and feel comfortable living in them because they are tired of living in houses in the village. But some people in high positions still choose small courtyards because they are spacious and comfortable to live in. Qin Xiaobei's family lives here. The two walked in and the busy people in the house stopped.
Mom and Dad, this is Nian Nian.
As soon as he entered the room, Qin Xiaobei introduced his parents first. These are my parents. After both parties introduced themselves, Wanjing raised her head from the sofa, turned around and saw Su Nianyan, and hurriedly walked over with a smile. Are you Nianyan? You are so beautiful. Come and sit down. After saying this with a smile, Su Nianyan sat down on the sofa and Wanjing stuffed two fruits into her mouth. Eat some fruit first. I'll go get you a glass of water.
No, aún tie.
Su Nianyan was still calling out, and Wanjing had already walked to the kitchen to pour water. She pulled her son in. This girl is so pretty. Why do I feel like I've never seen her before? Qin Xiaobei was speechless when he heard this. I told you, Mom, yesterday, she's pretty and has a gentle personality, and we can get along well. Okay, it's okay to change. I still think this girl is more suitable for you. Wanjing changed her mind instantly, because she agreed to Wang Xiulian's request to let Su Xiaoxiao meet her son because she was good-looking. She valued appearance and only cared about character. Yesterday, her son also said that Su Nianyan was good-looking, and her son also said that Su Xiaoxiao wanted to marry Su Nianyan's original fiancé. If that's the case, then just change it. Su Xiaoxiao wanted to marry Su Nianyan's fiancé, which proved that even if the blind date was successful, he probably wouldn't live a good life with her son. That's meaningless. But then again, why is Wang Xiulian talking nonsense? She clearly said that his daughter didn't have anyone she liked, nor did she have a partner. What's going on? And Su Nianyan is obviously prettier than Su Xiaoxiao, and Wang Xiulian did mention that she had another daughter at the time. Last night, she also learned from her son that Wang Xiulian was Su Nianyan's stepmother. This makes sense. Seeing his mother's attitude change so much, Qin Xiaobei was also a little helpless and quickly brought water out. Putting down the water cup, Qin Xiaobei sat aside, and Wanjing came out of the kitchen to chat with Su Nianyan. Qin Xiaobei's father, Qin Minji, sat aside, introduced his identity, occasionally asked a few questions, and didn't say much. It was almost time for dinner. Wanjing went into the kitchen to cook. Su Nianyan wanted to go in to help. Qin Xiaobei asked him to stay on the sofa and eat fruit, and he walked into the kitchen. It wasn't long before dinner. Knowing you're coming, I specially prepared some delicious food, but I don't know what you like to eat. There were 3 meats, 3 vegetarian dishes, and 2 soups on the table, which was already a very rich meal. Su Nianyan came a little late this morning. Wanjing must have bought the vegetables before she came. Looking at the food on the table, Su Nianyan knew that they welcomed her, and she was quite happy. In her previous life, she was paid for her meals, so every time she went to the Bai family, she almost cooked by herself. If the food was not good, they would be picky. Later, when she married, she naturally became the only one who worked and did housework. But what happened in the end? Bai Shanshan lived a good life with her own space and never thought of helping her, and even watched her being ignored by her brother. Because of her business, she made a lot of money and later found a good partner, and the two lived a happy life. But she was so miserable. It's different now. The two got together because of a blind date. Wan Jing just held her hand and said a lot of things. After all, she has lived 2 lives, so of course she can tell whether she is sincere or not. Eat more meat. Look how thin you are. Wan Jing put the ribs and lean meat into Su Nianyan's bowl. You two are dating. Come to my house to play when you are free. You don't need to bring anything. If you have time, come and talk to your aunt. Wan Jing really likes Su Nianyan. At first glance, she thought she was prettier than Su Xiaoxiao. After chatting for a while, she felt that she had a gentle personality and made sense.
Okay.
The family had a pleasant meal. Wan Jing and Qin Minji expressed their love for Su Nianyan. Qin Xiaobei was also very happy to see that his parents were so satisfied. Su Nianyan came here. After Wang Xiulian and Su Zhengwo left, Su Xiaoxiao felt that something was wrong. Since Bai Junyi left the morning before yesterday, he has not come to the house until now. Could it be that he disagrees with changing this marriage?
No.
Since Bai Junyi will not come to his house, he will take the initiative. Su Xiaoxiao cleaned herself up and dressed herself up in front of the mirror. She changed into a pink dress and tied her hair into a pretty style. She also put on some powder and some scented things. She bought these things from a store. They were all from the south and were quite expensive. She usually couldn't bear to use them. She would only use them in special circumstances. After looking in the mirror to make sure there was nothing wrong with her dress, Su Xiaoxiao took her things from home and went out. Bai Junyi wanted to come to the Su family as soon as he got up in the morning. Because she had already told Yang Wanru that she would settle this matter, it had to be settled as soon as possible, but Grandpa disagreed. Grandpa was still very determined. He still felt that it had to be Su Nianyan. Bai Junyi was persuading him. No matter who it is, even if she is not Grandpa Su's granddaughter, what does it matter? She has changed her surname to Su. Now, when Su Xiaoxiao goes to worship, she has to call Grandpa Su Grandpa. Bai Junyi's lips were almost worn out, and the old man just put his hands on his crutches, with a fierce look on his face.
Bai
Junyi said a few more words, but the old man still refused to listen. He got so angry that he stood up and walked around in the yard. Just when the old man was about to speak again, Su Xiaoxiao's things knocked on the door. Brother Junyi, are you home? Su Xiaoxiao's voice came from outside the door. Bai Junyi curled his lips after hearing the noise. I'm here. He opened the door and saw Su Xiaoxiao, who was dressed exquisitely. In fact, Su Xiaoxiao was not much worse than Su Nianyan when she was dressed up, but she looked more youthful and beautiful. But appearance is not important, and there is only Wanru in his heart. The most important thing is that Su Xiaoxiao is sensible and knows the time and things, and will not make trouble with him casually. What he wanted was a marriage partner like Su Xiaoxiao so that he could go to see Yang Wanru in the future. If someone gossiped about it, he could use Su Xiaoxiao as a shield. Thinking this way, it would be best for him to marry Su Xiaoxiao. Grandpa. Su Xiaoxiao greeted the old man as soon as she entered the door. I guess you already know everything. Mainly because my sister said she didn't want to marry Brother Junyi. But you and Grandpa have already decided on our marriage, so in the end I'll marry over. I like Brother Junyi very much. Su Xiaoxiao said as she pulled a chair and sat next to the old man. I know what Grandpa is worried about, but I will definitely not cause trouble after I marry over, and I will take good care of my family. She said a lot of nice things, and the old man was unmoved, but his attitude towards her was obviously not as cold as it was at the beginning. Just when Su Xiaoxiao was thinking about what to do, Bai Junyi turned around to do housework. Her eyes rolled. In her previous life, Su Nianyan was very diligent at home and did all kinds of work, so the old man liked her very much. If she worked harder, maybe the old man's opinion of her would change. This is a good idea. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly got busy at the Bai family. After a busy morning, she even went to buy vegetables and came back to cook for the family. While eating, she looked at Bai Shanshan with a smile. Shanshan, if you like to eat something, I will cook it for you next time. Do you like the taste of my cooking? Bai Shanshan looked at Su Xiaoxiao like this, and suddenly felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with changing a sister-in-law. Su Nianyan, that stingy guy, took back everything she gave her. She was not as good as Su Xiaoxiao. Her cooking seemed to be more delicious. And Su Xiaoxiao would know how to learn her opinions. Su Nianyan would only tell her that green vegetables were better. She didn't want to eat vegetables, she wanted to eat meat. Bai Shanshan immediately had a good impression of Su Xiaoxiao. Thank you, Xiaoxiao. It would be great if you could be my sister-in-law. Bai Junyi sat aside and ate without saying anything. The old man thought that Su Xiaoxiao's performance this morning was not bad, and she was also very well behaved. Your sister. Before the old man finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao sighed. My sister is too stubborn. No matter how I persuade her, she doesn't want to fulfill Grandpa's promise. Then I will do it. I gave her the person I wanted to date. He has already met the person. The two have already met. After hearing this, the old man naturally had nothing to say. But he still didn't give in. This meal was not a pleasant one, but it was a good start for Su Xiaoxiao, because the old man asked her to eat more. She watched the meat she bought with her own money being eaten up, and she didn't even have a bite. She felt so painful in her heart. That was the pocket money she had saved for a long time, which was enough to buy vegetables this morning. She hadn't eaten it yet. But when she thought about marrying Bai Junyi and being able to eat meat and live a good life in the future, these were nothing. After dinner, the old man asked Bai Shanshan to wash the dishes, and Su Xiaoxiao hurried to help. If she remembered correctly, Bai Shanshan suddenly started doing business a few months later, and later made a big business. She made a lot of money. If she could build a good relationship with Bai Shanshan, the sister-in-law at this time, she would not only be able to marry smoothly but also live a better life in the future. As long as Bai Shanshan leaked a little from her fingers, it would be enough for them to eat delicious food and buy beautiful clothes. When she died in her previous life, Bai Shanshan lived a glorious life. Although she was very willful before, her personality has also grown since she started doing business, and she has given her family a lot of money to spend after making a lot of money. Moreover, during her business, she met her husband, who is also a businessman. It is amazing for the couple to do business together. In this life, she must firmly grasp Bai Shanshan, this powerful sister-in-law. Maybe then I can ask Bai Shanshan to take me to do business, then I can make money, right? Su Nianyan lived a good life in the last life, so I must live a good life in this life. She will be a widow. If she is like herself in the last life, she will die early. If she can hold on, then maybe she can find another man whose wife is dead in the future. No matter which one it is, from this step on, she has already stepped on Su Nianyan. The more Su Xiaoxiao thought about it, the happier she became. She even told Bai Shanshan that she would just do the work. If I get married in the future, I will do all the housework at home, and you just wait to eat. You can tell me what you want to eat. Su Xiaoxiao tried every way to please Bai Shanshan, and even promised to take her shopping. She also told her some tips on matching. Su Nianyan didn't know that Su Xiaoxiao was being humble here, and she happily had breakfast at the Qin family. While Xiaobei is free these 2 days, you two can go out for a walk, go to the park, go to the cinema, or eat out and cultivate your relationship. Xiaobei, take Nian out for a walk. Jing said with a smile, and now picked up her things and took Su Nianyan out, looking at the two people's backs. She sighed. It turns out that my eyesight is not good, or they're more compatible. What was I thinking at that time? Fortunately, the marriage was changed. Look how pleasing to the eyes they are together. Today is Saturday, so Qin Minji is also at home. Hearing her say this, he put down the newspaper in his hand. Didn't you think it would be better to change this marriage yesterday? You are still talking about this. Jing walked over and sat next to Qin Minji. Wang Xiulian didn't tell me that she had another daughter. She just wanted to find a marriage for her daughter. There was no need to lie to me, and then she changed the person. The same goes for her daughter. Didn't she agree to the blind date at the beginning? Why did she marry someone else's fiancé later? Jing complained a few words, and Qin Minji didn't say anything. Su Nianyan and Qin Xiaobei went out from here and met several people along the way. Xiaobei, is this your partner? When did you find a partner? Why didn't you introduce him to us? We have a good relationship with your mother. If you get married in the future, we will go to your house to attend the wedding. Several military wives were about the same age as Jing. They smiled when they saw them. Yes, he is indeed my partner, Qin Xiaobei admitted generously. Su Niannian hurriedly greeted the military wives and behaved generously. The military wives couldn't help but praise him. Your partner is so good-looking and should have a good personality. He smiled so sweetly when he greeted us. You two are really a good match. When are you getting married? Annie was thinking of introducing you to someone, but now it seems that there is no need. The one you find yourself is good. I'll go to your house and ask your mother when I can attend your wedding. Auntie can't wait. Several military wives laughed. Su Niannian felt a little embarrassed, so she kept her head down. Aunts, I'll take my boyfriend around first, so I won't chat with you guys. Qin Xiaobei took the initiative to speak, and several military wives smiled and asked them to go for a walk quickly. The two walked around the family compound, and Qin Xiaobei took the initiative to explain some things about the family compound. The two chatted happily. The two got along well, and while walking around the family compound, they also talked to each other about their future life. In her previous life, Su Niannian had some experience, so after thinking for a long time, she said what she had done for this family. She didn't take on anything else. In her previous life, she took on too much, and they thought they could do everything, so no one ever helped. Once bitten by a snake, you'll be afraid of the rope for 10 years.
This is what she is like now.
Seeing that the time was almost up, Qin Xiaobei sent Su Niannian back. Just now, the two of them walked all the way from the family compound to the outside. They walked around the nearby park, and Qin Xiaobei bought Su Niannian a pair of shoes. When buying shoes, Su Niannian stubbornly said no. The pair of shoes she wore today was indeed a little uncomfortable, but she would be fine if she went back to fix it. But Qin Xiaobei saw her embarrassment and stubbornly took the shoes and paid for them. In the end, Su Niannian still put on the pair of shoes. Although the pair she wore today was quite suitable for her skirt today, it was indeed not suitable. The pair of shoes was originally bought by Wang Xuelian for Su Xiaoxiao, but after buying it, she found that she couldn't wear it. She wanted to return it, but couldn't. Su Xiaoxiao didn't like this pair of shoes, so she forcefully pulled Wang Xuelian to buy another pair. Wang Xuelian's feet were also relatively large, and the only person who could wear this pair of shoes was him, so he gave it to her by the way. But no one knew that in fact, this pair of shoes was also very tight for her. It was only because this was a new pair of leather shoes that matched her clothes that she kept it. Wearing the new shoes bought by Qin Xiaobei and walking a few steps, Su Niannian smiled and lowered her head to look at the shoes. In her previous life, she just liked to make do. Thinking that this pair of shoes would look beautiful with clothes, she kept them. She thought that after wearing them for a while, they would be bigger and maybe fit her feet. While they were beautiful, they also suffered a lot because of these shoes. It was like she thought that as long as she could marry Bai Junyi, the two of them would be able to develop feelings. In the end, the two of them didn't develop any feelings, and she got herself hurt. Isn't it the same as this pair of shoes now? The best is the one that suits you. Although Qin Xiaobei doesn't like to talk, he is very meticulous in every aspect and is also very good at dealing with people. He is also very polite. Maybe she made the wrong choice from the beginning in her previous life. Wearing comfortable shoes, Qin Xiaobei sent her to the door of her house. I won't go in yet. I have to go to the army for duty tomorrow. I will come to see you when I have time later. If you have anything, you can also come to the family compound or the military region to find me directly. In any case, the two of them are now dating. Qin Xiaobei also has a good impression of Su Niannian, so he must be heading for marriage. Since he is heading for marriage, he still has to say what he should say.
Okay.
Su Niannian agreed with a smile, and the two of them exchanged a few more words before she turned around and went home. As soon as she entered, Qin Xiaobei turned around and left. After entering the house and returning to the room, Su Niannian threw the pair of shoes she brought back directly into the trash can next to her. Throw away the shoes that don't fit, and wear comfortable ones that fit. After all, your feet will accompany you for the rest of your life. Life is so long. If you keep wearing a pair of uncomfortable shoes, Wouldn't it be the same as your previous life? After finishing all this, Su Nianyan went out to cook. When she and Qin Xiaobei were walking in the park, they also bought some food. She was full, but it was her turn to cook, so she had to do it. After cooking, Wang Xiulian and Su Zhengwo came back. The family had finished eating, but Su Xiaoxiao was nowhere to be seen. Wang Xiulian was worried and walked back and forth at the door, and Su Zhengwo sat silently on the sofa next to him and smoked. Only Su Nianyan didn't care about anything. She washed the dishes and went into the house. After staying in the house for a while, she went directly to the space. Anyway, her house was small and narrow, without windows and damp, so they rarely came. And she locked the door. She could hear the noise outside in the space. If she heard someone opening the door, she would just come out. It was almost a matter of a second to go from the space to the outside. Su Nianyan entered the space, and the first thing she did was to see the seeds she had planted yesterday. Originally, she didn't have much hope because the seeds usually take about a week to germinate. The maturity period of each vegetable is not the same. Some are long and some are short, but she was just curious, so she went over to take a look. Unexpectedly, the seeds she planted last night had already sprouted. Su Nianyan roughly calculated in her mind. If this is the case, wouldn't it be possible to mature a batch in a few days? The maturity period of vegetables has been greatly shortened. No wonder Bai Shanshan's business was so successful in her previous life. It turned out to be because of this. The growth rate is faster, and the maturity period is shortened so much. It is inevitable that the business will grow bigger. Realizing this problem, Su Nianyan plans to buy more seeds and take them home in 2 days. Plant more different vegetables. After finishing these, Su Nianyan returned to the bedroom in the space, took a shower, and slept comfortably. The next day, it was Su Xiaoxiao's turn to cook today. Su Nianyan didn't even know when she came back yesterday afternoon. Just after washing her hands and sitting at the table, she saw Su Xiaoxiao shyly speaking, "Mom and Dad, when will you prepare our dowry?" When Su Xiaoxiao said these words, she looked at Su Nianyan with a smug look on her face, which made her speechless. Is it really worth her happiness to marry a man like Bai Junyi? You two weddings should be similar. We will slowly prepare. Su Zhengwo answered. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. I didn't really want to go yesterday, but Brother Bai invited me, so I went with him. Brother Bai has already explained the marriage change to Grandpa. Grandpa has no objection to this, saying that as long as it is to marry with our family, it will be fine. Su Xiaoxiao said while observing the emotions on Su Nianyan's face. Seeing that Su Nianyan had no reaction, Su Xiaoxiao continued to stir the porridge in the bowl. Brother Bai said that he would take me to his home today as a guest. He hopes to settle this matter as soon as possible. Su Xiaoxiao said these words to stimulate Su Nianyan because when this marriage was just mentioned, Bai Junyi was going crazy. He said he would not agree to anything. But now he wants to invite himself to his home so quickly to settle the marriage. What does this show? It shows that Bai Junyi likes her more, thanks to her understanding. What's wrong with Bai Junyi wanting to take care of the widow of his comrade? He is a soldier, and taking care of the widow of his comrade is a good deed. Su Nianyan's brain is just not working well, and she actually wants to stop these things. No wonder she can't live well. Su Xiaoxiao was quite unhappy when she saw that Su Nianyan had no reaction, thinking that she must be holding on. Maybe she was already very upset, so he told her some details of her relationship with Bai Junyi, and even made up some unfounded things. Although there was no expression on Su Nianyan's face, she was really upset. She guessed that Bai Junyi did that because he was worried that she would regret it. Although she has decided to abandon him and no longer think about these things in this life, the memories of the last life still remain in her mind. I still feel sad in my heart. After all, I have liked him for so many years. We will prepare equal dowries for both of you. Su Zhengwo finished the porridge in the bowl. Since this marriage has been changed, you should get along well with your future husband. Don't make trouble anymore. Su Zhengwo was really scared. What if something weird happened in the future? Wouldn't he lose a relative? That wouldn't do. Got it. Both of them nodded. Su Xiaoxiao stirred the porridge in the bowl with a spoon, with a happy smile on her lips. Not long after the marriage, Qin Xiaobei died while on a mission. After the news of his death came, Bai Junyi was promoted. I have to live a good life. Even if Su Nianyan married a deputy, head of the regiment, at the beginning, so what? Hard days are still to come. And I and Bai Junyi will definitely live a very happy life. Su Nianyan will definitely be jealous at that time. She touched her chin. When Su Nianyan gets jealous, how can she say her to poke her deeply? At that time, I must pretend to be superior. Step on her hard. Yes, that's how it should be. Not to mention that he and Bai Junyi are living happily, he also has a sister-in-law who will do business in the future. The sister-in-law's business is very big, and she makes so much money. According to his memory, the sister-in-law doesn't spend the money alone, but often helps the family. As long as she has a good relationship with Bai Shanshan will definitely be able to take her to make money together or give her some money to spend. Her life can be as carefree as she wants. The more Su Xiaoxiao thought about it, the more beautiful it became, but Su Nianyan didn't think so much. After lunch, there was nothing to do, so she planned to go out for a stroll. Since the vegetables in the space are almost ripe, he will go to the place where Bai Shanshan sold vegetables in his previous life. Bai Shanshan went to set up a stall at first, and then rented a stall. Because Bai Shanshan didn't have the capital to rent a stall when she started doing business, she slowly made money and expanded it little by little. It must be said that although there is the assistance of the space, Bai Shanshan does have a business mind. But Su Nianyan skipped this step directly. Because when setting up a stall, you have to prevent some people from chasing people away. This was the case when Bai Shanshan started her business. She would be chased away from time to time, so even if the vegetables sold well, it was a headache if the location was not fixed. Later, when she made some money, her first thought was to rent a stall. After having a fixed stall, people bought her vegetables, and after they thought the taste was good, they kept coming here to buy them. There were many repeat customers and many new customers were brought in. Everyone praised her dishes. So wouldn't the business pick up? So Su Nianyan went to the vegetable market and went straight to the stall. There is a small management office here, and there is a person sitting inside to manage the vegetable market, drinking tea leisurely. Su Nianyan walked over to ask, "Hello, how much does it cost to rent a stall here?" A man in his 30s sat inside. He looked up at Su Nianyan and shook the teacup in his hand. It depends on the size and location of the stall you rent. It ranges from 10 yuan to 20 yuan. Su Nianyan took a small breath when she heard the price. Wang Shilian's monthly salary is only 32 yuan now. The rent here is so expensive, but then again, this is the largest market. There are the most people buying vegetables. Bai Shanshan made a lot of money here in her previous life.
How do I pay?
From 3 months on, you can take a look first, and then come to ask me how much a stall costs. The big ones with good location are more expensive, and the small ones with bad location are cheaper. The so-called location is that the front entrance and exit of the vegetable market are more expensive, and the side ones are cheaper. Because the front side is right in front of the customers who come to the vegetable market, it is possible that after buying, they will see the vegetables on the side. But everyone already has them, so they will not buy them again. So the location is also very important. Su Nianyan walked around here and looked at the time. She saw that the peak time for buying vegetables in the morning seemed to be coming. She found a corner and squatted down. She could inspect the environment of the market here and see how many people came to buy vegetables every morning. In addition to this morning, it would be the same tomorrow morning, and she would have to come a few more mornings. Compare the average number of people. Although Bai Shanshan made money here in her previous life, Su Nianyan should still be more cautious. Not long after she squatted down, many people came one after another. The vegetable market was crowded with people, just like the market during the New Year. She got up and walked around, heard the prices of various vegetables, and looked at which vegetables sold better. Potatoes, eggplants, cabbages. There are also some off-season vegetables that sell the best. Su Nianyan remembered that when she touched the small sign in the space, it said that the temperature in the space was constant. So vegetables grow faster. The best way to grow off-season vegetables is to build a greenhouse, because the temperature must be suitable. The temperature in the space is just right, which means that any vegetable can be grown regardless of the season. That would be great if it were true. Su Niannian leaned over to ask about the price of off-season vegetables. When she heard the price from the proprietress, she was shocked. The price of these vegetables is so high? She really didn't expect it. The proprietress didn't get angry when she heard her say it was expensive. She sprinkled water on her vegetables and said, "Little girl, don't you think about it? These are off-season vegetables. How long will it take to grow them in a greenhouse or with chemical fertilizers? If you want to eat these vegetables in a season when they are not available, you have to pay a big price, right?"
Su Niannian thought it made sense.
What she was thinking about just now was growing vegetables in space. In fact, if it was grown manually, it would indeed cost a lot and be very troublesome. In this way, the price didn't seem to be very high. Su Niannian considered starting from this aspect. After confirming, Su Niannian went to the department store again and found a place selling seeds in a small corner here. She bought all the seeds she could buy with a few yuan in her pocket. The boss lady packaged the seeds and joked when she handed them to her, "So many seeds, little girl. Are you planning to buy them back to plant and do business?" Su Niannian hadn't spoken yet, and the boss lady smiled. "If that's the case, then you have found the right person. The seeds here are definitely the best." Su Niannian laughed when she heard this. Okay, then I will come to the boss lady to buy in the future. You have to give me a discount." In fact, Su Niannian had the experience of her previous life, so there was nothing in this life. She said whatever she wanted to say and did whatever she wanted to do. She returned home with the seeds. There was no one at home, so she put the seeds into the space and counted the dowry left to her by her deceased mother. There were still a lot of things left to her by her deceased father. When Wang Shulian came in, she wanted to take some of them. But she said that those were things her mother left for her, and she held them tightly. Because she was still young at that time, but she knew that her mother was gone, and only these things were with her. Seeing him like this, Wang Shulian didn't take them away in order to pretend to be virtuous, and she didn't think about these things anymore. So much so that she gave all these things to Bai Junyi's family later, just to please them. When she thought of this, she wanted to slap herself to death. Su Niannian simply counted them. There were a pile of things, and there was 100 yuan. Now this money can be used to do business. For 2 consecutive days, Su Niannian went to the vegetable market to observe. On the 3rd day, she felt that everything was fine. With the money she brought, she went to buy a cart and a few baskets. After getting these things, she saw that there was no one around, pushed into a small alley, and put them directly into the space. She thought the space was really useful. Everything can be used for haircuts, so that she can reduce a lot of burdens. These things have been settled, and the stall has been asked for almost everything. The remaining money is just enough to rent a stall for 3 months for 15 yuan. The vegetables in the space are not ripe yet, so we can wait a little longer. We will rent a shop when the vegetables are about to mature. After thinking about these things, Su Niannian has been very fulfilled in the past few days. After dinner, she returned to the space and found that the vegetables in the space were growing very well. All the seeds have sprouted. If this continues, they should be ripe in less than a week. After a few days of busy work, just 2 days before the vegetables were about to mature, Qin Xiaobei happened to encounter the weekend and had time to rest. Su Niannian originally planned to go to the vegetable market again today to take a look at the situation, because there might be more people buying vegetables on Saturday. Who knew that just after making breakfast, someone knocked on the door. When I opened the door, I found that the person waiting outside the door was Qin Xiaobei. "Why are you here?" Su Niannian was quite surprised when she saw someone, but soon smiled. "I'll pack up and we'll go out." Okay. Su Niannian didn't even eat breakfast. When she left, she took 2 corns and said goodbye to Su Zhengwo and Wang Shulian. Wang Shulian was unhappy when she saw that there were 2 less corns on the table, but Su Zhengwo smiled at the backs of Su Niannian and Qin Xiaobei. "Isn't it just 1 corn?" Su Zhengwo looked back at Wang Shulian. "Sooner or later, he will be our son-in-law. It's okay to eat 1 corn. Can I just not eat it?" Wang Shulian shook her head when she heard this. "You still have to go to the army for duty. You can't not eat it. You eat it. I won't eat it today. I don't have to go to work today. I'll stay at home to cook." Wang Shulian was still unhappy, but her mind was full of what her daughter said, and she and Bai Junyi were making good progress. It seems that they will get married soon. This is okay. She believes that her daughter will make the most correct choice. Su Nianyan and Qin Xiaobei went out, and the two planned to go shopping together. There is a big market over there, let's go shopping? Qin Xiaobei did not forget that he had a partner, so while training in the army, he also asked the remaining brothers, which places are more suitable for dating. Everyone was talking about the cinema park. He felt that it was nothing new. Just then, a brother said that the biggest market would be held this week. It would be very lively, and there would be many new things. He decided to take Su Nianyan to play. Okay. Su Nianyan handed the corn in her hand to him. I just cooked it this morning. It's still hot. After that, Su Nianyan broke the corn into 2 halves, holding one half in her hand and eating the other half. Each of them had one. She preferred to break it apart and eat it. It was really funny to chew a big corn, as if a monkey was chewing corn. The two of them walked forward while eating. Although the market was far away, most people in this era walked. They chatted and arrived in about half an hour. Seeing the market from a distance, Su Nianyan felt that it was very lively. I didn't expect there is such a big market. The market here is a big market integrated by several villages and towns. It will be held about once a month, so not many people know about it. Su Nianyan nodded. It seems that she had never been here in her previous life, but now is not the time to think about things in her previous life. She and Qin Xiaobei walked side by side into the market. There were people everywhere. Some people were carrying big baskets, and they were about to touch Su Nianyan's face. Qin Xiaobei gently pulled her and protected her face with his hands. Thank you. Su Nianyan's face was a little red. Qin Xiaobei shook his head. The two continued to walk forward. There were people selling flowers on the roadside. A little girl squatted in front of the man. There were all the best roses in the basket. They should have been picked in the morning. Each flower was bright red and dripping with dew. Su Nianyan looked at it for a few more times, and Qin Xiaobei turned around and saw her sight. Before he could even walk to the flower stand, someone walked up to the stand, bought a few roses, and gave them to the woman standing by and waiting. The woman received the roses and smiled. The two of them walked on hand in hand. Qin Xiaobei saw this and walked over to buy flowers. Su Nianyan was watching someone making pancakes on the side of the road. When she turned around, bright red roses appeared in front of her. Qin Xiaobei was holding a few roses in his hand. For you. The roses were still beautiful and charming. Su Nianyan looked up at the man unnaturally when she held them in Qin Xiaobei's hand. She blushed again. This was the first time she had received roses in her 2 lives. Her last life, she chased after others, forgot herself, and got nothing. In this life, she agreed to exchange with Su Xiaoxiao at the beginning because she knew that she had to get married since she was born in this family. She knew that this man finally came back alive from the battlefield and lived a good life, so she made a choice for herself selfishly. Now it seems that this man is just not talkative, but he is actually a very good person. Thank you. Su Nianyan took the roses and looked at these delicate and beautiful roses. She smelled a faint fragrance. Qin Xiaobei looked down at the woman in front of him. She was shy and blushing. She held the roses in her hands with a smile on her lips. When she raised her head and said thank you to him, her face was full of sunshine. Qin Xiaobei felt his heart jump twice. He turned his head away unnaturally, and then his mind came up with what his brothers said to him. When dating a girl, you must always praise the girl. No girl doesn't like to be praised. Qin Xiaobei thought for 2 seconds, and before his brain could react, he blurted out, "You look so beautiful today." Su Nianyan smiled even sweeter when she heard this. She nodded, and the two continued to walk forward. Qin Xiaobei's heart was still beating fast. They finished shopping in this market and prepared to go to the other side. Buy fish, buy fish. Buy a big fish, and you can get a chance to catch small fish. If you catch a lot of small fish, you can get another fish. There was a shouting in the distance. Su Nianyan looked up and saw a big brother in front of him with a bucket of fish in front of him and a pool surrounded by plastic cloth behind him. Many people walked over when they heard the shouting. Boss, what are you talking about? If you buy a big fish, you can get a chance to catch small fish for free. The boss, who was carrying a bag, smiled brightly. If you can catch more than a dozen small fish over there within a minute, you can get a fish over here that does not exceed 1 kilogram. If there are less than a dozen, you can take those small fish home. After the boss finished explaining the rules, everyone stood on tiptoe and looked into the distance. The pond was quite large, and the small fish in it were only about the length of an index finger. The scoop net next to it also looked like it was of poor quality. If you scoop fish like this, it would probably be difficult to catch more than a dozen in a minute. But it was true. How could the boss do a business at a loss? The reason why he brought these small fish was just to make a gimmick and let everyone buy big fish. This was his purpose. Many people thought it was boring after listening to the rules. They dispersed. But some people thought it was interesting. It just so happened that their families also needed to buy big fish, and the price was right. They bought a fish and went over there to catch fish. The boss timed them. Indeed, few people caught more than a dozen fish in 1 minute. The person who caught the most only caught 6. Boss, isn't this a bit inappropriate? How can anyone catch so many? Someone protested, but the boss laughed and said, "You usually don't get anything for buying big fish, but I'll give you small fish. What's the problem?" It seemed that there was no problem. Su Nian had lived 2 lifetimes and had never seen such a marketing method. She felt that this boss was really talented. After watching for a while, she was eager to try. Qin Xiaobei saw the eagerness in her eyes and walked up to pick the biggest fish from the boss. "Come and catch the fish." Qin Xiaobei smiled, and the boss teased them when he saw them like this. "Come and catch the fish, little girl. You have a really good partner." Su Nian blushed a little, but the fish had already been bought, so she went to catch some for fun. She picked up the small the boss started counting, and she hurried to fish. 30 seconds had passed. They were in a mess, and there were laughter all around, but she didn't catch a single fish. Just when he was about to lose heart, Qin Xiaobei picked up a net bag. "Hold the bag." The boss continued to count down the last 25 seconds. Qin Xiaobei's hands were fast, and he caught 3 or 4 small fish with 1 net. There were bursts of exclamations outside. The next net bag caught 4 more. The boss counted down 10 seconds. At the 55th second, the last net bag was picked up and there were 6 small fish in it. When the boss finished counting the minute, Qin Xiaobei had already put down the net in his hand. Su Nian grinned at the dozen small fish in her pocket and looked at the boss next to her. "Boss, we did it." The boss laughed. "You are awesome. Then come over here and pick a fish." The two were satisfied and picked another fish weighing more than 8 taels. On the way back with the fish, Su Nian suddenly remembered that it was Qin Xiaobei who bought the fish. She was a little embarrassed. "Well, I'll give you the money when we get home." "No need.
I didn't buy you anything this time."
"You take the fish home, and you can cook it tonight." "Then why don't you have dinner at home?" Su Nian had just taken the initiative to invite him out, and she wanted to bite off her tongue. "Is this not good? I haven't officially visited you yet, so it's not good to have dinner. I will definitely go next time," Qin Xiaobei said and walked in front. Su Nian watched him take the initiative to pick up the things he bought today. She was really happy in her heart. Compared with Bai Junyi, Qin Xiaobei really doesn't like to talk, but he does a good job. Seeing that he couldn't catch any fish, he hurried to help. He was afraid that he would be laughed at by others. When he saw couples giving flowers on the roadside, he would never let him go empty-handed. He really did a good job. Most people who get married in this era are innocent because they rarely have a partner. They are introduced by their parents and relatives and get married when they meet and feel suitable. In her previous life, she liked Bai Junyi, so she pursued him regardless of everything. Now think about it, the things that you have worked so hard to get may not be good things. Realizing how good Qin Xiaobei is, Su Nian decided to hold on to him tightly. He hurriedly caught up with him and wanted to take something for himself. Qin Xiaobei calmly moved the things to the other side, clearly not letting him take them. Su Nian secretly covered her mouth and laughed. On the way back from here, passing a park, I saw many young couples leaning on each other, and they were very sweet when they talked. Their hands were tightly held together, as firm as if they were walking towards some kind of ceremony. Su Nianyan watched everyone holding hands and looked down at Qin Xiaobei. The flowers and fish were both held by his other hand, and he didn't hold anything. There was nothing in his right hand. How about holding hands? While Su Nianyan was thinking about it, Qin Xiaobei's heart was also a little eager. The brothers said that holding hands and hugging are essential when dating. But he felt that holding hands and hugging, isn't this a hooligan behavior? He was a little tangled in his heart. Both of them had this thought in their minds, but they were too embarrassed to take the initiative to reach out their hands. It was not until they left the vicinity of the park that the two were ready to walk towards the bus station. Su Nianyan thought for a while, closed her eyes, and when she opened her eyes again, as if she had mustered up some courage, she took the initiative to reach out and hold Qin Xiaobei's hand. Qin Xiaobei felt a small hand reaching out, and his big palm wrapped around it. The two held hands tightly together. Although they didn't say anything, they both felt their hearts beating fast. Qin Xiaobei's mouth curled up into an unnatural smile. His face was a little red. Neither of them looked at each other, holding hands, and walked forward firmly. Qin Xiaobei felt his heartbeat speeding up and his face was hot, and this feeling continued until he returned to the family compound. After sending the person to the door, Qin Xiaobei handed over the things. I will continue to visit you when I am free next time. Su Nianyan nodded and waved goodbye to him. After returning home, she saw that there was no one else at home, so she found a cup, put today's roses in it, added some water, and took it to her room. She put it on the cabinet. The small room seemed to have a little more vitality with the decoration of roses. Su Nianyan took a look and prepared to take the flowers back when the room was empty. The constant temperature in the space may allow the roses to live longer. After doing all this, Su Nianyan went to cook. The fish Qin Xiaobei bought was very big. She looked at it and saw that there were sauerkraut in the jar at home. She made a sauerkraut fish. This dish was learned by herself in her previous life, because Bai Junyi liked it. After marrying her in her previous life, although he didn't like her, she still did what she should do at home. She studied cooking so that he could eat better and have a balanced nutrition. So she has some accomplishments in cooking. The same goes for pickled fish. Bai Junyi loves to eat it, so she went to the restaurant owner to learn how to make it. Looking at this pot of pickled fish, Su Nianyan smiled bitterly and threw all those messy thoughts behind her. Just as the fish was served on the table, Su Jiangwo and Wang Xiulian came back. Su Jiangwo was quite surprised to see that there was more on the table. Wang Xiulian pouted, "Although I just gave you money to buy vegetables yesterday, you can't do this." "It's not me who bought it, Qin Xiaobei bought it." Su Nianyan was expressionless, took the bowl and chopsticks to serve herself rice and started eating first. When Wang Xiulian heard this, she quickly took the bowl and sat over. "It seems that Xiaoqin treats you very well. Have you said when you plan to get married?" Wang Xiulian has figured out in the past 2 days. Although Qin Xiaobei's family conditions are indeed excellent, seeing that his daughter is convinced, she knows that the man will definitely not live long. Then she still believes in her daughter. Enjoy more of the benefits that Qin Xiaobei brings to their family.
I don't know yet.
We are dating, so we need to cultivate some feelings. After Su Nianyan said this, she gave vague answers to whatever Wang Xiulian and Su Jiangwo said. The three of them had almost finished their meal, and Su Nianyan was full for the first time. Su Xiaoxiao just came back from outside. When she came back and saw the family eating fish, she took out her bowl and sat aside. "Why didn't you wait for me to eat? You didn't even say hello or tell me where you were going." Su Nianyan had almost finished eating, and she always picked the better fish meat to eat. Su Xiaoxiao pouted. "You can go out on a date with Qin Xiaobei, so I must go on a date with Brother Bai." "Then you haven't eaten yet?" Su Nianyan wanted to laugh. She went on a date with others and didn't even have a meal in the end. She and Qin Xiaobei had a bowl of noodles in the morning, and each of them ate a pancake when they came back. Qin Xiaobei wanted to take her out for dinner, but she said she would go home to cook. So he didn't force her. "Where's Su Xiaoxiao? Did he go on a date at someone else's house and come back after the date?" "What do you mean?" Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "You are not happy just because you see me and Brother Bai dating." Su Xiaoxiao picked up a piece of fish. Wang Xulian said beside her that these were all bought by Qin Xiaobei. Sister. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Su Nianyan's expression and couldn't help but say something sarcastic. In fact, you should thank me. If I hadn't given you such a good blind date, how could you have enjoyed it? Su Xiaoxiao also felt a little sour in her heart. But it was quickly covered up, because all he could think of was Qin Xiaobei, and he would die after getting married. What is a person who died early regretting? What Su Nianyan enjoys now will turn into abuse from others in the future, which will make her completely lose all desire to live. I'm done eating. Su Nianyan really didn't want to answer Su Xiaoxiao's question. She knew what she was thinking. After she finished speaking, she stood up and went back to her room. She brought roses when she entered the space. She usually does this and goes back to her room after dinner, so the family didn't suspect anything because the cook doesn't have to wash the dishes. After watching her enter the room, Su Jiangwo couldn't help but speak. You talked nicely when you changed your partners. Why are you still talking in sarcastic terms today? No matter how you live in the future, it's your own choice. After Su Jiangwo finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but poke the fish in the pot with chopsticks. Dad, why are you partial again? Am I wrong? If it weren't for me, how could my sister have such a good blind date? Su Xiaoxiao was very unhappy, and Su Jiangwo also felt that she was really a little ignorant. Then you think your partner is so good. Why do you want to change? This question hit the point. When Su Jiangwo asked it, Su Xiaoxiao froze and couldn't say anything. Okay, don't say it. The child just came back. Let the child eat first. Wang Xulian tried to smooth things over, and Su Jiangwo didn't say anything. Su Nianyan returned to the space, lying comfortably on the big bed, looking at the roses she brought in.
She was happy.
Qin Xiaobei returned home and had just finished cooking when his parents came back. While eating, the software asked about what happened today. How do you get along with Nianyan? You must get along well. The software smiled. Don't be too stingy when you go out, and you must not save money when you should spend money on girls. Qin Minji smiled when he heard this. Don't pay attention to your mother. But you really can't be stingy with girls, and you must be sincere. Both of them were talking about these things. Qin Xiaobei nodded after listening. We get along well. After saying that, he refused to reveal a word. Even if the software kept asking around, he was unmoved. After finishing the meal quickly and returning to the room, he lay on the bed and thought about the two holding hands during the day. His heart was beating. I didn't expect this date to be so happy. Qin Xiaobei's heart couldn't help but beat rapidly again when he thought of the two of them holding hands. He had never been in a relationship before, and he had never had this feeling. The feeling Su Nianyan brought him was something he had never experienced before. It was the first time he had this feeling, so he was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep. Su Nianyan lay comfortably on the big bed in the space for a while, watched TV for a while, and then got up, wanting to go downstairs to see how the vegetables were growing. She went downstairs. She stretched and just walked to the side of the vegetable garden and saw a spring in the distance. She walked over excitedly after seeing it. Every time she entered the space, she seemed to be able to find new surprises. Su Nianyan walked over and found that the spring water was always bubbling out, and it seemed to be different. She hurried back to the room, took a small cup, and drew some spring water. Seeing that the spring water was very clear, she tasted a small sip. It tasted good. This spring water was sweet and better than the water at home. There was a small sign next to the spring water, the same as the one in the vegetable field. Su Nianyan walked over slowly, and when she touched it, something came to her mind. This is spiritual spring water. The effect of spiritual spring water is very great. Long-term consumption can improve a person's physique and make a person's body better. And Su Nianyan suddenly remembered that Bai Shanshan told her in her previous life that there was another spiritual spring in the space. Could it be this? Su Nianyan felt that this was very possible. If that was the case, she would drink the water here in the future. It would slowly change her physique. In her previous life, she did too many things, worked hard all day, and all she could think about was why Bai Junyi didn't love her. In the end, she ruined her body. She died sadly in the hospital. She must take good care of her body in this life, and nothing must go wrong. She got such a good space, and now she thinks Qin Xiaobei is not bad and wants to have a good relationship with her. Then she has to live for a long time. Realizing that this spring water has such benefits, Su Niannian was even happier. She looked at the vegetable field in the distance, and an idea came to her mind. Can this spring water be used to irrigate the vegetable field? Just as this idea came to her mind, Su Niannian saw that there was an extra pipe in the distance. It was connected to the vegetable field from the spring. Direct automatic irrigation. Seeing the growing seedlings being irrigated with water, Su Niannian grinned. This is too good. This spiritual spring water has magical effects. It can change a person's physique. If it is used to irrigate the vegetable field, wouldn't it make the vegetables grow better? In her previous life, the vegetables grown by Shanshan tasted very good, and she would occasionally take them home. Her excuse at the time was to find someone to wholesale them. In her previous life, she was still wondering what kind of vegetables can taste so good. Now, everything has found its source. It turns out that all the vegetables sold by Shanshan come from the space, and it is very likely that they are also irrigated with spiritual spring water. Because those vegetables are more delicious and sweeter than ordinary vegetables. After figuring this out, Su Niannian was very excited. The next day, just like dinner, Su Niannian went to various vegetable markets for a stroll. She had to figure out the market before she could do business. She still understood this principle. When she returned to the space again in the evening, she saw the green vegetables at a glance, and she ran overexcitedly. Her face was full of disbelief. It was just a small seedling yesterday, but I didn't expect it to grow so big today. Is it because of the direct irrigation of spiritual spring water? This is too amazing. If this is the case, the vegetables will be ripe in a few days, so it seems that I have to rent a stall. The observations over the past 2 days have been pretty good, and a suitable stall has been reserved. With this idea in mind, Su Niannian went directly to the largest vegetable market after breakfast the next day, found the manager, and rented a stall for 15 yuan. The stall is rented for 3 months at 15 yuan. A total of 45 yuan was paid. Su Niannian felt a little painful when paying because she had already spent a lot on buying a cart and a basket last time, and this time she spent half again. There was not much money left in her pocket. However, when she thought about the continuous flow of money after selling vegetables, Su Niannian was still very excited. After renting the stall, Su Niannian saw that the time was almost up and went outside to find a broom to clean it up. It was estimated that she would be able to sell vegetables in 1 or 2 days. Every day, when she went back, the vegetables in the field would surprise her. If this batch of vegetables were sold, the remaining batch of vegetables should also be ripe. It was almost endless. Su Niannian couldn't hide the smile on her face when she thought about how well this business could do. When she returned home in the evening and entered the space, she found that the vegetables were fully mature and she could go buy vegetables tomorrow. Su Niannian walked around the vegetable field excitedly. She rested for a while, then took all the vegetables down, looked at the newly turned soil, and took out the seeds she bought last time. Plant the seeds again. The seeds were planted one after another, so the maturity period is different. The mature ones this time can be sold tomorrow. Let's see how the effect is first. After finishing all these things, Su Niannian saw that it was getting late, so she prepared to rest. The seeds planted will be automatically irrigated by Lingquan water, and now a series of automatic operations have been formed. Su Niannian doesn't have to worry about anything except sowing. As for the picked vegetables, she has put them in the basket in the space, and she will find a secret place to take them out tomorrow. After finishing all these, Su Niannian clapped her hands. All the water used in the space is spiritual spring water, and it can also be taken outside. But now Su Niannian didn't plan to take it. She made a cup of flower tea with Lingquan water and took a comfortable bath. Then she lay down on the bed. Every day is a different enjoyment. She sighed, closed her eyes, and fell asleep in a short while. The next morning after breakfast, Su Zhengwo and Wang Xiulian went out and she returned to the room. When she came out again, there was no movement at home. Su Xiaoxiao didn't know where she went and she didn't care. She pretended to be a saint and went out. It was still early at this time. He arrived at the largest market as quickly as possible, found a hidden place nearby, looked around and saw that there was no one around, and then took out the cart and basket. The vegetables were already on it. The green vegetables were placed in the basket, and I felt good at a glance. Su Nianyan pushed the cart into the vegetable market. At this time, the people who bought vegetables had not come yet, and most people were still sorting their vegetables. Su Nianyan's 15 yuan stall was just about 10 meters away from the door. It was pretty good. She had just pushed the vegetables over when the ant next to her saw her small green vegetables. "Little girl, your vegetables are so fresh. Where did you buy them wholesale from?" Su Nianyan smiled. "I grew them at home." After that, she began to tidy up her stall and took the vegetables and baskets. He had been looking at the situation here for the past 2 days and bought some practical tools, including scales and bags. Bags are not provided for free. Each bag costs a penny. Some people need it and some don't. It's best to have some in stock. After everything was done, Su Nianyan took the chair off the cart. It was too tiring to stand and sell vegetables all the time, so she still needed to take a break. She was a little full after breakfast and the weather was not very cold in the season, so Su Nianyan sat down and started shouting. After shouting a few times, some people came to see the vegetables, but they didn't come here. Su Nianyan was not in a hurry because the real time to buy vegetables had not arrived yet and many people hadn't come yet. Seeing that Su Nianyan's small green vegetables were so fresh, the aunties on both sides came over. Seeing that Su Nianyan was young, they wanted to find out where the vegetables were purchased from. "Where do you wholesale your vegetables, aunties?" "I wholesale them there, but a little earlier than you." Su Nianyan pretended to know nothing. Several aunties looked at each other. They also got up very early, and if they were wholesale, they would almost get up at 3 or 4 in the morning. They had never seen such good small green vegetables. However, they had more varieties of vegetables, and Su Nianyan only had green vegetables, so it was estimated that they would not sell very well. They still had a market. "I say you two should stop asking," an auntie opposite rubbed her hands. "If someone asks you where you bought the goods from, can you tell them? Why are you bullying a new girl?" Hearing this, the aunties on both sides of Su Nianyan turned their heads away, not wanting to talk to the person opposite. Su Nianyan smiled gratefully at the person opposite. This was just a small episode. About half an hour later, people started to buy vegetables. As more and more people came to buy vegetables, some people came forward. Su Nianyan had asked about the price before. Her small green vegetables were sold for 3 cents per catty. There were about 2 or 3 people selling small green vegetables from that side to this side, but many people wanted to choose carefully, so they didn't buy them directly. They walked to Su Nianyan and took a look at her small green vegetables. "Your small green vegetables are quite fresh. How much are they?" An aunt spoke first. Su Nianyan quickly stood up from the chair. "Small green vegetables are 3 cents per catty, just like others." This aunt usually cooks at home and has been buying vegetables for nearly 10 to 20 years. She can tell at a glance whether the vegetables in front of her are good or not. "Then give me 2 catties. If the vegetables taste good, I will come to buy them from you another day." They are all small green vegetables, but Su Nianyan's look a little greener and fresher. Anyone knows how to choose. Not long after the aunt started buying, a few more people came over. Everyone felt happy when they saw the green vegetables. After comparing them with other shops, they came over to buy. Everyone swarmed over. Su Nianyan had a few boxes of vegetables, and she sold more than half of them in an hour. If she continued selling for a while at noon, she should be able to go home. Su Nianyan was quite happy. A woman picked some vegetables, and when she passed by her, she thought the small green vegetables were pretty good, and she was a little conflicted. Su Nianyan saw someone in front of her and immediately greeted them. "Sister, look how fresh my vegetables are. Buy some and make soup for the children." The woman frowned slightly when she heard this. "My children just don't like to eat green vegetables, so their nutrition is not very balanced. My green vegetables taste really good. You can take some back and buy less. If your children like them, come back again." Su Nianyan had been here for a few days before, watching how others sold vegetables, and had some experience. The woman seemed to be moved by her words, and after thinking about it, she came forward and picked 2 kilograms of green vegetables. Looking at the green vegetables, she felt very happy. She bought a kilogram of small green vegetables, about 5 or 6 of them. Sister, come back if you like it.
Shunyanyan chekel.
The woman was a few years older than her and nodded after seeing her smile. Soon Yanyan's small green vegetables sold very well, while the others were just so-so, even if the price was reduced by 1 cent. They were a little unhappy. But soon Yanyan didn't care about that and sat down to rest when she saw that no one was buying vegetables. Just when she was still hesitating about when to go to eat, someone came here with a basket to sell rice. It was prepared. It was like fast food a few years later, but this one could not be chosen by oneself. It was prepared by the rice seller with meat and vegetables. Meat was 10 cents a box. Vegetables were cheaper. If you add extra meat, you have to add another 10 cents. Soon Yan went out to find out more, and looking at the extra meat, she thought it tasted quite fragrant, so she asked for a meat lunchbox. After paying 10 cents, soon Yan came back here with the lunchbox. Sitting in her chair, she opened the lunchbox and started eating. There was a small stir-fried meat, a tofu, and some vegetables in the lunchbox. Although it was not much, she was full and had a good appetite. Soon Yan was eating deliciously, while the vegetable sellers looked at each other. Old Wang, do you want to have a portion with meat? The aunt on the left said to the right with a smile. The one on the right sat down on her chair and took out a cold steamed bun from her pocket. How much do we earn after working hard all day? We have to spend a dime just to buy a meal. Young people don't know how to save money. They only know how to sell vegetables. How much do they sell? Soon Yan knew that the aunt meant something, but she didn't care at all, because she sold 5 yuan of vegetables this morning. Her own vegetables have no cost except for the seeds, and it is almost net profit. Even if the stall fee is deducted, she can still make a profit. In this case, she must buy herself a portion of meat and treat herself better. Soon Yan was eating deliciously, while the sisters-in-law looked at each other, without saying anything. The lunch seller went around, and only 2 people bought lunch with meat, while the others either bought vegetarian or didn't buy anything. She usually likes to come here to sell and knows what kind of people here are, so she didn't say much. She went directly to the next place. On the other side, the woman who bought vegetables from Soon Yan in the morning went home to cook. After cooking the meal, she specially cooked vegetable soup and asked the child and mother-in-law to come over for dinner. As soon as the child sat down, she picked up the vegetables and put them in the child's bowl. Mom. The child pretended to be pitiful. I don't want to eat vegetables. The woman was a little unhappy to hear this. If you don't eat vegetables, you don't have to go out with Mom at noon, and I won't buy you snacks next time. Vegetables are nutritious. You must eat more. Today's vegetables are green and look delicious. After saying that, she ate the food in her bowl by herself, and the mother-in-law felt a little sorry for her grandson. She wanted to say something, but when she thought that she really needed to eat more vegetables, she could only grit her teeth and pretend not to see her grandson's look of help. The boy saw that his mother and grandmother did not react, so he could only pout helplessly. He picked up the vegetables and put them in his mouth. The vegetables tasted bad, and he never liked them, but today he took a bite and found them okay. It didn't seem so bad. After eating all the vegetables in the bowl, the child immediately raised his face. Mom, this vegetable is delicious. Give me some more.
Huh.
Hearing this, the woman and the mother-in-law looked at each other. The two had not tasted this vegetable yet. Could it be that it tastes really good? Really delicious? The woman asked again, and the child nodded. This little green vegetable tastes sweet and good, Mom. Give me some more. Hearing this, the woman picked up some for the child, gave some to the mother-in-law, and picked up some for herself to taste. It tasted really good. You know what? No wonder the child likes it. The mother-in-law took some more after eating, not to mention Xiao Shirtu. The 2 older children must like it, and Wenyun. There are still many people in their family, but there are only 3 of them at home in the morning because the younger one is still young and can't go to school. The mother-in-law is not in good health. She has to do housework at home, take care of the children, and take care of the elderly. Since Xiao Shirtu likes it, I will buy more at noon and let everyone try it in the afternoon. Xiao Shirtu is the pickiest child in their family. She also has 2 older children, a boy and a girl. Although the two children are not picky about food, they don't like to eat vegetables too much, but because they are older, they know that eating vegetables is good for the body. So they eat a little. Since Xiao sure too likes it, the two of them will definitely like it. It's good for children to eat more vegetables. In the future, remember which store you bought the vegetables from and buy them there. The children will definitely eat more. The mother-in-law instructed. The woman nodded, thinking to herself, it seems that Su Nianyan really didn't lie. This vegetable tastes good. My son, who never eats vegetables, actually ate them this morning. A big bowl of vegetable soup was full, and the three of them ate it up. Little Stone touched his stomach and smiled. Mom, this tastes really good. I like it. Buy more next time. Okay. The woman touched her son's face and went into the kitchen to wash the dishes. She was almost done and wanted to take the child to rest for a while. The mother-in-law came from a distance with a basket. Such delicious vegetables. Go and see if there are any more and buy some more in the afternoon. I can rest after I come back. The woman agreed when she heard it. When she bought them in the morning, Su Nianyan didn't have many vegetables. If she went too late in the afternoon, it would be bad if they were sold out. The woman took the basket and went to the vegetable market again. Su Nianyan was indeed still there, but there were not many vegetables left. Only one basket. She thought that she would go back after selling them out early. These 2 days, she went out early and came back late, sometimes even later than Su Jiangwo and the others. I guess I have to tell them when I go back today. I can't say that I came here to do business. They are quite far from here, and it takes half an hour to walk. They usually don't come here to buy vegetables, so they won't notice me. Then I'll say, I'm working outside. As for what kind of work, I'll just say I'm helping others sell things. They won't delve into it. There are fewer people buying vegetables at noon, and some people just put away their vegetables and go back to eat. After eating, Su Nianyan sat on the chair here to rest. This chair is not comfortable to sit on, and Su Nianyan plans to change to a recliner next time. Just thinking about this, the woman came to the front with a basket. How much vegetables do you have left? Hearing the voice, Su Nianyan raised her eyelids, and the ants who were sleeping next to her also opened their eyes and looked. At this time, someone actually came to Su Nianyan to buy vegetables. Someone muttered, "Are these vegetables really delicious? How good can they be? Aren't they all green vegetables? Can't we grow them at home?" That's right. Several people muttered over there, and Su Nianyan replied that she had the last basket. It was about 10 kilograms. Then give me half. 5 pounds should be enough. They can have one meal this afternoon, and some more tomorrow morning. Their family is well off, and there are many people living there. There are more than a dozen people eating at one meal. They usually buy a lot of food. Su Nianyan nodded and weighed the vegetables for her immediately. The woman waved her hand. I will come to buy from you next time. You don't know that my little son who doesn't eat vegetables says that your vegetables taste good. I just washed the dishes and came here quickly, for fear that you would sell all the vegetables and go home first. Hearing the woman's words, Su Nianyan also smiled. Today is the first day of buying vegetables. There may not be repeat customers yet. It will be better in the future. Thank you, sister. Your vegetables taste so good. There will definitely be a lot of people in the future, the woman said, and left. Su Nianyan looked at her half basket of vegetables. It's so little. Will it be bad if she waits until the afternoon? Just when he was struggling, an auntie who was buying vegetables in the distance came over. Give me 2 kilograms of vegetables from your stall. I heard that person just now say that her youngest son, who doesn't like to eat vegetables, ate them all. I also have someone who doesn't like to eat vegetables. I'll buy some for him to try. Then I'll have some too. Su Nianyan didn't have much here to begin with, so she gave everyone a little bit and almost sold out. These people were all selling vegetables. After buying the vegetables, they carry them back to their stalls. What do you think this person is thinking? He sells vegetables himself and has to find others to buy them. The auntie on Su Nianyan's left said sourly. The person opposite happened to hear this. You sell vegetables yourself, so you eat your own vegetables every day. I remember you bought radishes and potatoes from the opposite side the day before yesterday. I'm talking to Li Dahua. The auntie on Su Nianyan's left couldn't stand it anymore and called the person opposite by name. What do you care about what I said? You keep talking here all day long. Then what does it have to do with you if someone else sells vegetables? Li Dahua rolled her eyes. The aunt was very angry. Su Nianyan smiled over here. There were still some vegetables in her basket. She put away the stall and handed the remaining vegetables to Li Dahua. Thank you, aunt, for speaking for me. You can take these vegetables back and cook some vegetable soup. Ouch! The two aunts on the left and right of Su Nianyan saw this scene and cooperated with each other. So you want to benefit others. I was wondering why you like to help others so much. I said. So there is such a thing. Just want to benefit from others. They were complaining here, and Li Dahua took the vegetables over. Thank you, sister. Next time you come, just set up your stall. It's their business if they are jealous. Li Dahua said these words while lowering her voice. Be careful with the two of them. They usually squeeze out many people who set up stalls among them. After saying this, Li Dahua continued to work on her vegetables. Su Nianyan nodded and turned to leave. He pushed the cart and basket to the alley here and put the things into the space when no one was watching. Then he went home. On the way home, he thought of what Li Dahua said, and he finally understood why a stall so close to the vegetable market only cost 15 yuan. He wanted to say something when the manager rented the stall that day, but he didn't say it in the end. It turned out that this was the reason. These two people are not good people. Why don't they move to sell vegetables together? Su Nianyan shrugged and didn't take it to heart. When she returned home, Wang Xiulian was already cooking at home. What do you do every day, you little girl? Wang Xiulian stood in the yard and cursed. You and your sister were not at home these 2 days. She went to cultivate her relationship with her fiancé. What about you? Qin Xiaobei is in the army. Don't go out and mess around with others while he is in the army and ruin our family's reputation. Your father is a soldier. Su Nianyan raised the corners of her lips coldly after hearing this. Wang Xiulian is so funny. In this feudal and conservative era, his daughter went to her fiancé's house every day, which is called cultivating feelings. She also said that she went out to mess around with others. It's ridiculous. I found a job selling things for others. Su Nianyan took this opportunity to speak first. Even if you're going to get married, don't you have to find something to do? You can't stay at home every day. After saying that, he turned back to the room. After hearing these words, Wang Xiulian pondered. It turned out that Su Nianyan went to find a job. When the family was having dinner together, Wang Xiulian brought up this matter again. Why are you doing so much trouble? Su Zhengwo frowned. Just stay with Qin Xiaobei. If you two get married, you can live in the family compound. Then you can find a job in the military region, right? Wang Xiulian looked at Su Zhengwo and pretended, your father is right. How can you do this? There is no shortage of food or clothes at home. She was just talking. Su Nianyan knew she was pretending and interrupted her. I just want to make money to buy myself some more things for the wedding. Since my parents said so, why don't I make a list? Su Xiaoxiao was also a little excited when she heard this. It would be great if she could have more things. The two of them should get married at about the same time, so the dowry should be about the same. Su Nianyan still has things left to her by her dead mother, but she has nothing. Should she secretly talk to Wang Xiulian and ask her to prepare more for herself? Otherwise, wouldn't she be at a loss? Are you helping others sell things outside? Su Zhengwo quickly changed the subject. Since you have found a job, just keep doing it. Even if you marry Qin Xiaobei in the future, try not to quit if there is nothing else. No matter what, you still have money. Hearing Su Zhengwo's words, Su Nianyan felt even colder. Although she had known it would be like this, she still felt uncomfortable hearing him say it in person. Oh, right, Su Zhengwo thought for a few seconds. You two are getting married at this critical moment. Although your mother and I have saved some money for your dowry, we don't have much. You use the jewelry and other things your mother left you. Xiulian has never taken yours. Since you have taken them all back from Junyi, then it will be considered as part of the dowry. Your mother and I will give you some more. It can be considered a glorious wedding. Your sister has a little more than you. Su Zhengwo was still talking. Su Nianyan took a deep breath and quickly finished the rice in the bowl. Whatever you want, I can do it. After saying that, she turned around and went back to the room. Su Xiaoxiao saw Su Nianyan like this, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up again. Her heart was full of joy. It was indeed the best for her to be reborn. Not only did she firmly grasp Bai Junyi, but now Su Nianyan's life was so miserable, Su Jiangwo also favored her.
Great.
Su Nianyan entered the space and lay on the bed. All she could think about was her mother, how Su Jiangwo became increasingly indifferent to her after her death, and how he finally married Wang Xiulian. Wang Xiulian was the woman he would spend the rest of his life with, and the companion who would take care of him when he got old. Su Xiaoxiao was the daughter Wang Xiulian cared about the most, so wouldn't Su Jiangwo be biased?
It was like this in her last life.
It's still like this in this life. Su Nianyan took a deep breath and shook her head. She went downstairs to see the vegetables she had planted. In her last life, she cared about too many things, and her burdens were too heavy and tiring. In this life, she would feel more comfortable if she cared less. The second batch of vegetables she had planted had already sprouted. There would be more vegetables to sell tomorrow. If she continued like this, it would be almost stable. She would have a certain income every day. It would be quite a bit in a month. In her last life, she understood a truth when she got old. Only women who could make money on their own could give her a sense of security. The next day, Su Nianyan went to sell vegetables as usual in the morning. When she was about to go out, Wang Xiulian called out from behind. There are no more vegetables at home. Remember to buy some when you come back in the afternoon. Hearing Wang Xiulian's words, Su Nianyan nodded. She wanted to bring some back yesterday afternoon, but when she thought of Su Xiaoxiao, who was also reborn, it would be bad if she found out, so she didn't bring any. Since she didn't bring it back, she would just buy some from outside. Su Xiaoxiao, the reborn, must know a certain timeline. Although she didn't know as much as herself, she also knew that Bai Shanshan did business and made a fortune by selling vegetables. She hasn't completely locked up with Bai Junyi yet, so she still needs to be careful. For the time being, she can't let her find out that she already has a space. She didn't know that Bai Shanshan had a space, nor did she know that the space was because of the bracelet she gave her. She only knew that Bai Shanshan was doing business. As for how to live in the future, that's her business. She was reborn once, and she could clearly choose a better life, but she didn't think so. She only wanted to compete with herself for Bai Junyi. Because when she died in her last life, Bai Junyi looked more prosperous and treated her better. But in fact, that was just an illusion. The reason why Bai Junyi treated her so well and showed it to outsiders was to make outsiders firmly believe that his relationship with his wife was as firm as a mountain. Then, it would be natural for him to take care of Yang Wanru. He kept saying that he was taking care of the widow of his comrade in arms. Everyone thought that he had such a good relationship with his wife, and he was also careful to take care of the widow of his comrade in arms, so there was nothing wrong with that. In fact, almost all the money in the family was given to Yang Wanru. The family was just an empty shell, and Su Nianyan was only superficially prosperous. In the end, Su Nianyan shook her head, stopped thinking about these messy things, and quickly went to the vegetable market. When she arrived at the vegetable market, she set up her stall. Su Nianyan no longer looked at the two people next to her. Li Dahua on the opposite side reminded her yesterday that she would certainly not run into the gun again, but she would not be polite to the two of them. If no one offends me, I will not offend others. If someone offends me, I must offend him. Su Nianyan has always believed in this truth. Maybe because everyone who bought vegetables yesterday thought her vegetables were very good, so today, before the arrival of the day, when there were many people, someone came to buy vegetables. Little girl, you are still here. Give me 2 kilograms of your vegetables. No. Give me 5 kilograms directly. The aunt yesterday said while taking money, you don't know, I cooked your small green vegetables yesterday afternoon, and everyone in the family ate them all. Especially the naughty kids at home, who usually don't like to eat vegetables, but they ate a lot yesterday afternoon. Little girl, do you have a secret to this kind of vegetables? Su Nianyan weighed the vegetables with a smile, and smiled and shook her head after hearing this. Of course, the aunt knew what it meant. Just a joke. Just think that I am just talking too much. Su Nianyan handed over the weighed vegetables, and when the aunt paid, she asked loudly, Little girl, Do you have any other vegetables here, such as potatoes and spinach? Su Nianyan has all these seeds, but it will take some time. Not yet. If there is, you can buy directly from me. My stall is fixed. Su Nianyan also thought that she should add more varieties to her stall as soon as possible. The more varieties, the more she can sell. Hearing this, the aunt smiled and took the basket to buy things somewhere else. Before the official vegetable selling time, Su Nianyan's business was very good. Almost all the customers yesterday were repeat customers. When they came, they also brought their neighbors around their homes. One repeat customer brings a new customer. Su Nianyan was a little too busy. When it was time to sell vegetables, many aunts and women who came to buy vegetables flocked to the stall. This girl's vegetables taste really good. You can buy some and try them. I bought a lot here yesterday. My kids love them. The price of vegetables is the same anyway. It doesn't matter who you buy from. You won't lose out if you buy this girl and try it back. There were a few older ladies who were more temperamental. They bought Su Nianyan's vegetables yesterday. They knew they tasted better, so they helped to promote them today. Many people came because of this promotion. It wasn't even noon yet, and there weren't enough vegetables to sell. Su Nianyan found an excuse and hurried out. She deliberately delayed for a while, then took some fresh vegetables from the space and pushed them over with a cart. Here they come. I just had someone deliver them. They're still fresh. Su Nianyan just said this. Before she even put them on the stall, the big buyers swarmed in and soon emptied out the fresh vegetables. Su Nianyan sold a total of 6 baskets of green vegetables today. It was twice as much as yesterday, and the income was 5 yuan. To see the time, Su Nianyan smiled and said hello to Li Dahua and left first. We still have to speed up the planting speed in the space, and we have to increase the variety. She has been busy with business these days. Su Xiaoxiao also knew that she went to buy things for people, and she was lying on the bed tossing and turning. She remembered that Su Nianyan had never worked in her previous life. After marrying Bai Junyi, she lived a good life. Except for doing housework at home, she didn't have to work at all. Because after Qin Xiaobei died, Bai Junyi would continue to be promoted. After the promotion, the salary was very high. If the salary was very high, then the family would not lack money to spend. Su Nianyan had never worked before, so how could this life become different? How did Su Nianyan go out to find a job? It always felt weird. After tossing and turning in bed for a while, Su Xiaoxiao still couldn't figure it out, so she got up from the bed. Su Nianyan had been working for almost a week. She went out early and came back late every day. Now the task of cooking at home fell on her head, and she was responsible for buying vegetables. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly got up from the bed. Bai Junyi was injured in the previous mission and had to recuperate at home. He still had 3 days before reporting to the army. Su Xiaoxiao went directly to the house. She used to come here often, and she was very diligent every time she came, and she would also cook delicious food for the family. Although her cooking skills were average, the old man thought she was very diligent, smart, and seemed to be good-looking. Since Su Nianyan didn't want to get married, it didn't matter which of the 2 sisters married. As long as the promise made that year was fulfilled, the old man's mind gradually changed. When Su Xiaoxiao came today, Bai Shanshan came over with a smile and took her hand. Sister-in-law, what delicious food are you going to make for us today? Can I have spare ribs? Did your family buy spare ribs? Seeing that Bai Shanshan had such a good relationship with her, Su Xiaoxiao was still very relieved, and it was worth it that she had been trying to please her for so many days. Now, she was just waiting for her to do business. Bai Shanshan was a little unhappy when she heard this, and let go of her hand. Why buy ribs at home? I want to ask if my sister-in-law has brought any delicious food to the house. These 2 days, whenever Su Xiaoxiao came, she would buy some meat, sometimes ribs. That's why Bai Shanshan thought so. Usually, she can only eat it twice a month. The taste of meat is so good, and it is so fragrant when you bite it into your mouth. Her money has really been squeezed out. She didn't dare to go shopping. She had to wait for Wang Xiulian and Su Jiangwo to pay their salaries before giving her pocket money. Seeing Bai Shanshan was immediately unhappy, but thinking that Bai Shanshan would make a lot of money in the future, Su Xiaoxiao hurried forward to coax her. Today I have something important to tell your brother. Let's go in 2 days. I will definitely bring you ribs when I come, okay? In order for Bai Shanshan to treat her better in the future, Su Xiaoxiao really gave it her all. Okay. Although Bai Shanshan was a little unhappy, Su Xiaoxiao at least promised her that there would be meat to eat in 2 days. She couldn't act too badly either. Seeing that Bai Shanshan was finally coaxed, Su Xiaoxiao asked where Bai Junyi was. My brother went out. Bai Shanshan sat next to her, fiddling with her fingernails, and Su Xiaoxiao also sat in the yard waiting. The old man just came out of the house, and Su Xiaoxiao called out sweetly. Seeing the mess in the yard, Su Xiaoxiao felt a little uncomfortable and quickly stood up to clean it up. The old man looked at how efficient he was and nodded in satisfaction again, while also scolding Bai Shanshan, who was sitting next to him. Look at you. You make a mess of the yard every day. Isn't my sister-in-law cleaning it up? Bai Shanshan was used to being called that because she would marry her eldest brother sooner or later anyway. The old man knocked twice heavily with the cane in his hand. Don't ruin Xiao Xiao's reputation. She hasn't married yet. What if others hear about it and go for circumcision? The old man scolded, and Bai Shanshan stood up immediately. Okay, Grandpa, I won't say these things. Go in and have a rest. The old man basked in the sun in the yard for a while before entering the house. When he went in, the yard had been cleaned up very clean. He was very satisfied. A girl should be able to do housework and look good. The former can take care of the family, and the latter can help her grandson to support the table. In the past, he thought Su Niannian was more suitable. Now Su Xiaoxiao is also good. After waiting for a while, Bai Junyi came back from outside. When he opened the door and saw Su Xiaoxiao, his expression was a little weird, but he quickly returned to normal. He pulled the collar of his shirt. Xiaoxiao, why are you here? Bai Junyi went into the room and poured a glass of water. Didn't I say that I would report in 3 days, and I would come to see you after reporting and having a vacation? Su Xiaoxiao came so frequently that Bai Junyi was a little annoyed. Although there was someone to do the housework, Su Xiaoxiao always liked to pester him as soon as she came. It was really annoying. He took some time today to go to Yang Wanru. Wanru was in a bad mood, as if she was sick, coughing, and he stayed with her for a few hours. I have something to tell you. Su Xiaoxiao briefly talked about Su Niannian going to work. I think my sister is a little abnormal. After that, Su Xiaoxiao came over, put her arms around Bai Junyi's arms, and leaned on his shoulders. Brother Junyi, I really want to marry you. I really don't mind what I said. My sister is so abnormal. There must be something wrong with abnormal things. Maybe she'll mess with us. Otherwise, we should get engaged first. Before the engagement was just verbal. Once we get engaged and invite relatives and friends to the banquet and determine the wedding date, my sister can't make trouble even if she wants to. Isn't she the one who will make a fool of herself then? Su Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and turned around boldly, hugging Bai Junyi's waist tightly with both hands. With her face pressed against his chest, Brother Junyi, I really don't want my sister to ruin our relationship. Bai Junyi wanted to pull him apart, but he also thought of what she said. It made sense. Sure enough, Su Xiaoxiao was more sensible and smart. Su Niannian was indeed quite abnormal, and she might really come to make trouble, so let's settle this marriage as soon as possible. After talking to Su Xiaoxiao for few words, Bai Junyi said that he would communicate with his family. After the two of them finished talking, Su Xiaoxiao went home. During lunch in the afternoon, Bai Junyi told his parents and grandfather about this matter. I want to settle the marriage as soon as possible. Bai Junyi finished speaking and buried his head in his meal. Anyway, it's an engagement with the Su family, so it doesn't matter who I marry. I can cultivate feelings slowly. When Bai's parents heard that he was no longer stubbornly thinking about marrying the widow of his comrade in arms, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They are traditional parents. They can accept their son marrying a woman who is not perfect, but they absolutely cannot accept their son marrying a widow. The main thing is that the widow actually has a child. If she comes to their house, what will happen if she gives birth to a child for the Bai family in the future? They don't agree. Now hearing what their son said, the Bai family's parents have no objection. The old man thought that Su Xiaoxiao had been working so efficiently recently. There was nothing to say. He agreed to the marriage and also looked up the almanac to find a suitable day. He chose next Tuesday. Today is also Tuesday. On Friday, Bai Junyi will report to the army and explain the situation of the last mission to the mayor. After reporting, he can rest for 2 more days. After going to the army, he will have to train all the time. Wouldn't it be a bit inconvenient to schedule it on Tuesday? Bai's parents questioned. Since Jun-yi is still free, why not schedule it on Thursday afternoon? Thursday afternoon is also a good day. Bai's father spoke first, and the old man flipped through the calendar again, thought for a while, and nodded. Okay, then Thursday afternoon. Let's go through the things that need to be reviewed and just follow what we agreed on before. You should also prepare the gifts and gifts. Bai's parents nodded. They had already prepared, but their son insisted on marrying the widow of his comrade in arms. They were just thinking about what to do. The old man stood up and announced the engagement, and the two began to prepare. In their area, the gift is generally low, and the general gift in this era is 36 yuan. The more expensive ones are 66 yuan or 88 yuan. Of course, there are higher ones, but those are only affordable for wealthy families, so their family will give 66. Then buy some things and send them over, and buy a piece of cloth. In a few days, you can ask the master to help make a red cheongsam, which is more face-saving to wear when getting married. The Bai family's parents had already thought about it. The family was discussing the details here, while Su Xiaoxiao looked up at Su Nianyan while eating.
Why are you looking at me?
The vegetables this afternoon were just bought casually by Su Nianyan from outside, so they tasted no different from the ones she bought before. Su Xiaoxiao smiled when she saw Su Nianyan was so surprised. Mom, Brother Bai said he will come to our house in the next 2 days, and we will get engaged as soon as possible. You and Dad will be at home by then. They said the betrothal gift will be the same as before, but there will be more things. This is what Bai Junyi said during the day. The Bai couple should come to the door tomorrow. Wang Xiulian couldn't stop smiling when she heard this. A betrothal gift of 66 yuan, no matter who hears it, it is very face-saving. In the past, because of the betrothal gift of 66 yuan plus other things, Wang Xiulian felt very regretful, wondering why it was not her daughter who got the marriage. They are all Grandpa Su's granddaughters. Why must Su Nianyan be chosen? A step-granddaughter is also a granddaughter. Later, she met Qin Xiaobei's mother again. After the two chatted, she felt that it was not impossible. Because Qin Xiaobei was the deputy head of the group, the betrothal gifts given in the future would definitely be given more by the Bai family. She was quite happy. Unexpectedly, after all the fuss, the marriage fell on her daughter. But it was also good. Listening to them talking about this here, Su Nianyan did not react much. Before, she would think about the things in her previous life, and she would feel that Bai Junyi chose Su Xiaoxiao so quickly to be together, which was really chilling. But in the past few days of making money from business, she felt that money was flowing into her pocket. Su Nianyan felt that making money was the most refreshing. Why bother with men? If you really look for a man, isn't Qin Xiaobei 100 times better than Bai Junyi? Su Nianyan didn't care, so she didn't want to listen. After dinner, she returned to the space. She wanted to see if the big white radish she planted was mature. If she could sell big white radish and spinach together tomorrow, the income would probably be better. It has been almost a week since the sales started. The customer base is very stable every day, and more people are buying vegetables. All the vegetables are sold out before the afternoon. Su Nianyan controls the quantity. She can add a little bit occasionally, but not too much. Once it is oversold, there may be no vegetables to sell for a day or two. She still has to insist on buying vegetables. So Su Nianyan was going back to her room after eating. Su Xiaoxiao's voice sounded behind her. Sister, remember to come back early tomorrow. Uncle Bai and his friends are coming to our house to discuss the wedding. They should stay here for a while. Remember to buy some melon seeds and peanuts. Su Nianyan didn't even think about it. When she was about to come in after hearing this, she paused. Su Xiaoxiao thought she would see her ugly face, but she turned back expressionlessly. Then Mom, remember to leave the money for buying melon seeds for me. Although I sell things to people, I only get paid once a month. It was okay to buy vegetables before, but now they have to spend money to buy melon seeds and other things. If she acts very rich, won't they also be suspicious? Wang Xiulian pouted. This girl doesn't think about anything else but money. While people outside were still talking, Su Niannian had already entered the space to check on her vegetables. Su Xiaoxiao felt that he must be jealous when she saw Su Niannian hurried in, and she suddenly felt that it was right for her to go to Bai Junyi and tell him to settle the marriage as soon as possible. What if Su Niannian snatched her marriage away? That would be bad. If they were engaged and Su Niannian still wanted to make a scene or regretted it, she could then turn the tables. Su Niannian would definitely not end up well. The next afternoon, when Su Niannian came back, Bai's parents came to the house to discuss the betrothal gift. Bai's parents were going to have dinner here, so Su Niannian and Su Xiaoxiao went to cook together. Su Xiaoxiao also bought ribs today, and watching her excitedly cooking over there, Su Niannian helped by the side. Sister, you have to be calm later. Don't rush out and say that you regret it, otherwise our family will lose face. Su Xiaoxiao deliberately raised her voice. Su Niannian didn't say anything after hearing it, squatting in the corner to peel potatoes. Looking at her appearance, Su Xiaoxiao completely attributed it to jealousy. I remember that Qin Xiaobei didn't seem to come to see you in the past few days. What's wrong with you recently? You must cultivate your relationship well. Su Xiaoxiao was chanting here like a sutra. Su Niannian couldn't listen to it anymore. As soon as she put the things down, she went out to serve tea and water. Today's talks went smoothly. When the Bai family's parents talked about these things, they would occasionally look at Su Niannian's face. Mother Bai thought that Su Niannian was very good to her and her daughter before, but now she changed her mind. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart. It seems that this little girl is also very scheming. It is estimated that she was pretending to be good to her and her daughter before. Knowing that they can't get married, she immediately took back all the things. Such people are not sincere enough. Su Xiaoxiao is better. She went to their house several times. He helped with a lot of housework and even bought meat and vegetables to supplement their family. Such people are suitable for living. The engagement was discussed quickly, and it only took 1 or 2 days. When the Bai family's parents left, Su Xiaoxiao walked out and called them sweetly, and then sent them out. Su Niannian continued to go back to her room. On Thursday afternoon, she sold all the vegetables early. After a walk, she returned home and changed her clothes. Seeing that they were not at home, she knew that they should all be at the Bai family, so she went there too. Bai Junyi and Su Xiaoxiao are engaged today. Su Xiaoxiao specially put on a new set of clothes that she had bought before and greeted the guests in the yard with Bai Junyi. Today, the guests invited are the best relatives of the two families. Everyone has almost arrived, and when they saw Su Niannian coming, everyone's faces were very strange. It was said before that Su Niannian was going to marry Bai Junyi, and she often ran to his house, as if she was giving him money. Now, suddenly, there is a different person. They thought Su Niannian would not come to dinner, but they didn't expect that she really came. Could it be that she came to cause trouble? Wang Xiulian thought the same, and quickly reached out to pull Su Niannian to sit next to her. Su Niannian knew what Wang Xiulian meant, and she kept her distance from him, sitting quietly aside without saying anything. The relatives were all muttering. What's wrong with the eldest daughter of the old Su family? She actually came to eat. Haven't you heard? Her 2 sisters changed their marriages, and Xiaoxiao changed her blind date to her. Is she happy too? Didn't she say that she always chased after Bai Junyi? I don't think she will do anything to disrupt it today. She doesn't have the guts. The faces of the relatives were all colorful. Su Niannian didn't see this. She just came to eat. After Bai Junyi greeted the guests and sat down, he also saw Su Niannian in the corner. Su Niannian seemed different from before. When she was pestering him before, she always dragged him to call Junyi brother. He was particularly annoyed by Su Niannian calling her that. He felt that he was imitating others to act coquettishly, and felt a little disgusted. Su Niannian didn't smile today. She sat quietly in the corner, without saying a word. The setting sun shone on her body. as if she was coated with a layer of light. Bai Junyi looked more and more strange, until Su Xiaoxiao came over and held his hand. "Brother Junyi." Su Xiaoxiao knew how to show weakness. She looked shy and timid. Bai Junyi was comforted by these 3 words. He looked at Su Nianyan like that. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. I guess Su Nianyan is forcing a smile. Let's see how long she can pretend. She thought that if she pretended to agree to change this marriage and played hard to get, he would be attached to her? Bai Junyi was extremely disdainful in his heart. Playing hard to get would be useless to him. She shouldn't think too much. Su Nianyan didn't force a smile at all. He simply felt that he had changed his fate and was quite happy. He didn't have to die early in this life, nor did he have to lie in the hospital with no one to see him. Soon it was time for dinner. Everyone sat at the same table. Wang Xiulian tightly pulled Su Nianyan to cook with her, fearing that she would disrupt her daughter's engagement party. Su Nianyan didn't say much. The food at the engagement party today was quite good. She could eat more meat and fish. The Bai family was quite generous and even bought some mutton to stew. I don't know who cooked it, but it tasted good, but the skill of stewing mutton was still a little worse than that of my previous life. When I can live alone, I have to cook something delicious for myself to nourish my stomach and body. Everyone here sat down to eat, and Yang Wanru came late with her son. Wearing a washed-out dress, she pretended to be very fast and stood at the door. Bai Junyi hurried forward to greet her. Su Xiaoxiao saw people and walked forward with a smile. This is Sister Yang, right? Su Xiaoxiao had seen Yang Wanru in her previous life, and she thought she was easy to get along with. She smiled and asked them to sit down. Su Nianyan and her friends happened to have another seat, so they were arranged here, and a small stool was added for the child. Su Nianyan's eyes met Yang Wanru's. The two quickly looked away, and Yang Wanru ate quietly. Su Nianyan also ate very happily. Looking at Su Xiaoxiao and Bai Junyi greeting guests over there, Yang Wanru had an inexplicable thought in her mind. She had never taken Su Nianyan seriously before. Because she knew that this person could not Bai Junyi away from her, the more she made trouble, the farther Bai Junyi would stay away from her. But this time when she saw Su Xiaoxiao, Yang Wanru's eyes showed a strong fear. What men feel most distressed is a considerate woman, especially one who pretends to care about him. Isn't it this trick that allows her to firmly grasp Bai Junyi's heart? Acting as a flower of understanding, staying by his side when he needs her, solving his doubts. Over time, he will feel that he is the best. Su Xiaoxiao is also so considerate and even offered to take care of herself and her son. This is enough to show that this woman is not simple. Yang Wanru suppressed her fears, and it seemed that she had to think of some ways. What if the two really got married, and Su Xiaoxiao used some means to Bai Junyi away from her? What should she do with her son? Absolutely not. At the end of the engagement banquet, Bai's parents announced the successful engagement of the two, and even announced the time of their wedding. It was the same time when Su Nianyan and Bai Junyi got married in the previous life. Everyone applauded and blessed. Bai Junyi put his arm around Su Xiaoxiao's waist and toasted everyone at each table. Have a good meal. When he came to Su Nianyan's table, Bai Junyi's hand did not loosen. He believed that Wanru would understand him, and all this was just a show, and he only had her in his heart. Yang Wanru felt uncomfortable watching the two of them, but Su Nianyan was very calm. Bai Junyi put his arm around Su Xiaoxiao's waist, showing that they were in a very good relationship, and he was very proud of himself. Su Nianyan looked fine on the surface, but she must be heartbroken in her heart. But being sad had nothing to do with her. It was useless to regret it later. She and Su Xiaoxiao had already made it clear in front of relatives and friends. If she wanted to make a scene, she would be the one who would be embarrassed in the end.
Right.
That's how it should be. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Xiaoxiao was the best marriage partner. As long as they were married, he could go to see Yang Wanru under the guise of marriage. The engagement banquet ended quickly, and Su Nianyan went home after dinner. Su Xiaoxiao had been showing off proudly at home, and she couldn't stand it anymore and went back to her room. She was not jealous. The only feeling she had was that Su Xiaoxiao was too stupid. The next day, Su Nianyan was about to go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables in the morning when Qin Xiaobei came. Qin Xiaobei came early and Su Nianyan hadn't made breakfast yet. She was stunned. "Why are you here so early? I remember it's not the weekend yet. Today is only Friday. I have to be on duty tomorrow, but my parents want to invite you to dinner at home." Qin Xiaobei came early in the morning just for this. Su Nianyan nodded, probably to discuss the wedding, because in her previous life, she married Bai Junyi on the same day as Su Xiaoxiao and Qin Xiaobei. At that time, it was said that it was best for the two sisters to get married together. This time, since she chose Qin Xiaobei, she had to delay the time of marriage, preferably for another month. "This is something I brought for you. You can also replenish your nutrition, and this is for the family." Qin Xiaobei handed over 2 bags, one of which contained some canned food and delicious food. The other side contained a little meat and some vegetables. "These things are the most useful gifts these days. Keep the canned food for yourself. Asked a friend to bring it to you," Qin Xiaobei said and glanced at the time on his watch. "I still have to go to the army for training. I'll wait for you at home tomorrow afternoon." Su Nianyan nodded. Everyone has their own things to do, so she didn't hesitate. After the two finished talking, Qin Xiaobei left first. Su Nianyan had just carried the things into the house when Wang Xiulian came out.
Who was talking at the door just now?
Wang Xiulian asked. Su Nianyan pointed to the things on the table. Qin Xiaobei just sent it over. "I will come back early in the afternoon to cook for you. I will go to their house for dinner tomorrow afternoon." Su Nianyan finished speaking and went in to cook 2 corns. After breakfast, everyone was busy with their own things. Because they had packed up in advance, Su Nianyan closed the stall the next day and went to buy some small gifts. No one came back, so she went directly to Qin's house. She had come once last time, and Wan Jing and Qin Minji were very polite to her. Qin Xiaobei came back soon, and Wan Jing made a lot of delicious food again. During the meal, they talked about getting married. "Nianyan, I want to ask if you have any other opinions about Xiaobei?" Wan Jing was a little embarrassed. "I thought I would ask you first and then go to meet your parents. Xiaobei is already 28 years old, not young anymore, and children of his age are running around everywhere, so we are thinking, can you get married earlier?" Hearing Wan Jing's words, Su Nianyan was still very happy. Because he and Qin Xiaobei have been dating for a while, according to the ideas of both parents, they can get married directly. Even if Wan Jing didn't say hello to him and came directly with gifts, Wang Xiulian and Su Zhengwo would not refuse this marriage. Maybe without her knowing, the date of the wedding has been set. But Wan Jing asked her first, which made him feel respected, so Qin Xiaobei's parents are very good. "I have no objection to marriage. Since everyone thinks Wan Jing and Qin Minji are good parents, it proves that their son will not be too bad. Besides, after spending such a long time with Qin Xiaobei, he really thinks he is a good person." Although she spoke less, she was always working silently. She had her own ideas no matter what she was dealing with. She would also take good care of herself. Such a person was good enough. Compared to her previous life, she had never received such caring care, and she felt that it was enough. Hearing Su Nianyan say that she had no objection to the marriage and could even set a date, Qin Xiaobei's heart actually surged with joy. He thought Su Nianyan would think about it again, but he didn't expect her to agree so readily. He actually began to look forward to the life after the two got married. "Then Nianyan, if you don't object, let's continue to talk about the wedding. Look at the wedding date." Wanjing took out the small notebook in her hand. "The nearest wedding date is next month, and it's not too close to now. The other wedding date is a little further away, about 2 months away. These 2 wedding dates are the 2 best dates this year. Do you have any ideas?" These all have to respect Su Nianyan's opinions, so Wanjing is very serious. Qin Xiaobei and Qin Minji sat on the other side. What they were thinking about now was what to bring when they visited the Su family. The rules must be followed, according to their customs. It is not easy for others to raise a daughter. If she wants to marry their son as a daughter-in-law, she must be sincere. I think the wedding date is too close. When Su Nianyan saw the wedding date, she remembered that in her previous life, she and Su Xiaoxiao got married on the same day. Su Xiaoxiao married Qin Xiaobei, and she married Bai Junyi. They got married on the same day. It was also called a good story by others. What happened later? Su Nianyan shook her head. She absolutely could not choose this day again because after getting married on that day, Qin Xiaobei would go on a mission. Once something happened and the news came back, even if it was just a fake death, she would be labeled as a husband killer or a jinx. Absolutely not. The rumors in this era are very exaggerated and can really drive people to death. So she pointed to another wedding date. Auntie, let's choose this one. The last one was too tight, and we may not be able to prepare well. Besides, my sister and brother-in-law are set to get married on this date. I also want to attend their wedding banquet. I want to keep it a distance. Su Nianyan expressed her thoughts. Wanjing thought about it, and it seemed to be right. She simply crossed out the first date. The two discussed the details of the wedding here. Qin Xiaobei and Qin Minji made a list. They should prepare everything in the next 2 days. Su Nianyan should say hello to Su Zhengwo and Wang Xiulian when she goes back today. They will visit in a few days to discuss the wedding date. Qin Xiaobei also needs to consider filing a marriage report. These things are quite complicated. We should do it step by step. The discussion was almost over. Finally, Wanjing held Su Nianyan's hand tightly. No matter what you think, you must tell your aunt. It is not easy for your parents to raise you. We will not violate the rules and customs. Okay. Su Nianyan looked at Wanjing's gentle face and thought of her mother countless times in her heart. If her mother were still alive, she would be so gentle and even comb her hair when she got married. She felt a little uncomfortable, turned her face away, and wiped her tears gently. What's wrong, Nian Nian? Wanjing put down the things in her hand. Are you dissatisfied with the process of the wedding or something? You can say it. Su Nian Nian hurriedly shook her head. I'm not dissatisfied with the details of the wedding. I just thought of my mother. In 2 lifetimes, this has become a regret in Su Nian Nian's heart. Wanjing heard this and suddenly remembered that Su Nian Nian's current mother is a stepmother. She didn't know about it before, but based on the fact that Wang Xiulian only said that she had a daughter at home, she guessed that Su Nian Nian's life at home must not be very good. Wanjing held her hand tightly, looking at her really uncomfortable, and pulled her over to lean on her shoulder. It doesn't matter if you marry into our family in the future, Auntie will treat you well. Auntie will treat you as her own daughter. Su Nianyan didn't know what to say after hearing this. She had lived for decades in her previous life and had seen a lot of things. Everyone said that they couldn't believe what Su Nianyan said. No mother-in-law would treat her daughter-in-law as her own daughter. It was just an illusion. But now Su Nianyan was willing to believe this. She hugged Wanjing and suddenly burst into tears. After crying for a few minutes and venting her feelings, Su Nianyan wiped her tears and smiled a little embarrassedly. I was so moved by what Auntie said just now that I couldn't control myself. I'm sorry. It's a bit embarrassing. Su Nianyan didn't expect that she couldn't control her emotions and really burst into tears just now. What does it matter? We will be a family in the future. Wanjing said a few more words and asked Su Nianyan to tell Su Zhengwo and Wang Xiulian when she returned. They will be busy if we go there, so why not book a restaurant outside and meet there to talk about the wedding? Su Nianyan thought this was also good and stayed at their house for a while before leaving. The people just left. Wanjing looked at her son who was sitting far away. It must have been very difficult for Nian Nian to live in that family for so many years. If you marry her in the future, you must treat her well. You can also apply for your own house. You can write an application report in the next 2 days, and then file a marriage report.
Don't delay.
When marrying Nian Nian, everything must follow the highest rules. After Wanjing said these words, Qin Xiaobei said it was okay. He would prepare everything he should prepare. Just now, he saw Su Nianyan crying so sadly. He made a decision in his heart secretly. If he marries her home, he must not let her cry. She still looks best when she smiles. Once she smiles, it's like the February sunshine melting all the frost, and flowers bloom in her heart. Su Nianyan told this matter after returning home. The day after tomorrow, she set a date. They said they want to meet you the day after tomorrow to discuss the marriage between Qin Xiaobei and me. at the big hotel nearby. Su Xiaoxiao was also there. She was quite excited to hear Su Nianyan and the others say they were going to discuss the wedding. She and Bai Junyi were already engaged, and the two had also set the wedding date. In their previous life, the two sisters got married on the same day. A few days after she had been looking forward to Su Nianyan's wedding, she suddenly learned that Qin Xiaobei had died. She wondered what would happen to Su Nianyan at that time. Would she collapse and go crazy? When Su Xiaoxiao thought of Su Nianyan's mood in recent times, she could imagine what would happen to him at that time. At that time, she would be hysterical, collapse and go crazy, and people would point fingers at her and say that she was a nemesis and a jinx, and she could live a good life with Bai Junyi. Wouldn't she have successfully changed her destiny in this life? Thinking of this, Su Xiaoxiao was really very happy. Okay, then let's talk about your marriage. It just so happens that your sister's marriage has been decided. Su Jiangwo didn't have much to say. Wang Xulian thought for a while. Your sister gave us her betrothal gift, and we also brought it back to her, and so did yours. Now let's make it clear here. Don't say anything else later. After Wang Xulian finished speaking, Su Jiangwo looked back at her and winked at her. How could he say such a thing at this time? That's good. Su Nianyan had no objection. It's really good that Mom has made it clear now, so when the time comes, just give me the betrothal gift directly. You don't have to buy too much for me for other things, just follow my sister's specifications, or a little less than hers. Su Nianyan didn't care much about these things, because she remembered that Su Xiaoxiao loved to compare betrothal gifts in her previous life. Qin Xiaobei's betrothal gift was 128 yuan. This betrothal gift made Su Xiaoxiao proud for a long time. It is estimated that she will spend the same amount in her life. As long as Su Nianyan has this betrothal gift of more than 100 yuan in her pocket, it doesn't matter how much dowry they give. The reason why Wang Xulian said this is because she is afraid that she will make a fuss in the future, saying that all the betrothal gifts given by the Bai family were given to Su Xiaoxiao. Then she and Su Jiangwo simply don't want them.
Just take them all back. Okay.
Hearing Su Nianyan say this, Wang Xulian was quite happy. For the dowry, she would prepare a few quilts, kettles, and basins. Then you can figure out the clothes you want to wear when the time comes. Wang Xulian continued, the betrothal gift from their family should not be small. Your sister gave you such a good marriage. You have to give your sister some dowry when the time comes. Su Nianyan had nothing to say. She quickly finished her meal and went back to her room. The stepmother is quite powerful, and the father is a weak person who wants the family to live a good life. This family is not going well. Don't ask for too much. Back in the room, we enjoyed ourselves as usual. 2 days later, it was the afternoon when the two families were going to have dinner. Today, Su Nianyan also closed the stall early and came back. After packing up, the family went to the restaurant. On the way there, Su Xiaoxiao held Wang Xulian's arm. Mom, I think my sister and I are really in the right marriage. Brother Bai treats me very well. Maybe Brother Bai really doesn't like my sister's personality, but Deputy Group Leader Qin likes my sister very much. Although Qin Xiaobei's position is indeed higher than Brother Bai, I believe that Brother Bai will be promoted in the future. He must have a future. It's good for both of us to switch. Su Xiaoxiao kept talking about some details of her and Bai Junyi's relationship, showing their affection there. Su Nianyan didn't react much after listening. These words were probably made up by Su Xiaoxiao to stimulate him, because now Bai Junyi's mind is all on Yang Wanru. When they got engaged that day, although he kept holding Su Xiaoxiao's hand, his eyes were on Yang Wanru. Gentle as water. These 4 words are only for Yang Wanru. And Yang Wanru is more patient. Su Xiaoxiao said at the beginning that she didn't care about him taking care of the widow of his comrade. That's because Su Xiaoxiao didn't know that Yang Wanru was Bai Junyi's first love. Once she knew, according to Su Xiaoxiao's impatient character, she would even make more exaggerated trouble than herself. How could Bai Junyi tolerate her? Su Nianyan shook her head. She didn't care how their lives were. Now her life was good. Su Xiaoxiao talked a lot here for a long time, but Su Nianyan didn't react. She clenched her fists with gritted teeth. Su Nianyan was pretending. Who knows how uncomfortable she was in her heart. The family arrived at the restaurant. They waited here for less than 2 minutes. Qin Minji and Ruanjing came with Qin Xiaobei. Seeing Qin Xiaobei, Su Xiaoxiao was still the same as in her previous life. He felt handsome. He was handsome no matter when he looked at him, and he was tall. In her previous life, she found such a person for herself and felt excited. Who knows? People with good conditions in all aspects have short lives. Su Xiaoxiao looked away, and Ruanjing and Qin Minji immediately greeted Su Jiangwo and the others, saying that they were a little late to prepare things. They brought large and small bags of things, all of which were food, cigarettes, and alcohol. These were prepared according to the rules. Bai Junyi and his family had brought these things when they visited before, but Qin Xiaobei's additions were obviously of a higher grade. Wang Xulian and Su Jiangwo immediately laughed, and the two families sat at the table to order first. After Ruanjing ordered the dishes, she handed the menu to Su Nianyan. Nianyan, take a look, order whatever you want to eat. Su Jiangwo didn't think there was anything wrong, but Wang Xulian was very unhappy. Shouldn't she order after her parents have ordered? Why did they hand the menu to Su Nianyan? Su Nianyan is just a junior. Then I'll take these. Su Nianyan was not polite at all, and ordered the dishes directly from it, which made Wang Xulian very angry. One dared to take, and the other dared to order. Then let's have these dishes. Ruanjing saw that the dishes were almost ready, so she handed the menu to the waiter next to her. Please prepare it for us faster. The two future in-laws should not have any dietary restrictions, right? Su Jiangwo was a man, and he was careless about some things, so he didn't care much about these details. He didn't think there was anything wrong, but Wang Xulian was furious. She wanted to say something sarcastic, but Su Jiangwo shook his head. It's good like this. It's more important to talk about the wedding today. Let's not care about those details. What Wang Xulian wanted to say was blocked back. Ruanjing smiled. Then let us talk about the wedding, so we can talk while waiting for the food. Su Jiangwo said that he had no objection to Ruanjing, and he told her their ideas first. Our idea is roughly like this. The betrothal gift is 188 yuan plus other things, all for Nian Nian. Is it okay with the in-laws? Ruanjing was good at talking, and Qin Minji sat aside, unconditionally supporting his wife's ideas. Wang Xulian's eyelids twitched when she heard this. Su Xiaoxiao's eyelids twitched as well. Her betrothal gift was only a few dozen yuan, and she had long thought that Su Nianyan's betrothal gift would be over 100 yuan, but she didn't expect it to be so much higher than in the previous life. Mother-in-law, I want to ask if there is anything else besides the betrothal gift? Wang Xulian smiled on the opposite side. Ruanjing reached out and grabbed Su Nianyan on the right. I thought the betrothal gift was just something for the child to create a small family, so I didn't give too much. Isn't it popular to buy gold now? I thought about preparing a gold bracelet, a gold necklace, a gold ring, and gold earrings for Nianyan. A total of 5 golds. After these words came out, Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Xulian were both shocked. Everyone knows how expensive gold is now. People with little money in their pockets don't dare to look at it. Unexpectedly, Ruanjing actually said that she would buy so much for Su Nianyan. The two swallowed their saliva frantically. Shu Xiaoxiao. I can't believe myself a little bit. In the previous life, the betrothal gift was only 128 yuan, plus a gold bracelet. How can I get such a high treatment? What happened to Su Nianyan? Logically speaking, it should be carried out according to the trajectory of the previous life. Why is it like this? Give all these things to Nian Nian, Ruanjing repeated again. She saw Wang Xulian's greedy look. Does the father-in-law have any objection? Su Jiangwo was originally a face-conscious person. He was a deputy battalion commander. Qin Xiaobei, who is sitting here, was the deputy regiment commander, and his father was a leader. Although he also wanted to see these things, he absolutely could not let his daughter down at this time. Of course I have no objection. All these things are given to Nian Nian. Marriage is originally a matter for 2 people. He and Xiaobei should form a new family. When Su Jiangwo said these words, Wang Xulian kept pulling his sleeves from below. How could he not want these things? The betrothal gift is fine, but this is gold. Wang Xulian has never seen it. He only heard that the golden ones are particularly beautiful. Then I will ask Xiaobei to deliver the things I bought in 2 days. I will keep them at home for a few days and then Nian Nian will take them back when she gets married. I have asked Xiaobei to apply for a house. No problem, no problem. Su Zhengwo smiled quickly and nodded to Qin Minji from time to time. Wang Xiulian collapsed in the chair after hearing this. She has spent some of the money she earned in the past few years on Su Nian Nian.
Why?
Su Xiaoxiao was also confused when she heard it. She didn't have such good treatment in her previous life. Why did Su Nian Nian live better than herself?
Why?
She clenched her hands tightly, and she was very angry. Could it be that Wan Jing and Qin Minji in her previous life had opinions about her? That's why they refused to prepare so many things for her. They treated her too differently. Su Xiaoxiao was very unhappy, but in the end she could only clench her fists and suppress everything. He could only tell himself that Qin Xiaobei would die soon, and all this was just external things. Because Su Nian Nian would be scolded to death, just like herself in her previous life. Since we have almost finished talking about this matter, let me talk about the wedding date. Wan Jing continued, we have set the wedding date for the 6th in 2 months. There are still more than 2 months of preparation time, so there is still plenty of time. When the time comes, our two families will discuss and marry Nian back to our family in a grand manner. After listening to Wan Jing's words, Su Zhengwo was still smiling and did not express his opinion. Su Xiaoxiao looked up suddenly. Why is it this wedding date? Seeing Su Xiaoxiao looking up, Wan Jing and her family were very surprised, especially Qin Xiaobei, who frowned tightly. He usually went out to perform tasks, and he had a certain perception and observation ability. He found that Su Xiaoxiao's mood was always very wrong. Why was she so surprised that the wedding date between him and Su Nian Nian was set in 2 months? Su Xiaoxiao looked up suddenly and blurted out, not expecting that everyone's eyes were looking at her. She looked at everyone's eyes and suddenly felt cold sweat. Even if she felt something was wrong, she couldn't say it at this time. What if she is suspected? She smiled awkwardly. I just thought that my future brother-in-law is not young anymore. Shouldn't he get married earlier? Why is it so late? Why not get married with me and brother Bai? That date is also good. Although it is only a month away, it is still in time for both families to be a little busy. Facing everyone's puzzled expressions, Su Xiaoxiao could only find some excuses as much as possible, trying not to let them find out that there was a problem. She really felt that there was a problem. It was obviously not like this in the previous life. Qin Xiaobei's family was very anxious to get married, so they hurriedly set the wedding date, which led to her and Su Nian Nian getting married on the same day. Why is it different in this life? It was postponed for a month. If Qin Xiaobei still went to perform the mission, and the death training came at that time, what would happen if Su Nian Nian didn't get married? If Su Nian Nian didn't get married, she would definitely continue to covet Bai Junyi, and maybe she would even compete with herself for a man at that time. Bai Junyi will continue to be promoted in the future, and the final position is still very high. How could I watch her being snatched away? Absolutely not. Su Xiaoxiao wanted to change Su Nian Nian again, but she knew what she meant. She gently curled her lips and smiled. I was thinking about the day you were getting married, and I wanted to attend your wedding. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't bear it when she heard this. She thought that since Qin Xiaobei and the others were there, why not? After thinking for a while, she blurted out, "You are not still obsessed with Brother Bai, are you?" After saying this, Su Zhengwo's face instantly turned ugly. Today they were talking about the wedding. Why did Su Xiaoxiao say such a thing? Wang Xiulian did the same. It had already been changed, so there was no need to say such a thing at this time. Since the marriage has been decided, Su Zhengwo will definitely get help from Qin Minji in the future, and their family may live a better life. Why is Su Xiaoxiao so stupid that she has to make the other party unhappy?
No.
Su Nian Nian met Qin Xiaobei's expression, smiled at her, and then looked back at Su Xiaoxiao. Not everyone likes to pick up trash. I don't like it very much. I just want to have one more meal and drink one more wedding wine. How can my sister say that to me? Besides, your family is already preparing for your wedding. If you keep it secret from me, my parents will definitely be very busy. I understand them. There was nothing wrong with what he said. Qin Xiaobei and the others didn't say anything more, but Ruanjing felt that Su Xiaoxiao was a little bit wrong. Immediately speaking up for Su Nianyan, I think what Nianyan said is right. You two are sisters, so there is no need for you to get married on the same day. Hearing these words, Su Xiaoxiao could only smile awkwardly. She couldn't say anything. Let's discuss other details. We will follow the highest standards and will never let Nianyan suffer any grievances. Su Xiaoxiao didn't hear a word of what Ruanjing said later. Even if the dishes were served, she didn't eat much. She was absent-minded. After the two families finished their meal, they prepared to go back. Qin Xiaobei sent Su Nianyan off. No need to send us off. We can go back by ourselves. Su Nianyan looked up at Qin Xiaobei. Don't we still have to prepare the details of the wedding later? We can discuss anything. Don't believe what others say. I really don't like picking up trash. Su Nianyan repeated it again. Qin Xiaobei looked into his eyes and nodded. Su Xiaoxiao didn't say anything. On the way home, Wang Xuelian talked to her, but she didn't hear it. She quickened her pace and went home. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao walking so fast, as if she was throwing a tantrum, Su Zhengwo was a little unhappy. Look at the child you taught. At that time, she proposed to change her partner, and now she said that Nian Nian has feelings for Baiju. What on earth is she thinking? Does she want to make our family miserable? Su Zhengwo felt that his idea was fine. On the one hand, he hoped that his daughter would marry well, and on the other hand, he hoped to find a good-in-law who would help him in the army in the future. So Su Xiaoxiao's words made him unhappy. Wang Xuelian curled her lips. Then I'll just say hello more next time. Tell her not to say such things again in the future, and start preparing for her wedding with Bai Junyi after returning home. After saying these words, Su Zhengwo also quickened his pace to go home, and Su Nianyan went straight to the space to rest after returning home. Su Xiaoxiao was very anxious all night, and she couldn't wait to find Bai Junyi as soon as she got up the next morning. Bai Junyi had already reported to the army smoothly. When Su Xiaoxiao went there, he was about to go to the military district. Bai Junyi felt annoyed when he saw Su Xiaoxiao. Why did he come to him all day? Wasn't he ashamed as a woman? Yang Wanru was indeed better. His Wanru was more thoughtful, kind, and considerate. She was not like Su Xiaoxiao at all. Although the two were engaged, they would definitely be laughed at if they stayed here for a long time. You. Before Bai Junyi could speak, Su Xiaoxiao spoke first. We discussed my sister and Qin Xiaobei's wedding yesterday. Their date is more than a month after ours. Do you think my sister will come to ruin our wedding? I think my sister will definitely come to ruin it. We must be vigilant on the day of our wedding. Su Xiaoxiao patted her chest gently. My sister was really scary when she spoke last night. I was very anxious and hurried to tell you about it. Bai Junyi frowned when he heard this. On the day of his engagement, he found that Su Nianyan's expression was very strange, because she used to like him very much, but suddenly she didn't like him. If it wasn't a playful trick, it was very likely that she was brewing some big conspiracy. Otherwise, the two sisters could clearly get married together.
Why?
Bai Ju didn't particularly hate Su Xiaoxiao now. She still cared about herself and absolutely couldn't let Su Nianyan, this crazy woman, ruin her marriage. Once this marriage was done, he could take care of Yang Wanru under this guise. Okay, I know. After Bai Junyi finished speaking, he looked at Su Xiaoxiao and pretended to be gentle. You've worked so hard. When you marry into my family, you can have a rest. Okay. Bai Junyi's words made Su Xiaoxiao feel very happy in her heart. She felt that Bai Junyi loved her, and the two of them would definitely live a good life after they got married, and their conditions would get better and better in a few years. The more she thought about it, the more beautiful it felt. And Su Nianyan got up early in the morning, ate breakfast, and went straight to set up the stall. In addition to small greens, her stall also has big white radishes and spinach. The aunties who bought small greens before were originally thinking of buying something else, but when they saw other fresh vegetables on her stall, they immediately bought big white radishes. The big white radishes here are so juicy and must taste really good. My family is used to eating your small greens, and they order some every 2 days. Don't tell me, my kids eat them every day and ask for more every day. Give me 2 pounds of big white radishes and spinach. My kids will definitely like them. Everyone was an acquaintance who had bought vegetables from Su Nianyan before, and they were quite excited. They bought big white radishes and spinach, and then went other places to buy some, and left. Su Nianyan's business was the best. All the aunties on both sides were so angry that their eyes turned red. They didn't buy small greens in the past 2 days because they knew that there were other people at Su Nianyan's place, and they probably wouldn't buy from them. They had just bought some big white radishes and potatoes, as well as some spinach, yesterday afternoon. They had thought that if Su Nianyan sold small green vegetables, they would be able to sell some other vegetables. Who knew that Su Nianyan actually brought in fresh vegetables again? Wasn't this going against them? The other vegetable sellers also saw it. This little girl is really a rascal. Did she guess in advance that they were going to sell these vegetables? How is that possible? Who would tell others when they get vegetables? Aren't the ones we get different? They are too miserable. The big white radishes and spinach sold very well at Su Nianyan's stall, and she also sold a lot of green vegetables. The 2 aunts next to her didn't touch the vegetables on their stalls. The 2 people looked at Su Nianyan with red eyes as she just left. One of the aunts said in a weird tone, "Do you have to go against us? We just got the big white radishes and spinach yesterday afternoon, and you're selling them this morning. I think you really want to go against us." Hearing this, Su Nianyan blinked. It's not that I want to go against them, it's mainly because I only planted radishes and spinach. And some of the green vegetables from before. There's nothing else. Who knew they would actually sell this? I don't want to go against you. The store where I buy vegetables only has these 2 varieties. Su Nianyan could only find an excuse. The aunt on the left rolled up her sleeves and rushed over. Then why do you want to sell these vegetables? You know you have a lot of repeat customers, but you have to do these things just to make it impossible for the 2 of us to sell? I don't think so.
Su Nianyan sat aside calmly.
The 2 people were so angry that they wanted to overturn her stall. She turned back suddenly. Since you don't want me to sell, then do it. I have about 30 kilograms of vegetables here. If you ruin them all, you will compensate me at the original price. Otherwise, we will go directly to the police. In this era, many people are afraid to see the police. Upon hearing this, the 2 aunts who rushed over suddenly stopped where they were. They didn't dare. If they were really arrested, everyone buys their own vegetables. I don't know what vegetables I will sell every day. If I make money from everyone, I have no choice, but the vegetables I sell are indeed conscientious. Su Nianyan sat on the chair after she finished speaking. There were many people selling vegetables in the market, and there were many kinds of vegetables for sale, but few people bumped into her. There were only the 2 next to her. When everyone heard what Su Nianyan said, they couldn't help but praise her in their hearts, saying that she had a strong character. The little girl who had set up a stall to sell vegetables here before was always bullied by these 2 aunts because she was too weak in character. In the end, they couldn't even set up their stall. The 2 people were scared by the meeting with the police, so they didn't make any movement. Su Nianyan sold the vegetables smoothly, and there was still a little left. She originally planned to take it back to Wanjing's house. 2 aunts selling vegetables came over from a distance, and they each bought 2 large white radishes. Su Nianyan saw that there was still about half a caddy of small spinach. Then give them all to the sisters-in-law, and the sisters-in-law can take them back and try them. Su Nianyan put the spinach into their bags, then packed up her stall and left. Not long after Su Nianyan left, everyone started chattering. The vegetables sold by that little girl are really delicious. Didn't I buy a pound of them that day? My child, who usually doesn't like to eat vegetables, actually ate them all. Me too, me too. There must be a reason why there are so many repeat customers. I really don't know where this little girl gets her vegetables from. Some people grow better vegetables, unlike us. We use more fertilizers in this vegetable, so it's definitely not very sweet. Everyone was chattering, and the 2 aunts listened and rolled their eyes in anger. It's so annoying. Tomorrow they can only bring some other vegetables to sell, or sell these radishes and spinach at a lower price. If Su Nianyan brings radishes again tomorrow, they really won't be able to sell them. It's really a loss-making business if they rot in the basket. Su Nianyan went home. There were not many people at home, so he cooked with vegetables he bought from outside. Su Xiaoxiao went there today and went out, and she hasn't come back yet. Bai Junyi went directly to Yang Wanru's house after the training. He brought delicious food for Yang Wanru's children. Entered the house. He pulled a chair over and sat down. Wanru, you don't know how much Su Nianyan has gone too far. On the day of the engagement, she was clearly smiling and wished me and her sister the best, but now she has postponed the wedding date with her partner. Postponing the wedding date may ruin my marriage with Xiao Xiao. Why is she so fake? Bai Junyi thought about it all day and felt that this matter was really uncomfortable. If he didn't come to Yang Wanru to tell her about it, he would probably be so angry that he couldn't eat tonight. It would be fine if Su Nianyan had done that before, but she actually pretended to be so cowardly and played hard to get. Maybe she would go crazy and ruin the wedding in the end. Bai Junyi became angrier and angrier as he thought about it, but Yang Wanru raised her eyebrows when she heard it. Su Nianyan postponed the wedding date. Would she really ruin the wedding? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was very possible, because Su Nianyan had a deep affection for Bai Junyi in the past, and even provoked her. It was because he had provoked her that Bai Junyi had such a bad impression of her. She didn't really believe that a person would suddenly dislike another man. So Su Nianyan might really come to sabotage. That would be very interesting. After returning from the engagement that day, Yang Wanru felt more and more that something was wrong, because Su Xiaoxiao pretended to be considerate, which would increase Bai Junyi's favorability towards her. In that case, wouldn't her sense of existence be very low in the future? She was like this before, making Bai Junyi's mind all on her little by little. Su Xiaoxiao actually knew this trick. That means her mind is extremely deep. She really wants to do something, but the character she created does not allow her to do so. Otherwise, everything will be ruined. After thinking about it for a few days, he felt that once Su Xiaoxiao married Bai Junyi, it would be a very bad thing. Who knows what would happen in the future? She felt that it was not possible, but she could not do anything. If Su Nianyan could really go to the wedding to sabotage and prevent the two of them from getting married, that would be the best. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me, but if the two of them can't get married, then it proves that I can still be with Bai Junyi in the future. Even if they are not together, it doesn't matter, as long as Bai Junyi is willing to give money to support her and her son. What she wants is to raise the child without so much hardship. Men, and so on, are not important. Yang Wanru thought so much in her heart, and listened to Bai Junyi's crazy complaints here. She still pretended to be understanding. Is it possible that she won't do that? Su Nianyan didn't look like that day. Maybe she won't do that. Just be more vigilant at your wedding, and be more alert. Yang Wanru said this and sighed. I don't really want to go to your wedding, She hesitated. Bai Junyi looked into her eyes. What's wrong, Wanru? You can say whatever you want. I don't want to watch you hold a wedding with another woman. I don't want to watch him officially become your bride. I will feel uncomfortable in my heart. Yang Wanru said, and turned her head away. Hearing this, Bai Junyi stepped forward and hugged her from behind. Wanru, my heart has always been on you, but Grandpa doesn't agree to let me marry you. After Xiao Xiao and I get married, I won't develop feelings with her. You have always been the one I like, and I will take care of you and the child. Don't worry, how could I abandon you? Yang Wanru, pretending to be sad, the two of them didn't say anything. She sobbed in silence. Bai Junyi suddenly felt uncomfortable. After coaxing Yang Wanru for a long time, Bai Junyi went home. Just as he walked to the door of his house, he saw Su Xiaoxiao waiting there. He was a little irritated, but he still walked over. Why are you here? Su Xiaoxiao thought that she had come to see Bai Junyi in the morning, and it was strange to hear him ask such a question now. Brother Bai, I want to tell you about my sister. The more I think about it, the more confused I am. He said in the morning that he would talk about it again in the afternoon, so Su Xiaoxiao would have time to come here to spend time with him. She didn't believe that there would be love between two people without reason. It must be a long time to get along with each other. Bai Junyi didn't like Su Nianyan before because he was unreasonable and had a bad temper. If his temper was a little better, the two of them would be able to develop feelings. Bai Junyi didn't say anything. He had just come back from Yang Wanru. When he heard what she said, He felt blocked in his heart. Now there is another one. After dealing with one after another, it's really endless. He was a little annoyed. But then he thought he was not dealing with Yang Wanru. He really liked her. He liked her before, and he still liked her after she got married. In general, Su Xiaoxiao is indeed much better than Su Nianyan. In the past, Su Nianyan would ask him if he went to see Yang Wanru again when she saw him coming back so late.
He hated Su Nianyan at that time.
He actually questioned a woman he didn't like this. Is he mentally ill? Su Xiaoxiao finally got what she wanted and followed by Junyi back home. And Su Nianyan didn't care about anything. Since the marriage was settled, everything was settled, and she had missed the time of her previous life. She should just make money during this period. Anyway, she had already made a name for herself at home, and everyone knew that she was working for others outside. 2 days later, the things from the Bai family were delivered. There was a watch and some miscellaneous things. The betrothal gift had been given, and now it was in Su Xiaoxiao's hands. When Su Nianyan came home, she saw Su Xiaoxiao holding the watch, wearing it on her hand for a while, taking it off for a while, showing off. She looked at it for a while, and went straight into the kitchen to cook. Su Xiaoxiao also said outside that this watch was specially picked for her by Junyi, and she said a lot of things. She just wanted to make Su Nianyan jealous. Who knew that Su Nianyan didn't react at all, but she was very angry. Because she had just shown off for an afternoon, Qin Xiaobei and his family delivered all the things they had agreed on the next afternoon. The agreed betrothal gift of 188 yuan, and all kinds of gold jewelry bought for her. Other cigarettes, alcohol, and tea were also in place. I also bought a piece of red cloth. Wan Jing took Su Nianyan's hand and sat on the chair in the Su family. Although I can't make clothes for you myself, you can take this red cloth to ask someone to make it. You can make any style you want. This red cloth is shiny and has fine glitter on it. It can be made into a cheongsam and then inlaid with some patterns. It will definitely look good. When Wan Jing went shopping, she saw this piece of cloth at a glance. The first time she saw it, she felt that it was particularly suitable for Su Nianyan. If she made a cheongsam to wear, it would definitely be beautiful. So she bought it without hesitation. All the things were placed on the table and the jewelry box was open. When Su Xiaoxiao saw it, the gold seemed to blind her eyes. She only had a watch and a bracelet. The earrings were just a pair of silver. I didn't expect Su Nianyan's was so good. She was so jealous. With both hands tightly grasping her clothes, she finally turned around and went back to her room. She took a deep breath, always feeling that many things were out of control after she was reborn, such as why Su Nianyan didn't set the wedding in 2 days like herself. The only thing she could confirm now was that Qin Xiaobei would definitely go on a mission on the day of the wedding, and a death order would be issued a few days later. What about the others? When the death order came, Su Zhengwo would definitely not agree to let Su Nianyan continue to marry Qin Xiaobei. She herself would definitely not agree. How could she continue to marry her fiancé if he died? It was impossible to have a ghost marriage. Then Su Nianyan would definitely cancel the engagement, and if she canceled the engagement, these things would also be returned, so now she was just letting her take a look. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoxiao felt a lot more comfortable, but she was really worried that she would cause trouble on the day of her wedding with Bai Junyi. What should she do? Su Xiaoxiao was always very anxious, and she didn't have time to care about the things Su Nianyan got. Anyway, they would be returned sooner or later. After several days of dealing with various details of the wedding, Wang Xiulian wanted Su Nianyan to help, such as hanging some window decorations at home and cleaning. She directly said that she couldn't be absent from her job. If she was absent, the boss would not want her. After hearing this, Wang Xiulian could only let her go out to make money. Su Nianyan sells vegetables in the vegetable market every day and has accumulated a large number of acquaintances. The ants on both sides really can't stand it, but they have also secretly bought her vegetables and tasted them. The taste is really good. They are really fresh and jealous. So when Su Nianyan finished mixing the vegetables and was about to leave, one of them helped to watch the stall, and the other followed her. Generally, they would go to see the vegetables for the next day after the stall is finished every day. Because they have been selling vegetables for a long time, they already have the corresponding supply. Where did Su Nianyan get the goods from? If they secretly followed her and knew about this, then wouldn't they be able to buy the same goods as Su Nianyan in the future? Their business would be just as good. Who knew that after following for a short time, Su Nianyan found out and directly exposed the ant's mentality. Why are you following me? Why can't I follow you? Aren't you selling vegetables and purchasing goods the same as us? Why can't you give us a share? The ant who was discovered stiffened her neck and quarreled with Su Nianyan until her face turned red and her neck became thick. Su Nianyan looked at her indifferently, and after hearing her say a lot, she spoke indifferently. Can you give me some of the money in your pocket first? Huh. The ant who was being talked about looked puzzled. Is there something wrong with Su Nianyan's brain? How can I give you the money in my pocket? What are you thinking? Don't change the subject with me. I'm telling you why you can't give us some of your business. Isn't it good for us to purchase goods together and sell vegetables together to make some money? We all come out to make money to support our families for our children. Why are you so cruel? Su Nianyan blinked when she heard this. I thought I heard it wrong. She covered her mouth and laughed. You are doing this for your children, but am I not doing this for the elderly and myself? You are not willing to give me some of the money in your pocket, so why should I introduce the business to you, right? This is also my money. Please don't follow me anymore, or I will call the police. I will say someone is following me maliciously. Su Nianyan's face changed immediately after she said the last sentence. Her aunt's face was even more interesting. It was pale and blue. Su Nianyan returned home. The next day was the wedding of Bai Junyi and Su Xiaoxiao. The two could not meet tonight. This is how people get married in this era. Those with better conditions can wear red cheongsams, and those with average conditions can only wear a red coat and a little red flower on their heads. Su Xiaoxiao, who loves to save face, had asked Wang Xiulian to start saving money a few years ago. When she decided to change her marriage, she had already asked someone to make a cheongsam. She walked around the house twice in the cheongsam. Sister, Su Xiaoxiao walked up to Su Nianyan when she saw him coming back. Do you think if I wear this cheongsam and marry Brother Bai, will we be a perfect match? Perfect match. Of course we are a perfect match. A fool is clinging to a man whose soul has been seduced by Yang Wanru. I really don't know what the final outcome will be, but then again, Yang Wanru pretended to be pitiful and attracted by Junyi's sympathy. Su Xiaoxiao was also considerate. Who knows, after the fight between the two, one of them will win.
Who will it be?
Su Nianyan touched her chin, looking forward to it. Not bad, very good. Su Nianyan went into the kitchen after saying this. When they were having dinner a while later, Su Xiaoxiao brought up the matter again. Su Nianyan still had no expression on her face. Su Xiaoxiao had been observing her face. Sister, Qin Xiaobei is my future brother-in-law after all. If he is free tomorrow, you can ask him to go to the wedding with you. You two are getting married soon. Although you skipped the engagement step, all the gifts have been given. You should still make it clear in front of everyone. Besides, Brother Bai and his family have invited many people from the military region. It's okay to ask Qin Xiaobei to go with them, right?
Su Xiaoxiao talk nonsense.
Su Nianyan, of course, knew what she meant. She was just afraid that she would make trouble. In her previous life, she might have done such a thing. In this life, she would never do that. Wouldn't it be better to have a meal in peace and then leave? Okay, I'll tell him tomorrow morning. Su Nianyan ate after she finished speaking and then returned to her room after dinner. After returning to the room, I went directly to the space to enjoy myself. Every night, I would take a comfortable bath, make myself a cup of scented tea, and then watch TV for a while to learn about the news of this era. Then I went to bed. Of course, the first thing to do when entering the space is to check my vegetables. Now I have potatoes, spinach, big white radishes, and small green vegetables. I can also plant some sweet potatoes. Sweet potato leaves can be sold, and sweet potatoes can also be sold. Su Nianyan has all these seeds. I don't know if it's because the seeds are also good, or because of the spiritual spring water. The vegetables are all green when they grow. It makes people feel unusually comfortable at a glance. Comfortable all over. The next day, Su Nianyan went to Qin Xiaobei's house early in the morning while he hadn't gone to the army yet, and told him about this matter. Okay, I'll come over after my mission is completed in the afternoon. Then I'll go first, and you can find me when you get to their house. Su Nianyan is on vacation after all, so she must go there in the morning. Qin Xiaobei said he understood. After the two finished talking, Su Nianyan raised her head and met Qin Xiaobei's burning eyes. The two looked at each other, and Su Nianyan finally looked away unnaturally. Two blushes appeared on her face. After getting along for a while, she was still very satisfied with this man and gradually forgot her obsession with Bai Junyi in her previous life. She felt that if they continued to get along like this, the two would be able to develop some feelings. However, if they followed the trend of their previous life, Qin Xiaobei should have to go to participate in the mission tonight. She sighed softly. Then I'll leave first. I have to go back to help. Today is Su Xiaoxiao and Bai Junyi's wedding. She can't go to sell vegetables again. She must go back to move some. Otherwise, others will gossip about her behind her back. Although he is not afraid of this, isn't Su Xiaoxiao afraid that she will go to the wedding to sabotage it? If she goes to the wedding, she will feel worried all the time. It's not until the end of the wedding that she can relax her vigilance. This can also be regarded as a small punishment for his crazy showing off in front of her some time ago. My existence made her nervous for a whole day, and finally she realized that she didn't care about Bai Junyi at all. What will happen to Su Xiaoxiao? Su Nianyan curled her lips, said goodbye to Qin Xiaobei, and returned home. Everyone was busy. Su Xiaoxiao sat in front of her bedroom and combed her hair. Wang Xuelian specially invited an old sister-in-law who was blessed with both good fortune and luck to come and help comb her hair. While combing her hair, the old sister-in-law looked at Su Xiaoxiao with a smile. It's really beautiful. When we were young, we didn't have your conditions, and we couldn't wear cheongsam when we got married. This cheongsam was specially given to me by brother, to be customized. He said. Su Xiaoxiao deliberately raised her voice when she saw Su Nianyan's shadow in the mirror. If you marry a girl you like, you must let her marry you in a grand manner. Hearing this, the old sister-in-law laughed loudly again, and smiled and blessed her and Bai Junyi. Su Nianyan just wanted to laugh when she heard these words. Is Su Xiaoxiao really sticking all the money on Bai Junyi's face? She walked to the door and took a look. It happened that some guests came in the morning, so she helped to serve tea and water. On the day of the engagement, relatives and friends felt very strange, because didn't they say before that she would marry Bai Junyi? Why did it suddenly change? Later, Wang Xuelian explained a few words to everyone, and everyone understood what she meant. But the look in Su Nianyan's eyes today was still very strange. They all knew how much Su Nianyan liked Bai Junyi in the past. Could it be that she really let it go? Under everyone's urging, the sound of firecrackers rang out outside the door, and Bai Junyi, wearing a military uniform, appeared at the door. When Su Nianyan saw him appear, she was a little dazed, as if she saw her previous life. Although he didn't want to marry her, he still performed well on the wedding day for the sake of face. Su Nianyan took a step back unnaturally. No matter whether all this was a dream or not, she would never care about Bai Junyi again in her life. He stepped back a few steps and stood in the corner. Bai Junyi came in with a group of soldiers. This group of soldiers were all good friends of his. As soon as they entered the room, they joked with a smile that Su Xiaoxiao was pretty. They said that their boss had good taste. They said a lot of nice things, and Su Xiaoxiao's laughter could not stop coming from inside. After playing inside for a while, Bai Junyi took Su Xiaoxiao's hand and walked out of the room. You are so beautiful today. Squatting at the door of the room, Bai Junyi smiled at Su Xiaoxiao gently and stretched out his hand to hook her waist. He deliberately declared his sovereignty in front of Su Nianyan just to make her feel uncomfortable. Su Nianyan had a blank expression on her face, and even the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she wanted to watch them continue to show their affection. Meeting Su Nianyan's eyes, Bai Junyi directly looked away, and Su Xiaoxiao also raised her eyebrows proudly. Su Nianyan sneered, these two people are really a good match. Even their expressions are exactly the same. Watching the two of them walk out, she returned to her room with a blank expression, took out a red envelope from her pocket, and put it in. A gift of 50 cents. Su Nianyan followed them into the Bai family's house. The old man was wearing a Zhongshan suit and sitting in the middle, with Bai Junyi's parents next to him. Bai Shanshan also wore a pink skirt and walked around in the crowd. Yang Wanru came early and sat in the corner with her child. The child was called Xiao Shirtu, and from time to time, he would run over to play with others. She was like an invisible person, sitting in the corner, and seemed to be motionless, but Su Nianyan's eyes were always on Su Xiaoxiao inside. Looking at Yang Wanru's expression, Su Nianyan guessed that she must think Su Xiaoxiao was not simple. According to her memory of her previous life, whenever they quarreled, Bai Junyi would go to Yang Wanru to complain. Tell Yang Wanru what he said. Then the two of them scolded him together. I don't know what the situation will be in this life. I feel that they will keep making trouble. Su Nianyan shook her head, threw all these thoughts behind her, and found a place to sit down. Yang Wanru's eyes were always fixed on the people in the room. After Su Xiaoxiao entered, she poured tea for her grandfather first, and dressed like a kind-hearted daughter-in-law. Mr. Bai looked at her, and finally just sighed. Just change it. The old man also accepted the tea from Su Xiaoxiao's empire with a smile, and so did the Bai family's parents. The Bai family's parents didn't particularly mind who their son married, as long as they didn't marry Yang Wanru home and let them be pointed at by others. The same goes for the white shirt. Now I like Su Xiaoxiao very much because Su Xiaoxiao bought her a lot of things. And every time I cook what she likes. This sister-in-law is not bad. I can help say a few words in the future. The family was happy inside, and there were people helping outside, and many people were whispering in the corner. You know what? They are a good match. Yes, I think they are a good match. One is pretty and the other is handsome. Didn't you see Su Nianyan there? What's the point of Su Nianyan sitting there? I heard that she liked Bai Junyi very much before, but finally gave the marriage to her sister. I heard that his sister also gave him the blind date, so they changed. What's the point of changing? Forget it, let's not talk about this. If the host hears it, where will we put our faces today? Everyone whispered a few words, and Yang Wanru took them all in. She would look at Su Nianyan from time to time. That day, Bai Junyi went over to tell her that Su Nianyan might make trouble at the wedding. Although she was comforting him, she thought in her heart that it would be best if Su Nianyan really made trouble. But today's Su Nianyan looked very calm, as if she didn't want to make trouble, so her idea would be ruined.
No.
If it really fails, what will happen in the future? Yang Wanru was even a little anxious. She walked over slowly, pulled a chair, and sat next to Su Nianyan. Anyway, there weren't many people at the moment, and no one could see the two of them. She could ask around first. I heard that you willingly gave up your marriage to your sister?
Yang Wanru suddenly spoke.
Su Nianyan looked back at him after hearing the voice and smiled faintly. There's nothing wrong with giving it to my sister, right? But Bai Junyi is the one you like. Why do you give up the one you like so easily? If you try harder, maybe it will really work? When I saw him come in just now, I looked over here. Yang Wanru thought that Su Nianyan was the same Su Nianyan as before and was still fooling around. Maybe he really likes you, but it's just because you were too noisy before. If you can accept it. Su Nianyan originally wanted to hear what Yang Wanru could say. But when she heard this, she really couldn't help it. Suddenly turning back, is it me who doesn't want him to get married, or you? Su Nianyan gently curled her lips, and Yang Wanru was frightened by her expression. She felt that Su Nianyan seemed to be able to see through her heart. Of course, Su Nianyan could see through her own heart. The reason why she didn't stop too much in her previous life was because she was very good in her previous life. When she dealt with her love of making trouble, she loved to act as a flower of understanding. She was able to firmly grasp Bai Junyi's heart.
So she didn't say anything.
But Su Xiaoxiao also pretended to be considerate, which made Yang Wanru panic. She was afraid. He was not afraid of people who made trouble, but was afraid of not making trouble like himself. Because he knew that Bai Junyi was sure of this. Of course, he came to instigate himself. You. Yang Wanru pretended to be pitiful again, and Su Nianyan stood up directly. Don't always provoke and instigate me. It's meaningless. If you want to make trouble, do it yourself, don't drag me. Su Nianyan smiled faintly and turned away. Yang Wanru was so angry that she stomped her feet at her back. It was too early for Su Nianyan to turn around and leave. He went to the house for a walk. After everything was done there, he helped to serve tea and water. He helped until the afternoon. It was almost time and they had to go to eat. She went over. Just halfway there, Qin Xiaobei came. Qin Xiaobei felt a little heavy. He was quite excited when he went there in the morning because Su Nianyan came to invite him to attend the wedding. He had heard a lot of rumors before, but Su Nianyan was willing to invite him, which meant that those rumors were all false. But at noon today, the mayor called him over and told him something. He was going to send him to perform a very important task. This important task lasted a long time, because he had to take the opportunity to fake his death after the first mission. The second task was to go undercover. Go undercover in the opponent's team until the task was successfully completed and those people were defeated, and then the task could be completely ended. He could show up. This is a very long mission. After hearing about this mission, the first person that came to his mind was Su Nianyan. After getting along with Su Nianyan for this period of time, he liked her very much, liked her personality, and thought that she was reasonable in her conversation. She was also very beautiful and gentle. He was looking forward to their marriage, so he would go shopping whenever he had time recently. Who knew that he would be sent out to perform a mission at this critical moment? But it is the life of a soldier to go out on a mission. Orders must be obeyed. It is the duty of a soldier to defend the country. He could not retreat, but he felt regretful. He promised the division commander, so he left the army early and would leave at midnight tonight. Now, he could accompany Su Nianyan to have a meal, and then tell him about this. He knew that he probably couldn't come back to marry her. But he still had to say hello. It's not that he hadn't thought about filing a marriage report first, but then he thought about it. When he went out to perform an undercover mission, he didn't know if he would encounter any danger. If he encountered danger, wouldn't it be trapping Su Nianyan if he filed a marriage report? He couldn't be selfish. But he knew that when he came back, she might have married another man. So he did nothing. When he saw Su Nianyan, he called out, and the two walked together. "Are you busy today?" Su Nianyan was holding a small thing in her arms. He had bought it a long time ago and just got it back home in a hurry. He had wanted to wait until the wedding day to give it to Su Nianyan, but now he couldn't wait for the wedding, so he gave it to her first and talked about the future later. Fortunately, it's not very busy. "It's almost time for dinner, let's go." Su Nianyan walked in front with a smile, stretched out her hand and pulled Qin Xiaobei, and soon, the two walked into the Bai family's yard. Su Xiaoxiao had been very anxious because she didn't see Su Nianyan during the day. What if Su Nianyan suddenly appeared when they were going to eat in the afternoon? Until they started eating, they didn't see anyone, and Su Xiaoxiao was panicking. Bai Junyi also kept looking in the direction of the door. Not to mention Yang Wanru. She talked to Su Nianyan and watched her leave. They had been expecting him to come back and cause trouble. The three people had different thoughts. Who knew that when Su Nianyan came back, she actually brought Qin Xiaobei with her. The two saw that everyone was ready to eat. Su Nianyan pulled Qin Xiaobei to find an empty table and sat down directly. They started eating as soon as the dishes were served. The wedding went very smoothly. They toasted each table. When they came to the table where Su Nianyan and Qin Xiaobei were, the two stood up. There was also an older elder at the table. The elder smiled and blessed them. "I wish you a happy marriage and a son soon." The others followed suit. Bai Junyi's eyes fell on Su Nianyan's face. Didn't Su Xiaoxiao say that her sister might cause trouble? Su Nianyan seemed very calm, and she even brought Qin Xiaobei with her. Did she come to show off in front of her when she failed to play hard to get? She was overthinking. No matter what, she would never cause trouble at the wedding, because if the news spread to the army, it would be embarrassing. After the two of them finished toasting, they were about to go to the next table. When Su Xiaoxiao walked over, she looked back at Su Nianyan.
"Sit down and eat."
"I think that dish is pretty good." Su Nianyan and Qin Xiaobei were talking, and both of them were eating very seriously.
Su Nianyan
was really weird. It was fine that he didn't choose to hold the wedding on the same day as her, and he didn't care about Bai Junyi at all. Didn't he go to their house every few days before? Su Xiaoxiao frowned. Bai Junyi lowered his voice and leaned close to her ear. It seems that your sister didn't intend to make trouble, but she brought Qin Xiaobei here to show off. Maybe she just wants to provoke you, brother Bai. Don't be fooled by him. When Bai Junyi heard this, he was like a cat whose tail was stepped on and shook his head directly. How is it possible? I don't have any feelings for her. How could I be angry with him? No matter what she does, I won't react. Let her do whatever she wants. I don't want to see her again. It's okay for her to be like this. As long as she doesn't bother me, that's enough. Bai Junyi also felt a little uncomfortable. After saying this, he turned around and walked to another table. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly followed him. Watching them walk away, Yang Wanru was extremely disappointed. Why is Su Nianyan so disappointing? Although the man sitting next to him is also good-looking, how can one person suddenly give up another? Why do you think Su Nianyan is weird? While feeling that Su Nianyan was weird, Yang Wanru felt even more upset, especially when she saw Su Xiaoxiao following Bai Junyi with a well-behaved look. Even though she knew that she was pretending, she couldn't say it in front of Bai Junyi, because it would destroy her image in his heart. Yang Wanru felt very upset. The wedding was held smoothly, and Mr. Bai also saw Su Nianyan and found an opportunity to say a few words to her. Su Nianyan knew that only the old man in the Bai family was sincere to her. The old man said, although you are not destined to marry Junyi, you can still come to Grandpa Bai if you have any problems in the future. It's good that you chose someone with a higher position. He can give you a better life in the future. I believe your grandfather will be happy in the future. Mr. Bai sighed and Su Nianyan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. So Su Xiaoxiao means that I chose a higher position, so I am willing to change this trick, right? Not yet. Waiting for the old man to react, Su Nianyan spoke first. I have used too much sincerity on a person. If I can't get sincerity in return, why should I continue to insist? My sister likes it very much, so I will give it to my sister. It's good for us to exchange with each other. It's not because of the so-called high or low positions. Grandpa Bai, take care of yourself. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. The wedding was over, and they had almost finished their meal. Su Nianyan turned around and left after speaking. The old man frowned slightly. Su Xiaoxiao said this before, saying that Su Nianyan had been making trouble at home just to get her partner with a higher position, so she changed. Now Su Nianyan said again. The old man sighed. He really couldn't understand what these people were thinking, but the wedding was already done. This matter was a foregone conclusion. On the way back, Su Nianyan and Qin Xiaobei planned to go for a walk outside. They walked out along the road of the family compound, and there was a very quiet path. The two walked on the side of the road. Seeing the sunset gradually setting in the sky, Qin Xiaobei thought for a long time before speaking. Nianyan, I have something to tell you.
Huh?
Su Nianyan knew that Qin Xiaobei was probably going to tell her about the mission, but she had to pretend that she didn't know. I received a mission today, and I have to leave tonight. I don't know when I will be back, and I'm not sure if I can make it to the wedding. In fact, Qin Xiaobei knew that he couldn't make it, but he couldn't make it clear. It doesn't matter. Su Nianyan looked at the sunset in front of her, thinking of the things in her previous life. If you can't make it, we'll change the date. I'll wait for you to come back. You must be careful when you go out on a mission, and take care of yourself. Su Nianyan spoke, very easily. Qin Xiaobei lagged behind him by 2 steps. Looking at his back, he felt really uncomfortable. But in the end, he caught up with Su Nianyan and agreed with a smile. Okay. The two of them were going to keep walking along this road. They watched the sunset and waited until the stars rose before they returned. Along the way, they talked about various topics of interest. Qin Xiaobei sent Su Nianyan home. When they arrived at her door, he held her hand and said, I have something to give you. It's a gift I've wanted to give you for a long time. You keep it. No matter what happens, it's yours. What's given to you belongs to you. Qin Xiaobei finished speaking and stuffed the thing into Su Nianyan's arms. Su Nianyan knew what was inside the small box when she pinched it. When the gift was delivered that day, she said that the ring had not been bought yet. It will be delivered in 2 days. The ring should be in this small box. Looking at the man in front of her, Su Nianyan's heart jumped suddenly. After thinking for a while, when he was about to leave, She stepped forward and hugged him. "Give me a hug. Be careful." After a gentle hug, Su Nianyan quickly pulled away. When the two hugged each other, they could hear each other's heartbeats. In just a few seconds, the two of them completely distanced themselves. Su Nianyan turned around and went home. Qin Xiaobei looked at his back and left. After leaving here, he went back. His parents were at home. He told them that he was going out to perform the mission, then packed his things and left directly. He often went on missions, so his parents didn't take it seriously. He hurried to meet up with his team, and when he left, he was still thinking about Su Nianyan. The moment Su Nianyan said she would wait for him, his heart was really excited, like fireworks rising in the sky. But he also knew that it would be impossible if time was too long. His mission would take a few years at most, or a year at least. In short, it would take a long time. The car started slowly, and Qin Xiaobei didn't completely retract his gaze until he left the military area. Next, he had to perform the mission well. Su Nianyan returned home. Seeing that she came back so late, Su Zhengwo and Wang Xuelian asked, "What did you do?" "Qin Xiaobei had to go out on a mission, so I went out for a walk with him." Su Nianyan was about to leave. Wang Xuelian stood up when she heard this. "Why are you going on a mission at this critical moment? There is less than half a month left before your wedding. Only 12 days. Su Nianyan remembered that the news of Qin Xiaobei's death would come in 10 days. He would change his identity to carry out another undercover mission. Compared to getting married, I think it is more important to carry out the mission. He is a soldier. After Su Nianyan finished speaking, Wang Xuelian wanted to say something else when Su Zhengwo stood up. Nianyan is right. Carrying out the mission is more important. If you can't make it to the wedding, can't you just reschedule it? Wang Xuelian didn't say anything, and Su Nianyan turned and went into the house. She had just entered when Su Zhengwo looked at Wang Xuelian. Don't say such things anymore. The wedding is not as important as the mission. It's not good if someone with ulterior motives hears it. Wang Xuelian curled her lips and rolled her eyes, then turned and left. On the way back to her room, she was still thinking about what her daughter had said. Su Xiaoxiao said that Qin Xiaobei would not live for too long. Even if the conditions were good, it would be useless. Could it be that he died when he went out to perform the mission this time? Wang Xuelian's heart skipped a beat when she thought of this situation. If that was the case, then Su Xiaoxiao really made the right choice. So, what if Bai Junyi's current conditions were slightly worse than Qin Xiaobei's? He could continue to move up in the future, but if he died, he would never be able to start over in this life. Wang Xuelian was quite scared when she thought of this, but she didn't say anything for a while. Let's talk about it when the news came. After Su Nianyan returned to the room, she opened the small box, and there was indeed a golden ring inside. She put the things into her own space, returned to the space to check her vegetables, and rested as usual. Qin Xiaobei's intentions she remembered. She would wait for him to come back. As for Su Xiaoxiao and Bai Junyi, everyone had dispersed, and the two of them took a rest first. The two of them had their wedding night. Su Xiaoxiao shyly hooked Bai Junyi's neck, and the two looked at each other with deep affection. Compared with Su Nianyan, Su Xiaoxiao was definitely the most considerate, so Bai Junyi hooked her waist, slowly put her on the bed, and blew out the red candle next to her. The two enjoyed the joy of their wedding night. After returning home, Yang Wanru coaxed Xiao Shitu to sleep and sat alone in the yard to watch the moon for most of the night. It was almost dawn when she went back to her room to sleep. When she went back to the room, her fists were clenched tightly. Bai Junyi was the guarantee for her and her son, and there must be no problems. So, no matter what, she would find a way to keep the person she and her son could rely on for the rest of their lives. She sat in the yard, but the sleeping child in the room suddenly cried. Yang Wanru ran in to coax the child. All the things she thought about must be considered. After entering the house, she held little Stone in her arms and patted his back gently. "Mom, will there be no one to take care of us in the future? Uncle Bai is also married. He has his own wife, and he will have his own children in the future, right?" Little Stone suddenly looked at Yang Wanru. She didn't know what to say, and she felt very uncomfortable. Su Nianyan left, and here came Su Xiaoxiao. This Su Xiaoxiao is not a simple person at first glance, and is not as easy to handle as Su Nianyan at the beginning.
Yang Wan Rusiged.
But Su Xiaoxiao had a very sweet time last night, and she was still pestering Bai Junyi the next morning. Bai Junyi has a 7-day vacation, and he can stay at home during these 7 days. When I woke up in the morning and saw Su Xiaoxiao's shy appearance, I felt quite comfortable. Su Xiaoxiao is usually well-educated and considerate, and she was very interesting when the two of them had their wedding night last night. In short, she looks much better than Su Nianyan. And Su Nianyan also learned from Wang Jing that Qin Xiaobei had left last night. The kid should have told you, right? Wang Jing came early in the morning. The time of going out to perform the mission is uncertain, so I don't know what the situation is. You two should prepare for the wedding first. If you really can't make it, then you can change the time later, okay? Wang Jing came here early in the morning just to say this, because her son went out to perform the mission, and as an aunt, she had to help her son clean up the mess. I know, Auntie. We have already communicated yesterday afternoon.
I'm so sorry,
Wang Jing said, holding Su Nianyan's hand. Originally, you two were going to get married, but you also know that he is a soldier. Wang Jing sighed. Her husband and son are both soldiers. Sometimes they go out to perform missions, and she is very anxious at home. Don't worry, Auntie, I understand. He is a soldier. He has to defend his country. I will wait for him to come back. Su Nianyan was very serious. Wang Jing looked at her expression and felt relieved. It seems that her son really found a good partner. Although it is indeed a bit wrong, there is nothing wrong with this. The two talked for a while, and Wang Jing patted Su Nianyan's hand. If there is anything, you can come to Annie at any time, and you can tell Auntie anything. After that, Wang Jing stuffed her with a red envelope. Take the money in this red envelope and buy yourself some delicious food in the future. Seeing the red envelope, Su Nianyan shook her head. No need, Annie, I help people sell things outside, and I can make a little money.
You don't have to worry about me.
Su Nianyan really felt Wang Jing's kindness towards her, but it was not appropriate for her to take the money now. Knowing that Su Nianyan was helping someone sell things outside, Wang Jing asked about it. After staying for a while, Wang Jing said everything she needed to say before leaving. Su Nianyan saw that there was no one at home, so after putting away all the things, she went directly to the vegetable market to continue selling her vegetables. She knew that Qin Xiaobei would be reported dead in 10 days after his departure, but it was actually a fake death, and he would not return until 1 or 2 years later. This wedding could not be held. She would just make money during this period of time and strive to become a winner in life when Qin Xiaobei comes back. She must make a lot of money and reach the top. Su Nianyan went to the vegetable market, and Su Xiaoxiao got up, holding her aching waist, with a sweet expression on her lips. Sure enough, if she married Bai Junyi, she would be able to live a good life in the future. If I am not mistaken, Qin Xiaobei should have gone on a mission last night, and within half a month, the news of death will surely come. She is now looking forward to seeing what will happen to Su Nianyan after the news of death comes. She got up and packed up and took out all the gifts she bought 2 days ago. These gifts were bought by Wang Shulian for her, and she told her that she must take out the gifts for them after she came to this family. She had to have a good relationship with their family from the beginning. Su Xiaoxiao certainly knew this truth. If she didn't have a good relationship, no one would help her speak in the future. When the things were taken out, the whole family got up. Su Xiaoxiao gave gifts to everyone. The old man had a set of tea sets, which was bought by Wang Shulian through someone, and the price was not cheap. Bai Shanshan had a beautiful pink dress, which was also brought back from the south. Wang Shulian thought about what Su Xiaoxiao said, that the Bai family would live a good life in the future, so she was willing to spend so much money. Not to mention the things of the Bai family's parents, they were all high-quality items. The whole family was very excited after receiving the things. Thank you, sister-in-law. You are so kind to me. After Bai Shanshan finished speaking, she reached out and hugged Su Xiaoxiao. Thank you so much, Xiaoxiao. You are so thoughtful. Xiaoxiao, you are really good. Thank you. Now that you two are married, you should live a good life, the old man said. Junyi, I hope you can put all your thoughts on her. A man should get married first, and then start a career. Over the years, you have made some achievements in the army, and I am happy for you. But I also want to tell you that while you have made some achievements in the army, you must also take care of this family. You can't go on like before." What the old man meant by these words is that he hopes Bai Junyi will stop thinking about the past, especially Yang Wanru. Because others may not be able to see what kind of person Yang Wanru is, Bai Junyi may not be able to see it, but he knows it clearly. Yang Wanru does not like her grandson, but she still has calculations in her heart. She did the wrong thing. When the Bai family's parents heard these words from the old man, they quickly reacted. They put away the gifts Su Xiaoxiao gave them and quickly said, "Your grandfather is right. It's better to go to Yang Wanru's house less in the future. If you need to take care of the widow of a comrade in arms, I think Xiaoxiao can go. You don't have to be so anxious." Bai Junyi's mother, Wang Huilan, has always been a traditional woman. She thinks her son can marry any kind of woman. But he must not marry a widow. No matter what, she must marry her son with a clean conscience. How can she marry her son after being with someone else and having a child? Now Su Xiaoxiao has married. This girl is good-looking and hardworking. She even prepared gifts for their family today. Wang Huilan still likes her current daughter-in-law very much, so she also has to admonish her son. Bai Junyi nodded randomly when he heard these words. Su Xiaoxiao smiled slightly. "Thank you, Mom and Grandpa, but we will also live our own lives. If you really need to take care of Sister Wanru, I will go." This considerate look was just what Bai Junyi wanted. Bai Junyi was quite happy in his heart. Fortunately, he married Su Xiaoxiao, who was considerate. If it was Su Nianyan, it would be a disaster. It would definitely up the world. Su Xiaoxiao gave everyone gifts and then went to make breakfast for everyone. Bai Shanshan had said before that it would be nice to eat glutinous rice in the morning. She immediately went to make the dough, and after about half an hour, she started to make glutinous rice. It took her an hour to make all the breakfast. They got up early, so breakfast was around a few o'clock. The glutinous rice were stuffed, and Su Xiaoxiao was so busy that she didn't have time to rest. She was still making them while everyone was still eating. The glutinous rice can only be fished out in batches. Only those floating on the water can be fished out, so Su Xiaoxiao was busy in the kitchen alone, and the people outside were very full. When Su Xiaoxiao finished everything and was ready to come out for breakfast, only Bai Shanshan was still there. No one else was there. "Shanshan, where is your brother?" Su Xiaoxiao was a little surprised. Today was the first day of their marriage. Bai Junyi should be waiting for him here for breakfast. "We have to invite some people to our house for dinner this morning. My brother will go and call them. Sister-in-law, you have to help with Mom and the others this morning. I want to eat some sweet and sour pork ribs in the morning. Can you make it for me?" Bai Shanshan was also full. The reason she stayed was to ask Su Xiaoxiao if she could make her something delicious. She had been craving for sweet and sour pork ribs for a long time. "Okay, sister-in-law will make it for you." Su Xiaoxiao was really happy to hear Bai Shanshan calling her sister-in-law. She knew that Bai Shanshan would do business in the future, and making money was just a matter of time. So now, as long as she treated the sister-in-law well, there would be many benefits in the future. It was like this for the next few days. Bai Junyi had a 7-day vacation, so he took 7 days off. Almost everyone in the family was celebrating this event. Every day, Su Xiaoxiao cooked at home, did housework, and took Bai Shanshan shopping. She often bought her some beautiful things and gave her many gifts. Bai Shanshan was so happy that she was overjoyed. Su Xiaoxiao lived her own life, and she still remembered in her mind that the news of Qin Xiaobei's death would be reported back in a few days. So she had a good time these days. Even if she took Bai Shanshan out shopping and spent a lot of money, the 66 yuan betrothal gift was put into her pocket, but there was not much left. She didn't feel that life was difficult because she had married Bai Junyi. In the future, they are a family. Even if she has no money to spend, Bai Junyi will give it to her. It doesn't matter. Su Xiaoxiao was immersed in happiness, and Bai Junyi had bought things twice to visit Yang Wanru and Xiao Shirtu. She didn't know. Su Nianyan didn't know anything these 2 days. She went to set up the stall on time every day, went home at about 10 p.m., and occasionally cooked a meal for Wang Xiulian and Su Zhengwo. She told them that if she came back early, she would cook, and if she came back late, She would not cook. At first, Wang Xiulian was a little unhappy, but after Su Jiangwo said a few words to her, she just accepted it naturally. For a few days, everyone was immersed in their own lives. 10 days later, the news of Qin Xiaobei's death came as expected. When the news of his death came back, Su Xiaoxiao knew it, and she immediately curled her lips and sneered. Sure enough, it was the same as what she experienced in her previous life, but it was a pity that Su Niannian and Qin Xiaobei had not yet married, and the person had died. Now they should not get married. Su Niannian will not be with Qin Xiaobei. The two were fine before, and I don't know if Su Niannian will be sad. I guess not, after all. She didn't see how sad she was when she gave up Bai Junyi. If the two are not together, who will Su Niannian marry in the future? Who might marry someone worse than herself? So the beginning does not represent the end. Who will have the last laugh will have to wait and see in the future. When the news came back, Su Niannian was still setting up a stall and didn't go home. As soon as she got home in the afternoon and entered the yard, Su Niannian heard sobbing inside, and her heart skipped a beat. It was almost time, could it be, that the person in the room was Ruanjing? Su Niannian pretended to be fine and walked in. As soon as she pushed the door, she saw Ruanjing, who was sitting inside, wiping her tears with both hands. When she looked back at her, her eyes were swollen like walnuts. What's wrong, Auntie? Su Niannian pretended to be flustered. Did something happen? Don't cry first. Su Niannian hurried over, and Ruanjing held her hand tightly. Niannian, Xiaobei was in danger when he went out to perform a mission, and he is gone. Ruanjing choked up more and more as she spoke. After she finished speaking, she began to sob. Wang Xiulian and Su Jiangwo sat on the chairs on the other side and did not say anything. Su Niannian felt like she had suffered a huge after hearing this. I don't believe it. Su Niannian's acting skills are still good. She was full of drama and held Ruanjing's hand tightly, shaking her head frantically. I don't believe it, Auntie. Tell me this is not true. All this is fake, right? Xiaobei can't possibly get into trouble. He is such a powerful person. Isn't he the god of war that everyone in the army calls? How could this happen? Where is the body? If there is no body, I absolutely don't want to believe it. Ruanjing felt even more pain in her heart when she heard these words from Su Niannian. She took a deep breath. They encountered a big explosion, and the body was blown away. His father and I are already preparing for the funeral. We can only use the clothes he once wore to make a cenotaph for him. Ruanjing also cried very sadly. The two of them held each other tightly. After Su Niannian heard this, she burst into tears. Although she had never acted in a play or been an actor, she had watched a lot of TV dramas in her previous life. And she could completely recall all the sad things in her previous life. As expected, when Su Niannian thought of the sad things in her previous life, she couldn't stop crying. She cried and cried until she fainted. Niannian! Niannian! Su Niannian heard a lot of voices in her ears, but she didn't remember anything. Later, she felt like she was dreaming. In the dream, her life was not good, and God gave her a chance to start over again and asked her to make up for her previous mistakes. She remembered a lot of memories from her previous life and finally woke up suddenly. When she woke up, it was already the next day. Su Niannian woke up suddenly, and Ruanjing, who was sitting on the side, looked up at her blankly after hearing the noise. The two looked at each other, and Ruanjing wanted to cry again, but she didn't dare to speak again when she thought of Su Niannian crying and fainting. Niannian. Ruanjing looked at Su Niannian and stood up. She didn't say anything and called softly. Su Niannian just stared blankly at the front without saying anything. Ruanjing pulled her for a while, and she reached out and hugged her. They hugged and then released each other, and just sat in the corner, without saying a word. Ruanjing stayed here for a while, because she really had something important to do, so she could only come in and tell Su Niannian, Niannian, don't be too sad. After I deal with this matter, we will talk about your marriage with Xiaobei. Ruanjing still needed to go to the funeral, so she left after saying these words. When she went out, she met Su Xiaoxiao, who had returned. Su Xiaoxiao was very proud when she learned the news yesterday afternoon, and she wanted to see what expression Su Nianyan would have when she knew that Qin Xiaobei had passed away. She inquired about it early this morning. Who knew that Wang Xiulian told her that Su Nianyan fainted while crying last night? Su Xiaoxiao was quite shocked. Could it be that they fell in love so deeply just after being together for such a short period of time? It seems that Su Nianyan's love is really open to anyone. Maybe her love for Bai Junyi in the past was also fake. She must tell Bai Junyi about this. She can come back to take a look, and after confirming it, she must tell Bai Junyi that Su Nianyan has never loved him before. She was just playing with him. Although the two are married, she also wants Bai Junyi to know the true face of Su Nianyan. He will never care about her again in the future. When Su Xiaoxiao returned home, she saw Su Nianyan sitting on her bed with a dazed look. She deliberately walked over to take a look. She even said some provocative words, but Su Nianyan didn't even look at her, just stupidly. Su Xiaoxiao stayed in the room for a while. She felt that this room was really small and stuffy, so she simply went out first. Because something happened at home, Wang Xiulian asked for leave to stay at home. Su Xiaoxiao met her again when she went out after buying vegetables. What's wrong with her? Did she really become like this after crying last night? Su Xiaoxiao really couldn't believe it, but Su Nianyan's stupid look didn't seem to be pretended. If I had provoked her like I did just now, she would have scolded me. I said a lot of unpleasant things today, but she didn't refute a single word. It seemed like she couldn't listen. Wang Xiulian curled her lips when she heard this and lowered her voice. Fortunately, you were right at the beginning. You said that Qin Xiaobei wouldn't live long, so you had to change the marriage. I thought you were lying to me, silly girl. I didn't expect it to be true. Wang Xiulian really thought that Su Xiaoxiao was lying to her before, but now she thinks it's a good thing for her daughter to change her marriage. If after the marriage, the good news of Qin Xiaobei came, wouldn't she be the one who suffered? If her daughter became a widow, that would be terrible. She won't be able to get married in the future. I told you a long time ago that I can feel it. I dreamed about it before. I didn't believe it myself, but I didn't dare to gamble. After saying this, Su Xiaoxiao glanced at Su Nianyan's cramped little room. She is like this, and Dad doesn't care? If you ask me, it's not too late to cancel the marriage now, and you can let her marry someone else. It will be bad if you delay it. Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiulian were whispering outside, and Su Nianyan could actually hear it. She was just pretending to be stupid. In the afternoon, Su Jiangwo came home and saw Su Nianyan still like this, and became anxious. He entered the house, saw Su Nianyan still in a daze, and tried to persuade her. Nianyan, don't be too sad. You and him are definitely not meant to be together. I will find you another husband in the future. Dad will definitely choose a good one for you. I will definitely choose a better one for you. Su Nianyan shook her head frantically after hearing this. No, I don't want to find another one. I will marry him like this. Even if he dies, I will marry him, and I will be his in the future. I will not cancel the engagement, absolutely not.
Su Nianyan shouted frantically.
Su Jiangwo glared at her fiercely after hearing this, and slapped the table in her room that was about to fall apart. Did you hear me? I said you must not marry him. He is already a dead man. Why do you still want to marry him? Are you crazy? Su Nianyan kept repeating that she wanted to marry Qin Xiaowei, and Su Jiangwo had a headache after hearing this. What was going on? He rubbed his temples, feeling extremely helpless, while Wang Xiulian and Su Xiaoxiao outside felt very excited. It would be great if Su Nianyan was really stubborn and married Qin Xiaobei, since Qin Xiaobei was already a dead man anyway. No matter how nice the people outside said, Su Nianyan would not be able to get any nourishment from a man in the future. Life would still be miserable. Su Xiaoxiao wished she was like this. The two were very happy, but Su Jiangwo was very melancholy. He asked Su Nianyan to go to dinner, but she refused. She acted like this for a few days, pretending to be stupid at home during the day, and returning to the space at night, taking a comfortable bath, eating something, and going to bed. Until the night before Qin Xiaobei's funeral. Wan Jing came over and saw that Su Nianyan was still in a daze, so she wiped away her tears. Sitting by the bed, holding her hand, Nianyan, Annie knows that you really like Xiaobei, But you really don't have to do this. It will hurt you. You should adjust your mood well. Xiaobei will be buried tomorrow. Wanjing looked at herself and spoke, but Su Niannian did not respond. She felt even more uncomfortable. When the news of Qin Xiaobei's death came, the most uncomfortable ones were her and her husband, and now it seems that Su Niannian also had a deep affection for her son. It's just that they're not destined to be together. I heard that people will have this kind of sluggish situation because they have suffered a huge. Is it because the news of the death now hit Su Niannian? Sighing deeply, Ruanjing told the location of the funeral tomorrow and held Su Niannian's hand for a while. Then she left. Not long after Wanjing left, Su Niannian rested, and nothing happened at home. The next day, Su Zhengwo was going to the army, but when he thought of Su Niannian still being the same, he could only go into the house to persuade her. This room is so small that he accidentally tripped over a chair after entering, and the chair fell on his foot. It hurts. Seeing Su Niannian still like this for a few days, Su Zhengwo couldn't stand it anymore. Su Niannian, please cheer up. She's going to be buried. She's going to be buried, do you understand? She's going to be buried, which proves that she's really dead. I'll find you a husband in the future and let you live a good life again. Don't be like this. Su Zhengwo was still talking about Su Niannian, but he felt that the time for him to play dumb was almost up. She shouted, I've said it before, I will marry Qin Xiaobei, and I will only marry him. Don't talk about finding me again. After that, she got off the bed, put on her shoes, turned around and ran outside. She ran fast, and Su Zhengwo couldn't catch up after chasing for a while, and pressed his knees with both hands. You little witch, where are you going? Are you crazy? The person is gone, but you still want to marry someone else? Is this a ghost marriage? Su Zhengwo cursed behind her back. After Su Niannian left here, she went straight to a house outside Qin Xiaobei's house. Today was the time for the funeral, and everyone in the family was here. Ruanjing and Qin Minji were both here. The family was immersed in grief. After the funeral, they would build a cenotaph for Qin Xiaobei. Now they were all friends who had a good relationship with each other, as well as their relatives and friends and his leaders. Everyone was here. Su Niannian walked in directly when she arrived here. Wanjing saw Su Niannian stay for a few seconds and hurried over. Niannian, why are you here? Then she remembered that she had told Su Niannian the address of Qin Xiaobei's funeral, and she said that if Su Niannian wanted to come and see Qin Xiaobei off for the last time, she could come. It seems that Su Niannian was here to see Qin Xiaobei off. As soon as she saw the person in front of her, Wanjing would think of her son. If her son were still alive, he would know that there was a girl who was deeply in love with him. They were in love with each other. Su Niannian was really a very good girl, good in every aspect, but it was a pity that her son didn't have that blessing.
Auntie.
Su Niannian took a deep breath and cried while speaking. I have already told my dad that no matter what Qin Xiaobei is like, even if he dies, I will marry him. It's okay to have a ghost marriage, or from today on, I can be his wife, and I can take care of you two old people. Although we have been together for a short time, he treats me very well, and I have made up my mind to marry him a long time ago. And I also said that no matter what he is like, I will wait for him to come back. Even if now all I'm waiting for is his corpse, I don't mind. Hearing this, Wanjing and Qin Minji were shocked. Don't be silly, Nian Nian. We will tell you about this after the funeral. I know you and Xiaobei are indeed in love with each other, but this is not good. Even if Xiaobei is here, he will definitely not want you to do this. Wanjing and Qin Minji both tried to persuade her patiently. But Su Niannian was determined to get married. Annie, she took a breath. The reason I came here today is because I had this idea. I want to attend his funeral as his wife. I'm not kidding. What I said is true. In the future, I will be your daughter-in-law. I will take care of you, be filial to you, and provide for you in your old age. Su Niannian was firm. After hearing this, Wanjing and Qin Minji were deeply moved. She took a step forward and hugged Su Niannian. Niannian, thank you so much. You are a very loyal girl, but please don't do this. It's like this at the funeral, and you will still be a single girl after the funeral. Find a good man to marry in the future. While Wanjing was still saying these words, Su Nianyan was thinking in her heart that after acting for so many days, today she could finally be the heroine. The reason why she did this was not only because she knew that Qin Xiaobei would be back in 2 years. It was also because after experiencing the hurt in her previous life, she didn't really want to get married. If she really broke up with Qin Xiaobei, her parents would definitely force her to get married. So she had to make things like this, pretending to be deeply in love with Qin Xiaobei and not willing to marry anyone else. Wait until Qin Xiaobei completes the task before talking about it. Moreover, after she went through such a process, who would say that she was a husband killer or something? People would only say that she was a good girl and loved her fiancé deeply, and they would all praise her. Even if someone looked down on her, they just thought she was stupid, and that had nothing to do with being a husband killer. At this moment, no one came yet. Ruan Jing finished speaking, and Su Nianyan followed her into the house. Ruan Jing and Minil still wanted to tell Su Nianyan not to be so stupid, but she just sat aside. The funeral began. Su Nianyan started by talking about her identity as Qin Xiaobei's wife. She cried very miserably. The leaders of the army and the brothers who had a good relationship with Qin Xiaobei all came. Seeing Su Nianyan crying heartbreakingly, everyone felt very uncomfortable. Everyone thought that Su Nianyan was a good girl, but Qin Xiaobei didn't have this blessing. The two of them were always in love, but not destined to be together. When they thought of this, everyone sighed beside them. There was also the leader who issued a special task to Qin Xiaobei. On the surface, he pretended to be calm, but in fact he looked at Su Nianyan over and over again. She is really a good girl. When Qin Xiaobei comes back, I must talk to him carefully. I must not let such a good girl down. The leader also knew it. In addition to these people, even Bai Junyi came to attend the funeral, because Qin Xiaobei is now a hero in the army, and it would be a bad influence if he didn't come. Just after entering the door, he saw Su Nianyan sitting in the front seat, crying very miserably there. Bai Junyi blinked his eyes. What's going on?
Who is that?
Before Bai Junyi could react, someone behind him asked about Su Nianyan's identity. Haven't you heard? This is the former fiancé of our deputy commander. The deputy commander is gone, but his fiancée still insisted on marrying him. She has to attend this funeral as his wife. I heard that he has a deep affection for our deputy commander, so she cried so miserably. Someone behind him explained the situation. Bai Junyi felt very harsh when he heard the words wife's identity. He was in a very bad mood. Su Xiaoxiao had told him before that Su Nianyan was stupid at home and was playing with him before, so she chased him for a while, but he didn't believe it. He felt that Su Nianyan was sincere after all because she was really nice to him during that time. That's why he didn't refuse or agree. He thought that if there was someone who was always nice to him, wouldn't it be nice? But now the person who was nice to him suddenly became a different person and fell in love with someone else? How could a person change so quickly? He really couldn't figure it out. While he couldn't figure it out, Bai Junyi was also very upset. How could someone who loved him so much before love someone else so much now? It was as if something that belonged to him was suddenly taken away by someone. Bai Junyi was not happy at the funeral. But Su Nianyan didn't look at anyone. She sat there and cried very seriously. She was a person who was reborn, so of course she had to fight for something for herself. The better she performed now, the better she would live in the future. In short, if she had to choose a partner, it would definitely be Qin Xiaobei. No one else would choose him. She knew where he was going, and that he would live a good life in the future. She had been with him before, and he had a good personality and was thoughtful. As long as they can wait for him to come back, the two of them will definitely be able to live a good life. Su Nianyan cried until the afternoon, and she could hardly cry because her voice was hoarse. But when she stopped crying, she still shouted, "Woo woo woo, you dead ghost, why did you leave me alone? Everyone, something seems to be wrong?" Bai Junyi was still depressed after returning home. Su Xiaoxiao came up to talk to him, but he pretended not to listen. "Brother Bai, what's wrong with you?" Su Xiaoxiao frowned. "Have you eaten? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you now." Hearing what Su Xiaoxiao said, Bai Junyi felt inexplicably annoyed. He ignored him and went straight into the house and closed the door. Su Xiaoxiao was even more confused. What's going on? Bai Junyi was still very interested in her a few days ago, and the relationship between the two was very harmonious. Life is very nourishing, so the complexion has improved a lot. On the other hand, Su Niannian, it's okay to make yourself look like a ghost, but you even want to hold a ghost marriage. You are really stupid. But even if you can't figure it out, Su Xiaoxiao didn't think about it from other places. It should be that Bai Junyi's things in the army are not going well, so he is unhappy. Su Xiaoxiao went to make a bowl of steaming noodles and brought it into the room. Su Niannian waited until the funeral, and all the things were done before returning home. After returning home, she looked decadent again, didn't want to do anything, sat on the chair, and stared blankly at the front. Wang Xuelian looked at Su Niannian's appearance and couldn't help gloating. But she couldn't show it, and Su Jiangwo saw his daughter become like this, and he couldn't bear it. He felt uncomfortable in his heart. Niannian, don't be too sad. You still have to adjust your emotions. The dead can't be resurrected. Su Jiangwo really thought that his daughter was crazy, but since the matter had come out, now people in the army said that his eldest daughter was really affectionate and righteous when they saw him. He couldn't blame Su Niannian anymore. But I still need to persuade her. It's not good to be so decadent all day, not eating or cooking. Wang Xuelian said that she was busy all by herself. Su Niannian didn't want to listen to Su Jiangwo's words. She pretended to be very irritable, went into the room and closed the door. After hearing no movement outside, she went into the space to take a bath. After a comfortable bath, Su Niannian was quite excited to see that the new vegetables in the space had almost grown. It seems that I can add one more kind the next day. It seems that the temperature will drop after a while, and winter is coming to this city soon. Su Niannian plans to buy some soybeans to grow bean sprouts. Bean sprouts are still popular in winter, and the bean sprouts grown with spiritual spring water will definitely taste better. It will be able to sell well again at that time. I have done everything I should do. Now everyone knows that I have to marry Qin Xiaobei, so I still have some time. In the 1 or 2 years since Qin Xiaobei came back, she will definitely do a good job at her career and make more money. And Qin Xiaobei has already gone to carry out a spy mission. While the funeral was being held here, he got the information he wanted. Both sides have a code for contact. 1 month later, Qin Xiaobei came to the contact point, found his comrades, and told them the news he had obtained. Hearing this, the comrades hurriedly recorded all the news. They still had a few minutes to talk. Qin Xiaobei thought that after the news was passed back, his parents would definitely not be able to bear it. He wanted to ask. The comrades who came over also knew what he was thinking, and said, "The family is safe, but uncle and aunt are very sad. They don't have a son like you. Recently, I have seen uncle, and feel that he is in a bad mood." The comrades sighed. This kind of news cannot be told to others casually, especially the people closest to Qin Xiaobei and his family. Qin Xiaobei sighed when he heard this, and could only say sullenly, "Wait until I finish my mission and go back. I will accompany my parents well." This is the mission of the army. As a soldier, he has no way to refuse. He can only go back and make up for it. The time is almost up, and Qin Xiaobei is ready to go back to avoid being discovered by the spies. The comrade behind him thought for a while and called him again. "In addition to your parents, there is also your fiancé. When your uncle and aunt held your funeral, your fiancé cried very sadly and loved you so much that she insisted on having a ghost marriage with you. After your uncle and aunt stopped him, they had to let him attend the funeral as your wife." Qin Xiaobei's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and the scene of him walking on the street with Su Niannian on the day he was leaving emerged in his mind again. Su Niannian said that she would wait for him to come back, and he thought it was just talk, but unexpectedly, Qin Xiaobei felt very moved when he thought of these things. "I really didn't expect that Su Niannian was so deeply in love with me. I must complete the task as soon as possible and rush back as soon as possible." Everything Su Niannian has done now has moved him very much. Maybe as time goes by, Su Niannian will cancel her marriage with him under the persuasion of her parents and marry someone else? If he could complete the mission earlier, Maybe he could catch up with Su Nianyan before she got married. Then he could marry her. But it still depends on the situation. Everything Su Nianyan has done now is enough for him to be grateful to her for the rest of his life. It is still unclear whether the two of them are destined to be together.
Just like this time.
The wedding date has been set, but he still has to go on a mission temporarily. Fortunately, the day when Bai Junyi and Su Xiaoxiao got married was not the day when they got married. Otherwise, if he went on a mission on the wedding night, it would be a bigger to Su Nianyan. After thinking about these things, Qin Xiaobei shook his head, said goodbye to his comrades, and successfully returned to the spy team. In the month when Qin Xiaobei passed away, Su Nianyan discovered another function in the space. Before, she had grown a lot of vegetables and used spiritual spring water to sprout bean sprouts. Her business in the vegetable market was also very good, but there were still too few types of vegetables. So she was busy sowing these 2 days. There was no time to harvest vegetables when sowing, and she was very tired after finishing it, so Su Nianyan thought about going back to sleep first. After sleeping, Su Nianyan found that the ripe vegetables had been placed in the warehouse where she usually piled them up the next morning. It seems that this space has the function of automatically collecting vegetables. There was a line on the small sign that she encountered before, and there were other functions to be developed in the future. Maybe she had developed the function of automatically collecting vegetables in this field, so she only needed to sow in the future. That would be much more convenient. Su Nianyan was quite happy. Thinking that there was a function of automatically collecting vegetables, the situation would definitely be better. Why not plant all the fields by herself? Anyway, she only needed to sow now, and it was not too tiring. The fields were all turned over. Su Nianyan put all the seeds of the several vegetables she bought. There were 3 kinds of vegetables here again. Once they were ripe, she would have other vegetables to sell. After planting all the fields, Su Nianyan went back to the room to rest. When she got up the next morning, Su Nianyan stretched. She found that if the ripe vegetables were not collected for more than 3 days, the space would automatically store them in the warehouse. The vegetables stored in the warehouse would definitely be spoiled. The vegetables she bought home in her previous life would wilt after more than 2 days. If they wilt, they can't be sold, which is not cost-effective. So Su Nianyan plans to get up earlier these 2 days so that she can go out for a longer period of time. In the morning, there is another wave of people buying vegetables. They all have to go to work. Since no one at home buys vegetables, they come to buy in advance. If this wave can be improved, the vegetables she sells can be increased. Even if there is a function in the space to automatically collect vegetables, the vegetables will not go bad. Su Nianyan took a big bath, and after washing up, she went downstairs. When she went downstairs, she found that there was another field in the distance. Another acre of field. Su Nianyan was puzzled. Could it be that because she had planted all the fields, there was another acre of field? If so, she could still experiment and see if the expansion of fields was the rule. There are not many seeds left at home, so she will buy some in the afternoon. With this discovery, Su Nianyan was still very excited and went very early. She put the fresh vegetables together, and old customers came directly to buy them. After buying, they weighed them, and everyone bought a lot. As for new customers, seeing so many people buying, they also thought that Su Nianyan's vegetables must be good, so they bought some to try. Su Nianyan is sweet, beautiful, and her vegetables are delicious. Many people like her. When Li Dahua came to set up the stall, she found that Su Nianyan had been here for a while. She was curious. Nianyan, have you sold more vegetables recently? I see that you seem to come very early.
We just came to set up the stall now.
You have sold some, right? Su Nianyan's 2 baskets were already empty.
Yes.
Li Dahua usually takes care of herself in the vegetable market. Su Nianyan sometimes brings her a bun or some food. This is considered a social etiquette. I didn't expect that you, a little girl, can endure so much. Li Dahua joked, and the ants who set up stalls on both sides of Su Nianyan also came. Her stall has tomatoes and big white radishes, as well as small green vegetables and bean sprouts. The 2 ants' eyes widened when they saw it. They didn't buy any this morning because they thought Su Nianyan already had big, white radishes. They thought there might be no tomatoes, so they could buy some. Many people in the market like Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Who knew Su Nianyan also had them? You're against us all day, aren't you? The ant on the left was very unhappy. How can a little girl like you have such deep thoughts? Are you trying to stop both of us from doing business? The vegetable seller in the distance sighed helplessly when he saw that they were arguing again. Do you think it's possible that the little girl followed them and knew what vegetables they bought? How is that possible? The little girl's vegetables are all different. If you ask me, they just clash. Every time the two of them want to sell some fresh vegetables, they almost always run into the little girl with the same vegetables. But hers tastes better. The texture is impeccable. Haven't we all eaten it? Those two people may really have a conflict with the little girl. Let's not worry about it. As long as they don't sell large quantities of vegetables that we have here, it'll be fine. That's right. People in the distance didn't care much, but Li Dahua, who usually received benefits from Su Nianyan, of course spoke up for her at this time. It's other people's freedom to take whatever vegetables they want, and it's also your freedom to take whatever vegetables you want. How can you blame others for not wanting you two to do business? Soon as Li Dahua opened her mouth, the two ants started yelling at her, and Su Nianyan stood in the middle. Maybe this little girl had bad intentions and knew what vegetables we bought, so she went against us. I think this little girl is not a good person either. The ants on both sides were talking nonsense. Li Dahua rolled up her sleeves, put her hands on her hips, and wanted to scold again. Su Nianyan pulled her. Forget it, Aunt. Let's not bother with them. I'm not like some people who follow me after I leave the vegetable market to see what vegetables I buy. When Su Nianyan said this, almost all the vegetable vendors in the vegetable market heard it, and they looked at the two ants with contempt. Everyone has their own source of vegetables for purchasing, and no one will tell others about their own purchase channels. Once you tell others, won't you be able to make money? These two people are still following Su Nianyan. They are really shameless as they get older. The two sisters-in-law were so frustrated that they couldn't speak. It was officially time to sell vegetables in the morning, and Su Nianyan sold a few more baskets of vegetables. Because there were still a lot of vegetables in the space, as long as they were more than 3 days old, the space would automatically collect the vegetables. Su Nianyan thought of putting them out for a while. In the morning, she ate the big meat buns bought on the roadside. For lunch, she had a fixed order from the ant who sold rice before. The food made by this ant who specialized in selling rice tasted particularly good. Su Nianyan had cooked for a lifetime in her previous life, but she couldn't cook as well as she did. Su Nianyan thought it was delicious, so she bought a portion with meat, and it was like this almost every day. The vegetable sellers around were so jealous. Su Nianyan didn't care about them at all. She ate so well every day and went home to take a bath and go to bed at night. Another week passed, and Su Nianyan went home very late every afternoon. Because she still had to pretend to be sad, she just ate a little when she went back. After eating a little, she was quite hungry at night. Su Nianyan came out of the space and wanted to find something to eat, but there was no food at home, so she could only starve until the next morning. She ate an extra big meat bun. This week, she came early every morning and went back late in the afternoon. Su Nianyan bought seeds and planted the extra acre of land. The next day, she found that there was another extra field. She instantly understood the rule of the extra fields. As long as she planted all the fields, she could get another new field. No wonder Bai Shanshan started a wholesale business after doing retail business for a short time in her previous life. Because the fields expanded enough, if she didn't do wholesale business, she couldn't sell it all by herself. The wholesale business would be easier to do. She could also consider taking this path in the future. After discovering the rule of the extra fields, Su Nianyan was really excited. But if she sowed more fields quickly, there would be more vegetables stored in the warehouse. So Su Nianyan went out early and came back late every day. But even though she went out early and came back late, she still couldn't sell so many vegetables. After returning to the space one day, she unexpectedly found that the vegetables in the warehouse were still juicy. Su Nianyan was quite surprised to realize this. Could it be that this warehouse also has the function of automatic preservation? She had only seen refrigerators and freezers for things that can preserve freshness. But the preservation time is also very short, especially for freezers. Once frozen hard, some things will become rotten if they are thawed like ice cubes. But her warehouse seems to be very different. The vegetables that were automatically picked and placed in the space 5 days ago were not sold out. She came to check this afternoon, thinking that if the vegetables were spoiled, they would be taken out, in order to avoid spoiling other vegetables. Who knew that these vegetables were still in good condition, as if they had just been picked from the fields? That's why Su Nianyan was so surprised. She discovered that there was an extra acre of land in the field before, and it was because she tested it after discovering it. It seems that she has to try it this time. Su Nianyan picked the fresh vegetables and put them in the space, and didn't take care of them for 3 consecutive days. On the 3rd day, she took another look at the vegetables. Sure enough, they were the same as when they were picked before, and there was no problem at all. This space has a fresh-keeping function, which is much more useful than the refrigerator of the future. After realizing this, Su Nianyan went to buy vegetables happily again. When buying lunch at noon, she thought that the food cooked by Wang Xiulian tasted average, and there was not meat every meal. If she wanted to eat meat, she would have to buy it back. She didn't want to buy so much, so she simply told the aunt to order an extra meal. Sometimes I go back too late and don't want to cook, so I order an extra meal and take it back in the afternoon to heat it up and eat it.
Su Nianyan smiled.
Now she is familiar with the aunt who sells meals and can order directly. She can tell her what she wants to eat, and the aunt will cook it in the dish the next day. The aunt will sell the tastier meat separately, and Su Nianyan will also buy an extra portion of meat. Now that she earns more and more money, she will certainly not treat herself badly. The aunt nodded after hearing this. Okay, then I will bring you 2 portions in the future. It's still the old rule. Just tell me what you want to eat. Su Nianyan took the lunchbox back with a smile and continued to eat her lunchbox as usual. The business has been booming recently and people around are jealous. But they dare not do anything. Because if they use any illegal means, once Su Nianyan calls the police, they can't even do business. This can't be done. Everyone is jealous and can only do this. Su Nianyan also bought 2 meals today, ate 1, and pretended to put the remaining 1 into the basket, but actually found an excuse to put it into the space. You can go back and heat it up in the afternoon and eat it. Selling vegetables for noon, because there are more and more vegetables now, Su Nianyan will sell until very late in the afternoon before going back. After returning home, pretending to be very tired, she sat next to the table. Wang Xiulian had already prepared the meal. The food on the table was very ordinary, just ordinary stir-fried cabbage and shredded potatoes, plus a little pickled vegetables. At most, there was a little oil residue in the shredded potatoes. Su Nianyan had no appetite for the food she saw. Wang Xiulian's food was very ordinary. Most of the time, she would put a little water in and cook it quickly, so that it would cook faster and not waste oil. Su Nianyan's taste had become more and more picky recently. In the morning, she went to eat the best steamed buns near the vegetable market. And she ate big meat buns. At noon, she ate the lunch boxes sold by the aunt, which were a combination of meat and vegetables and very nutritious. Now seeing the food made by Wang Xiulian, she had no appetite. Thinking that there was still a portion in her space, she simply ate a little bit. Su Zhengwo saw that she only ate so little food and was a little anxious. Why do you only eat so little? You should eat more. You are so thin, and you have to go to work every day. Su Zhengwo was still worried. After all, she was her biological daughter. She just leaned towards Su Xiaoxiao in some things. Su Nianyan shook her head. It had only been a month and a half since the news of the death came back. Wan Jing often came to see her and bought her a lot of things. She also looked very decadent. She had to pretend for a while, at least a few months or half a year, and then she could slowly cheer up a little bit. You said, "Kid, I told you that the dead cannot be resurrected. You have to figure it out yourself. Why are you still like this?" Su Zhengwo wanted to continue talking, but Su Nianyan turned around and went back to the room. He was so angry that he sat on the chair. Wang Xiulian comforted her. "Don't worry too much. I'll make something delicious later. Maybe Nianyan will like it. Let's eat first." Su Zhengwo looked at Wang Xiulian's appearance and sighed in his heart that he married this daughter-in-law. It turned out to be considerate. He really made the right choice before. Su Nianyan returned to the space and stayed in the space for a while, sewing and reading. When she left the space and heard no movement outside, she prepared to heat up the food in the space. Who knew that she just picked up the food and found that the food was hot?
Huh?
Su Nianyan was quite excited when she noticed that the food was hot. She only noticed that the space had the function of keeping fresh before, but she didn't expect that it also had the function of keeping warm. After realizing this function, Su Nianyan was instantly ecstatic. It seems that she doesn't have to go out to heat up the food in the future. If she wants to eat something, she can just buy it and put it in the space. Whether it is fruit or lunchbox, it can be steaming hot. Su Nianyan walked around excitedly with the food. After a full meal, the food tasted the same as the one she had at noon. She went to take a bath in the spiritual spring water. Selling vegetables during the day is very tiring, and sometimes she has to greet customers. She comes back at night and takes a bath in the spiritual spring water to wash away all the fatigue. Su Nianyan loves taking a bath the most. Lying on the bed after taking a bath, Su Nianyan thought that she could find an advantage of the space every once in a while. It was really a blessing from God. The more she thought about it, the more beautiful it felt. After thinking for a while, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Recently, Su Xiaoxiao has been living a good life, but she is a little puzzled. In her previous life, Bai Shanshan seemed to have started a small business at this time, but recently Bai Shanshan has been sleeping at home all day. She also orders dishes every day.
Could it be
Bai Shanshan hasn't found a way to do business yet? Su Xiaoxiao thought about it for a while, and then put all these things behind her. Everything is going according to the trajectory of the previous life. Qin Xiaobei is indeed dead, which means that Bai Shanshan will still do business in the future. It may be because her rebirth has affected the trajectory, so it will be a little later. It doesn't matter. As long as I treat Bai Shanshan better now, she will definitely take care of me in the future. With her care, I will definitely live a good life in the future. As for Su Nianyan, she can't control it, but she still hopes that she will live a worse life than herself. Because she lived a good life in her previous life, it should be her turn in this life. Su Xiaoxiao thought about it. She hasn't seen Su Nianyan for a while recently. She wants to go back to see what she is like and whether she still loves Qin Xiaobei as deeply as she did some time ago. It's hard to forget those things. The next afternoon, Su Xiaoxiao finished cooking for her family, said goodbye to the old man, and went home with her things. Although their family did not live in the family compound, it was not very far away. It only took a few minutes to walk there. When she got home, Wang Xiulian was cooking. When she saw Su Xiaoxiao coming back, she immediately put on a smile. Xiaoxiao, you're back? Hurry up and cook. Mom bought some meat today. We'll fry it this afternoon. Let's have dinner here. Wang Xiulian put down the things and went into the kitchen. How is Su Nianyan these days? Is she heartbroken? She's not the same as before, is she? She's not that bad. She just doesn't eat much every day. She does look sad, but who cares? Maybe it's because Qin Xiaobei gave her too many things, so she loves him so deeply. After a long time, it actually gets better. Wang Xiulian thought that maybe it was just because Qin Xiaobei was richer and Su Nianyan was a little reluctant to give up this condition. Because Wan Jing would come over every few days and would bring a lot of things to Su Nianyan. If it were her, she would also be willing to pretend for a while. When she got almost all the benefits and she said that she had let it go, wouldn't it be better to find someone to marry? Hearing these words, Su Xiaoxiao nodded and asked Wang Xiulian some more questions, such as how much money Su Nianyan earned a month at work. I don't know. Wang Xiulian really didn't know. She had been busy recently. You are so busy every day. You should ask him how much his monthly salary is. At least you have to hand over some money for the family expenses. Su Xiaoxiao spoke in Wang Xiulian's ear. Tell her all her thoughts. Wang Xiulian thought about it, and it seemed that she really couldn't be like this. Otherwise, she would suffer more. She still had to let Su Nianyan take out some money for her family expenses. At least she had to buy some vegetables. After all, she had a lot of things to do every day when she came back and she didn't go home. Su Xiaoxiao didn't stay here for long, and Su Nianyan came back. She pretended to be heartbroken at home every day and she was full of energy when she arrived at the vegetable market. Those ants couldn't stand her quarreling with her, so she quarreled with them at the top of her voice. She had lived 2 lives and didn't care about those false names at all. Whoever treats her badly, she will treat him badly. Especially the 2 ants on her left and right. Both of them dare not mess with her now, because she is very strong in fighting. When she just got home, she saw Su Xiaoxiao sitting on a chair, and Su Niannian walked over with an expressionless face. She pretended not to see anyone and wanted to go into the house directly, but Su Xiaoxiao stopped her. "Sister, I finally came back. Don't you plan to talk to me?" Su Niannian turned around and looked at her expressionlessly. Without entering the house, she walked over here, pulled a chair and sat down, and said calmly, "If I remember correctly, you've been married for less than 2 months, and you have come back 6 times, an average of once a week. And every time you come back, you are very relaxed, so it can't be considered a hard trip back." After Su Niannian finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao's face was a little ugly. She really wanted to curse. Just when Su Xiaoxiao wanted to say a few words to choke Su Niannian, Su Zhengwo came back from outside. "Xiaoxiao, you're back." Su Zhengwo was very happy to see her. Every time Su Xiaoxiao came back, she would bring some things to him as a father, and he felt very relieved. The daughter he raised finally got a little bit of reward, and he seemed to be doing much better in the army. Although Qin Xiaobei was gone, it was indeed an unhappy thing, but there were rumors in the army recently that Qin Xiaobei was gone, and there would be vacancies. They would all move up one after another. There were also rumors that the person who was most likely to be promoted this time was Bai Junyi. If Bai Junyi could really be the deputy regiment commander, then he might be able to move up a little bit, and he might really be able to reach the position of battalion commander. If he could get to the position of battalion commander, his family would be able to get a house in the military family compound, and then he would be closer to Su Xiaoxiao. He had been working hard for so many years just to get a house, but it was really difficult to get promoted to this position. Especially since he was old, the army would not send him out to perform tasks. If he did not perform tasks and was well behaved at ordinary times, he would not be able to establish any merits. Without merits, of course, he could not move up, lest others would be dissatisfied. Qualifications are nothing in front of merits. Although this is a rumor, most people in the army say so. Although it cannot be spread openly, many people have already guessed it. Su Zhengwo himself also knew about this matter, so his attitude towards Su Xiaoxiao was also much more polite. Wang Xiulian had just cooked the food and invited everyone to eat. While eating, Su Xiaoxiao still wanted to stimulate Su Niannian and talked about the details of her usual interactions with Bai Junyi. They said that the relationship between the two was very good, and Bai Junyi also took good care of her. Even though he went to the army, he came back early every afternoon. Su Niannian raised her eyebrows when she heard these words. Now Bai Junyi just thought that she was considerate and fresh. Yang Wanru over there must be very unhappy, so at most after a while, Yang Wanru will have trouble. In the previous life, she and Bai Junyi also had peaceful days together, but just a few days after getting along peacefully, Yang Wanru started to make trouble. In the previous life, she was also impatient and would never allow a speck of dust in her eyes. After Bai Junyi went to find Yang Wanru, she would make a mad fuss, so the relationship between the two became worse and worse. Later, it became a stalemate. She didn't know what Su Xiaoxiao said. After all, she said that day that she could tolerate the existence of the widow of Bai Junyi's comrade. Maybe she could really tolerate it. If she couldn't tolerate it, Su Xiaoxiao could also be a frustrated turtle, because she wanted to live a good life. It is estimated that she wouldn't make a big fuss. Shaking her head, Su Niannian didn't think about these things, didn't take the words to heart, ate a little and prepared to go back to the room. Eat more. You have to go to work every day and you only eat so little. It's not good to have another bowl of rice or some vegetables. Su Zhengwo looked at Su Niannian like this and was really worried. But Su Niannian shook her head. This morning, she bought 2 meals from her aunt at the market and also bought an extra portion of spicy lamb. The aunt's specialty is spicy lamb. This dish is very good, spicy, but without the smell of lamb. Whenever she catches up with her making this dish, Su Nianyan will buy an extra portion of meat. It doesn't matter if it's a little expensive. She can eat it directly in the space when she comes back in the evening. Now she will take a bath after returning to the space, and then eat something before going to bed. Su Jiangwo asked her to eat more. Won't she be unable to eat later? Although Wang Shulian also fried green pepper meat this afternoon, the meat tasted very ordinary. It was better to eat what I bought. There is no problem in buying something I like with the money I earned. I can't eat. Su Nianyan returned to the room after saying this. Su Jiangwo sighed, and Su Xiaoxiao muttered beside him. Why does it feel weird? Logically speaking, if Su Nianyan can't eat, she should be pale or look ugly, but she just saw that Su Nianyan seemed to have gained a little weight. Even if she is not fat, her skin color must have become a lot whiter. In short, there are certain changes. If it weren't for her calm face, she didn't look like her fiancé had died at all. It looked like she ate well and slept well every day. It didn't match what Wang Shulian said. This matter was a bit strange, but Su Xiaoxiao didn't pursue it. She talked to Su Jiangwo and the others for a few more words and went back after dinner. When I went back today, I found that Bai Junyi was not at home. Su Xiaoxiao was quite confused and immediately went to find Bai Shanshan. Sister-in-law, are you buying me something again? Usually, Su Xiaoxiao seldom came to see Bai Shanshan. She mainly came to ask her what dishes she wanted to eat or to buy her something. Bai Shanshan was used to it, so she felt particularly surprised when she saw Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed. She really didn't buy anything today, but she thought about it, stroked the hair by her ears and said, "If you really like it, sister-in-law will take you to buy a pair of earrings tomorrow. Don't you like it very much? There is still some money in hand, so buying another pair of earrings is not a problem." Bai Shanshan was very happy to hear this. Su Xiaoxiao also took this opportunity to ask where Bai Junyi went. "I don't know." Bai Shanshan spread her hands. "I really don't know. My brother hasn't come home yet. He didn't come back for dinner this afternoon. My parents don't know either. He may still be training in the army." Su Xiaoxiao didn't say anything more after hearing these words. "Then I'll go back first. Shanshan, go to bed early." It was already dark, but Bai Junyi still hadn't come home. Su Xiaoxiao was indeed worried, but she didn't say much and went back to her room to rest. When Su Xiaoxiao left, Bai Shanshan called out from behind, "Sister-in-law, you must take me shopping tomorrow. You can't go back on your word." Su Xiaoxiao quickly agreed. Bai Junyi had dinner at Yang Wanru's place this afternoon. When he came, he cut 2 pounds of meat for them and bought a fish. Little Stone saw Bai Junyi. He rushed over to him excitedly. After he entered the door, he said, "Uncle Bai, my mother, and I thought you would not come to see us after you got married. I didn't expect you to come after all. I really miss you, Uncle Bai. Does Uncle Bai miss me?" Little Stone spoke in an orderly manner. Hearing these words, Bai Junyi nodded and touched Little Stone's head. "Uncle Bai was a little busy some time ago. Didn't he come to see you now? He also brought you fish and meat. If I come again in a few days, I will buy you some eggs and ask your mother to cook 2 more for you to nourish your body." As she spoke, Su Nianyan walked into the house. After hearing the noise, Yang Wanru deliberately pretended to be heartbroken. Bai Junyi entered the house, and Yang Wanru pretended to be absent-mindedly cooking there, letting the oil splash on her wrists. "Hey!" The oil splashed on his wrist. After seeing Yang Wanru's reaction, Bai Junyi hurried over and held his hand tightly. "What's wrong? Why are you absent-minded?" Yang Wanru showed her surprise to the fullest. "Why are you here? I thought you would never come to see me and Shirtu again." "No, I can't say that. You're married. I can't let you have any influence on me." Yang Wanru took 2 steps back, and Bai Junyi felt distressed when he saw her. He felt a little guilty at the same time. He used to think that he was loyal to Yang Wanru, just like he was married. But after getting married and being with Su Xiaoxiao and experiencing the life of a married couple, Bai Junyi felt that Su Xiaoxiao was a good person and was willing to live a good life with her. This was the first time he came to see Yang Wanru after getting married. Before, he was busy, and later he was busy with Su Xiaoxiao day and night. Then he didn't have time to come. "You know what I'm thinking. My heart is always in your heart. Wanru, don't hide from me like this. Bai Junyi took the initiative to go forward. The two talked for a while before he brought in the fish and meat he bought. Oh. Yang Wanru shook her head as soon as she saw the fish and meat he brought over. Forget it. Take these things back. Don't buy them for me at home.
They're so expensive.
Your money doesn't come from the wind. It had been half a month since Yang Wanru had eaten meat with Xiao Shirtu last time.
But she could only pretend like this.
Only in this way would Bai Junyi treat her better. She knew this very well. Sure enough, Bai Junyi felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. After thinking for a while, he stayed to eat. Cook less meat. You can hang up the remaining meat to make bacon.
You can eat this fish next time.
I will promise to visit you once a week in the future. After Bai Junyi said these words, Yang Wanru felt a little happier. Bai Junyi stayed here for a while. After dinner, he walked around outside before going home. After returning home, he was lingering with Su Xiaoxiao. 2 days later, because Qin Xiaobei's position could not be left vacant, a candidate was selected from among several people for the position of battalion commander. Bai Junyi happened to be on a mission, and he completed the mission very well. So many people recommended him to become the deputy regiment commander. He was successfully promoted. On the afternoon of the promotion, Su Xiaoxiao returned home and told Su Nianyan and the others about the matter with a smile. Su Nianyan still had a blank expression on her face. The trajectory of this life is the same as that of the previous life. After Bai Junyi was promoted, his father Su Zhengwo was also promoted to battalion commander. In 2 days, the report to apply for the family compound will be submitted, and their family will move there soon. When Jun-yi gets promoted, your family will be able to live a good life. My daughter has a good eye. Wang Xiulian was smiling over there. Su Zhengwo coughed twice, trying to get her to talk less. But how could Wang Xiulian control her excitement? She really didn't believe her daughter's ridiculous words before, but later she realized that she was too superficial. She had to believe her daughter's words in the future. If her daughter lived a good life, she would be better to her as a mother. For example, she bought her a coat 2 days ago. Su Nianyan didn't feel anything about these words, because in 2 years, once Qin Xiaobei came back, he would be the head of the regiment. The most important thing was that his salary and wages for faking his death in the past 2 years could be paid in one lump sum, and there would be a large bonus. Su Nianyan knew all this because she heard people in the family compound talking about it in her previous life. The military wives in the family compound were very talkative, and they could find out the gossip of almost every family. As long as she could keep calm, Qin Xiaobei's life would be better in the future, and she could make a lot of money in the next 2 or 3 years. Everything depends on yourself, so don't care about those things that have no shadow. Su Zhengwo was very happy about the promotion. After coughing and asking Wang Xiulian not to talk about it, he began to celebrate. Su Xiaoxiao felt that her life was really getting better and better. Her father and husband were promoted, and her life was smooth sailing. After staying here for a while, she went home. She and Bai Junyi were still making a fuss every day, and they were never tired of it. Su Nianyan ate a little and went back to the space. Recently, she had been enjoying taking a bath and washing her face with spiritual spring water and eating delicious food every day. She was indeed a lot rounder. In the future, she still had to control it a little bit. Wang Xiulian also talked to Su Nianyan the next day and asked her how much she earned a month. Su Nianyan knew what she meant by saying this, which meant that her monthly salary was 15 yuan. Actually, I sell vegetables now and earn nearly 50 or 60 yuan a month. Later, I sell more and more, and I can earn at least 5 or 6 yuan a day. It's almost over 100 yuan a month. The reason why I say 15 yuan is because this salary is very normal for girls of their generation. Everyone earns this little money. Since the monthly salary is 15 yuan, it should be okay for you to save some for family expenses, right? In Wang Xiulian's opinion, 15 yuan a month is not a small amount. If you don't go to work and stay idle at home, you won't get a penny? Since Su Nianyan can get money by working outside and her housework has increased, she should take out part of the money for household expenses. Then how much do you think I should take out, Mom? In this regard, Su Nianyan did not have any objection, because sometimes she came home very late, and Wang Xiulian did all the housework. Although the food she cooked was really not delicious, she cooked every day, which was also her contribution. She should pay. Is 5 yuan a month okay? When you get your salary, bring me some vegetables occasionally, not too much, and you don't need to buy meat. After Wang Xiulian finished speaking, she turned her head away. In fact, she also wanted to ask for more, but she was afraid that Su Nianyan would go out and tell others that she treated her harshly. She has been married to Su Jiangwo for so many years, and it is because those people outside said unpleasant things that she has maintained the status quo. Okay. It has indeed been a while since she started working. Su Nianyan thought about it and took out 5 yuan from her pocket. I got my salary 2 days ago. I've always wanted to find time to ask Mom. Since we've talked about it tonight, I'll give this 5 yuan to Mom for household expenses. If you need to buy some vegetables in the future, you can call me. After Su Nianyan said these words, Wang Xiulian took the money and said nothing more. She turned and went into the room. Bai Junyi has been visiting Yang Wanru less frequently recently. The last time he went, he had promised to go once a week. But after he got promoted, his boss called him over and briefly talked about what he should do after the promotion. He should set a good example and his moral character should not be corrupted. He said that since he was married, he should put all his thoughts on his family and his work. The words start a family and build a career are synchronized. The boss had heard some rumors before, so he gave him a few words of advice. It just so happened that Su Xiaoxiao was quite clingy during this period. The two of them were still very happy every night, so they didn't have much free time. Today, he finally found some time and went again. Yang Wanru was a little unhappy that he only came once every few days or even half a month, but she couldn't show it. She just thought that Su Xiaoxiao was really difficult to deal with. If only Bai Junyi had married Su Nianyan at that time. She felt that Su Nianyan's emotions were always expressed on her face, so she should be much easier to deal with than Su Xiaoxiao. It was a pity that Su Nianyan was not helpful at all when they got married. She was very disappointed that she didn't make trouble. After sighing in her heart, Yang Wanru continued to cook the dishes in her hand when she heard the noise outside. This afternoon, Bai Junyi came over as usual, bringing them large and small bags of things, and even cloth bought for her. But Yang Wanru was also very unhappy, because she knew that all this was just because of Bai Junyi's guilt. In fact, he and Su Xiaoxiao had been living a good life recently. He still felt fresh about Su Xiaoxiao. She was indeed gone. Brother Yi, you haven't come to see me, and Xiao Shirtu, for a long time. Have you forgotten us? Bai Junyi entered the kitchen, and Yang Wanru asked casually, finishing the dishes in the bowl and taking them out of the pot. Without hearing Bai Junyi's answer, Yang Wanru took a deep breath, and when she looked back at Bai Junyi, her face was full of smiles. It's okay, Brother Yi. Even if you don't come to see me and Xiao Shirtu, we can both be strong. After saying that, she quickly took out all the dishes and chopsticks, and on the table were all the dishes that Bai Junyi liked to eat. Bai Junyi sat next to the table, and Xiao Shirtu kept chattering to him. His heart seemed to be stabbed by something. He felt a little guilty, because Su Xiaoxiao was really good. In addition to being considerate, she was also capable at home. Both his parents and grandfather praised him highly. When he first said that he was going to Yang Wanru, the family was in chaos, and everyone was unhappy. Every day when they ate, they had a tense face. If he was not the only son in the family, he believed that his parents might have kicked him out long ago. But since marrying Su Xiaoxiao, life at home has been much better. And he also got a promotion. He was really interested in Su Xiaoxiao recently, and he was really busy with things in the army, so he didn't come here. I just got promoted, and there are a lot of things to do in the army. Bai Junyi felt a little guilty, but he couldn't tell the truth, so he could only say it casually and then touch the head of Xiao Shirtu next to him. In a few days, if Uncle Bai is not busy, I will take you out to play. You can tell Uncle where you want to go the most. Xiao Shirtu smiled and chattered with Bai Junyi when he heard this. Yang Wanru watched from the opposite side, holding the chopsticks tightly again and again. She really wanted to be angry, but she knew that Su Xiaoxiao was not easy to deal with. If she got angry this afternoon, Bai Junyi would definitely be very unhappy. Some degree of measure must be grasped well. If she got angry at this time, it would hit Bai Junyi's gun. Bai Junyi was promoted recently and successfully became the deputy head of the regiment. Both the salary and treatment were much better than before. If I quarrel with him, maybe I will get even less in the future. If I really want to go out to work, what will happen? Working is very hard. I work so hard every month, but I don't get much money. Now I just need to not make Bai Junyi angry, and everything will be fine slowly. She can't make a fuss. After all, Bai Junyi and Su Xiaoxiao are husband and wife now, and there is still a sense of freshness. He can only wait for a while, and when the freshness between the two of them is gone, he can take the opportunity to do something else. In short, she will hold this man firmly in her hand and must let this man help her raise this child. The reason why she gave birth to this child and married the child's father was because the child's father had a higher position than Bai Junyi at the time. At that time, Bai Junyi was only the deputy battalion commander, and her husband, who died early, was already the battalion commander. It's just that I didn't expect the child's father to die so early. She can only make plans for herself and the child. Taking a deep breath, Yang Wanru looked at the two of them with a smile, pretending to be happy. Bai Junyi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Wanru was not angry. Wanru was really nice. She was indeed the girl he liked at that time. She was very considerate and really nice to him. But compared to Su Xiaoxiao. By the way, Wanru, Bai Junyi didn't want to go because he couldn't figure out what was in his mind. He wanted to take the things he bought after dinner. This is the fabric I bought for you. I can find someone to make a skirt for you. This is the money I'm going to give you this month. Use it for living expenses, and buy food for you and Xiao Shi too. Don't let you starve. Bai Junyi, who just got his salary yesterday and still has a lot of money in his pocket today, does this every month because he always feels that he is taking care of the girl he likes. If it weren't for the secular prejudice, he would have married his favorite girl home long ago, and all the money would be his. Besides, Su Xiaoxiao also said at the time that she would allow him to take care of Wanru. That's why he married her. It's okay to give his salary to Wanru. Anyway, it's enough for the family and their parents and grandfather. When Yang Wanru saw the envelope, she knew that the money in it was the same every month. With this money, plus Bai Junyi would buy them some delicious food and fish at home every once in a while, she and Xiao Shirdu still lived a very good life. But Yang Wanru still pretended to refuse as before. No need. Yang Wanru grabbed her clothes with both hands. Really, no need. You are married now. The money should be left to your wife. I can't use this money. My life with Xiao Shirtu is not bad. If it really doesn't work, I can go out to work and clean for them. Bai Junyi felt extremely distressed when he heard this, and held Yang Wanru's hand tightly.
What are you talking about?
Bai Junyi knew that cleaning for others was very hard work, and if the girl he liked did this kind of work, he would be really heartbroken. Absolutely not. Even if I get married, I will still take care of you. You are the girl I like, and the one I want to marry. If it weren't for them, I would have taken you home long ago. Don't think about those messy things. Just accept this little money. I just got promoted this month, so the salary is not much. In the future, when I go on missions plus my salary as deputy head after my promotion, it should be a little higher. Don't worry. I will take care of you and Xiao Shi too. I will treat Xiao Shi too as my child. Bai Junyi said, and then he reached out and hugged Yang Wanru. The two hugged here, and Xiao Shirtu was playing with the toys bought by Bai Junyi in the next room. This afternoon, Su Xiaoxiao also prepared the meal and did not come back. The old man asked about this matter during the meal. What's going on? The old man had a stern face. If he guessed correctly, Bai Junyi might have gone to find Yang Wanru again. The old man had met Yang Wanru. The girl was too thoughtful, but she didn't want to marry her grandson. She married someone else. After her husband died, she naturally blamed her grandson. If Bai Junyi continued to be ambiguous with Yang Wanru and Su Xiaoxiao knew about it, she would go to the army and make a big fuss. He would not be able to get the position of deputy commander, because people in the army also care about morality. If things at home are not handled well and some messes happen, the army will also consider it. Although he will not be demoted, he may not be able to move up a step, and he may even be transferred to another unit by the army with an excuse. That would be too miserable. Grandpa, Brother E may be in the army and busy. Su Xiaoxiao explained considerately, picking up a piece of meat for the old man. Brother E may be back soon. Grandpa, try this dish I made this afternoon. The old man sighed. Su Xiaoxiao was considerate. If it was Su Nianyan, he would still call Bai Junyi over and talk to him later. They had just finished their meal, and Su Xiaoxiao hadn't put away the dishes yet, when Bai Junyi came back from outside, with a smile on his face, and put away the smile on his face, when he stepped into the main room. Junyi, come in. I have something to tell you. After the old man finished speaking, he turned and went into the house. Bai's parents looked at their son and sighed helplessly. They thought so just now. Bai Junyi must have gone to find Yang Wanru. Because before Zhu Xiaoxiao got married, Bai Junyi often did this, and every time he came back, he would be scolded by them. But Bai Junyi still didn't change. Just now, they couldn't say it in front of Su Xiaoxiao because their son finally married a girl. If something happened, it would not only affect their son's future, but also their family's reputation in the family compound. Bai's parents really didn't want to care about this matter. Bai Junyi was a little strange and followed the old man into the house. Su Xiaoxiao didn't say anything and quietly put away the dishes and cleaned the kitchen. Bai Shanshan came in from outside again and leaned close to Su Xiaoxiao's ear. Sister-in-law, didn't you say you would take me shopping before? When are you going? Bai Shanshan really wanted to buy some small jewelry. If she bought it, she would be very proud when she went out to meet her sisters in the future. Her sisters all knew that she had a good sister-in-law. The two of them whispered in there, and Bai Junyi was scolded by the old man. He came out with a gloomy face. As soon as Bai Junyi came out, he ran into Bai Shanshan and Su Xiaoxiao. Just now, Su Xiaoxiao promised Bai Shanshan that she would take her to buy it tomorrow. Seeing Bai Junyi looking at Su Xiaoxiao with a sullen face, Bai Shanshan's eyes turned. It seemed that her sister-in-law had a lot of money, otherwise she would not have been buying things for her all the time. Since this sister-in-law was very rich, she had to please her well. It would be bad if she stopped buying things for herself in the future. Bai Shanshan stiffened her neck. Brother, why are you looking at my sister-in-law with this expression? Grandpa asked you where you went this afternoon, and my sister-in-law said you were busy in the army. Bai Shanshan mustered up the courage to speak for Su Xiaoxiao. Hearing this, Bai Junyi looked at Su Xiaoxiao and then said nothing. Brother, you must be nicer to my sister-in-law in the future. My sister-in-law is very good to me. Seeing that Bai Junyi was not angry, Bai Shanshan even moved closer. Su Xiaoxiao was very happy to hear this. It seemed that she had not been nice to Bai Shanshan in vain. If Bai Shanshan did business in the future, she would definitely not forget this sister-in-law. After all, she was speaking for herself now. Su Xiaoxiao was very happy and took Bai Junyi's arm. After getting promoted these 2 days, have you been very busy? I'll get you some water to soak your feet tonight, and we'll have a good sleep. After Su Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she called Bai Junyi back to the room. Bai Shanshan was very happy when she thought that her sister-in-law would take her to buy jewelry tomorrow. Su Xiaoxiao was a really good sister-in-law. Since she came into the family, she bought everything for herself, from small jewelry to beautiful skirts and leather shoes for herself. She bought several sets. She was really happy. It seems that I have to be better to my sister-in-law in the future, otherwise how can I get so many good things? When Bai's parents knew that Bai Junyi came out of the old man's study and was coaxed back by Su Xiaoxiao, they were quite satisfied with their daughter-in-law. Su Xiaoxiao was busy every day, cooking and doing housework for their family, and contracted all the clothes of the family. She was dressed cleanly every day. How could the two not be happy? Now she was really happy to see that she could coax her son again. The couple whispered in the room. Bai Junyi and Su Xiaoxiao returned to the house, and the two rested for a while. She went to get foot washing water for her husband, and after soaking her feet, the two went to bed. Su Xiaoxiao found an excuse to go out, and when she came in again, she changed her clothes and came from the corner. When Bai Junyi saw Su Xiaoxiao wearing pajamas, his eyes flickered slightly. Su Xiaoxiao is really beautiful in this outfit. The eyes became a little different, and the eyes between the two people seemed to be drawing. Su Xiaoxiao slowly walked over from that side. Before she got close to the bed, Bai Junyi stood up and pulled her over. The two people looked at each other with very disgusting eyes. Bai Junyi gently hugged Su Xiaoxiao's waist. The two looked at each other and began their lingering nightlife. And Su Niannian was enjoying herself in the space. Tonight, she also found that there was a gym in the space. Usually, she came back to sow the fields and then took a comfortable bath and went to bed. Now, after taking a bath, she felt full of energy again. After adding a gym, she thought that fitness was also good. Because the small sign on the gym showed that fitness can shape the body. What does shaping mean? Isn't it to make the body better? Of course she wanted it. So she followed the instructions on the small sign in the gym and used every exercise and fitness equipment correctly. Exercise for more than an hour. In more than an hour, she sweated a lot, and the sweat fell from her body. Su Niannian thought it was interesting to keep going like this. Fitness has certain benefits and can make the body better. In addition, there is Lingquan water for bathing, and Lingquan water is usually added, so it is not tiring at all. In the last life, I was only thinking about the Bai family. This life is really great for myself. It would be best if I didn't have a man because having a man seems to affect my ability to make money. However, this kind of thing is not within the scope of consideration now. Anyway, Qin Xiaobei will not be back for 2 years. If I can finish all the things within these 2 years, make myself more beautiful, and make a lot of money. If I really want to find a partner, Qin Xiaobei is indeed the most suitable. The more Su Niannian thought about it, the more beautiful it became. After finishing the fitness, I took a bath and went to bed. The next day, Su Niannian was still the same as usual. After having breakfast at home, she was ready to go out to do business, and she met Su Xiaoxiao in the family compound. 2 days ago, they just moved from the house they rented before to the family compound. Su Xiaoxiao came back once, and the family didn't invite any guests. They just got together for a meal, and Wang Xulian cooked 2 more meats. Even though 2 more meat dishes were prepared, Su Niannian still didn't like them. She is a bit picky now and still prefers the food cooked by the aunt in the vegetable market. After the family celebrated, they moved. Su Niannian also lived in the family compound. Their house was not as big as the Bai family's, and it was the same layout as before. The room she lived in only had 1 more window than before. She didn't care, that kind of house was the best. Because if the house was narrow and small, Su Zhengwo and Wang Xulian would rarely come in. She was safe in the space. Su Xiaoxiao was talking to several sisters-in-law at the gate of the family compound. Several sisters-in-law all smiled and praised him, saying that he was a lucky star, and that Bai Junyi would be promoted as soon as she married. Xiaoxiao is really lucky. Not long after she got married, her husband got promoted. It seems that you brought good luck to her husband. This is a blessing for her husband. Yes, you are so amazing. If only we all had such good fortune as you. You are really a lucky star. Bai Junyi was promoted and is now the deputy, head of the regiment. Some of the husbands of these military wives did not hold high positions to begin with. Some only moved in under special circumstances. How could they not flatter them? If they wanted to flatter them, they had to choose nice words to say, although they also knew that Bai Junyi and Yang Wanru were a little unclear. But who would say this? Once they said it, they would offend others. What if their husbands were bullied by Bai Junyi in the army? Everyone was praising Su Xiaoxiao here. She stood in the middle and laughed so hard. She gently tidied the hair by her ears with one hand and pretended to be serious. Su Niannian watched from a distance. In her previous life, Su Xiaoxiao was called a jinx and a jinx. People said she killed her husband and that her husband died when she married him. They said she was an unlucky woman. Even after she was reborn, she still remembered what happened back then, so she felt very unhappy. She felt upset when she thought about people saying she was a jinx. Now someone said she was a lucky star. Su Xiaoxiao must be happy, because she successfully changed the ending of her previous life. Thank you for the compliments, sisters-in-law. Actually, I have nothing to say. I just want to marry someone I like. Su Xiaoxiao was being polite over there, and Su Niannian was about to leave. Who would have thought that Su Xiaoxiao still saw her and walked over with a smile? Sister, you are really pitiful. I just want to marry someone I like, so I want to change my marriage with you. I didn't expect there is such a big gap between us. Why did he die after you got engaged? Su Xiaoxiao said these words with a hint of pride. She just wanted to deliberately guide everyone to say that Su Niannian was a jinx. As soon as Su Niannian heard this, she knew what it meant. She turned around expressionlessly. Could it be that you already knew it? Su Niannian asked this suddenly, and Su Xiaoxiao's heart beat violently. The sisters-in-law who were listening to these words beside her also felt puzzled. How could I know? Don't talk nonsense here. I can't predict. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes dodged, and she looked around randomly.
Su Niannian smiled.
Even if Su Xiaoxiao was reborn, so what? She lived longer in her previous life, and her psychological quality was better than hers. At least she wouldn't be so panicked. If someone asked her this, she would behave very calmly. Then you don't have to say such harsh words. He and I were just engaged, just going through the motions. After he went on a mission and died, I stayed with him all the time. I also attended the funeral as his wife. I am still willing to stay with him and never get married. Isn't that enough? On the contrary, if Qin Xiaobei hadn't passed away, would your husband have been promoted? Still talking nonsense here. Even if you are my sister, I will report you to the army if you say such hurtful words. If you do it again, don't blame me for being rude. Su Niannian said these words and left directly. The sisters-in-law stood there and listened and understood. In fact, what Su Niannian said was not wrong because they were just going through the motions and it was not time for them to get married. Qin Xiaobei was on a mission, so it was uncertain. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't blame Su Niannian for Qin Xiaobei's death. Everyone knew about Su Niannian's affairs, and they all thought that this girl was actually very loyal. Although many people were still praising Su Xiaoxiao, a few people were already feeling a little uncomfortable. It seemed not good that even her own sister had to say that. Su Xiaoxiao's attention was all on Su Niannian. She felt that Su Niannian did not look haggard, but had become rounder and whiter. Her previous illusion did not seem to be an illusion. It was a fact. But no one could tell, so Su Xiaoxiao did not speak in the end. She went to buy vegetables and took Bai Shanshan for a stroll on the street. In the end, there were only a dozen yuan left. After buying some small jewelry for Bai Shanshan, there were only 5 or 6 yuan left. Now she had to wait for Qin Xiaobei to pay her salary. After Su Niannian left here, she went straight to the vegetable market, took out the vegetables she had prepared, and continued to set up the stall. It had not been long since the stall was set up, and the old customers came to buy vegetables one after another. Everyone said that her family's dishes tasted particularly good, and the children at home loved to eat them very much, so they bought a lot. A swarm of people gathered here, and the 2 ants on the left and right were so angry that they were about to smoke. Their business has been getting worse and worse these past 2 days. Sometimes, it takes 2 days to sell all the vegetables that come in. In the end, they are so withered that they can only be sold at a lower price. Su Niannian really doesn't give them any business, and directly monopolizes it. Just to improve the vegetables on Su Niannian's side, after selling them, she went out to get the vegetables. The 2 sisters-in-law whispered to other vegetable sellers. As soon as Su Niannian came in, these 2 people took the lead and spoke. Little girl, isn't it not good for you to do this? You have more and more varieties of vegetables now. Do you want us to stop selling vegetables in the entire vegetable market? After selling vegetables for such a long time, how could Su Niannian not know what they meant? She bought seeds randomly, and later found that many people had this kind of vegetables on their stalls, so she stopped selling them after selling a batch. Because she also wanted to leave a way out for others. Others can almost sell vegetables normally. At most, they only have vegetables that everyone has in the market. They are the choice of some old customers. But Su Niannian always felt very strange about these 2 ants, because every time she wanted to get something fresh, there were very few vegetables to sell. The 2 of them would also get these vegetables. Sometimes Su Niannian felt that these 2 ants were really amazing. They should have made a lot of money in this vegetable market, because they could always get vegetables that others didn't have and always bumped into their own, so every time their vegetables couldn't be sold. What a coincidence. So, aren't these two ants unhappy now? There were so many people around, just wanting to ask him for some so-called explanation.
I didn't mean that.
I hope everyone can sell vegetables peacefully. Su Nianyan pushed her cart over while talking. The two ants saw her look and quickly made way. They really wanted to ask Su Nianyan for an explanation so that this little girl wouldn't be too arrogant in the vegetable market, lest they couldn't sell their vegetables. But they didn't dare to make a fuss. You said you hope everyone can sell vegetables peacefully, but every once in a while you bring some new vegetables over. We are all selling these vegetables, and after you bring them over, many people buy them from you, so we can't sell ours. You must tell us about this matter today. How are you going to solve it? The two people took the lead. They kept winking at others, but those people didn't understand the situation yet. So, how could they speak? If people who come out to do business don't have a little bit of sense, how can they make their business so successful? You are kidding. If the ants must have a solution, Su Nianyan blinked. How about I sell my vegetables to you? The two ants were choked, and they stared at Su Nianyan with their eyes. How can a little girl like you have such a vicious mind? What good will it do if we don't make any money? Of course it won't do me any good if you don't make any money. I don't think I've affected other ants' business. Su Nianyan glanced at the people gathered outside. Annie Wang, I remember that you sell some dry goods. I don't think I have ever sold dry goods. Are you going to teach me a lesson? When Annie Wang heard this, her face turned red and then white, and she smiled awkwardly. I'm here to buy some fresh bean sprouts for you. My daughter-in-law is in confinement after childbirth. As she said that, she came forward to pick some fresh bean sprouts. Su Nianyan even weighed them for her. The others stood outside and stared at her. Uncle Lu, I remember you always sold fresh fish and the like. I have never sold this, right? And Aunt Zhao, Aunt Li, although I also sell tomatoes, you only sell one set every few days, and I rarely sell on the day you sell. Under such circumstances, you all come to criticize me. Isn't it a bit unreasonable? Su Nianyan directly named a few people, and they looked at each other. What she said seemed to be right. It was because of her consideration for them that Su Nianyan sometimes took out very few tomatoes and other things. After she sold them, others could sell them, which was considered to be a little profitable. Su Nianyan was not so wicked, but they all accused herself like this. So, should she start selling in the future? As for the two ants, Su Nianyan looked at them and couldn't help laughing. Actually, I don't understand it either. Why do you buy the same dishes as me every time? Sometimes I think you are quite capable. I have special channels to participate in the competition, which most of you may not have. But the fact that you two can still get it shows that you are not simple. Then, why do you have to take the same vegetables as me every day? Su Nianyan shrugged her shoulders after she finished speaking. The two ants were so angry that they couldn't say a word.
Don't tell the ant for now.
I have other things to do. Su Nianyan finished speaking, lowered her head, and began to sort her vegetables. After a while, people came. Some people came to this vegetable market for the first time and came from this ant side. The ant was very angry just now. When she saw someone buying vegetables, she hurriedly greeted, "The bean sprouts and tomatoes here are the freshest." "Then how much do you sell these?" The two young women came together. Before they had time to buy from this ant, two old customers came to Su Nianyan's place. "Xiao Su, hurry up and pack me some tomatoes, about 4 or 5 pounds. Su Nianyan's eyes widened after hearing this. "Auntie, what are you going to take it back for?"
Take it back to eat.
The auntie couldn't close her mouth with laughter. "You don't know, my little grandsons love to eat your tomatoes and potatoes. You can say that they love all your vegetables. Didn't I come here to buy vegetables a few days ago? I just bought some for my grandson at the vegetable market over there, but he was so angry that he couldn't even eat. Didn't I come here early in the morning? If this goes on, my little grandson will be hungry and thin. What should I do?" The auntie was full of worry, and Su Nianyan quickly packed her some vegetables she needed. Another auntie also wanted a lot, and both of them bought it back for their children at home. The two women standing on the auntie's side heard these words, and they glanced over there unnaturally. The two people whispered to each other, Why don't we go over there to buy? There are old customers there, which means the food tastes better. We just came here and can't be cheated. The ant heard this and slapped her thigh in anger. She took a deep breath. Don't go to her to buy. The old customers she has are all fake. Look at how fresh and juicy the vegetables here are. I just got them this morning. They taste great. The ant boasted about the vegetables in front of her as much as possible. Originally, the two women were tempted and were ready to pick tomatoes, but who knew that Su Nianyan had a few more old customers, and everyone swarmed over. Su Nianyan said that she didn't have many bean sprouts here, and those old customers started to fight for them. An old customer who bought bean sprouts squeezed out from inside. A woman standing here stepped forward and asked, "Why is it so crowded? Do the vegetable leaves from her store really taste so good?" That's not just ordinary good. The bean sprouts from her store are grown in clear water. They taste sweeter than those from other stores. But this person here said that the vegetables from her store are just average. He said that some old customers hired people to act. The two women were also quite honest. As soon as the words came out, the ant who bought the bean sprouts glanced at the vegetable seller here. Xiaoshu. The ant suddenly laughed, and many people in the vegetable market looked over here. "What's wrong, auntie?" Su Nianyan raised her head and spoke while selling vegetables. The auntie looked at the people around her. "The one on your left said that your old customers hired people to act. Why don't you tell them how much you charge for us to act every day?" The auntie really liked Su Nianyan because her family loved the vegetables here, and they always got some benefits every time they came to buy vegetables. Su Nianyan would occasionally give her an onion or a piece of, and sometimes she would give her a little more vegetables. She was generous and her dishes were delicious. Who wouldn't choose her? I can't afford it. Su Nianyan knew that the auntie was doing this for her own good, and continued to sell vegetables while saying, "Although my business is relatively good, everyone knows that the profit of vegetables is very low, and everyone here should know the purchase price of vegetables. If I don't buy much, the price will be high. If I buy too much, I'm afraid I can't sell it all. I have to hire someone to act, then I'm too stupid, right?" Su Nianyan had just finished speaking when the people buying vegetables looked at the two aunties next to them. One of the aunties spoke frankly, "You two should stop talking bad about others here. The vegetables you two sell are not very fresh. Some of the vegetables were bought in the past 2 days. Every day I take them home and soak them in water. I bought your vegetables once before, and they were not only unpalatable but also had a lot of water, so part of our money was spent on buying water." Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Then they reacted. Most of them bought vegetables at the same market. Before Su Nianyan came, the two people on her left and right were at the front of the market. No one wanted to go to the back to pick, so they bought nearby. After buying the vegetables, they really didn't taste good, and they were full of water, but they didn't think much about it. Now, after hearing what the ant said, they instantly understood that the reason for the high water content was not because the vegetables were fresh, but because they took the vegetables they couldn't sell back to soak in water. Soaking in water will keep the freshness, but the vegetables will also absorb some water. So they really bought a lot of water back before? After figuring out this, everyone present was very unhappy. You are just jealous of the girl's vegetables selling well. The girl is so honest. There is not much water in her vegetables, and the vegetables she bought are sweet and fragrant. I was wondering why you two can't stand others doing well. It turns out that you're guilty. You should stop selling vegetables in the future." Several ants denounced fiercely, and Su Nianyan asked them to weigh the vegetables first. A few people were so angry that they thought about how much water they had bought back in the past. They stood here and shouted loudly, telling others that the vegetables from their two families did not taste good. It was like this when buying vegetables. As long as someone said that the vegetables from this store did not taste good, no one would dare to try it easily. In the following week, every day there were women who had been cheated by the two men and came here to shout loudly. The two ants had thought about finding the police, but they felt guilty because they really took the vegetables back to soak in water. They had threatened someone when they saw him making trouble before, but the person stuck his neck out with his hands in his mouth. He shouted loudly, "Go, find the police, and see whether they will take care of you or us. You are so shameless." When they find out that you are cheating people by running a small business, will they arrest you too? The two ants were really helpless. After discussing, they could only go to other vegetable markets to buy vegetables and move out of here. Soon Yanyan's vegetables were selling well, and it was almost 3 months, so he discussed with the management and rented the stall in the front again. Others also changed places one after another.
Li Dahua also moved to her side.
Li Dahua sold some eggs and dried fruits, and occasionally some vegetables. The two of them had no conflicts and had a good relationship. Some uncles and aunts in the vegetable market also knew that Su Yanyan rarely went against them. The previous two people were just too coincidental. So after the two people left, the relationship in the vegetable market was relatively harmonious. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During these 3 months, Su Yanyan worked diligently to sell vegetables almost every day. After returning home, she would exercise and rest, and sometimes watch a movie for entertainment. She had studied all the facilities in the space thoroughly, and now she was able to use everything with ease. There are also high-tech equipment in the space which can be used to cook, steam buns, and make cakes. She thought that if she had more time to relax in the future, she would practice her cooking skills because there are various menus on the high-tech equipment in the kitchen. As long as you choose the ingredients, various menus will appear. If you want to make a dish, just confirm it and follow the steps on the menu. Su Yanyan tried to cook a bowl of clear soup noodles for the first time. It tastes great. There are also those seasonings in the space. She thinks that she has lived for decades in her previous life and lived to a time when this country was slightly prosperous. But she hasn't seen so many things. With those seasonings, the food tastes obviously better. She thinks that her life has improved qualitatively, and sometimes she will try to cook some dishes of the ant who often sells rice. Because of the blessing of the spiritual spring water, the taste is still relatively good, but she is already very tired from working every day, so most of the time she buys 2 lunchboxes to take home. In the past 6 months, Su Xiaoxiao's life has been quite moist, but she has found something wrong recently. Because Bai Junyi has been coming home later and later recently, and sometimes he leaves very early. The atmosphere at home was very strange, and she was also wondering why Bai Shanshan hadn't started a business yet. She remembered that in her previous life, Bai Shanshan had already started a business 3 or 4 months after Qin Xiaowei passed away. Now, Bai Shanshan didn't seem to have the idea of doing business at all. Every day, she ate and drank at home and ordered whatever she wanted to eat without restraint, and occasionally asked herself to buy something for her. After spending all the gifts she brought, she started to ask Bai Junyi for money. Bai Junyi had a salary of about 150 yuan a month, and she took 30 yuan a month. Her parents would also give her 20 yuan for household expenses. So the money in her pocket was not too little. It's just that Bai Shanshan's requirements were a bit high. She had to eat good food every day, and the money of Bai's parents was not enough to spend. So Su Xiaoxiao wondered whether she should mention it to Bai Junyi and increase the money she gave herself a little bit. The couple's married life was harmonious. Su Xiaoxiao thought that he came back late, probably because he went to take care of the widow of his comrade in arms. When she married him, she said that she would never obstruct him.
Of course, not at this time.
Today, Su Xiaoxiao prepared the meal as usual, but Bai Junyi still didn't go home. He hasn't been home for dinner for 4 days this week. Bai Junyi rarely eats in the army because he says the food cooked in the military cafeteria in the afternoon tastes ordinary. He didn't go home for dinner. Where did he go? Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, and the old man had a stern face. If he doesn't come back for dinner in the future, don't cook for him. The old man didn't want to say anything. He has sounded the alarm for his grandson again and again, but he doesn't care about anything. He thought he had wiped his ace clean and wouldn't be caught by others. But who knows? There are many troubles in front of a widow's door. This is the truth of the older generation. The two are not married and have no special relationship. Why does he run there every day? Can't he prepare to have a grandson with Su Xiaoxiao if he is married? Why does he go to take care of someone else's son every day? The old man was indignant, and the Bai family's parents were not very happy either. Bai Junyi came back a little late. As soon as he came back, the old man glared at him, but he didn't call him into the room to scold him like before. He just said, be sensible. Su Xiaoxiao was confused. The family sat in the living room for a while. When Bai's father walked out, he patted his son on the shoulder. It's right to believe your grandfather. Go to bed early. Su Xiaoxiao was indeed confused. Why was the whole family playing charades, as if they were hiding some secrets from her?
But if she didn't know this, she wouldn't ask.
The most important thing was to get the money first, because Bai Junyi seemed to have just received his salary the day before yesterday. The two returned to the room. Su Xiaoxiao soaked Bai Junyi's feet with water, and when the two of them lay on the bed, she came over with a smile. Brother E. Su Xiaoxiao has always been very smart. She knew that she couldn't ask directly, so she coaxed him first. I want to take Shan Shan to buy some things tomorrow. Su Xiaoxiao coaxed for a while, and the two of them were almost entangled. Su Xiaoxiao leaned on Bai Junyi's arms. This month's household expenses are not enough. Brother E, have you received your salary? Su Xiaoxiao remembered that Bai Junyi had been promoted for more than 4 months. In more than 4 months, plus various bonuses, subsidies, and salaries, he should have a salary of about 150 yuan. Before, he only had a salary of about 100 yuan, and he gave himself 30 yuan for household expenses. Now, if it is more, he should be able to give a little more, right? Su Xiaoxiao decided to have a good talk with Bai Junyi. The money for this household expenses must be increased so that she can buy more things on weekdays. Bai Junyi said nothing when he heard this. When he first married Su Xiaoxiao, there was a sense of freshness between the two, so he often accompanied her at home. But later he felt that Su Xiaoxiao was just like that. She was busy at home every day, and sometimes she smelled of oil smoke, which didn't seem so good. Out of guilt, he went to see Yang Wanru again. Even after he and Su Xiaoxiao got married, he went less often, but Yang Wanru didn't blame him. She just said that she missed him a little, especially Xiao Shirtu. Xiao Shirtu also hugged his thigh and said that he missed him very much and hoped that he could go out with him to play. He felt that he was still needed, and he felt guilty towards Yang Wanru, thinking that he had neglected her because of marriage. So he went there more often. He did neglect his family, and his salary had increased a lot, but Bai Junyi didn't know what Su Xiaoxiao meant by saying this. I thought that before I was not promoted, you also gave me 30 yuan for household expenses. Now that you have been promoted, can you give me a little more money? Su Xiaoxiao didn't say it clearly. She had just been affectionate, and was now acting like a spoiled child. Bai Junyi frowned slightly when he heard this. He was a little unhappy in his heart, but he thought about it again. The person next to him was his wife after all. No matter what he did when he went out, it represented his face. If Su Xiaoxiao didn't have much money in her pocket, she would be laughed at by others. In the end, he would still be the one who was embarrassed. After Su Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she took his arm and leaned on his shoulder, saying nothing and not urging him. Bai Junyi struggled for a moment. It seemed that Su Xiaoxiao was quite sensible and considerate. She didn't yell at him like a shrew. His salary had indeed increased a lot. How about increasing it a little more? Then I'll give you 10 yuan more in the future. Bai Junyi suddenly relaxed, but Su Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes when she heard this. His salary had increased by 50 yuan, so why did he only increase it by 10 yuan now? Isn't this too little? After giving himself 40 yuan, he still had 110 yuan. What should he do with this money? Isn't this a bit too much? Su Xiaoxiao thought about it, thanked Bai Junyi first, and then asked, is the expenditure in the army so high? Although Bai Junyi was a little impatient, this was his wife after all, so he still told the truth about his expenses. In addition to the daily expenses in the army, I have to give my grandfather 20 yuan for retirement and my sister 20 yuan every month. This would still leave 70 yuan. But the army can't spend all the 70 yuan in a month, right? Give 40 yuan of the remaining money to the widow of my comrade. I'll keep the rest for the army as daily expenses, and occasionally buy some things for the family. Su Xiaoxiao understood the last sentence, because Bai Junyi did buy some things for the family, sometimes fish, sometimes meat. There is no problem giving money to grandpa and sister because grandpa is an old man after all, and the sister will make money in the future and give back to their family. But why give Yang Wanru so much? Doesn't your comrade's wife have a pension? Su Xiaoxiao felt something was wrong. When someone died, the army had a pension subsidy, and it was a lot of money in one lump sum. In addition, aren't there the child's grandparents? Don't the child's grandparents care? The pension has been used up. My comrade's parents are also soldiers. They are away from home all year round on missions. If they are not at home, there is no way to take care of them, and my comrade's parents don't like Wanru very much. They don't like the grandson very much either, because when Wanru married my comrade, she didn't want to live with their big family, so my comrade's parents always felt that it was Wanru who provoked the relationship between their son and them. Because of these, I didn't give them much help, and the money they gave every month was very little. They are really pitiful. If I don't take care of them, I don't know how the mother and son will survive, so don't I have to help them? Bai Junyi was still chattering, and then Su Xiaoxiao's brain buzzed. He suddenly remembered something from his previous life. In his previous life, he heard from others that Bai Junyi usually lived a very tight life. But Bai Junyi's tight life was not laughed at by others, because everyone said he was a good man and handed over his salary to his wife at home. That's why he was so tight. Many people praised Bai Junyi to the skies, but now that she thought about it carefully, Su Xiaoxiao felt that all this was an illusion. No wonder Su Niannian was so fussy in her previous life. It turned out that a large part of Bai Junyi's salary was given to other women. It was okay to just help, but giving money directly and buying things to send to him from time to time was a bit too exaggerated. It was okay before, but now that she and he are married, he actually gave the bulk of the money to Yang Wanru without hesitation, and she had to ask for it. Under such circumstances, Su Xiaoxiao felt that she seemed to understand Su Niannian in her previous life. No woman would agree that her man would work hard to earn money and then spend it on other women, right? No matter how pitiful others are, there are still others to help them, and Yang Wanru is healthy, so can't she find a job in the army? I heard that the army provides certain help to these poor people, such as an extra 5 or 6 yuan in salary every month. Why does Yang Wanru stay at home all day and just take care of the baby? If she finds some work to do, she won't have to work so hard, and her life will be easier, and she can earn more money. Su Xiaoxiao said casually, but Bai Junyi frowned. Wanru's health is not good. She can't go to work. Once she gets tired from work, she will get sick, and the money she earns won't be enough to pay for medical treatment. Bai Junyi said this and didn't say anything more, and Su Xiaoxiao didn't dare to say anything more and nodded with a smile. Okay. Anyway, we don't have children now. After we have children, we still have to plan for them well. After all, we have to raise them in the future. Bai Junyi didn't think much about it because the smile on Su Xiaoxiao's face was not fake. But an idea came to his mind. What will happen to his and Su Xiaoxiao's children? Will the children be as cute as Xiao Shirtu? If they really have children, he really has to save more. After all, children are more expensive. After thinking about this, Bai Junyi turned over and went to sleep first. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the ceiling and felt very uncomfortable. If they gave it to Grandpa, it was for his retirement, and it was even more important to give it to my sister. My sister would start a business in the future and give back to their family. But why did they give Yang Wanru so much? Giving a little money for relief, 10 or 20 yuan, she could understand. This was already equal to her as a daughter-in-law. Moreover, she took so much money, and she still had to be responsible for the household expenses, and she also had to buy groceries. If you calculate it this way, isn't Yang Wanru living better than herself?
No.
Su Xiaoxiao was a little unhappy, but she couldn't make a scene, because what she said before was still vivid in her mind. The only thing she could do now was to get pregnant as soon as possible.
Take it slow.
When she gets pregnant and has a child, she can let Bai Junyi take more money home. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoxiao took the initiative to turn over and hug Bai Junyi's waist. What does this action mean? Bai Junyi knew. He was half asleep and half awake. Being touched like this, his emotions came up again. He turned over and hugged Su Xiaoxiao without hesitation. The two of them did it again. Although a little tired, after finishing, she lay on the bed with a smile on her lips. She just wanted to do it a few more times so that she could get pregnant as soon as possible. At the same time, she also prayed that Bai Shanshan would start doing the business of her previous life as soon as possible. Once she did the business, the money would be able to return to this family. At that time, the money she took out would have a certain return. She should have counted the things she bought for Bai Shanshan, and she would buy a lot for herself. Because Bai Shanshan was not stingy in her previous life. For her, she made so much money, and it was nothing to spend some money on her family. It was just a drop in the bucket of what she earned, and she could still get a good reputation. It will definitely not happen in this life. Su Xiaoxiao's plan here is very good, and Su Nianyan's business over there is booming. Wanjing will come to see her every once in a while and bring her some food. Of course, she will repay Wanjing. Sometimes she will make some delicious food from the space and send it to them, and also bring them some fresh vegetables. It is interesting to have give and take, otherwise it will not last long if it depends on one-sided efforts. Besides, Su Nianyan really likes Wanjing. She speaks to herself very gently and sometimes accompanies herself for a walk. Because of Qin Xiaobei's death, Wanjing's hair has become a little gray, and Su Nianyan often comforts her. Both sides are living a good life. Su Xiaoxiao would frequently buy Junyi almost every night, and the two of them did it again and again, unscrupulously. Half a month later, Su Xiaoxiao felt that her body seemed to be a little bit overwhelmed. She always felt very tired recently and was very sleepy during the day. She wanted to go to bed after finishing the housework. She felt something was wrong. She wanted to go back to her room to rest, but when she entered the room, she saw the calendar on the windowsill. She stood at the door and pondered for a while. If she calculated it this way, it seemed that she did not have her period this month. Does not having a period mean that she is pregnant? Before getting married, Wang Xiulian also popularized these things to herself. When Su Xiaoxiao thought that she might be pregnant, she was so excited that she quickly packed her things and took her bag to the hospital. When she arrived at the hospital, she explained the situation to the doctor and ordered a bunch of tests. After the examination, she waited for the results of the examination. She hoped that she was pregnant. As long as she could get pregnant smoothly, she could find some excuses to let Bai Junyi take back more money so that she would have more money in her pocket. And they have to save a little because after having a child, they need to spend money on many things and they have to plan for the child in the future. The reason why Su Nianyan didn't have such means in her previous life was because she and Bai Junyi didn't have a good relationship and didn't have children, so it ended up like that. If I could have a child with Bai Junyi, it would definitely not be like this. There are still many trajectories in my mind. As long as I follow these, I won't live too badly. Anyway, I have robbed Su Nianyan of her things in her previous life. Su Nianyan's life will definitely not be good, but I will definitely live smoothly. While waiting nervously, Su Xiaoxiao really hoped that she was pregnant. She didn't care about the things at home before. As long as Bai Junyi gave her the money after paying her salary, she never tried to understand it. If she had understood it earlier, Bai Junyi would not have given Yang Wanru so much money. Su Xiaoxiao felt painful when she thought that so much money went into Yang Wanru's pocket. I only have so little money every month, but Yang Wanru has the same amount of money as me, but I am Bai Junyi's real wife. Yang Wanru is not at all. This is equivalent to Bai Junyi always using money to support Yang Wanru and his son. Once this idea came out of my heart, it could not be eliminated at all. Su Xiaoxiao clenched her hands tightly, and hatred sprouted in her heart. Bai Junyi always said that Yang Wanru and her son were particularly pitiful. If they were pitiful, why didn't they ask for help from the army? Why didn't they go to work? He also said that Yang Wanru was in poor health and would get sick as long as she worked. How could anyone be so delicate? This was just an excuse because when I was young I didn't want to work, and Wang Xiulian also said that she was weak, so Su Nianyan did all the housework. I didn't expect that it would be my turn now. Su Xiaoxiao clenched her hands tightly, and she sat here nervously. Half an hour later, the doctor finally called her name. Su Xiaoxiao walked into the doctor's office, and the doctor put the examination list on the table and tapped it gently. A kind smile appeared on her face. Congratulations, you are pregnant. It's been a month, and you need to supplement your nutrition in the future. Come and check every once in a while to confirm if there is any problem with the baby. The The doctor said some precautions. Su Xiaoxiao listened to them all, and even took out paper and pen to record them. When Su Xiaoxiao left, her eyebrows and eyes were full of smiles. On the way back, she held the list in one hand and gently stroked her belly with the other hand, with sweetness on the corners of her mouth. Thinking in her heart, if she had Bai Junyi's child, she could get back a large part of the money, and the two of them would be completely stable. Bai Junyi returned home happily. When he got home, it was time to cook lunch. There was no early pregnancy reaction at this time, except that she was a little tired. It was okay. Usually she could only eat meat every few days, but today he cooked too. Bai Junyi did not go to Yang Wanru's place this afternoon, because the training in the army was busy during the day, and he was really tired. He would go tomorrow. When he got home, he saw that everyone in the family was sitting at the table. He washed his hands and prepared to eat. Seeing the meat on the table, the family looked at each other. Father Bai coughed and asked, "Is there anything good today?" Except for the New Year and other festivals, there are only 2 pieces of meat on the table at home. There are few meat dishes at other times. It always feels that today's meal is particularly rich. If she had to make 2 pieces of meat without any celebration, then he would have to scold this daughter-in-law. She doesn't know how to live. Although they just gave the household allowance and Bai Junyi just received his salary, it seems not good to be so pretentious with the money. Yes. Su Xiaoxiao raised her head high. I felt something was wrong with my body these 2 days. I always felt tired and loved to sleep, so I went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said I'm pregnant. Su Xiaoxiao smiled after she finished speaking and picked up a piece of meat for herself and ate it. The old man was a little excited after hearing this. Does this mean that I will have a great-grandson in the future? Su Xiaoxiao nodded sweetly. Yes, Grandpa, you will have a great-grandson in the future. The old man was happy, and the whole family was happy. Bai's parents didn't expect Su Xiaoxiao to have a child so soon. As long as Xiaoxiao had a child, their son should focus more on the family. Bai Junyi didn't expect that Su Xiaoxiao had just said that she wanted to have a child some time ago, but she didn't expect it to happen now. What will happen to his and Su Xiaoxiao's child? Will they inherit their looks or their personalities? It seems that it's all right whether they inherit it or not. Sometimes, while touching the little stone's head, Bai Junyi even thinks how nice it would be if this was his and Yang Wanru's child. If Wanru had married him, it wouldn't have been like this, but things didn't go as he wished. When Yang Wanru's husband died, he really wanted to marry her back and spend the rest of his life taking care of them. He could also have another child with Yang Wanru. He loved her so much that he didn't mind whether she had a child with another man. But his family kept obstructing him, and in the end, he had no choice but to marry Su Xiaoxiao. He originally thought it wouldn't be too good. Unexpectedly, it seems not bad now. Although he didn't have the same heartbeat as before, Su Xiaoxiao was more sensible than Su Nianyan, and was a virtuous wife. Besides, with her around, his grandfather wouldn't nag him anymore. Then eat more. Wang Xiufan passed the dishes to Su Xiaoxiao. Go buy whatever you want to eat in the future. If the family money is not enough, ask me for it. Junyi, you should also give more to your wife. Pregnant people need to nourish their bodies well. Su Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly at Wang Xiufan. Thank you, Mom. Bai Shanshan didn't expect her sister-in-law to get pregnant so soon. She was happy but also a little depressed. She had heard some sisters say that as long as there was a pregnant woman in the family, the expenses would be particularly high. If this goes on, the family expenses will increase exponentially, and Su Xiaoxiao will not be able to buy things for herself? Bai Shanshan pouted. Why get pregnant at this juncture? And to be later? She sighed in her heart, and was helpless. She smiled and congratulated her brother and sister-in-law on having a child. The whole family was very happy. Su Xiaoxiao also received the highest level of care. Wang Xiufan even asked her to cook less in the future. After dinner, the family sat in the main hall and talked. The old man had a stern face and was hinting at something. Junyi, I hope you can understand that family and career are equally important. He had said it twice before, but Bai Junyi never changed, so the old man didn't want to care too much, as long as nothing happened. because the more he cared, the worse the relationship between the grandfather and grandson would be. But now it's different. Now Su Xiaoxiao is pregnant. If he still doesn't say a few words, Bai Junyi will ignore Su Xiaoxiao and her mother. If Su Xiaoxiao makes a big deal, it will be very ugly. Their Bai family can't bear such rumors. Bai Junyi heard what his grandfather said, and he knew what was going on. He nodded, "Okay, Grandpa, I know. I will never do anything else." Although Su Xiaoxiao always felt that the old man and the Bai family's parents were weird, she was now immersed in the excitement of having a child. She didn't think about those messy things. Bai Shanshan sat on a chair on one side. "Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to get pregnant so soon. Congratulations. I'm going shopping in a few days. How about you come with me?" Bai Shanshan still wanted to trick Su Xiaoxiao into going with him, and then buy her some things, because she was really generous. Who knew that before Su Xiaoxiao had time to answer, Wang Xiufan on the other side said, "Shanshan, you should be sensible. Your sister-in-law is pregnant now. She is not in a good condition. Don't make trouble." After hearing this, Bai Shanshan curled her lips. "I didn't bother you. I just wanted to ask if my sister-in-law wanted to go shopping with me." Wang Xiufan glared at her daughter fiercely. "Xiao, if you have anything to say, tell your mother. Are you going back to your home tomorrow? It's a good thing that Su Xiaoxiao is pregnant." Su Zhengwo is now a battalion commander. They also moved to the family compound. Su Xiaoxiao is pregnant, so she must go back to tell them and make Wang Xiulian happy. "I plan to go back home tomorrow and tell my mother about this." Su Xiaoxiao's mouth curled up. She got pregnant just over 3 months after she got married. When this matter spread, everyone in the compound was happy for her. Before, there were people who didn't give birth to children after being married for several years, and the woman was always said to be a hen that didn't lay eggs. Wasn't Su Nianyan in the previous life like that? Then I'll prepare something for you tomorrow, and you go home first. Wang Xiufan could also understand that her son was already 25 or 26 years old, and finally had a child. After 3 months, she would also talk to the people in the compound. This was an exciting thing. Everyone had talked for a while, and the old man went back to his room. When he came out, he handed Su Xiaoxiao 20 yuan. "Grandpa, what are you doing? I can't take your money." Wang Xiulian told Su Xiaoxiao that the most important person in the family was the old man. "Don't make the old man angry. This is a little gift for me to my future great-grandson. You can use this money to buy some nutritional supplements." The old man had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Bai's parents also persuaded Su Xiaoxiao to accept it, but she finally took the money and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Grandpa." Hearing this, the old man smiled from ear to ear, and after giving a few more instructions, they went to rest. Su Xiaoxiao returned to her room and said nothing, nor did she pester Bai Junyi like before. She washed herself and rested. Now he couldn't force Bai Junyi to make a decision. After all, he had just been paid for a short time. After a while, before the next month's salary, she would bring up the child again. Bai Junyi entered the room and saw that Su Xiaoxiao was already asleep. Looking at her profile, he felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. He originally wanted to take good care of Wanru, because he did ignore her because of the freshness of being with Su Xiaoxiao. But now Su Xiaoxiao is pregnant again, and she is pregnant with his child, so he can't just ignore it. It's hard to have both. He delayed entering the room tonight because he was afraid that Su Xiaoxiao would make some demands on him. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaoxiao didn't say anything and went to bed directly. He really felt bad. Bai Junyi sat by the bed for a while, thinking for a long time, and finally decided to treat Su Xiaoxiao well. After all, he had never cared about it from the beginning, and she also gave birth to a child for him. As a father, it is also a responsibility that a man should bear. Bai Junyi thought so, and he was quite happy. The next day, when Su Xiaoxiao got up early in the morning and was about to make breakfast, Wang Xiufan had already prepared breakfast. "Xiaoxiao, I've already prepared breakfast, come and eat." Su Xiaoxiao was flattered. Since she married into the Bai family, she has been making breakfast, 3 meals, and housework by herself every morning. She didn't expect that she was pregnant, and now her mother-in-law came to cook. Su Xiaoxiao was surprised and walked over quickly. She sat next to her and prepared to have breakfast. Bai Shanshan had already come out of the house. Sister-in-law is going back today, so do we have to go to the street to buy some things? Bai Shanshan smiled like a fool. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. I have to buy some things, but I don't plan to go to the city. I want to go to the big vegetable market nearby. The big vegetable market has more vegetables, and they usually buy there, so Wang Xiaofan didn't think much about it. This was also Su Xiaoxiao's original idea. When she heard that Su Xiaoxiao was not going to the city, Bai Shanshan's face drooped instantly, and she was no longer as sunny as before. Don't bother your sister-in-law. Wang Xiaofan glared at her little daughter. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Your sister-in-law is pregnant now and needs to take good care of herself. Wang Xiaofan knew before that her little daughter had always asked Su Xiaoxiao for money to buy things, or just pester her to take her to buy things. But she turned a blind eye before. But now it's different. Su Xiaoxiao is already pregnant with her grandson of the Bai family, and she can't ignore it anymore. If she doesn't care anymore, Su Xiaoxiao will have no money to buy food. Wouldn't that be a loss for the eldest grandson? That won't do. I will try my best to come back to help you cook in the future. If I don't come back, you can do it yourself. If it's too heavy, don't do it. Wang Xiaofan seemed to have changed into a different person, and Su Xiaoxiao suddenly felt that she was extremely happy. After the family finished breakfast, Su Xiaoxiao took her things to the vegetable market. She planned to buy some vegetables to take back. Since she was going to tell her parents about her pregnancy, she had to celebrate it well. She had to buy a piece of meat, and it would be better if she could buy a fish. She bought the meat here and the vegetables at the vegetable market over there because it would be closer. She was also afraid that she would carry too many things and something might happen to the baby in her belly. After returning this time, she asked Wang Xiulian by the way to see if she had any good suggestions for pregnancy. After all, her mother was an experienced person. If she had any suggestions, she would follow them. She would definitely be able to raise a fat and white child in the future. Su Xiaoxiao had a sweet smile on her lips, and she would reach out and touch her belly from time to time. It felt like something special. When she came to this big vegetable market, Su Xiaoxiao saw Su Niannian at a glance. She originally wanted to look around to see if there were any fresh vegetables, but she didn't expect to see Su Niannian shouting over there. She didn't leave early, and when she got here, it was just the time when everyone came to buy vegetables. Su Niannian was shouting over there, and many people came over to weigh vegetables with her. Su Xiaoxiao looked puzzled. Su Niannian did tell her family before that she had found a job, but she didn't say it was a job selling vegetables, and it didn't look like she was selling vegetables for others. The profit from selling vegetables is already very low. If you hire someone to sell them, there will be no profit at all, so Su Niannian should be selling vegetables herself. When she first saw Su Niannian, Su Xiaoxiao really thought she had seen it wrong. But she saw people buying vegetables from Su Niannian one after another, and everyone greeted her with a smile, and her face was full of smiles. Wasn't Su Niannian very upset because of Qin Xiaobei's death? Why is she still smiling so happily now? She doesn't look sad at all. Could it be that Su Niannian was lying? Su Xiaoxiao's mind was in a mess. After thinking for a while, she saw Su Niannian put the money into her pocket and then asked her to come back for more delicious food. She thought that Su Niannian was probably working, but she didn't want to believe that she was selling vegetables by herself. If she was working for others, it would be normal for her to make some money with so many people. Su Xiaoxiao stood here for a few minutes and found that Su Niannian's business was continuous, and everyone bought a lot. She wanted to go over and take a look, but she thought that it would be bad if she was discovered, so she stood here and watched for a while. In 10 minutes, at least 5 or 6 people bought vegetables. Each person started with at least 2 kilograms. She watched here for a long time, but she still felt that Su Niannian was just selling vegetables to others, so she didn't care about it and would buy meat first. She went to the meat seller and delayed for a while, bought a piece of lean meat and a fish. When she was at the Bai family, she almost always cooked, so she cooked what the family loved. Today, she was pregnant, and she would definitely ask Wang Xiulian to make a delicious meal for her when she returned. Back to her mother, she could eat whatever she wanted. Su Xiaoxiao bought a piece of meat and a fish, which delayed her for a while. When she came back, it was just time for dinner. She thought about going out and eating a bowl of noodles before going home. She forgot about Su Nianyan's matter, who knew that just as she walked to the door of the vegetable market, Su Nianyan ran to an aunt selling food. "Aunt, 2 servings today. What delicious food are you going to make today?" Su Nianyan smiled, and her aunt took out the lunchbox she had prepared for her. "I made a lunchbox with braised pork this morning. Would you like to bring a portion of the braised pork?" For this aunt, Su Nianyan was her biggest customer every day because she would buy 2 portions by herself and also add extra meat. "Of course." Su Nianyan nodded vigorously. "Of course I have to add meat. Aunt, the braised pork you made tastes so good. Give me more." After Su Nianyan finished speaking, her aunt opened the thermos of her cup, took out the braised pork from it, put it in the box, and then handed it over. Then Su Nianyan paid. When Su Xiaoxiao saw Su Nianyan paying, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. "Are those 2 portions of rice and that portion of meat so expensive? It costs so much to eat a meal." Even if Su Nianyan sells dishes for a whole morning, it is estimated that she can only sell this much. If she really works for others, how can she eat such expensive meals? She can't even keep her salary for a month. The first thought came up again. Su Nianyan must be selling vegetables by herself. Just when Su Xiaoxiao couldn't figure it out, 2 women passed by and muttered to the people around them, "Su Nianyan's life is too good. It's okay that her business is so good, but she also eats so well every day. It's really jealous." What's the use of jealousy? I've bought vegetables from her house, and they taste really good. Even if you can make money, you don't have to be so pretentious. He said that he spends too much money. How can he save money in the future? What money does she need to save as a little girl? She sells vegetables every day, and it's enough for her to eat and drink. Why are people's lives so different? Why do we live such a hard life, but she buys the most expensive meals every day and has to add meat herself? The 2 people muttered beside her. When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect Su Nianyan's business to be so good, and she bought such expensive meat every day. That means she should make a lot of money. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Su Nianyan, who was still selling vegetables over there, and she really wanted to go up and ask. But now was not the time. She didn't say anything and walked around here again, bought some vegetables, and left first. She ate a bowl of noodles outside, bought some cakes, and then went home with a lot of things. When she got home, Wang Xiulian had already come back from cleaning outside. She just opened the door and wanted to sit down and rest for a while, and looked up and saw Su Xiaoxiao coming back with a lot of things. "Oh, you're back. Why are you still carrying so many things? Are you tired?" Wang Xiulian said with a smile while making sugar water for Su Xiaoxiao. "Mom, sit down and rest for a while. I have something to tell you." Since she saw Su Nianyan selling vegetables in the morning, Su Xiaoxiao has been muttering until now. She wants to tell Wang Xiulian about this matter, and it would be better to let Su Zhengwo know. Su Nianyan is actually making money outside secretly. It seems that she has made a lot. Wang Xiulian poured a glass of water for Su Xiaoxiao and sat on the sofa. "You look so mysterious. What do you want to tell me?" "I went to that big vegetable market today, and I saw Su Nianyan selling vegetables." As soon as Su Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Wang Xiulian laughed. "I know this. I know Su Nianyan has found a job. But she buys very expensive meals every day and meat, and she buys 2 servings every time. I heard from others that she seems to be running her own business, not working for others." Su Xiaoxiao looked at Wang Xiulian without any doubt and continued, "If she worked for others, how could she eat such expensive meals? The daily salary would not be enough for food. I thought so when I first saw her selling vegetables, but then I thought it was not right. Who knew that later I heard from others that she bought the most expensive meals, and it was like this every day. Don't you think this is not running your own business?"
Su Xiaoxiao explained loudly.
In fact, she felt a little flustered while explaining, because the vegetable seller in her previous life was clearly Bai Shanshan. How did it become Su Nianyan in this life? It was as if Su Nyanyan's wedding date in her previous life was the same as hers, but in this life, it was Su Nyanyan who got married with Qin Xiaobei, but the wedding date was postponed by a month, avoiding Qin Xiaobei's wedding night to go out on a mission. Su Nyanyan avoided being scolded. She felt something was wrong, but she was unwilling to admit it in her heart. Okay. Wang Xuelian reacted and became very unhappy. This girl didn't even bring the money she earned home, and she even bought vegetables and delicious food outside without telling us. She even bought 2 servings. Wang Xuelian became more and more unhappy the more she thought about it. Before, I thought that she only ate a little food at night because Qin Xiaobei passed away, so she couldn't eat. Now it seems that she bought 2 servings during the day, and one of them should be saved for a secret meal at night. Wang Xuelian became more and more angry the more she thought about it. When your father comes back, I must tell him about this. She hasn't married yet. She's just engaged and her future husband is dead, and we don't know what will happen in the future. She actually doesn't bring money home and only gives me 5 yuan for household expenses every month. What can I get from this? It's not even enough to buy a few days of food. Wang Xuelian was so angry that she cursed, and Su Xiaoxiao was so proud of listening to her. She just wanted to make Su Nyanyan unlucky. Isn't she selling vegetables? That would force her to take out most of her money to subsidize the family, as long as her mother lives well. After saying these words, Wang Xuelian took the fish. Xiaoxiao, what kind of fish do you want to eat? My mother will cook it for you this afternoon, and it must be delicious. It must be your specialty. Pickled fish, I like it. Su Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly, and Wang Xuelian immediately went into the kitchen to prepare. Usually only Su Zhengwo and Su Nyanyan ate with them, so she just cooked casually, but in fact her cooking skills were not bad. It's just that Su Nyanyan didn't know. Because if he was the only one at home, she would almost always cook by herself and she wouldn't cook the food very well, so she could avoid cooking. Now that her daughter is back, she must cook it more deliciously. Su Xiaoxiao sat on the sofa, gently touching her belly, her face full of tenderness. She hoped that she would give birth to a son this time. If she gave birth to a son, the people in the Bai family would definitely be very happy, and her status would rise. Thinking of this, it's so beautiful. Afternoon. When Su Nyanyan came back, she brought back some vegetables. Just as she put them in the kitchen and was about to leave, Wang Xuelian rushed over with a spatula. I heard from your sister that she met you in the vegetable market when she went to buy vegetables today. She saw you selling vegetables there. When did you go to sell vegetables? Didn't you say you were selling things for others? Wang Xuelian questioned Su Nyanyan and sneered in her heart at her aggressive look. I didn't expect Su Xiaoxiao to go to that vegetable market. She chose that vegetable market for 2 reasons. One is that the vegetable market is relatively large, and there are many people buying vegetables every day, from morning to afternoon. Another reason is that it is far from home, and not many people are willing to go there to buy vegetables, so the chance of discovering her is relatively small. Who knows that Su Xiaoxiao still saw it by accident? Speak up. Why don't you say anything? Also, your sister said that you have to buy 2 meals every day. You eat secretly every night without telling us, right? Wang Xuelian became angrier and angrier. With only 5 yuan a month, Su Nyanyan actually eats delicious food every day. Su Nyanyan heard these words and looked back at Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao's face was full of pride, with her eyebrows raised high, as if she had seen through her and didn't want anything else from her. Su Nyanyan really thought it was quite funny. Speak up. Why don't you say anything? Wang Xuelian was very unhappy when she saw Su Nyanyan looking back at Su Xiaoxiao and then looking back again, but still not saying a word. Before Su Nyanyan could answer, Su Zhengwo came back from outside. What are you doing? I heard you guys chattering inside before I came in just now. What do you want to say? Before she even reached the door of her house, she heard Wang Xuelian's loud voice. If other people heard it, how embarrassing it would be for their family. Isn't it your good daughter? Do you know that if Xiaoxiao didn't go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables today, she wouldn't even know she was selling vegetables there, and she didn't bring home all the money she made. She's simply an ungrateful person. Wang Xuelian said all kinds of unpleasant words when she was angry. Su Zhengwo frowned, and waited until she had said everything before he looked back at Su Nyenyen. When did I make a lot of money? Su Nyenyen half leaned against the door frame, and before she finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao on the other side immediately took over the conversation. If you didn't make money, how could you buy such expensive meals? You just bought the meals, and I heard people in the vegetable market say that you buy such meals every day, and you buy 2 at a time. Do you eat so much a day? Su Xiaoxiao stared at Su Nyenyen. He was determined to expose her true face. I must use the money I earn to eat well. Su Nyenyen didn't think there was a problem. My fiancé died suddenly while on a mission before we were to get married. I was in a bad mood and lost a lot of weight. I earned money to buy some food. What's wrong with that? Besides, don't I have to pay the household allowance every month? Wang Xuelian was almost speechless. Su Xiaoxiao gently pulled her and whispered a few words in her ear. Your sister is right. You make more than this amount from selling vegetables every month, and didn't you say at the beginning that you were going to sell things for people? You must make more than 15 yuan a month from selling vegetables, but you only gave me 5 yuan. Don't you think there's a problem? Wang Xuelian's mouth was crackling like firecrackers, and all kinds of words came out. I did sell things to people before, but later I met a person who grows vegetables, so I sold vegetables wholesale from him. I did sell vegetables, but the profit from selling vegetables is very small because vegetables are sold cheaply. If they are sold at a high price, no one will buy them. In addition to the food I eat every day, I have to pay the stall fee. If all these things are calculated, how much money can I make? Su Nyenyen roughly explained it, but Wang Xuelian and Su Xiaoxiao still didn't believe it. But your business is the best in the vegetable market. I see many people buy vegetables from you, and many people buy several kilograms at a time. Su Xiaoxiao still felt that something was wrong, and Wang Xuelian was also very suspicious. In short, Su Nyenyen made a lot of money and was unwilling to take it back. She was really an ungrateful person. If you don't believe it, you can go and ask around. I don't make much money selling vegetables. Su Nyenyen was very calm. Because even if Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Xuelian went to ask around, it would prove that they didn't make much money. After all, vegetables have a purchase price. There is not much profit from selling a pound of vegetables. Even if more are sold, it is only a little money. The reason why I earn so much is that I have no other expenses except the money for seeds. So, I can make a lot of money. Of course, they don't know this at all. After listening to these words, Su Jiangwo also felt that it made sense. It is true that the purchase price of vegetables is how much. We actually have some idea in our hearts, and we usually have to bargain with others for a penny or two. Xiao Lian, stop making a fuss. Is the food ready? If it's ready, let's eat. Su Jiangwo didn't pursue the fact that Su Nyenyen bought 2 meals, or that she actually earned more than 15 yuan a month, but only paid 5 yuan for household expenses. Because even if Su Nyenyen stayed at home and did nothing, they still had to let her eat and drink. Su Nyenyen went out to work, and she could get a little household allowance every month, and occasionally buy some vegetables back, which was already very good. Wang Xuelian pouted, very unhappy. But things have come to this point. If she continues to talk about it, Su Jiangwo will definitely find her annoying. It's still impossible to talk about it anymore. Wang Xuelian came into the house unhappily, brought out the pickled fish she had prepared, and put it on the table. This is the fish your sister bought. She still takes care of her own family after getting married. Wang Xuelian's words were suggestive, and Su Nyenyen didn't want to listen at all. If she had enjoyed the same benefits as Su Xiaoxiao since she was a child at home, then no matter if she got married or not, she would have brought them some benefits. It's a pity that there are no benefits at all. Stop talking, eat quickly, Su Jiangwo said again, and Wang Xuelian sat on the chair awkwardly, and the family ate together. In the middle, Wang Xuelian asked, saying that she bought 2 meals. Where did they go? Su Nyenyen answered frankly that she ate them. Su Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in surprise. Both meals are very full, and they also added meat, right? You can finish them all? I work hard outside. It shouldn't be illegal to eat something good, right? There was nothing wrong with what he said. Although Su Jiangwo didn't say anything, he glared at Wang Xuelian again, and everyone completely skipped this topic. Su Xiaoxiao was unwilling to accept it. Since Su Nianyan just said that she could ask, she would go to the vegetable market to ask tomorrow. If she knew that Su Nianyan made a lot of money in the vegetable market, she would never let her off. She must take out half of her income. In this way, her mother can work less hard, and maybe she can save some money by being stingy. Sometimes I need it too. I can use it to subsidize her in the future. After Su Xiaoxiao thought about this, the dishes on the table were almost eaten, and she smiled and talked about her pregnancy. I didn't expect that I would get pregnant so soon. It's mainly because my relationship with Brother E is better. Su Xiaoxiao looked shy and angry. While talking, she gently stroked her belly, with a gentle face. Su Nianyan didn't feel anything. She ate a few bites of fish casually and obviously felt that the taste of this fish was not ordinary. She sneered in her heart. As expected, Wang Xuelian would only add seasoning when she cooked the dishes that Su Xiaoxiao wanted to eat because seasoning was expensive. Su Nianyan shook her head in her heart and just ate a little bit. There was still a box lunch of braised pork this morning. Compared with this fish, Su Nianyan still liked the box lunch of braised pork more. The braised pork made by that aunt was really unique. As for Su Xiaoxiao's pregnancy, Su Nianyan didn't react at all. Seeing her pretending over there, she stood up and said, "I'll go back to my room after I finish eating." "Sister, won't you bless me?" The reason why Su Xiaoxiao was busy coming back to show off today was to see what Su Nianyan's mood was. It would be great if she was unhappy. If she was happy, she would be happy. And she was happy, the kind that wanted to celebrate properly. Then congratulations to you. I hope you will be happy and live together forever. Su Nianyan pursed her lips and turned back to the house after speaking. Seeing her like this, Su Xiaoxiao was very unhappy. She was able to pretend that nothing had happened. It seemed that I had not stimulated her enough. Wait, I will go to the vegetable market to ask tomorrow. Su Nianyan entered the room, and Su Zhengwo said to Su Xiaoxiao, "Since you are already pregnant, you should live a good life and pay more attention to yourself. Dad also hopes that you can live happily with your husband." After Su Zhengwo finished these words, he left the rest to Wang Xuelian. After he finished his meal, he went back to his room first. Wang Xuelian told Su Xiaoxiao some precautions for pregnancy. Although you can't have when you are pregnant, you must hold your husband's heart firmly. When you are pregnant, your husband is most likely to cheat. Wang Xuelian held Su Xiaoxiao's hand tightly. The main purpose was to tell Su Xiaoxiao that Bai Junyi had a comrade in arms widow waiting for him to take care of. If Su Xiaoxiao's belly really gets bigger later, maybe Bai Junyi will do something else. Don't worry, Mom. Su Xiaoxiao knew that Wang Xuelian was doing this for her own good, and she was quite happy. I will definitely hold my husband's heart firmly. It doesn't matter if we can't have, I have other means. Okay. The mother and daughter talked about intimate things for a while, and then Su Xiaoxiao went home. Wang Xuelian was not very worried, so she sent her to the door of the Bai family. After Su Xiaoxiao went home, Bai Junyi was already lying on the bed. "Have you gone home to see your parents?" Su Xiaoxiao nodded, and Bai Junyi got up to help her. "Not yet." Su Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and smiled, and approached Bai Junyi's arms coquettishly. "It's still a small month now, so there's no need to wait until later. Brother E, you have to support me." Su Xiaoxiao has always been very smart, and she won't tell Bai Junyi some requests directly, but rely on coquettish or soft ways. Bai Junyi also likes such girls. At least they are sensible and considerate, and compared to Su Nianyan, they are simply too good. He hugged her and fell asleep. Su Nianyan returned to her room and planted the land, then went to rest and took a bath as usual. She had been working out since she found the gym some time ago, and her figure has improved in the past 2 days. She was quite satisfied. The next day, after Su Nianyan had breakfast, she went to set up the stall, as usual. When she left, Wang Xuelian shouted loudly, "Since you can get the purchase price for selling vegetables, then take the vegetables you can't sell back home to eat. This way we can save money on buying vegetables." Hearing Wang Xuelian's words, Su Nianyan nodded and left home. She had known that she would take advantage of her, so when she left every afternoon, she would take some of the vegetables she couldn't sell from Li Dahua across the street. It was only a few cents anyway. After taking the vegetables back, her ears could be a little quieter. Su Nian went to the vegetable market, prepared a little, and started selling vegetables. Su Xiaoxiao got up early this morning, and Wang Xiufan made breakfast for her. After eating, she went straight to the vegetable market. Bai Shanshan came out of the room, thinking that if Su Xiaoxiao was going out this morning, she must be going to the city. If she followed her and asked for something, wouldn't it be embarrassing for her as a sister-in-law if she didn't buy it? She was calculating loudly, but when she went out, she found that Su Xiaoxiao was gone. She hurriedly chased after her, but didn't see anyone. Since she didn't see anyone, Bai Shanshan didn't expect much and could only return home helplessly. At the same time, she was complaining in her heart, how could a pregnant woman like Su Xiaoxiao walk so fast? In fact, Su Xiaoxiao was going to the vegetable market, so she took another road, and she walked quite slowly. When she arrived at the vegetable market, Su Xiaoxiao quietly found a place to stay. There were more people selling and buying vegetables here, so Su Nian didn't notice it. But she knew at a glance that within the next 2 days, Su Xiaoxiao would definitely come to find out how much money she made. She didn't know if Su Xiaoxiao would doubt her origins. It didn't matter if she doubted. She could be reborn, but she couldn't. Su Nian was selling vegetables over here, and Su Xiaoxiao over there stayed for a while and saw the two aunties selling vegetables who complained about Su Nian yesterday. She walked over quickly. "Auntie, I want to ask you something." The woman who was mumbling yesterday looked back at Su Xiaoxiao. "What do you want to ask me?" "I see that the business over there is pretty good. I want to ask the stall fee of that person over there. How much is it? And do you know the approximate price of the vegetable she buys?" Su Xiaoxiao looked at Su Nian over there while talking, and her eyes didn't even look at the auntie in front of her. The aunt frowned, wondering why this little girl was acting so strange. "As for the stall, why don't you go to the management office and ask? The profit from selling vegetables is not high. Vegetables are basically sold for about 3 cents per pound, and the purchase price is usually 2 cents. If they're grown at home, the cost will be even lower. If calculated this way, it seems that there is indeed not much profit, but Su Xiaoxiao wanted to know more precisely, so she asked a few more questions. The woman frowned, a little impatient. "Who are you? Why are you asking?" "I'm the sister of the girl selling vegetables over there. I just want to ask how much money she can make and her stall fee. I just want to know how much my sister makes." Su Xiaoxiao explained, and the aunt still believed her. The stall fee is 15 yuan a month. The rest of the vegetables are different. The vegetables she sells are better. For example, my tomatoes are sold for 3 cents a pound, and my purchase price is 2 cents, but her tomatoes taste better than mine. The purchase price must be more expensive than mine. After roughly listening to the purchase price, she calculated Su Nian's profit. If you calculate it, it seems that there is really not much money a day. After deducting the money for Su Nian's meals, the profit for a month is probably only 10 or 20 yuan. After Su Xiaoxiao finished calculating these, she curled her lips speechlessly. In fact, if Su Nian doesn't eat well, she will make more than this much money a month. Can't she save her mouth? The more Su Xiaoxiao thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. But it had to be this way, because it was Su Nian's own money. If she wasn't allowed to eat delicious food, what would happen? Su Xiaoxiao sighed speechlessly, shook her head, and bought some vegetables here before going home. Knowing that Su Nian didn't make much money, Su Xiaoxiao didn't have any other thoughts in her mind, but on the way home, she felt something was wrong. Wasn't Bai Shanshan the vegetable seller in her previous life? Bai Shanshan started her fortune by selling vegetables and then did other businesses little by little and finally made a lot of money and became a leading female boss. I had this feeling yesterday, but I didn't want to admit it. But today I feel something is particularly wrong. It was Bai Shanshan in her previous life. Why did she become Su Nian in this life? Why hasn't Bai Shanshan done business yet? Now think about it carefully. Bai Shanshan seems to have never planned to do business and stays at home all day. She hasn't gone out to meet anyone. It should be impossible to do business in this case. Thinking that these things were really wrong, she went home and went directly to Bai Shanshan's room. Bai Shanshan was a little unhappy that she didn't catch up with Su Xiaoxiao in the morning. Now watching her enter the house, Bai Shanshan straightened up again, thinking that if she came to her room, she should come to deliver something to her, right? Bai Shanshan stood up and Su Xiaoxiao looked at her. Shanshan, do you have any friends who grow vegetables at home? Or, do you know someone who grows vegetables at home? Su Xiaoxiao asked tentatively. Bai Shanshan frowned after hearing this. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by this? How could I know someone who grows vegetables? Aren't people who grow vegetables at home farmers? If I know someone, that wouldn't be right, right? She was still muttering, but Su Xiaoxiao felt that something was wrong. This thing is really wrong. The person who sold vegetables in the previous life was clearly Bai Shanshan, but in this life it became Su Niannian. Why is this happening? Which link went wrong? There was obviously nothing wrong with her memory of her previous life. Su Xiaoxiao pinched her temples and felt a headache. Why are all things different from what she imagined? Just when she was puzzled, a possibility suddenly popped up in her mind. In the previous life, could it be that Su Niannian knew a vegetable grower but introduced him to Bai Shanshan to do business? In this life, Su Niannian did not marry Bai Junyi, so she did not introduce the vegetable grower to Bai Shanshan like in the previous life, so Bai Shanshan did not start a business. She got the opportunity to make money by herself. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was a possibility, and Su Xiaoxiao was not convinced. Why did Su Niannian take all the good things, and why is she so lingering? After cursing in her heart, Su Xiaoxiao thought of something else. Even if this connection in the previous life was introduced to Bai Shanshan by Su Niannian, then the beauty and skincare products that Bai Shanshan used later should have been made by herself. Because Bai Shanshan loves beauty, she often uses various skincare products and fiddles with her face in front of the mirror every day. Love to do everything. People who love to do things like this will definitely make beauty and skincare products in the future, and they can still do business and make a fortune. It's just a matter of time. Bai Shanshan will be able to make money sooner or later. Selling beauty and skincare products is much better than Su Niannian, a stinky vegetable seller. Right. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly reacted and took Bai Shanshan's hand. Shanshan, just pretend you didn't hear what sister-in-law said just now. What do you want to eat for lunch today? I remember you said yesterday that you wanted to go shopping with me, so let's go in 2 days. It just so happens that I want to buy something for the baby in your belly. Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's words, Bai Shanshan immediately became happy and took her hand with a smile. Sister-in-law, you are so nice. I want to eat braised fish for lunch today. Then take me to the street. I want to buy something else. Sister-in-law, you are the best to me. If I make a lot of money in the future, I will definitely repay you. Bai Shanshan has been painting big cakes here, and Su Xiaoxiao is very pleased. She felt that what Bai Shanshan said must be right. She would definitely make a lot of money in the future and would definitely be able to repay her. So she still had to make something delicious for Bai Shanshan. To avoid annoying her, it would be bad if she didn't get any benefits in the future. Su Xiaoxiao nodded and went out with a smile. She went to the market to buy a fish and went into the kitchen. She smelled the fishy smell in front of her nose. The fishy smell was so strong that she felt a little unbearable. She could only find a piece of cloth in the room and cover her nose. In the end, she processed the fish and made braised fish. As long as she continues to pay, she will be rewarded sooner or later, unlike Su Niannian in her previous life. Yes. After Su Xiaoxiao figured out these things, she diligently did housework at home every day, took Bai Shanshan shopping, and made all kinds of delicious food for her. Su Niannian didn't think so much, as long as they didn't come to make trouble. After she finished cultivating 1 acre of land, another acre of land would appear in the space. She worked diligently every day, and the extra land was used to grow other vegetables. Every once in a while, she would go to buy seeds. The lady boss who sold seeds smiled and said, "It seems that your family sells vegetables. I wonder when I can buy the vegetables you grow." Su Niannian just smiled vaguely, answered a few words casually, and left. Later, the lady boss stopped asking her and sold her whatever seed she wanted. She bought more and more seeds and even bought beans. After planting beans, beans will grow after a while, and you can also pick the bean tips to sell. The space is fully automated. As long as her beans are ripe, they will be picked, and a wave of bean tips will be pinched in the early stage. Su Niannian felt that this space was too humanized. As long as the seeds from the lady boss were available, Su Niannian would buy them and plant them, starting with small green vegetables and expanding to more than 10 kinds of vegetables later. Now her stall has not only small greens, white radishes, tomatoes, water spinach, and sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes can be eaten, and sweet potato leaves can be used to make soup. In addition to these, there are beans, carrots, onions, and lettuce. Even green onions, celery, eggplants, cucumbers, etc. Her business is in full swing. Su Xiaoxiao works diligently at home, and soon it is the day for Bai Junyi to pay wages. On the day when he got his wages and went home, Bai Junyi gave Su Xiaoxiao 60 yuan. Su Xiaoxiao saw that there was indeed some extra money, and her eyes suddenly became bright. Then she immediately took Bai Junyi's arm. "Thank you, Brother Yi." After saying that, she gently stroked her abdomen. "I'm thinking now, what will our child be like? Will he be like us? I want to give you a few more children, Brother Yi. For the first child, let's have a son, and for the second child, a daughter. In this way, the son will be more like you, and the daughter will be more like me." Su Xiaoxiao said some fantasy words while holding Bai Junyi's arm. After hearing it, he also felt his heart skip a few beats. Su Xiaoxiao was right. If they really had a son as their first child, he would be as cute as Xiao Shirtu and look like herself. "I will treat him well, give him the best conditions, and train him well. I hope he can be a useful person to society and the country in the future. For the second child, it's also good to have a daughter. If she looks as pretty as Su Xiaoxiao, it's also good. There are many veterans in the army who have both sons and daughters. It doesn't have to be a son. Besides, if the eldest child is a son, their family already has the capital to carry on the family line, so there is no need to put other pressures on the second child." Bai Junyi was happier and happier as he thought about it, and gently put his arm around Su Xiaoxiao's shoulders. The two were very sweet. According to the previous arrangement, Bai Junyi would go to Yang Wanru's house on the third day after the salary was paid, but this time he delayed it until the fifth day. Yang Wanru was a little restless yesterday. She didn't eat yesterday afternoon. She sat in the yard all the time, wondering which link had gone wrong. Although she went out to buy vegetables recently, she didn't hear any gossip. Since she didn't hear any gossip, it proved that there should be no problem between Bai Junyi and Su Xiaoxiao, so why didn't they come to her? Yang Wanru's hands were tightly clenched. In fact, she had saved some money, and she and her son would not starve to death, but wouldn't it be good if someone kept sending money? Could Bai Junyi have forgotten her? The more she thought about it, the tighter her heart was. Yang Wanru was worried all day, and today she was still as listless as ever. But Xiao Shirtu was clamoring to eat, so she calmed down and went in to cook for Xiao Shirtu. The meat at home was gone, and Xiao Shirtu would not eat without meat. Yang Wanru thought, "Go buy a piece tomorrow morning. Then go find out about Bai Junyi and Su Xiaoxiao." While she was thinking about this, Bai Junyi came in with something, a 2-pound piece of meat, a fish, and a piece of ribs. Seeing these things, Xiao Shirtu rushed over and hugged Bai Junyi's thighs tightly. "Uncle Bai, you finally came to see me. I thought Uncle Bai didn't like me anymore." Xiao Shirtu is very good at coaxing people. This is what his mother taught him. A child who doesn't have a sweet mouth can't get candy. When he heard Xiao Shirtu's words, Bai Junyi rubbed her hair, carried the meat into the house as usual, and said a few words to Yang Wanru. "I thought you wouldn't come, so I'll cook some more rice." Yang Wanru said, and was about to get the rice. Bai Junyi reached out and held her. "Just make me a bowl of noodles this afternoon, and you can fry some meat for the children." Seeing that Bai Junyi didn't show any abnormality, Yang Wanru was relieved. Maybe it was just because she thought too much. In fact, there was nothing wrong with him. It was just that the army was too busy, so he didn't have time to come. It was only 5 days after the salary was paid, so he must have sent money to her. Yang Wanru was very happy. She cut the meat and fried it immediately. Soon, the smell of food came from the kitchen. Xiao Shirtu and Bai Junyi were playing games in the yard. The meat was fried, and the vegetables were also fried. The rice was brought out for Xiao Shitu to eat first. Yang Wanru boiled water, cooked a bowl of clear soup noodles, and put some meat on it. You must have been very tired recently. You must have a lot of things to do after your promotion.
Hurry up and eat something.
Yang Wanru pretended to be gentle. If you want to eat anything in the future, you can come here, and I will cook it for you. Try it, and see if my cooking skills are rusty. Bai Junyi was even happier when he heard this. As expected, Yang Wanru was the most considerate. He said that he didn't like the wrong person. It's just that Grandpa and the others are too conservative and don't like Wanru. Their secular prejudices are too big, but he can also be with Wanru. The three of them ate together. Xiao Shitu was very happy when he ate. Bai Junyi also felt that they were like a family. The corners of his mouth raised a smile unnaturally. After dinner, they chatted here for a while. Seeing that it was getting dark, Bai Junyi was ready to go home. Otherwise, his grandfather and parents would be unhappy again. He sighed in his heart and took out the money he had prepared. Seeing her take out the money, Yang Wanru was still a little excited. Finally, she was going to get living expenses. If she didn't, she wouldn't be able to buy even a decent piece of clothing when she went shopping with her aunt in a couple of days. Yang Wanru was looking forward to Bai Junyi taking out the money, but when it was handed to her, half of it was missing. In the past, Bai Junyi gave Yang Wanru 40 and his family 40, but now Su Xiaoxiao is pregnant, so he increased the amount by 20, so he could only take it from Yang Wanru. Because he had to keep the money on hand, sometimes he needed to treat guests or something. Seeing that the money was less, Yang Wanru was very unhappy, but she only showed a little confusion. Bai Junyi didn't see the puzzled expression, and he held the money and lowered his head to explain. I'm sorry, Wanru. My wife is pregnant. If you are pregnant, you need a lot of money, because you have to buy things for the child, and you have to buy various supplements and nutritional products. There is no way to take out more money for Yang Wanru. After she understood, her heart suddenly jumped. She didn't expect that Su Xiaoxiao was so difficult to deal with. She was pregnant only a few months after marriage. She took a deep breath. Su Xiaoxiao was pregnant, and Bai Junyi got less money. What did he say before mean? He said he would take good care of her and Xiao Shitu, but after he got married and had a child, he didn't care about her and Xiao Shita's life or death. Yang Wanru became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. But being angry didn't help. She quickly calmed down and pretended to be sad. She pushed the money back, turned around, and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. I know everything. Your wife is pregnant. She must need a lot of money. I won't ask you for money anymore in the future. It's not like that, Wanru. Bai Junyi began to feel sorry for Yang Wanru when he heard this. Wanru, my parents have always wanted a grandson, so I can only make my wife pregnant as soon as possible so that they won't bother me. So it's not that I don't like you anymore. I will definitely find a way in the future. I will take more care of you and the child. You can tell me if you need anything. Bai Junyi thought about it. If it really doesn't work, he can take out some of his own money. He took out another 5 yuan from his pocket. I really can't take your money. Your wife is pregnant and has many places to spend money. If this continues, Yang Wanru acted very sad and wiped her tears after she finished speaking. Bai Junyi felt sad. The two pushed each other for a while, and he stood up. You take the money. I will try to go out more often to perform more tasks in the future and try to get more bonuses. After that, he put the money on the table next to him, said hello to Xiao Shitu, and left first. Yang Wanru watched her leave the house and close the door, and then she relaxed, and her tense back also loosened. She took a deep breath, looked at the 25 yuan on the table, and her eyes became deeper and deeper. This Su Xiaoxiao is really not easy to deal with. She is so anxious to get pregnant. It must be because of her existence, right? Yang Wanru scratched her hair randomly, and she didn't know what to do next. And Bai Junyi returned home. He said that he had eaten and went back to the room with Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao went to the street with Bai Shanshan today, and she bought herself some loose clothes. Brother E, look, I bought a few pieces of floral cloth which are more suitable for boys. I will ask my sister-in-law in the compound to make me some children's clothes in the future. Su Xiaoxiao, who was holding a few pieces of cloth, fantasized about what her future children would look like, with a sweet smile on her lips. Bai Junyi wanted to say that the money on his side was a little short, and he wanted to ask her for some. But looking at Su Xiaoxiao's look, he didn't say what he wanted to say, and finally had to hold it all back. Su Nianyan's business has been doing well recently. Every afternoon, she would take some vegetables that Li Dahua couldn't sell home.
Just give a little money.
Li Dahua was still mumbling to her. I heard someone say something the other day. Someone came to ask about your stall fee and the price of our purchase. She said it was your family. Su Nianyan curled her lips with a fake smile. It was my sister, who has a different father and mother. She wanted to see how much money I made and wanted me to give all the money to her mother. Li Dahua was a little old. She was a late child. She was probably in her early 30s when she gave birth to a son and a daughter. She was very unhappy to hear this. She had heard Su Nianyan say something before. She cursed, "You just need to pay the household expenses every month, isn't it? Why do you have to pay all the money back? This is your own business, and it has nothing to do with them." Su Nianyan patted Li Dahua on the shoulder. "Auntie, don't worry about me. Go home quickly and leave the unsold vegetables to me in the future." Su Nianyan never had unsold vegetables. Even if there was a little, as long as old acquaintances came to buy them all. Okay. After selling vegetables, Su Nianyan was on her way home. The wind was chilly, and she felt a little cold. She was still wearing the thin clothes she wore before. Now that she had made some money, she had to buy 2 new clothes and some thicker ones. When she set up the stall to do business tomorrow, she would tell the old customers who came to buy vegetables that she would not sell vegetables at noon tomorrow. She planned to go shopping and buy something she needed. After returning home, she had a casual meal. Regardless of what Wang Xiulian and Su Zhengwo thought, Su Nianyan returned to her room first. After returning to the room, she went directly to the space to grow vegetables. The weather was getting colder, and Wang Xiulian also thought about going to the street to buy 2 new clothes. "When will you ask Nianyan to go with you? Let her buy 2 pieces too. Don't catch a cold. It's not good to be sick." Su Zhengwo said a few nice words. After all, Wan Jing always ran to their house, and everyone present knew that his daughter was waiting for Qin Xiaobei. It would be bad if I treated Su Nianyan badly. If someone else ate her, her spine would be broken. There are people in the army who praise Su Nianyan. They say she is a good girl, and she is loyal. Then she has to buy it herself. Wang Xiulian was counting money and was in a good mood. When she heard what Su Zhengwo said, her mood instantly turned bad. Su Nianyan sold vegetables at a stall. Although she didn't make much money, she ate very well every day. Her family didn't eat as well as she did. Su Xiaoxiao said that she almost bought 2 meals every day, so why couldn't she buy an extra portion of meat for her family to eat? Although Su Nianyan would bring some vegetables back every day, they were a little wilted but still edible, so she could save some money. But Wang Xiulian just didn't want to take her to buy clothes. Wang Xiulian had done quite well over the years, and now Su Nianyan could earn money on her own. "Then I'll give her 5 yuan. Su Zhengwo took out 5 yuan after he finished speaking. Wang Xiulian gritted her teeth in anger, but after thinking about it, she said nothing. He came to the door with the money and knocked gently on Su Nianyan's door. He came out quickly after hearing the noise in the space. When she opened the door, she was a little puzzled.
Who was knocking at the door at this time?
Could it be that Su Xiaoxiao, the psychopath, came back home and went crazy again? Then she would scold him. Su Nianyan tidied her clothes and opened the door after confirming that there was no problem. Su Zhengwo stood at the door.
"Dad?"
Su Nianyan felt a little strange when she saw Su Zhengwo. He rarely called her. Except for the time when Qin Xiaobei passed away, he came back every night to knock on the door and say a few words to her, but he never knocked again. What happened today? Here's 5 yuan for you. Su Zhengwo stuffed the money into Su Nianyan's pocket. It's getting cold these past 2 days, so go buy yourself some warm clothes and don't catch a cold. After saying that, Su Zhengwo turned and left. Wang Xiulian saw Su Nianyan, turned her head, and snorted. Su Nianyan closed the door and took out the 5 yuan that Su Zhengwo had just stuffed into her pocket. She looked at the money with mixed emotions. Su Jiangwo is really a contradictory person. If you say he doesn't feel sorry for his own daughter, sometimes he still shows that he feels sorry for her. If you say he really feels sorry for her, sometimes he feels more sorry for Su Xiaoxiao. Su Nianyan shook her head. Since the money had been given to her, she shouldn't refuse it. She confirmed that Su Jiangwo would not come again. After locking the door, she went back to the space to continue growing vegetables. She went to the gym as usual, then took a bath and went to sleep. When she went to buy vegetables the next morning, she told everyone that she would not set up a stall at noon. Some old customers come to buy in the morning and afternoon. After Su Nianyan greeted them, they bought a lot in the morning. Before it was time to eat, Su Nianyan's vegetables were sold out. Xiao Su, your business is really good. I heard that you won't set up a stall at noon today. Is there something important? If there is anything important, go and do it. Remember to wear warmer clothes when you go out. The temperature will drop in the next few days. I guess we will have the first snow here. Although many people in the vegetable market don't like Su Nianyan, there are still people who have a good relationship with her. Everyone made a few jokes and Su Nianyan nodded, then I'll leave first. Ants, you should also keep warm. It's cold these days, don't catch a cold. Everyone waved goodbye to Su Nianyan. After Su Nianyan left, their vegetables were a little easier to sell. After Su Nianyan left the vegetable market, she went outside and took a car to the most prosperous street. There is a snack bar at the junction. Su Nianyan went in and ordered a braised pork, a rice, and a vegetable soup. In her previous life, she was only thinking about the Bai family, and her life was too hard. In this life, she wants to live a better life. She can buy whatever she likes to eat. After all, it is eaten into her stomach, no matter what, it is not a loss. After a full meal, Su Nianyan went for a walk on the most prosperous street. In her previous life, whenever she came here, she would either buy things for Bai Shanshan or buy various daily necessities for her family. When she wanted to buy something for herself, Bai Shanshan urged her to go home, so she had to leave first. In her previous life, she thought that if she did a little more, she could change Bai Junyi's view of her. Who knew that in the end, she did not win the favor of others, did not live a good life, and made herself like a ghost, a mess. In this life, she will not be so stupid again. Su Nianyan walked over slowly, looking at each store. The speed of picking clothes cannot be too fast so as not to miss out on special styles, and you cannot listen to what the clothing seller says. The clothing seller only wants to sell the clothes, not thinking about anything else. Sometimes customers wear ugly clothes, but still praise them. After Su Nianyan walked around, she chose a store and walked in. The weather was cold, so if she wanted to buy something, she would buy something warmer and brighter in color. In her previous life, she would occasionally go out to buy clothes, but she didn't buy many, and most of them were dark colors. Because she was a love-brained person in her previous life, she bought bright colors and wore them back to show Bai Junyi, and Bai Junyi said that she looked particularly ugly in clothes of this color. It was only when she was about to die that Su Nianyan realized that it was not the color of the clothes she wore that was ugly, but because Yang Wanru liked those bright colors. The ugly colored clothes she wore on her body later appeared on Yang Wanru, and Bai Junyi said that they were returned and then given away. Bai Junyi and Yang Wanru were in love, but she was crying all day long. Thinking of this, Su Nianyan shook her head and threw those messy thoughts behind her. After entering, she pointed to the red coat hanging at the top. Take that one down and show it to me. And the pink and beige ones next to it. Su Nianyan asked to try it on, and the girl selling clothes quickly took down all the clothes. The clothes hanging at the top were very expensive, and Su Nianyan knew this. She tried them on one by one, and the girl next to her was always very quiet, saying nothing, waiting for her to try them on. After trying on all the clothes, Su Nianyan looked at herself in the mirror and stroked the hair by her ears. In her previous life, she was only 10 years older than she is now before she died, but her face was old, she dressed old, and she didn't get what she wanted. In this life, she is in her youth, and she must get everything she wants. Except for those 2 pieces and that pair of pants, put all the rest away and add 2 pairs of shoes. Su Nianyan liked the girl's service attitude very much. She stood quietly aside without saying anything. She also liked these clothes. Then take them all. Su Nyenyen picked out 2 pairs of shoes, 1 pair of shoes, 1 pair of small leather shoes, and also bought 2 pairs of cloth shoes for daily wear. This big list shocked the girl, but she quickly settled the bill for Su Nyenyen. After the discount, it was almost 2 red bills. Su Nyenyen paid the money readily because she made a lot of money selling vegetables. Everyone thought that she could only make 1 or 2 yuan a day at most, but the actual profit exceeded 3 or 4 yuan, or even 5 yuan. Because it doesn't cost much to buy seeds, and the rest doesn't cost much. In addition to clothes, Su Nyenyen also bought some daily necessities and bought a lot of big and small bags. Just as she was about to go back with her things, she suddenly heard a shouting voice behind her. "Come on, catch the thief, catch the thief." Someone was behind her, chasing Su Nyenyen. As soon as she turned around, a thief rushed over and knocked her back a few steps. She finally stabilized her body, and her accomplice rushed over and knocked her over. The things in her hands fell to the ground, and she was about to fall to the ground. She had no way to reverse the situation, so she could only close her eyes and wait for herself to fall. Who knew that she fell into a warm embrace? The next second, he was picked up by someone, and before she opened her eyes, she threw herself into the arms of that person and accidentally kissed the person's neck. Warm skin and a faint fragrance, Su Nyenyen just touched it lightly and quickly retreated. The man was wearing a mask and a hat. He seemed to be afraid of the cold, so he blocked the wind, but strangely, he didn't wear a scarf to keep his neck warm. He came to save her because he saw her in danger. "Thank you." Su Nyenyen didn't see the man's face clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, the man walked away quickly. When she saw the man leave, she thought that she had kissed someone just now, which was a bit impolite, but the man didn't seem to want to pay attention to her. And she didn't mean to kiss him. Just treat it as an accident. Su Nyenyen didn't think much about it. She picked up her things and gently patted the dust on them, and then took her things home. The reason why she didn't wait until the afternoon vegetable sales were over to buy clothes was because she didn't want Wang Xiulian to know how much she bought. When she went back, Wang Xiulian hadn't returned home from work yet, and Su Xiaoxiao didn't run back, like usual. Su Nyenyen bought a pink coat and a white coat today and also bought various base sweaters, and almost all the shoes and socks were matched. It won't be cold at all when you put them on. Taking the clothes into the space to try them on, Su Nyenyen looked at herself in the mirror in the space and turned around with satisfaction. This dress is really beautiful. Although the clothes of this era are not produced as quickly as those in the future, with dozens of new products every 1 or 2 weeks, the clothes of this era are still very design-oriented and can be regarded as trendy. After figuring this out, she couldn't help but curl her lips. Looking at herself in the mirror, she was so excited that she rolled around on the soft big bed and gradually forgot a lot of her obsession with her previous life. After staying in the room for a while, she wanted to go downstairs to see the vegetable garden. Who knew that just after going downstairs, she saw that there was a small house next to the big villa, and on the small house, the 3 words library were written. Huh? It seems that there was no library when I went to buy vegetables this morning. Why did it suddenly upgrade? But then again, when I first came in, it seemed that there was only a big villa and space, and many functions appeared slowly. And every time there is an upgrade, there seems to be a coincidence. She and Qin Xiaobei have met, and sometimes the 2 of them would have slightly intimate actions. It seems that every time when she and Qin Xiaobei have something going on, she will find that there are changes in the space when she enters the space again. This time, there is a library in the space again. What's going on? The previous space upgrade can be said to be related to Qin Xiaobei. So, what about this time? Isn't the person dead? Oh no. He faked his death to go on a mission, so the man who just supported her and was kissed on the neck by her couldn't be Qin Xiaobei. Su Nyenyen thought of this, and her heart skipped a few times. Don't say it, it's really possible. After all, the man was wearing a mask and a hat, so he should be afraid of the cold, but he didn't wear a scarf, so his neck was exposed. It seems that the mask and hat are not windproof clothes for fear of cold, but disguise, right? Why did Bai Shanshan upgrade her space in her previous life? She also grew up step by step in her previous life, and she started her business by growing vegetables. It should be that the space needs to be upgraded, and the steps of upgrading are the same as mine.
Could it be?
Because of Bai Shanshan's future husband? Although Su Nianyan was Bai Shanshan's sister-in-law in her previous life, she didn't know how Bai Shanshan and her husband met. She only knew that the man was a business genius. After meeting Bai Shanshan, he admired Bai Shanshan's talent very much. After all, in the early 1980s, there were very few women like Bai Shanshan who made money and became rich by themselves. Perhaps, when Bai Shanshan contracted this space in her previous life, it was because her relationship with her husband gradually became close. I just don't know if Bai Shanshan, who has no space in this life, can still like her in the future. After thinking for a while, she simply didn't think about those things. As long as her space is upgraded now, everything in this life is in her own hands. Pushing open the door of the library, Su Nianyan saw that the library was very large and had all kinds of books. All the books were classified and put away. Su Nianyan saw the beauty and skincare category, opened a few books and flipped through them. There was an explanation of the structure of human skin, the effects of various skincare raw materials, and how to make skincare products. And next to this bookshelf, there is a space separated by transparent glass, and inside is a very strange machine. Su Nianyan took a closer look and found that it was a machine that could make skincare products. It was amazing. She walked further in and saw books about machinery and weapons. I think Bai Shanshan made explosives with these books in her previous life. It was just like her current trajectory. She started selling vegetables, and then after the space was upgraded, she began to study beauty products. Slowly, she began to study explosives and other things, which had a certain effect on the army, and then she stepped up step by step. Su Nianyan still remembers what Bai Shanshan said when she came to see her. "You are so stupid. You actually gave away the things your mother left for you casually, and just to please a man. Do you know what I got from these things?" This sentence popped up in her mind. Su Nianyan also sneered. She was really stupid in her previous life. In order to please a man, she gave away all the things her mother gave her. In the end, she got nothing. Bai Shanshan should scold her. Taking a deep breath, Su Nianyan felt that she could also follow the trajectory of Bai Shanshan's previous life. Since the library has appeared, she can also slowly study some beauty and skincare products. Selling vegetables can indeed make a lot of money, but the profit from selling vegetables is not high. Even if she does not have to pay for other expenses, she can only make a small amount of money by paying for the seeds. And she has to farm every day. Plus she has to get up very early and can only go home very late. This business is almost done, and she has a certain amount of savings in her hands. She can consider selling these vegetables wholesale. But this is not the focus of her consideration. For now, she will study the books in front of her and see if she can study them thoroughly. It is true that the space is a plug-in, but this library is only for people to learn, not for her to learn directly. Whether she can learn it depends on whether she has the talent in this area to learn successfully. Because she is really interested, Su Nianyan sat down and started reading. Before she had read for long, she heard a cursing voice outside the door. She thought about it, came out of the space immediately, and stayed in the house. "Really? I told you I don't want to buy any, but you still force me to buy. What should I do if I buy so many? Old Su will complain when I get home tonight." This was Wang Xulian's voice, and then another person smiled and said, "Don't worry, your old Su will definitely not say anything to you. You two have been together for so many years, aren't you all fine?" "That's true." Wang Xulian's mouth curled up again. "You don't know that our old Su is really good to me and the children, even if Xiao Xiao is married. Yesterday, I gave Nian Nian money to buy clothes. They say it's cold in winter, and you must not catch a cold." "I think so too." Wang Xulian was trying hard to create the image of a good stepmother outside. Su Nianyan pouted helplessly when she heard this in the house. They talked about other things outside for a while. Su Nianyan probably knew where Wang Xulian bought the clothes. She bought 2 thick ones, maternity clothes for Su Xiaoxiao and cotton cloth for the child. Su Nianyan was lying on the bed listening to the gossip outside. When she had listened enough, the man left first. After the man left, Wang Xiulian started to put away the things, and then she started to cook. Su Niannian had been listening inside. After Wang Xiulian went out to buy something because she ran out of vinegar, she came out of the room and pretended that she had just come back. She put a piece of clothing she had just bought at her door. When Wang Xiulian came back from buying vinegar, she saw Su Niannian sitting on the sofa at a glance and was startled. "When did you come back, girl? Why did you stay in the room without saying a word?"
Su Niannian ta që t'hernose.
If she told Wang Xiulian that she had been in the room, this person would definitely scold her again. Forget it. It was also very unpleasant to hear her scolding. "I just came back. After selling vegetables, I went to buy a piece of clothing." Su Niannian looked at the snacks on the table, just bought casually. "You don't need to call me for dinner this afternoon," Su Niannian said, and went into the room. When she ate at the restaurant during the day, she bought a few extra meals, which are still warm in the space. In the evening, she can read the book she is studying for a while and then heat up the food to eat. "What delicious food are you eating outside again?" Wang Xiulian heard the noise outside the door and knew that it was Su Zhengwo who came back. "You can't always be like this. Although you can earn some money and contribute to the family expenses, Mom shouldn't ask you to take the money back, but you have to save money. Although you are staying with Qin Xiaobei now, you will definitely get married in the future, and his parents won't stop you. What's the use of a girl if she doesn't have some money in her hand? Even if you have to spend money, you have to think about it. It's not easy for your father and I to raise you. You eat well outside, but when you come to our place, you don't buy anything and just bring back some wilted vegetables every day." Wang Xiulian was still pretending to talk when the person outside came in. "Xiulian, what are you talking about here? Wan Jing came here today to deliver something to Su Niannian." Hearing her voice, Wang Xiulian turned around suddenly. She heard some noise just now and thought that Su Zhengwo had come back, so she said those words in a pretentious manner. She didn't expect that the person who came in was Wan Jing. Wan Jing runs a small business, and her family is relatively well off. She always buys some things for Su Niannian. She also buys some canned snacks for their family. It turned out to be Jing. Wang Xiulian immediately patted the dust on her body and put the celery in her hand on the table. "You came here today to send something to Niannian, right?" Wan Jing was holding a lot of things in her hands, which looked delicious. "I'm sending something to Niannian. Let's go into your room. I have something to tell you." Wan Jing's face was still pale. Su Niannian nodded repeatedly, and the two of them went into the house together. As soon as they went in and closed the door, Wang Xiulian pouted at the door. Even if Wan Jing is good to Su Niannian, what does it matter? Qin Xiaobei is dead and can't come back, and Su Niannian will never marry into their family again. I really don't know what Wan Jing is thinking. Now she is buying things to give to Su Niannian. Isn't that throwing meat buns at dogs? Sooner or later, she will instigate Su Zhengwo to marry Su Niannian off again. Then they can get another relative. How great! Wang Xiulian rolled her eyes and went into the house to cook. Wan Jing and Su Niannian entered the house. Looking at this small house, she still felt a little depressed. "Auntie," looking at the few white hairs on Wan Jing's forehead, Su Niannian sighed in her heart. She really wanted to tell her that Qin Xiaobei was not dead, but she couldn't. Qin Xiaobei's mission was absolutely confidential. The reason why they kept it a secret from everyone that he was dead was to make this fake death more real, so that he could be safe. Once something went wrong here, he would not be safe. He absolutely couldn't do such a thing. He could only wait a little longer. He hoped that Qin Xiaobei could complete the mission and come back earlier than in his previous life. His parents were sad for him. Don't be too sad. If Xiaobei knew you were so sad, he would feel bad too.
Su Niannian hugged Wan Jing gently.
She would often go to see him, because as long as she went there often, everyone would know that she really cared about Qin Xiaobei, and Su Zhengwo and Wang Xiulian would certainly not find a partner for her anymore. And Wan Jing was really good to her, so she was willing to provide some comfort to Wan Jing and Qin Minji. "I know, I came here to give you thick clothes today. I went to the street and bought you 2 clothes today. You should keep warm." Wan Jing sighed. "If you hadn't been supporting us all the time, Lao Qin and I would have." Wang Jing didn't say the rest of the words. She took out clothes for Su Nianyan to try. No need, Annie, I also bought some today, you can take them back. With these sent by Wang Jing, let alone this winter, even next winter, there will be new clothes to wear. And Wang Jing also bought some other things, which Su Nianyan didn't expect, but they are indeed practical and useful. You girl, your family doesn't care about you. How can I not care about you? Wang Jing patted the back of Su Nianyan's hand and gave her the face wipes and food she bought. Just put them in your room and lock the door when you go out. The fruit is for them, and the other things are for you. I have to go back first, so I won't stay any longer. Wang Jing said, and was about to leave. Su Nianyan held her hand. Drink a glass of water. I'll accompany your aunt for a while. The water in her room was all spiritual spring water taken out of the space. Su Nianyan also saw that Wang Jing's condition was really bad, so she gave her some spiritual spring water. In his previous life, although Qin Xiaobei would come back about 3 years after completing the mission, his parents were worried about him during these years, and his health got worse over the years. Therefore, although Qin Xiaobei was promoted to the head of the group after he came back, his parents died not long after. Su Nianyan felt that the couple was so good that they should not end up like this. In the future, she should try to give them some spiritual spring water so that their health should be better. Wang Jing sighed and sat beside Su Nianyan's bed to drink water. The two talked intermittently. After Wang Jing finished 2 glasses of water, she suddenly felt hot all over. The water here is so sweet. Wang Jing felt warm all over and felt much more comfortable in her heart. Nianyan, you are really a comfort to me and Lao Qin. Auntie, if you are unhappy in the future, come to me. I will accompany you to go shopping or talk to you. We will definitely get through this difficult time. Su Nianyan didn't say anything else, but Wang Jing's eyes had changed when she looked at her. She nodded with a smile, then I'll leave first. After that, Wang Jing left the room and put the bought fruits on the table as a gift to the Su family. Su Nianyan came back after sending people out. Wang Xuelian held the leeks in her hand. Don't think that people are so good to you. Su Nianyan didn't want to listen to her preaching, so she turned into the room and slammed the door. If my mother were still alive, I might have listened to her. What kind of person is Wang Xuelian? After living 2 lives, wouldn't I know? Is she worthy? After Su Nianyan entered the room, she went directly to the space to read the books on beauty products. After reading for more than 2 hours, her stomach growled, and Su Nianyan stretched and brought the food she bought during the day. While eating, Su Nianyan looked at the books she had read today, all kinds of them. There are beauty and skincare and hydration. There are also freckles and acne. It can be said that as long as it is used for beauty and beauty, almost all of them are in the book, but it just needs to be studied slowly. Su Nianyan read it roughly, and she felt that she could study the hydration and beauty products first. For hydration and beauty, some pure Chinese herbal medicines are needed, plus the configuration of Lingquan water, and they can come out after research and development. As for Chinese herbal medicines, she can plant them in the space. However, the seeds of Chinese herbal medicines seem to be difficult to buy, but Su Nianyan still decided to try it when she buys vegetables tomorrow. While thinking about these things, she was eating. It was almost time to finish her meal. Su Nianyan stretched and studied the hydrating products before going to rest. The next day, she sold vegetables in the morning and afternoon. Su Nianyan closed the stall 2 hours in advance and said goodbye to Li Dahua with a smile. Be careful on the way back. The weather has been cold these 2 days.
It rained again last night.
The road is slippery. Li Dahua has a good relationship with Su Nianyan and greets her like this almost every day. Okay. After saying that, Su Nianyan left first. It rained last night, so she brought an umbrella when she came this morning. Fortunately, it didn't rain after she left. She went to the nearby small market for a walk. There were not many things sold in the small market here, but Su Nianyan was also in it and found several Chinese herbal medicines with roots. These herbs are what she wants. According to the description in the book, it seems that there is still a little difference. Uncle, can you find 2 other medicinal herbs? I want the roots to be well preserved. Everything in the big villa is good, except that there is no function to buy things and I don't know when it can be upgraded. At present, if I want Chinese herbal medicine, I either buy it at the big market or find someone to help me find it. Because there are still many medicinal herbs in the mountains in this era, as long as I need them and give a suitable price, there should be someone willing to buy them. No matter what product you want to make, the first condition is health and safety, suitable for any skin, and will not cause any allergies. Chinese herbal medicine is undoubtedly the best choice. Coupled with the spiritual spring water in my space, it is simply a strong combination, and there will be no problem. Little girl, what medicinal herbs do you want? The stall owner is an old man, probably in his early 60s, but he is still in good spirits. Most of the medicinal herbs in front of him have roots. When Su Nianyan came to ask, he said that these herbs were taken back, and almost all of them could be planted. He relies on finding these things to support his family. Su Nianyan told the old man about the herbs she wanted, and he nodded. Okay, I can find them all. When do you need them? The two briefly discussed the time and place of the transaction. After the matter was settled, Su Nianyan felt relieved. As long as the old man could find herbs with roots, he could plant them in his own vegetable fields. Now he has a total of 8 acres of land. If he planted all of them, he would have a little more and he could use 1 acre to plant herbs. Then he would expand it little by little. After chatting with the old man for a while, Su Nianyan realized that he made a living by selling herbs. He used to sell herbs to drugstores, but later he set up a stall when the drugstores didn't collect enough. Don't worry, I'll take all the herbs I mentioned as long as they have roots. As long as these herbs are taken back and planted in the space, you can have a continuous supply of herbs. As the space is upgraded, Su Nianyan feels that her thinking is a bit divergent. I always feel that since I already have a library, if I have a certain relationship with Qin Xiaobei in the future, will it continue to upgrade? For example, I have a place to buy things. Or have more advanced equipment or places. Why is it related to Qin Xiaobei? Su Nianyan has never figured out, but Bai Shanshan in her previous life must have had a certain relationship with her husband, so the space will continue to upgrade. Could it be that it depends on the relationship between the two? The further the relationship between the two is, the more the space will be upgraded. Isn't this the case with Bai Shanshan's husband? From the beginning of Xingshan to the end, watching Bai Shanshan's business grow bigger and better, he naturally likes her more. The relationship between the two is very harmonious. So the space continues to upgrade? Realizing that this is very possible, Su Nianyan decided to wait until Qin Xiaobei comes back before saying anything. I will go back after I have settled the matter about Chinese herbal medicines here. When she got home, she was still the same as usual, not feeling like eating, but Su Jiangwo called her, so she sat down and ate a little. Recently, you should go out to sell vegetables a little later. The weather is too cold, and you should also pay attention to your own safety. Su Jiangwo casually said, and Su Nianyan nodded perfunctorily. In her previous life, Su Nianyan seemed to be blindfolded and could not understand anything, but she would not do that in this life. She should have understood long ago that Su Jiangwo did all this just for show, and he was not sincere. After dinner, Su Nianyan returned to her room. During the day today, the old man said that he could supply her with these Chinese herbs in 3 days, so she had to buy vegetables for another 3 days. As long as she had the raw materials, she could use the machine for making skincare products to make them. Su Nianyan is now looking forward to it. If she can make skincare products, she can open a store like Bai Shitzi in her previous life. If she opens a store, she must apply for her own brand, so as not to be preempted by others when her business is good in the future. These things must be done in advance. First, develop a set of equipment to be inspected. It must have a certificate of qualification, and then do it step by step. I will always do this business well. As for selling vegetables, Su Nianyan had thought about it before. As long as she could do other things, she would sell the vegetables wholesale. In this way, she only needs to deliver vegetables every 1 or 2 days. If wholesale, Su Nianyan wants to give it to the people who have a good relationship with her in the vegetable market. One is Li Dahua, and the other is a woman who brings 2 children to set up a stall. The woman is 3 years older than herself and has a pair of twin children. Both children are not in good condition. The 2 children have been in poor health since childhood. One of them is particularly weak. Even if she brings them to sell vegetables, she carries them on her back every day. The woman always buys her nutritious meals and eats steamed buns herself. Su Nyanyan thinks she is very good to the children, and she has also talked to Li Dahua. Li Dahua told her that the woman's husband died when he went out to work a few years ago. The news of his death came back, and he didn't even bring back money. It was really difficult for the woman to survive with 2 children, so she wholesaled some vegetables to sell. It was just to make a living. The woman had lived too long. Su Nyanyan sympathized with her, so she planned to sell the vegetables to her, but she would have to wait until she went to sell the vegetables. There was nothing to do after entering the space, so Su Nyanyan wrote all the plans in a small notebook to avoid missing anything. After finishing all this, Su Nyanyan saw that some vegetables had matured, and it was estimated that the space would collect these vegetables by itself tomorrow. Then she would continue to grow vegetables, hoping to finish growing all these vegetable plots and expand another acre of land, which would be used to grow medicinal herbs. If it weren't for the land in the space, and if it weren't for the difference in the land, Su Nyanyan would not dare to grow herbs here. After planting for more than 2 hours, Su Nyanyan was so tired that her back and waist ached. She went to the space to rest for a while, and then continued until all the land was planted. After the land was planted, the space would automatically water it, and the vegetables would sprout tomorrow morning. The speed now is much faster than before. Su Nyanyan sometimes feels that the speed at which vegetables mature is exactly the same as the speed at which this space is upgraded. Maybe it was because of Qin Xiaobei. Without thinking about it anymore, Su Nyanyan went to rest as usual. She went to set up a stall for the next 3 days. Every day when she set up the stall, Su Nyanyan would observe and see who else was more suitable besides Li Dahua and the poor woman. If anyone was suitable, she could consider it. However, apart from the 2 of them, Su Nyanyan did not find any suitable people because most of them did not have a good relationship with her, and some people gossiped behind her back. Su Nyanyan did not want to give them such an opportunity. Since she did not find any other suitable people, Su Nyanyan did not think about it anymore and went to the big market a few days ago. The old man was already waiting there. There was a backpack in front of him. He did not take out the medicinal materials and put them on the ground, but waited there all the time. You can tell at a glance that he was waiting for someone. Su Nyanyan walked over from a distance. Before she came to the old man, someone also went to sell the medicinal materials, but he just shook his head and said nothing. Why are you not selling? I'm waiting for someone. Su Nyanyan just walked in front of the old man and heard his answer, and she was a little moved. I'm here. Su Nyanyan stood in front of the old man. When she saw the newcomer, she finally smiled and quickly pulled out the herbs from her backpack. I found these herbs these past 2 days. They're all fresh and have roots as you said. How well preserved are they? The old man showed Su Nyanyan everything he could, as if he was showing something. She looked at them and saw that they were all the herbs she needed. There were about 5 or 6 of each kind of herb. If she took them to the space to plant, she should be able to expand them in the future. I want all these herbs. Name your price. Su Nyanyan bought all the herbs. The old man only wanted 6 yuan, but Su Nyanyan gave him 7 yuan. After giving them to the old man, Su Nyanyan turned around and left with her herbs. Apart from anything else, the old man had been waiting for him here for more than half an hour and was stubborn and unwilling to sell the herbs to others. She should have given him more. It was not easy for the old man to go up the mountain. I have found all the medicinal herbs. As long as I plant them, I should be able to expand the planting in the space continuously in the future. When they are mature, I can also collect the seeds of these medicinal herbs and continue to plant them. Su Nyanyan returned home with the medicinal herbs. Wang Xulian had not come back yet. She planted all the medicinal herbs on the extra acre of land yesterday. After planting them all, the space automatically watered them. She went out to cook the rice first. Just as I started cooking, Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Xulian came back together. The 2 were talking and laughing, but as soon as they entered the house and saw Su Nyanyan, the smile on Su Xiaoxiao's face stopped. Wang Xulian was no longer smiling brightly, but had a gloomy face. Dead girl, what are you doing at home? You didn't make any noise. Do you want to scare us to death? Su Nyanyan sneered after hearing this. I haven't done anything yet. Can this be blamed on me? I saw you bought a lot of new clothes some time ago. Later, Qin Xiaobei's mother sent you a lot more. Find 2 for your sister. I want the ones you haven't worn yet, Wang Xiulian said in an ordering manner. You can't wear all these clothes. What if they're bitten by mice? Although your sister is pregnant now, she hasn't grown too fat yet. Your thick clothes can still be worn. Her money should be saved to buy things for the future children. Wang Xiulian said a lot. Su Niannian leaned against the kitchen door with her arms folded. Why, her husband is reluctant to buy her clothes. Su Xiaoxiao's face darkened when she heard this. She met Wang Xiulian on the way. She didn't want to come over, but she heard from her mother that Su Niannian bought a lot of new clothes. Qin Xiaobei's mother sent a lot more, and they were from the more expensive stores they often visited. Wang Xiulian asked her to come over and take 2 sets to wear back so that she wouldn't have to buy them, and the money saved could be used to buy things for the children. Who knew that Su Niannian would confront them head-on? What are you talking about? Before Su Xiaoxiao could respond, Wang Xiulian took a step forward angrily. This is your sister. The baby in her belly will be your nephew in the future. Do you understand? You said that you are occupying so many new clothes, and you can't wear them all. Aren't you just occupying the toilet without doing anything? Su Niannian looked at their disgusting faces and turned into the house. It has been like this since she was a child. Whenever she had new clothes or new things, the 2 of them would find ways to take them away. Just because she didn't fight or compete in the past doesn't mean she doesn't care at all now. These 2 people still want her things? Dream on. Why are you so stingy? What's wrong with giving some to your sister? Wang Xiulian was still cursing at the door. Su Niannian took a few old clothes and threw them at the door. Do you want them? Looking at the old clothes, Wang Xiulian was furious. What do you mean? We want new ones. Who are you going to give these old clothes to? Su Niannian didn't say anything after hearing this. She just raised her head with a smile. Wang Xiulian understood the meaning of her smile. She was so angry that she shouted, If you don't give it to me, I'll go in and get it myself. Wang Xiulian wanted to go into the house as she said this, but Su Niannian didn't stretch out her hand to stop her. But when she was about to reach the door, she stretched out her foot, and Wang Xiulian was tripped. She rushed into the house, and her head hit the wall of Su Niannian, which was buzzing with pain. How could you hit your mother? No matter what, your mother raised you. How can you be so conscienceless? You are too vicious. Listening to Su Xiaoxiao's moral kidnapping here, Su Niannian raised her eyelids. You have no clothes to wear, so you let your man buy mine. What kind of ability is that? You have been like this since you were a child, and you want to grab everything. You don't want what I throw to you, aren't you a dog? Su Xiaoxiao heard this, looked at Su Niannian's attitude, inexplicably angry, and yelled, What do you mean? When did I grab your things?
Who'd you say is a dog?
Explain yourself. Hearing this, Su Niannian sneered and took a step forward. Su Xiaoxiao stepped back, her heart pounding. Su Niannian in her previous life was obviously very weak. Even when she and her mother snatched her things when she was a child, she didn't even dare to talk back. How could Su Niannian become like this in this life? Could it be because she was reborn? Only dogs will always want a food from other people's bowls. You have liked my things since you were a child. Did I say anything wrong about you?
Get out.
Su Niannian was not polite. After she finished speaking, she walked into the house and stretched out her hand to pull Wang Xiulian out. If you don't mind being embarrassed, I don't mind making a bigger noise and letting everyone see that you want to steal my things. Su Niannian curled her lips coldly and slammed the door after she finished speaking. How shameless. She didn't even want to eat with them, since she had bought food during the day anyway. She locked the door and entered the space, where she looked at some books on beauty and skincare. After reading, she heated up something to eat, and then she heard a knock on the door. Su Zhengwo knocked on the door and asked her to eat. Wang Xiulian was cursing outside. Look at your daughter. She has such a bad temper now, and she even ignored me when I called her to eat. Su Niannian heard the voice and came out of the space. She doesn't want to eat anymore, you guys eat. After saying that, she continued to sit on the bed. Wang Xiulian was still scolding Su Niannian outside, and she silently counted 10 in her heart. Fortunately, she was the only one. Later, Wang Xuelian didn't say anything more, and Su Jiangwo also acquiesced that she didn't eat. Su Nianyan didn't care about these miscellaneous things, and studied her own things well. In the next few days, she was waiting for the medicinal materials to mature. The fields in the space are originally special, and with the nourishment of Lingquan water, all the medicinal materials found in the mountains are alive, and the speed of maturity is getting faster and faster. After each kind of medicinal material matures, Su Nianyan can find the corresponding book to check the seed preservation and regeneration methods of this medicinal material. All the seeds of these medicinal materials were preserved, and at the same time, the regeneration method was used to plant another acre of medicinal materials. The roots, according to what she had read in the book, the cost of making a complete set of Chinese herbal hydrating skincare products is not high, and she can make a lot with her 1 acre of medicinal materials. She has never seen that transparent machine before, but she can try it out little by little according to the instructions on it. After dealing with the medicinal materials, Su Nianyan began to try to mix the formula of Chinese herbal medicine. After mixing, she put everything she needed into the transparent machine and did it little by little according to the instructions. As long as there is no problem with the formula, it can be filled countless times. She failed once or twice at the beginning, but Su Nianyan always cheered herself up and told herself that she could do it. The 3rd time she finally succeeded. She made a complete set of hydrating skincare products, from water to lotion to cream, and her own the cleanser I researched was based on the instructions for evacuation. These are all very special. In my previous life, I lived until I was almost 30 years old before I gradually came into contact with these things, and then these things became better and better. I didn't expect that after I was reborn, I would be able to do it so early. This is also good. Herbal skincare products will not harm the skin and can cope with all sensitive skin. They're suitable for everyone and will never have side effects. The more Su Nianyan thought about it, the better it seemed. However, she still had to try it out herself after researching it, and there were still many tedious things to do before opening a store. For example, she had to find a store and send the herbal skincare products for testing. She had to get the test report. She also had to prepare for brand registration. The most important thing was that she had to think of a name and register a trademark. There is also packaging. None of these things can be missing. In addition to these things, I have to study some other things, such as acne cream. I can also study makeup products in the future. When considering these things, Su Nianyan felt that there were many things waiting for her, but everything was worth it.
Just do it step by step.
It seems that I can't sell vegetables, so I won't sell vegetables from tomorrow. I will go to the vegetable market in the morning and hand over this matter to Li Dahua and the poor woman as soon as possible. With this idea, Su Nianyan felt a lot more relaxed. The next day, Su Nianyan went to the vegetable market early in the morning. She still planned to buy some vegetables today and talk to her old customers by the way. In the future, I will sell vegetables to Li Dahua and others. I can buy from them and supply the goods myself. Just after setting up the stall, Li Dahua came over from the opposite side, holding a steaming sweet potato in her arms. Look, there was nothing delicious for breakfast at home this morning, so I threw the sweet potatoes into the pot, and I picked up 2 when I came. Li Dahua usually shares anything with Su Nianyan. Although she doesn't make much money, she is really good to her. Look, how good at flattering. She thought that if she flattered them a little more, they would tell her the channels for buying vegetables. What's in her mind? Someone next to her sneered. These 2 vegetable sellers were new, just like the 2 ants on the left and right of Su Nianyan before. They were particularly annoying. Su Nianyan ignored them, peeling and eating roasted sweet potatoes while saying, I don't want to sell vegetables anymore.
Ah?
What are you talking about? Why don't you want to sell vegetables? Your vegetable business is so good, so many people come to buy every day. Although the profit from selling vegetables is not high, you can save some money as a little girl. Even if you get married in the future, you will definitely be bullied by your in-laws if you don't have some money in your pocket. Tell me if you have any difficulties, I can help you. Don't be so impulsive. Li Dahua kept talking. Su Nianyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I want to do other business. I'll give the vegetable business to you. Big sister.
Ah?
Li Dahua didn't expect that such a good thing would fall on her head. She originally sold some dried goods and some very ordinary vegetables. She collected the dried goods in the village herself and made a little more money by reselling them after carrying them here, but the profit was very small. But she had a good eye for picking mountain products and she was good at dealing with others, so she had many regular customers and sold a lot of goods. She felt that she could earn a little money every day to support her family. "Call Chunhua over there." Su Nianyan lowered her voice. "I'll tell you too about this in detail." Li Dahua looked at Chunhua, who was tidying up the stall over there, and knew what Su Nianyan was thinking, so she hurried over to call for help. There were not many people buying vegetables at this time, so Chunhua put her 2 children in the basket at the back, covered them with a layer of plastic cloth, and then covered them with a blanket she brought, so that they could sleep. Then she tidied up the stall. Hearing Li Dahua say that Su Nianyan called her, Chunhua reached out and wiped her clothes twice before quickly walking over. When the 2 of them arrived over there, Su Nianyan distanced herself from those who were eavesdropping. "From now on, I will sell my vegetables to you too. Today I will make it clear to old customers that I will supply you with vegetables. The supply price is 2.5 cents per catty.
You can sell as much as you want.
It's best not to sell them in the same market. What do you two think?" As soon as Su Nianyan finished speaking, Chunhua looked up suddenly. "This is not good. What will you do if your vegetables are wholesaled to us? The vegetables over there are not bad. I can earn a few cents every day. It doesn't matter." Chunhua knew that many people wanted to help her because they felt sorry for her because she had 2 children, but she couldn't accept help from others for no reason. "I don't want to do this business anymore. You two just listen to me. Do you want a supply of vegetables or not?" Su Nianyan didn't want to say more. She had been setting up a stall here for so long, and she felt that these 2 people were not bad. Others either gossiped about other people's private affairs, or secretly said bad things behind others' backs. Some even made small moves. If these 2 people accept my supply, they don't have to sell them in this place at all. They can sell them in other places and their business may be better. Anyway, there are a steady supply of vegetables in my space every day, and they can sell as much as they want. At the beginning, I will give you a few dozen kilograms each, and then you can go to the market you are familiar with to sell them. Tell me how much you want after you sell them. I will just deliver them to you. There will be fresh vegetables every once in a while." Su Nianyan had said this, and the 2 looked at each other and nodded.
Then,
Chunhua was still hesitant. Su Nianyan held her hand. "Sister Chunhua, I don't want to do this business. I want to do other things. Isn't it good to wholesale these vegetables? I am not losing out either.
don't think too much about that.
Just sell the vegetables well and make more money. Then the child will surely grow up plump and white in the future." Wang Chunhua nodded with tears in her eyes. Li Dahua was the same. They were almost done talking when old customers came. When everyone came to buy vegetables, Su Nianyan said hello and said that she might not come to sell vegetables in the future. But she would let Li Dahua and others sell the vegetables, and they could buy from them. Everyone was very sorry to hear this.
"Hey,
My children love to eat your vegetables. What if they don't want to set up a stall in the future?" Seeing that several masters were worried, Li Dahua smiled and said, "I have set up a stall here for several years. How can I not be here?" Everyone was a little happier when they heard this. Su Nianyan's vegetables were all sold out in one morning, and he didn't plan to go to get the goods. He agreed with Li Dahua and Chunhua that she would leave at the next delivery time. The next step is to go to the store and then ask about the registration of trademarks and brands, and by the way, ask about the procedures for sending the goods for testing and getting the test report. All these need to be done by yourself.
things are not the same as they used to be.
In the past, you had to go through formalities no matter what, unless you gave benefits, but now the country encourages individual enterprises." When Su Nianyan asked, someone told her everything in detail. She remembered everything clearly. After writing it down, she went to the appropriate street nearby to look for shops. There were several skincare products on this street, but the business was average. The one at the front was more luxuriously decorated and had better business. When Su Nianyan walked over, there were many people picking out their favorite products. "My skin is a little sensitive. Can I use anything?" Su Nianyan walked in and looked around. She happened to hear a little girl asking the salesperson. "Of course you can use it. We use the best materials here, the salesperson said, taking the open bottle that she had placed on the counter. You can try it. Just apply it on your face. Ours is very effective. Your face will feel cool when you apply it. Su Nianyan watched from the side. She wanted to find out about the surrounding situation and see how each store was before making a decision. The girl applied it and patted her face. The salesperson smiled and said, "Isn't it very comfortable and cool? Just believe in our products. We are a big store. The things in big stores are definitely not fake, and the quality is first class." The salesperson praised it. The girl thought about it and immediately bought a set. When she walked out, she patted her skin with a smile on her face. Su Nianyan walked around and asked some questions. The salesperson also talked to her for a few words, but seeing that she didn't seem to want to buy, she didn't want to entertain him. She turned around to entertain other people. After taking a rough look at the orange and other things in the store, Su Nianyan had an idea in her mind. She just left and walked around somewhere else. She thought the street was not bad, so she planned to find a suitable store on the street. This used to be a residential building, and later a wide street was built. Some people converted the first floor of their homes into stores and rented them out. There are quite a lot of places for rent. Su Nianyan chose a suitable store in the middle, which is about 30 square meters. She contacted the landlord to view the house. The landlord was a middle-aged woman in her 40s with curly hair. After seeing it, Su Nianyan asked her the price. 50 a month, no less. 50? Su Nianyan's eyes widened. This price seemed quite cheap, because renting a stall by yourself cost 15 yuan. The stalls were only more than 1 meter apart. But the area of the shop is still quite large. Generally speaking, this shop is not bad. Can it be less? If I pay a few more months of rent, can it be cheaper? Su Nianyan began to talk about the rent with the woman with curly hair. The woman frowned. Then tell me, what kind of store do you want to open? I want to open a beauty shop here, specializing in skincare products and do makeup for people, by the way. Su Nianyan did not hide it. After all, some people consider whether to rent to you based on what business you want to do. After hearing this, the landlord thought about it and looked Su Nianyan up and down. She was still young, but she wanted to do her own business. This house was originally left to her by her parents. She also runs a business outside and knows how difficult it is for women to start a business. In that case, let's say you rent for 40 yuan a month. If you rent for a longer period of time in the future, we can calculate it by year. The rent was reduced in an instant. Su Nianyan couldn't believe it. Can it really be reduced so low? I also run a business outside. You happen to be at home this time, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see me for a few days. I'm out there on my own. I know it's not easy to do business, so I'll give you a chance. Su Nianyan was a little excited to hear this. She stepped forward and shook the landlord's hand tightly. Thank you, sister. 10 yuan less a month, then it would be a little more for a quarter. Then let's calculate it quarter by quarter. The previous quarter is 3 months. Now it's July, you have to pay me 3 months' rent. You can rent it until the beginning of October. The next quarter is calculated separately. If you decide to do business for a long time in the future, you can calculate the rent with me on an annual basis so that I can give you a discount. The landlord explained the situation. Su Nianyan nodded repeatedly, and the two discussed the specific details. Su Nianyan was particularly satisfied with this place. She had made some money from selling vegetables for the past few months, so she paid the rent immediately, and the two signed the contract. After finishing all this, Su Nianyan finally walked out of the street with satisfaction. Less than 2 minutes after she walked out, she looked back at the shop she rented, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. After living a new life, she finally had her own shop. It was also a huge progress. She walked around here and settled the shop. After returning home, she had to apply for the brand and send her skincare products for testing. Next, she had to find workers to decorate and fix the walls in the house. The wall needs to be repainted, and after that some small decorations need to be made, and Su Nianyan needs to order a few more shelves. Although the work is tedious, she doesn't find it troublesome at all, and even feels excited. Because as long as these things are done, she will have her own store. When she walked out from here, she happened to see some middle-aged men squatting on the side of the road looking for work. They should be waiting for work. A group of people stayed together, waiting for the boss to come and find them, and they would go to work if they were needed. Su Nianyan called out, and 5 or 6 people came out to paint the walls and decorate the shop. She selected a few of them. These people all looked honest and simple. Su Nianyan explained to them what she needed to do in her shop, and they calculated the accounts. After the calculation was clear, the matter was settled. She gave a deposit first, and when they were all done, she would pay the balance. Don't worry, young lady, we are professionals in this area, and we can do it well for you. The worker smiled, and Su Nianyan nodded with a smile. I have time every day, so I will check the progress every day. If the progress is slow, or there is something wrong, it needs to be modified. As long as the work is done well, I will not lose a penny. But if it is not done well, you have to keep reworking, which will delay your time. I hope we can cooperate sincerely. Su Nianyan said this in advance, and everyone looked at each other when they heard it. I thought Su Nianyan was relatively young and should be easier to fool, but I didn't expect it to be difficult. The longer we delay, the longer it will take for everyone to do the next job. Do you understand what I mean?
Su Nianyan smiled slightly.
Everyone felt that she was not simple, so they did not keep a perfunctory attitude. After smiling, she promised to do this job well. Su Nianyan smiled and nodded. After finishing all these things, Su Nianyan went back to the store and took a walk. She was going to go to the small restaurant in front to buy some food to take home. Tomorrow she will come to observe the decoration, test the skincare products, and apply for the brand. Passing by the big store she visited during the day, she heard someone muttering on the side of the road. That girl said that after applying the skincare product on her face became red and swollen not long after she left. Don't you care? I don't care. Some people are allergic to this kind of skincare product. What can I do? Isn't it bad luck to return the things I sold? I told her that it was because of her skin allergy, and she had already opened it. You said that if it was already opened, how can I return it? If I return it, the boss will scold me. Forget it. Anyway, the girl doesn't look like she needs that little money. Since she doesn't need that little money, it proves that she will buy it again. Su Nianyan heard it, and her eyes widened instantly. They're not talking about the girl who wanted to buy skincare products during the day and applied them all over her face just to try it out, right? In fact, she wanted to say at first that if she wanted to try the skincare product to see if it would cause allergies, it would be best not to apply it on her face. Applying it next to the ears is the best. After using it for half an hour to confirm that there is no problem, you can buy it. But she just wanted to check out the situation in other stores at that time, and she didn't stop it too much. Unexpectedly, the little girl actually had an allergic reaction. Some people's allergies are very serious, and their entire face may be red and swollen, and they may develop a big lump. She was busy with her own things and didn't pay attention to it. She didn't expect it to be like this. Su Nianyan was a little surprised, but she couldn't find the little girl for a while, so she could only sigh in her heart. She should do her best to do this business well. Try to spread the word of mouth and serve everyone who wants to buy skincare products. She shook her head and left first. Not long after returning home, Wang Xiulian came back. Su Nianyan was too lazy to listen to their chattering outside, so she simply went back to the room. Su Jiangwo still came to call her for dinner, but she still didn't eat. Forget it, your good daughter has grown up and won't eat with us at all. She must buy 2 portions every day and then come out to heat them up at night, or eat them before coming back in the afternoon. Tell me, what is the purpose of raising a child? How can you treat me like this? Wang Xiulian cursed. Su Jiangwo frowned slightly when he heard her voice was so loud. Don't talk about these things. She can make money by herself. Just buy it outside and eat it. Let's not care so much. Wang Xiulian still cursed. Su Nianyan pouted. The noise outside gradually became smaller, and she went into the space to busy herself with her own things. The next day, Su Nianyan went to the vegetable market early in the morning and met Chunhua and Li Dahua. The two had decided to wholesale vegetables from her. Each person wanted 50 kilograms. Li Dahua decided to sell it somewhere else and let Chunhua stay here because her child was still young. After the two of them had reached an agreement, Su Nianyan did not say much. She said that she had just brought some vegetables and asked them to wait for her here for a while. She went out for a while and brought the vegetables to the two of them. Pay once every week. I trust you too. I have other things to do, so I won't sell vegetables here with you.
Come on.
Su Nianyan said a few words to the two of them and left first. She sent her products for testing according to the steps the staff told her yesterday. The test results will be out in about a week.
You can come and get them in about a week.
The information for applying for the brand was also submitted. The current unit still supports individual businesses. She was told that she would be able to get them in a week. After finishing these things, Su Nianyan went to the store and gave the keys to the workers yesterday. They have already started painting the walls. They bought the materials themselves and did it themselves. Su Nianyan was still not worried about the materials, because the materials of this era are better than those of later generations, and most of them now pay attention to quality. Although she didn't live to be very old in her previous life, she knew some of the situation.
When she knew about it, she didn't understand it at that time.
Why is it that the development is getting faster and faster, but some things are not done well? Now think about it. It's just a change of mode. People who do business should change their minds according to the market instead of always being the same. If you don't change, you will be killed by the market, and sooner or later you will not be able to do business. Little girl, our work skills are professional. Seeing Su Nianyan coming, the middle-aged man in charge of buying materials laughed. Su Nianyan nodded, turned around, and went out to buy them some food. As long as everyone does a good job, everything will be fine. Yesterday, Su Nianyan said the unpleasant words in advance, and today she sent some food over, and everyone knew it in their hearts. It's like giving a sweet date after a slap, but this is their job, and they will do this job well. In the next few days, Su Nianyan was busy all the time. She delivered vegetables to them in the morning, came here to watch at noon, and also made skincare products in the space. In addition to making skincare products, she also went to several markets to see which cosmetics were the best at present, and she took them home to try them out. I learned makeup in my previous life. Because with the development of the times, people around me started to wear makeup. After putting on makeup, she was full of energy. In her previous life, she was determined to do nothing for Bai Junyi. Later, a sister-in-law who lived very close to her reminded her. If she had been working diligently at home and didn't pay attention to her image at all, how could her husband like her? When she thought about it, it seemed to be the case, so she immediately followed the sister-in-law to learn makeup. She had better makeup skills and was good at dressing up, so she also taught Su Nianyan a lot of things. She originally thought that if she learned makeup, as long as she could dress up a little more beautifully, she would definitely be able to attract Bai Junyi's attention. So she almost learned all the skills of the sister-in-law, who knew that she had just put on makeup, changed into beautiful clothes, and dressed up beautifully to go to him. He started to get angry and asked why he dressed so seductively. Was he going to hook up with other men? She suddenly felt like she was struck by lightning and explained immediately, but Bai Junyi didn't listen, shook off her hand, and left. She yelled loudly, and Bai Junyi looked at her with more and more disgust. She finally went home and took off her makeup. From then on, she never touched those things again. The more she thought about it in her previous life, the more she regretted it. Why did she learn makeup? Learning makeup couldn't make Bai Junyi look at her differently, and they even had a quarrel. I found out later. After the quarrel that day, Bai Junyi accompanied Yang Wanru and Xiao Shirtu to play outside, and they had a lot of fun. So she was the only one who was unhappy from beginning to end. She felt pitiful and pathetic. After living a new life and seeing all the problems clearly, Su Nianyan no longer thinks so. Fortunately, she learned some skills in her previous life and can still put on makeup for people now.
Huh.
Su Nianyan took a deep breath and found some makeup books in the library to read, intending to improve her skills. Makeup also requires skills. If some places are not covered well, the skin color of the whole person will appear particularly heavy and uneven, which is uglier than without makeup. Su Nianyan sat in the library and read books with relish. She only went to eat when she was hungry. After practicing for a few days, she felt that her level was no problem. Coincidentally, The staff in charge of decoration also notified her to go for acceptance. She just went to the store. Yesterday, he also came here and saw several workers decorating seriously. She just bought them some things and left. She got the test report of her skincare products, which are pure herbal ingredients and do not contain any harmful substances. In addition, she also got the brand she applied for. When applying for the brand, she deliberately used the 3 words Herbal Heart. Herbal is a pure Chinese herbal skincare product, and the original intention is to hope that every girl can become better. These things are all ready. Whether it is painting the wall or some small details in the store that Su Nianyan entered, the workers handled it very well. When Su Nianyan was inspecting, the leading worker was always talking beside her. "We are quite efficient. We have finished it for you in just a few days. And if you check it carefully, there will be no problem. We will also stop the drainage at the back for you. After you have checked everything, tell us."
Su Nianyan did not speak.
According to some things she learned in her previous life, she checked it and found that there was indeed no problem. This kind of decoration was already good. She settled the fee without hesitation, and the workers who received the fee were happy. "If you need anything in the future, just find us. You are a very honest girl, and we are happy to work for you." That day, Su Nianyan said the ugly words in advance. They thought that this girl was difficult to get along with, but they didn't expect that Su Nianyan would bring them food the next day. If the labor and materials are included, under normal circumstances, the owner will rarely come, unless they come to inspect the situation. Even if they come, it won't be a big deal, but Su Nianyan still brought them food, which proves that the girl has a good heart. Everyone is also honest. They work the same way as others treat them. Treat them equally and respect each other. So they did their job well. Su Nianyan nodded, and after sending them away, she looked at the shop and the herbal heart sign hanging above the shop, and it was as if a big stone in her heart had fallen to the ground. She went to a nearby market and asked someone there to order a few suitable cabinets. She had measured the size before and drew the design in the space according to the design book. She also looked at some of the floor plans and got some inspiration. The cabinet can be made in 3 days. Su Nianyan plans to open the store next Monday. There are still 5 days left, and she can still tinker with it herself. Some time ago, she went to the mountain in a nearby village, dug some flowers on the mountain, and transplanted them in the space. Now those flowers have grown very lush. Su Nianyan plans to buy 2 flower pots to put the flowers in and install them at the door when she opens the store. Although they are wildflowers now, in a few decades, these flowers will be put in pots and sold at a high price. For example, the one she dug up on the mountain, she didn't know what it was called, but Su Nianyan had seen it in the flower and bird market in her later life. It was an orchid. After it was cultivated, it was sold at a very high price. She just took a look and left in a hurry. In addition to flowers, the store also needs a makeup table and a comfortable chair for customers to sit on. Su Nianyan also spent a lot of money to buy a small sofa and covered it with a beautiful sofa cloth. She also prepared a kettle in the store so that some customers can drink some water when they come to put on makeup and wait for a while so that it is not too boring. Su Nianyan took all aspects into consideration. After another 2 days, everything in the store was finally ready. After the cabinets were brought in on the 3rd day, Su Nianyan put her skincare products on it. On the day she went to apply for the brand, she found a small factory nearby and made packaging boxes for herself. Now, the things have arrived. She has stockpiled 100 sets of skincare products, all in the small warehouse separated at the back. Now that she knew people in all kinds of places, Su Nianyan was no longer worried. Every afternoon when she returned home, she would just eat a quick meal and go back to her room to avoid Wang Xiulian's scolding. On Sunday afternoon, Su Nianyan came to the store again. Everything was ready. There was a piece of glass at the door and a small door next to it. There was a light green lace curtain on the glass. From a distance, the decoration of the store was very comfortable. She walked around inside and locked the door after confirming that there was no problem. She would open the door early tomorrow morning. Perhaps because she was going to start this business officially tomorrow, Su Nianyan couldn't sleep. After staying in the gym upstairs for more than 2 hours, sweating profusely, she just sat on the floor, thinking about all kinds of things in her mind. After thinking about it, she continued to exercise. When she was too tired, she went down to take a bath. After taking a bath, she poured herself a cup of tea and lay on the bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Qin Xiaobei's face inexplicably appeared in her mind.
Huh? Xu Niannian blinked.
Why did she think of Qin Xiaobei?
She thought about it.
Maybe it was because her space upgrade was related to him, so she always thought of him uncontrollably in her mind. After tossing and turning for a long time, Su Niannian finally fell asleep. The next day, she left the house early in the morning. Wang Xiulian and Su Zhengwo thought she was still going to sell vegetables, so they didn't think much about it, and she went straight to the city. She had bought the firecrackers long ago and put them in the store. When she got here, she opened the door and cleaned up. Su Niannian set off the firecrackers on time at 10 o'clock in the morning. When setting off the firecrackers, many people noticed this place. After seeing the small words under the herbal heart, everyone knew that this place sold skincare products and beauty products. But many people in this era don't pay much attention to this aspect, and they are only used to buying in stores they know. Unlike clothing stores, there are many things to choose from, so not many people come in. Some people came in to learn about it, and found out that there was only one kind of skincare product inside, and left without paying attention to what Su Niannian said. There is indeed only one kind now, but Su Niannian will slowly research other things in the future, and she also provides makeup here. There is a sign similar to a small blackboard outside, and it is all written on it. Clearly marked prices. Although not many people came in, Su Niannian was not discouraged because in her previous life, when Bai Shanshan just started this business, it was the same. This kind of shop needs to grow little by little, first increase its popularity, and then attract new customers after having regular customers. As long as the products are good, there is no need to worry about no one coming. For 2 consecutive days, at most someone came in to ask, but most people just asked and left. Su Niannian's shop is only a few hundred meters away from the larger shop. After seeing the situation here, the people over there couldn't help laughing. I thought this business was so easy to do. I just need to open a small shop and decorate it elegantly? That's not the case. We have been doing this business for more than a year. Everyone on this street knows our shop. Everyone recognizes our products. That's right. You are really overestimating yourself. Didn't there used to be a lot of people opening shops like this here? In the end, only a few of them were able to open them, but they were squeezed out by our business. Forget it, forget it. We don't have to worry. There's no need to treat her as a rival. No one cared much about that shop. Su Niannian opened and closed the shop on time every day, cleaned up and went home. She was not worried about lack of business because she still had money from wholesale vegetables and she was very confident in her products. In her previous life, Bai Shanshan also developed this beauty and skincare product in this way. It was the same. It sold very well and became very popular in the end. It formed a very large brand. When I died, that brand was still in operation and became a listed company. I will go further than her in this life. After 3 or 4 days of waiting, there were no people. On the morning of the 4th day, Su Niannian came to open the door, as usual. After opening the door and cleaning, no one came, so Su Niannian took out a book to read and continued to study beauty and skincare products. She tried to study more types, and each time she had to send them for testing, she could make batches and put them in the space. Every once in a while, she just needed to replenish some goods in the warehouse. She was reading a book when a customer came into the store. After watching her walk around the store, Su Niannian put down the book and went over to entertain her. Others just walked around and left. It seemed that this female comrade needed help. She walked around, her eyes fixed on the cosmetics that Su Niannian had placed on the table. She laughed at herself, then reached out to touch her face. Su Niannian saw that her expression was very strange, so she took the initiative to step forward. What's wrong? Do you need any help? The comrade sat down on the chair. I'm 25 years old, and I seldom take care of my skin. Every time I go on a blind date, I'm always rejected by the other party. The comrade sighed after she finished speaking. My mother said that this blind date is very important to me, and she told me to go, and it would be best if I could dress up well. I saw that it seems that only your store on this street can do makeup. Su Nianyan couldn't deny it. In fact, other stores can also do it, but whether it's good or not is another matter. Su Nianyan guessed that the reason why this comrade came to her place to do makeup was because there was no one in her store. She could say whatever she wanted, right? There were too many people in other stores. Once she sat down to do her makeup, she would definitely be watched by others. If she did it well, it would be fine, but if she didn't, it would be embarrassing. Okay, then come here first, I'll wash your face. Su Nianyan took care of the female comrade. She touched her face. I wash my face when I came here. Can I start painting directly? Usually we wash our faces with clean water, which makes it difficult to wash away impurities in the skin. I'll wash you with cleanser first, then wipe dry with a tissue, and we'll start. Su Nianyan patiently answered the female comrade's questions and took her to wash her face. Having just washed her face, the female colleague touched her chin a little unnaturally. Why do I feel that my skin is a little dry, and my whole face seems to be wrinkled together, which is very uncomfortable? Look in the mirror first. Su Nianyan handed over the round mirror and prepared skincare products beside her. This is because I seldom use cleanser to wash my face, so there is more oil on my face. After washing my face with cleanser, the face will be drier without the oil, but this way it will be less easy for makeup to come off afterwards. Do you think your overall face looks brighter? After Su Nianyan finished speaking, the female colleague observed herself in the mirror, and it seemed that this was really the case. The skin is tight because of lack of water. Now we need to use some moisturizing skincare products. After Su Nianyan finished speaking, she gently applied a little behind the female comrade's ear. If there is nothing unusual after 10 minutes, we can start. This is to prevent you from allergies. Although she is confident in her products, she still has to do it this way. Only in this way can customers feel that she is very attentive. So that's how it is. When I went to buy skincare products before, they applied them directly on my face. Sometimes, after less than 2 minutes, I felt a sting on my face, so I didn't dare to buy it. Su Nianyan explained the situation truthfully. If applied on the face, once allergic, it may cause a very serious reaction. Even if the allergy is to be eliminated, it will probably take several days. So it is best to apply it behind the ear. The female comrade was very happy. After 10 minutes or so, she didn't feel anything, so Su Nianyan applied the skincare products on her face. Use lotion and cream in turn. After that, Su Nianyan started to put on makeup. In order to dispel the nervousness of the female comrade, Su Nianyan said to her, "If you want to look better, there are actually a lot of techniques, such as your hair. Your face shape is more suitable for a perm. Later, when I put on makeup, I will trim your eyebrows. Your body proportions are relatively good, you can wear. If your skin is a little yellow, then don't wear light colors." Su Nianyan told the female comrade all the experiences she had learned in her previous life. The more she listened, the more surprised she was. I didn't expect that there is such a saying. I used to think I was ugly because the clothes I wore were ugly and I was not good looking. I didn't expect it to be like this. Su Nianyan laughed out loud when she heard this and gently trimmed her eyebrows. It's not like this. Everyone can be beautiful as long as they find a style that suits them. Try the outfit I mentioned before. Every girl is unique. How can you say that you are ugly? You must have confidence in yourself. The female comrade also listened happily. She really liked Su Nianyan. After finishing the whole series, Su Nianyan charged the female comrade 50 cents. This is too cheap. Other stores charge 80 cents for painting. And last time my friend painted one and made my friend look like a ghost. It was because her friend painted like a ghost last time that the female comrade did not dare to try it easily. Now, she is very satisfied with the makeup that Su Nianyan painted. As long as you are satisfied, you can come again in the future. Su Nianyan's attitude was quite good. The female comrade walked to the door, thinking about the skincare products she used just now. Her face felt cool and comfortable, without the tingling feeling she had before. She thought about it and felt that she should dress up well and take skincare seriously. Give me a set of the skincare products you applied to me just now. The female comrade took the initiative to speak, and Su Nianyan took out the prepared box. This set of lotion and milk is a basic model, which only has the effect of hydrating and moisturizing. It costs 3 yuan per set. The female comrade nodded, paid the money, and left with the things. I wish you a successful blind date. Su Nyenyen smiled, and the female comrade turned around and smiled, quickly carrying her things, and went to the street in the distance. Originally, she wanted to perm her hair, but the female comrade felt that it was not safe. It happened that she had braided her hair, and Su Nyenyen just said that she could untie the braids and play with them a little and try the effect of curling hair. The female colleague thought about it and thought this was a good idea. She immediately took her things and went home. As soon as she entered the house, her mother was very happy to see her. I didn't expect you to be so smart. I thought you wouldn't put on makeup and dress up, but you took it seriously. This is good. Girls should love to dress up. Only when they dress up well will people like them. Hearing her mother say this, the female colleague felt very happy. Xiaoyan, go back to your room and change your clothes. You will go on a blind date in more than an hour. While Wu Li and the other two were still talking, the middle-aged man next to them came out. You must seize this opportunity. Dad has found a good partner for you this time. You two can be considered a good match, and his conditions are a little better. You won't suffer if you marry him. After hearing this, Lu Yunyan sighed. My parents have indeed been looking for a partner with good conditions for me, but those people may not necessarily like me. I have also gone on blind dates several times, and every time I was criticized by others because of my appearance. Most people say that it is not necessary to look at the appearance, but also the psychology. But if you are not good-looking, who would be willing to spend time to understand you? After sighing, Lu Yunyan went back to her room to change clothes. According to what Su Nyenyen said, she picked a skirt from her closet and wore a slim-fitting jacket on the outside. The small sweater jacket was brought back by her aunt who worked outside before, but she felt it was a bit short and not very good-looking. But with today's makeup, and after loosening her braids and combing them, it does have a slightly curly feel. Putting on this small sweater jacket, there is a different kind of beauty. She was stunned. She looked in the mirror, holding the hem of her skirt, and turned around and around. Lu Yunyan came to the yard, holding the mirror and admiring herself. Is this really me? I didn't expect I could be so beautiful. Both her parents saw it. I didn't expect you to look so good dressed up. It's really good. Which store did you go to for makeup today? This makeup suits you so well. I think you can learn it in the future. Don't say that makeup is too fake. Sometimes makeup makes people look energetic, which is also a good thing for you. Listening to her father and mother talking, Lu Yunyan felt so happy. She looked really beautiful in this way. It turns out that if a person wants to be beautiful, hairstyle, makeup, and clothes are all important. What Su Nyenyen said is absolutely right. She is really amazing. Lu Yunyan was flattering herself at home again. When it was time for a blind date, she went on a blind date. During the blind date, the other party expressed that he was very satisfied with her and praised her for being beautiful. It was the first time she was praised, and she felt very happy in her heart. Suddenly, she felt that Su Nyenyen's skills were really good. If she had the opportunity in the future, she would go there to do makeup. No, it would be better to learn. Lu Yunyan had an idea in her mind and was very happy. Su Nyenyen also felt very comfortable because of the first business order, and she thought that the business would definitely get better and better in the future. Both of them were very happy. Originally thought that tomorrow's business would be better, but Su Nyenyen did not expect that Lu Yunyan would come the next day. The first thing she said was, "Can I learn from you?" Su Nyenyen was stunned for a few seconds, understood Lu Yunyan's idea, and smiled. Of course. It seems that your blind date yesterday was successful? Su Nyenyen made a joke, and Lu Yunyan's face turned slightly red. I went home and matched a set of clothes according to what you said yesterday, and I didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. You really know these things. Can you teach me about dressing and hairstyles in the future? Lu Yunyan's face was full of surprise. I will definitely recommend more friends to come to you in the future. Last night, I went home and washed my face with cleanser according to your method, and then applied hydrating and moisturizing skincare products. It was really comfortable. I think you are right. A person should care more about himself. My mother also said that I look better dressed up like this, and I look more energetic. Su Nianyan said a lot to her when she was making up yesterday. Sometimes women take care of their skin and dress up not to please others, but to please themselves. Lu Yunyan didn't feel anything yesterday. She went home in the evening, looked in the mirror, and turned around in her skirt. She really understood a sentence. What does it mean for a woman to dress up to please herself? She was happy to see herself dressed up beautifully, let alone others, so she hesitated for a while and decided to learn makeup from Su Nianyan. Her family conditions are good, her parents have good jobs, and her brother is a soldier. Although he is a soldier in a faraway place, the conditions of her family are pretty good, and she is a teacher. It's just that I didn't like to dress up before, so I was always disliked by my blind date. Yesterday, I got a great sense of satisfaction. Usually when I go to class, I always see some teachers dressed brightly and beautifully, and I always think that they are a little too grand. After all, this is just a class. The most important thing in class is to teach children knowledge, not one's appearance. But she understood everything yesterday. There aren't many people in my shop and business has just started. If you want to learn how to put on makeup, I'll teach you. 1 yuan per class, 1 hour per class, and I'll pay for the cosmetics. What do you think? Su Nianyan thought the price was reasonable because cosmetics in that era were not cheap. Sure, no problem. Lu Yunyan thought about it. Even if she was stupid, she could probably learn it in a dozen hours. That's just a dozen yuan. With such a small amount of money, she can make herself look better. What's not cost-effective? Lu Yunyan immediately took out a yuan from her pocket and handed it over. Then please teach me. I also want to make myself energetic every day. I feel a lot younger after putting on makeup, and I did succeed in cashing yesterday, and I also want to show my blind date how beautiful I look. At this point, Lu Yunyan stuck out her tongue. It's impossible for me to come to your place to put on makeup every time I go on a date. Su Nianyan also thought so. After collecting 1 yuan, he prepared all the cosmetics and taught her the uses of these cosmetics. As the saying goes, no matter what you want to do, you must first know the tools. Su Nianyan explained all the uses of cosmetics. It's really complicated. Lu Yunyan touched her chin. I didn't know there were so many ways to put on makeup before. If you hadn't told me yesterday, I wouldn't know what kind of hairstyle and clothes would suit me. When Lu Yunyan changed her clothes yesterday, she was really surprised. She has never felt that she looks so good. In fact, every girl is very beautiful, but some girls have not found their own style. Su Nianyan said these words with some emotion, because these words were told to her by her sister, who taught her to put on makeup in her previous life. That sister really loves beauty and understands beauty. She said a lot to herself, but she didn't take these words to heart in her previous life. She always felt that as long as she was nice to Bai Junyi and listened to him, he would definitely love her. She never thought about being herself at all. Then, teach me more in the future. Lu Yunyan was really happy. Su Nianyan nodded and began to teach her how to apply foundation. Applying foundation is the first step. If the first step is not done well, every step that follows will be difficult. The quality of cosmetics in this era is still relatively good because what people pursue now is quality. If it is not good, no one will buy it. But in a few years, various brands will emerge, and there will no longer be one brand. Some people will choose new brands. But as long as the product is well made, there will always be people who choose it. As long as this foundation is applied well, it will be very natural, and it will look like you have no makeup on. Su Nianyan taught while talking, first on her own face, and then let Lu Yunyan try it on her face. And your eyebrows need to be trimmed every once in a while. Everyone's eyebrow shape is different, and the suitable ones are also different. If you just do makeup yourself, then I will teach you the eyebrow shape that suits you. You are petite and have a bit of the warm feeling of Jiangnan, so willow leaf eyebrows are the best.
Su Nianyan taught as she spoke.
Although Lu Yunyan was a little clumsy, she still managed to draw the eyebrows after a few more strokes, but they were a little thick and wide.
Puff.
Lu Yunyan couldn't help laughing out loud when she saw the thick eyebrows she had drawn. My technique is so poor. The eyebrows you drew are really willow leaves, but mine may not be. After she said that, she touched it twice with her hand. Su Nianyan saw that the eyebrows she drew were wide and thick, and looked like a caterpillar. Seeing that Lu Yunyan was about to laugh so happily, she couldn't help laughing too. And this liquid foundation. The liquid foundation is a new product that Su Nianyan has just developed. Before she did makeup for Lu Yunyan, she also did it for herself. She tried it and found that the liquid foundation was not moist enough. If it is not moist enough, it will be dry when applied on the face and will easily get stuck. If it gets stuck seriously, it will definitely be very ugly, and no one will come to the store to do makeup in the future. So she went back to study hard and successfully used the raw materials to make her own liquid foundation. It was just made the day before yesterday and sent for testing yesterday. There will be a test report in about 7 days. Although the test report has not been issued yet, her products are made from space after all, and they are made of pure Chinese herbal medicine. So it's not a big problem. She still puts them in the store for use. If someone needs them, they can buy them. She will also send them for testing. Some people sell them without sending them for testing. They are so cruel. When she thought of the little girl who had a bloody rash all over her face after trying skincare products that day, Su Nianyan felt sorry. She did this business so that many girls could choose the right skincare products to make themselves more beautiful. You must be careful when applying liquid foundation, and you must remember what I told you before. Su Nianyan briefly explained it. The little girl understood the method of applying liquid foundation and applied it herself. Although it was thick, it did have a bit of makeup. You may need to practice continuously. You can practice at home. If it doesn't work, come to me again. In an hour, Su Nianyan talked about almost all the dry goods, and Lu Yunyan was also very happy to learn. She went to wash her face and applied the liquid foundation on her face again. While she was learning, 2 customers came in. Is this store newly opened? We came here to shop the other day and didn't see that this store was closed. It seems that it has just opened. 2 people came in talking and laughing. Su Nianyan greeted them, welcome. If you need anything, you can look around the store. I have basic skincare products here, and I will add other products in the future. The 2 female customers walked around the store and didn't find any special products. They still had basic skincare lotions. When they were about to leave, one of them grabbed the other. Why do I feel that this liquid foundation looks very easy to use? Su Nianyan didn't expect that they were about to leave, but they actually noticed the liquid foundation that Lu Yunyan was using. You are talking about this liquid foundation? Lu Yunyan heard someone talking, put the liquid foundation in her hand on the table, and stopped putting on makeup. This liquid foundation is very easy to use. I am here to learn makeup from the boss. It's not thick at all, but I can't put it on well. Lu Yunyan was a little embarrassed. Su Nianyan came over and introduced her liquid foundation. After the formula of the liquid foundation came out, she filled 20 portions by herself. Because she was afraid that it would not sell well at the beginning, she made a small amount first. The 2 women standing in the store usually wear makeup. They have also bought a lot of liquid foundation and compared many kinds, so they can tell whether it is good or not at a glance. Su Nianyan squeezed a little gently, and on the back of their hands, they pushed it with their hands and felt it. Give us 1 bottle each. After feeling it, the 2 looked at each other, and they wanted to buy some to try back. I developed it myself, and the price is slightly lower than the market price, 2 yuan a bottle. Su Nianyan made a price, and the 2 took out money from their bags without hesitation and handed it to her. She took the box and packaged it. Come back if you find it useful. I will develop other things. Su Nianyan sent the person out with a smile, and then came back to look at Lu Yunyan and smiled. Thank you so much. You just advertised for me. I should thank you. You helped me regain the confidence I lost for many years. Please pack me a bottle of this foundation. I will also take 1 back and try it more often. I should practice more on this and also draw eyebrows, right? Lu Yunyan looked at Su Nianyan's very skilled technique. It was obvious that she had practiced for a long time. She must practice more. The master leads the way, but the practice depends on the individual. If you don't study hard, you probably won't get any results. Indeed, you need to practice more on your eyebrows when you go back. Su Nianyan said and took out a small makeup remover from her pocket. Take a copy of this thing back with you. Remove your makeup, wash your face, and then take care of your skin. You must remove your makeup every time you apply liquid foundation, otherwise it will be bad for your skin. Okay, pack a copy of all of them for me. Lu Yunyan wiped her eyebrows and broke them in front of Su Nianyan's mirror again, still looking like a caterpillar. She was indeed a little depressed, but she often told her students that they must study hard to achieve results. Then she must take the lead in expressing her opinion. Learning makeup is the same as studying homework. You have to study hard. Su Nianyan packed liquid foundation, makeup remover, and eyebrow pencil for him, and also gave him a powder puff. As for lipstick, you can just buy one outside. There is no trick to it, but don't apply it badly. Su Nianyan will develop all kinds of skincare products with various functions in the future, and will also develop a full set of cosmetics for various skin colors. She will definitely make this business bigger and stronger. As long as the formula comes out, she can find a factory to cooperate with. As long as she supervises, there will be no problem. Okay. Lu Yunyan has been here for more than an hour. Pingu has explained the basic content of makeup. She has also learned some skills. The next step is to practice. She was about to leave, and Su Nianyan reminded her again, although you have to practice every day, you still can't practice for too long. Don't put on and remove makeup many times, which is not good for your skin. You can practice more on your eyebrows. Lu Yunyan nodded. I may have to come every 1 or 2 days, and starting tomorrow, I will only come in the afternoon. I am a teacher, and I have to teach students during the day. Lu Yunyan greeted Su Nianyan and told her the time. It's amazing that you are still a teacher. Then you should pay more attention to your image. I look forward to the day when you become completely better. Su Nianyan smiled. Lu Yunyan waved her hand and left with her things. Su Nianyan just said that she didn't need to buy liquid foundation. She could come here to practice every day, but sometimes she didn't have time. She wanted to practice at home. Anyway, the price of liquid foundation was not bad. She could take action when she got home. Today, she sold 3 bottles of liquid foundation and nothing else. 2 people came in when the store closed in the afternoon, but they just took a look and left. Su Nianyan introduced to them that she would have new products in the future. They said they would come back in 2 days. The lack of things in the store is also a kind of distress. Su Nianyan plans to buy some more cosmetics and other things to put in the store. They all want the good ones that they have used themselves. The rest will wait for her to slowly develop them and then replace the ones in the store after they are developed. Whether it is skincare products or cosmetics, they have different functions. Some need to cover blemishes, some need to cover acne marks, and some need to remove spots. All these books have it, but Su Nianyan needs a little research, and the medicinal materials must be available. Su Nianyan went home a little earlier these 2 days. Seeing her coming back, Wang Shulian snorted. Isn't it that the business has become bad recently? I told you a long time ago, don't spend all your money on your mouth. If you spend more money on other things, you may live a better life. The other places Wang Shulian mentioned refer to their home. Let Su Nianyan buy more food and bring it back, and it would be better if she could buy something to honor her stepmother. I don't think there's anything wrong with spending my money on food. Whether my business is doing well or not, I will pay the 5 yuan monthly household allowance. Mom. Su Nianyan suddenly came to the kitchen door, and Wang Shulian was startled. Are you a little tight on money recently? Su Nianyan was just joking, but Wang Shulian's eyelids actually twitched twice and she cursed. What did you say, you little witch?
What is it to you?
I just asked you not to buy delicious food every day. Think about your dad. Is it easy for your dad to raise you? From Wang Shulian's expression, she could see that this matter was not simple. She touched her chin and walked into the room. As she walked in, she thought, could this matter have something to do with Su Xiaoxiao? The last time Su Xiaoxiao came home, she was always complacent and always said that Bai Shanshan would definitely make a fortune in the future. Moreover, she heard Su Xiaoxiao tell Wang Shulian that when Bai Shanshan becomes rich, she will definitely take care of the family. A little money slipping from her fingers will be enough for them to spend for a long time. When Su Xiaoxiao died in her previous life, Bai Shanshan did make a fortune by relying on her own space. But in this life, The space has been taken back by herself. Then Bai Shanshan will definitely not make money again. But Su Xiaoxiao doesn't know this yet. Once Su Xiaoxiao wants something, she will work hard towards that place. If she wants Bai Shanshan to be better to her after she becomes rich, then she should try to please Bai Shanshan at this time, right? Bai Shanshan loves beauty and face the most. Maybe Su Xiaoxiao bought her a lot of things with her money, and she asked Wang Xulian for some because it was not enough. In the past 2 days, Wang Xulian's words and deeds are all about not having enough money. Su Niannian didn't have any ideas in the past 2 days, but today she suddenly felt that way. Could it be that she really guessed it right? TSK. Su Niannian couldn't help but smack her lips, and then shook her head. This Su Xiaoxiao, one day she will end up killing herself. She has memories of these years anyway, and can recall how far things have developed at this time, and can seize a business opportunity to make money. Everyone says that making money in this era is like scooping up money. Almost anyone with a little bit of brains can make money, just like a pig standing on such a big outlet can take off. But Su Xiaoxiao's brain probably can't fly. She only thinks about relying on others. She never thought about working her own. After thinking about it for a while, Su Niannian didn't think about it anymore. When eating in the afternoon, Wang Xulian really said that the money this month was not enough. I remember that I gave you a lot last time. How come you suddenly have no money? Su Zhengwo paid a salary every month and kept part of it for himself, and almost all the rest of the money was given to Wang Xulian. Wang Xulian would save part of the money and deposit it in the bank, and use another part of the money for expenses, and a small part would be hidden at home. Wang Xulian said this, meaning that the money hidden at home had been used up, and the household expenses on hand had also been used up. I was thinking that Niannian's business has been very good recently. Why don't I ask her to pay a few more dollars for the household allowance?
Wow.
Su Niannian raised her eyebrows. She thought Wang Xulian just said a few words to her in the afternoon, but she didn't expect that she had already brought it up in front of Su Zhengwo. She wanted her to pay more for the household allowance and then give it to Su Xiaoxiao, right? I think that mom should spend less money recently. I saw you and Xiaoxiao going shopping before. You two shouldn't have so many things to buy, right? Which is more important, clothes or food? Su Niannian said, putting down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand. I work so hard every day and only earn so little money. I eat something delicious and pay the rest for the household expenses. There's not much left. If mom wants me to continue to pay, isn't that pushing me to death? Why have you always wanted me to increase the household expenses since Xiaoxiao got married? Is Xiaoxiao subsidizing her husband's family? Although Xiaoxiao changed her surname, she's not my father's biological daughter after all. If you use my father's income to subsidize Xiaoxiao, it's not appropriate, right? Su Niannian said, and went straight into the room. Su Zhengwo and Wang Xulian quarreled in a low voice outside. Listening to the sound of the two people quarreling outside, Su Niannian shrugged helplessly, not feeling much. The two of them always quarreled like this, never loudly, nor did they smash anything in the house, but in low voices, you scold me and I scold you, just like dog bites. Su Niannian went into the room and continued to study her own things. In the next few days, Lu Yunyan came to learn makeup every afternoon. There were more people shopping in the afternoon, and some people would come in to watch her while she was learning makeup. Seeing that her makeup was pretty good, Su Niannian still taught patiently and many people stood by to watch. Su Niannian spoke softly and explained every step very well. The people around felt that they were about to understand, but they still had to practice. The people watching on the side, some could put on a little makeup, but some couldn't put it on well, and some didn't know anything but wanted to learn. One of the female comrades thought for a while and said, "Boss, can I also learn makeup from you? How much does your course cost? I see that your base makeup is very good, and your lipstick is also very good. Can you teach me?" Me too. I heard that makeup is very beautiful, but I can't learn it," a female customer said, and the others swarmed around. Seeing that several people around wanted to learn makeup, Su Niannian thought it was not bad. She could teach everyone before the product became famous. My class is 1 yuan per class. I provide cosmetics here. Those who need to practice can buy them back. If you don't want to buy them, you can also practice here. Su Nianyan continued to teach Lu Yunyan makeup after she finished speaking. The female comrades around looked at each other. We all want to learn, can you teach us too? Su Nianyan's shop was not crowded before, but after it became lively, people passing by would see her teaching others how to put on makeup. She taught patiently and in detail, and the shop's decoration was very exquisite. So many people were willing to come in and take a look. Lu Yunyan was still learning, but her makeup was already very good. It was indeed a little worse than Su Nianyan's, and she needed more practice, but after a few days of learning, she was able to achieve this result, and the people present were quite satisfied. You really can learn from the boss lady. Her makeup skills are very good. On the day of my first blind date, I came here to put on makeup, and I became confident, and she also taught me how to match clothes and told me what kind of hairstyle would suit me. Later, I really succeeded in the blind date. I used to fail every time I went on a blind date, and the other party always looked down on me. Lu Yunyan's makeup effect has been getting better and better in the past 2 days, and she is willing to advertise for Su Nianyan. The two have been together for a few days, and she also knows that Su Nianyan has made it step by step from the vegetable business to the current one. I also want to help her. Then let's pay the money. Let's learn for an hour today. Everyone chattered. After Lu Yunyan finished, each of them paid the money, and Su Nianyan began to teach them systematically. First, she explained to them the role of cleansers and skincare products, and then explained to them the tools for makeup. Just like teaching Lu Yunyan before. Su Nianyan's patience made many people feel particularly comfortable. After learning for an hour and learning some basic content, Su Nianyan asked them to practice more in front of the mirror. Should I say it, you should take a set of this basic skincare products back home. My face was dry before, and now it feels very comfortable after using this moisturizing product. Lu Yunyan had packed up her things and was ready to leave. She wanted to push this basic skincare lotion to Su Nianyan again. Is it really easy to use? Several people were practicing applying foundation. After hearing Lu Yunyan's words, they looked at the lotion on the counter. Su Nianyan chose a light green bottle, which looked very refreshing. Several people felt very comfortable after seeing it. Then give me a set. The female customer on the far left was quite concerned about her image. I have been learning makeup, but I just can't learn it well. I learned it in the largest beauty shop across the street before, but their teachers were too bad. The female customer became more and more annoyed. Their products seemed to have no big problems, but in fact they have no effect at all. It's like I'm not applying skincare products, but water. When I apply it, I feel it's okay, but it's not like that after a while. The female comrade complained a few words and asked Su Nianyan to pack a set for her, and also asked for a liquid foundation and a makeup remover. There were many things she wanted, so Su Nianyan gave her an eyebrow pencil. The other female comrades listened to it and followed this female comrade to get one. Su Nianyan was too busy to spend money, so Lu Yunyan said hello and left with her things. Su Nianyan sat down to rest after all the people who were taking classes in the store had left. She didn't expect that she was still very busy just now. However, she sold more than a dozen sets of skincare products, and she was quite satisfied with the current situation. Just now, there was a middle-aged woman who was putting on makeup. I asked her if there were any other skincare products with other effects. Of course there are. But I still need to study it because I still lack a medicinal material which will take 2 or 3 days to grow. After it grows, I can make anti-aging sets for older customers. I can also make whitening sets for some customers who need whitening. I can make some with various effects so there will be more choices and there may be more people in my store. This really needs to be arranged. In the following days, Su Nianyan will come to the store every day to open the door and teach everyone how to put on makeup. At night, she will go back and study various skincare sets in the space. Another week has passed. Su Nianyan has officially developed 3 types of anti-aging sets, whitening sets and acne removal sets, and also developed corresponding mud masks. The uses of mud masks and masks are actually not much different, but the effects they target are also different. The mud mask that Su Nianyan studied this time is to clean the skin and has the effect of moisturizing. Apply the mud mask after washing your face every night, wash off the mud mask, and then apply skincare products. The number of products in Su Nianyan's shop increased quickly, and the customers who had come to put on makeup before also noticed this. The effects of these sets are different? Seeing the different packaging, everyone was quite surprised. They had only heard of moisturizing and hydrating before, and there was also a whitening one. They had bought the whitening one, but the effect was really poor. Now, they don't believe in whitening skincare products and always feel like they are cheating. Skin is natural. How can it be whitened by using these things? These sets of mine are all developed by myself, and there are test reports. The ingredients in the test are very safe, and they are all made of pure Chinese herbal medicine ingredients. You can use them with confidence, and I have trial packs here. If you think they are suitable, you can come to me to buy the full-size ones. It costs a little money to buy the trial pack at first. When you use it and feel that it is okay, when you come to buy the full-size one, the money will be deducted from the full-size one, which is equivalent to giving you the trial pack. This marketing strategy was also something I learned when I lived to the end of my previous life. Go buy something yourself, that's what others told her. She thought this marketing strategy was good, so she learned and sold it. Everyone understood what he meant. 2 old customers who had put on makeup here before bought whitening sets. The other 2, who were a little older, bought anti-aging sets. In addition, they also bought sunscreen, makeup remover oil, makeup remover water, and makeup remover cream. Su Nianyan also developed an independent cleanser. Almost everyone who tried these things gave a thumbs up. Everyone wanted them, so more and more people bought them. The more products there are, the more people will be attracted. The more people learn makeup in the store, the more people will come into the store. After everyone learned about these sets, they decided to buy some trial sets to use. If the trial sets are useful, they will come to buy the regular sets, and then Su Nianyan will deduct the money. With such publicity, Su Nianyan has more and more old customers, and they almost always bring new customers every time they come. 2 months after opening, Su Nianyan's shop gradually became famous. Many people who used the products thought it was good and recommended it to people around them. Those who had bought the whitening set, anti-aging set, and acne removal set before felt very good after using the trial packs, and they later purchased the full packs. The reputation gradually spread, and more people came to buy the products, and the business of several shops opposite was a bit fading. The people in those shops were very unhappy. They cursed at the door every day, but Su Nianyan didn't care. After the reputation spread, people were recommended by people around them to buy things in Su Nianyan's shop. Every day, they had to receive many new customers and explain to them. Su Nianyan sometimes felt that it was more tiring than selling vegetables. But she would take a bath every night when she went home, and the cups in the shop were all filled with spiritual spring water. Drinking a sip when she was tired really made her feel comfortable. The reputation became more and more famous, and even Bai Shanshan was recommended this product by the sisters around her. Do you think this whitening product is really useful? Bai Shanshan came out to play with the sisters today. Several of them were unemployed at home. Because the family conditions are not bad, the family members will give pocket money, so occasionally they will go out to get together and go shopping in various stores. Of course it is useful, and the price is not expensive. I bought the trial pack at first, and then I bought the full pack because I felt it was really effective. After buying the full pack, I deducted the money for the trial pack. I think it is still quite cost-effective. You can also try it. Look, I am a degree whiter, right? Everyone looked at it carefully. The little sister's face was indeed a lot whiter, and everyone was a little eager to try it. If it weren't for our good relationship, I wouldn't want to tell you. Go buy it quickly, otherwise it will be out of stock in a while. The little girl who bought the goods was beaming with joy when she said this, and she twisted her waist, not to mention how proud she was. When everyone heard this, they thought about buying it tomorrow. After returning home, Bai Shanshan immediately went to find Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao is now more than 3 months old, and her belly is slightly bulging, but it is not very obvious. She is only responsible for making lunch now. Wang Xiaofan will come back to make dinner, and she is also responsible for breakfast. Sister-in-law, are you free to go to the city with me tomorrow? I heard that there is a skin care product that is particularly useful. The whitening skincare product can really make people whiter. Let's go and have a look together. If the price is not expensive, we can buy some to use. If I become whiter, I can find a good blind date in the future. Bai Shanshan said while lowering her head shyly. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes jumped when she heard this. Could it be that she was going to meet that connection? But the other person's store has already opened, so how can it be considered Bai Shanshan's connection? Sister-in-law, you will accompany me, right? Bai Shanshan asked shyly again. Su Xiaoxiao thought about it and decided that no matter what the situation was, she had to go with her to have a look. What if Bai Shanshan was like this in her previous life and got that opportunity by accident? Sister-in-law will definitely go with you. Don't worry about that. Su Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. What do you want to eat in the afternoon? I'll go buy vegetables. Bai Shanshan ordered the dishes before returning to the room. Su Xiaoxiao went out with a basket to buy vegetables. They will go to the city to buy things tomorrow. Wang Xiufan cooked in the afternoon, but she still made a lot of dishes that Bai Shanshan liked. She was very happy. The next day, Bai Shanshan got up early in the morning. After breakfast, she saw that everyone in the family had gone out, so she quickly called Su Xiaoxiao to go out with her. Shanshan, are the cosmetics in the store you mentioned really that good? On the way there, Su Xiaoxiao was still thinking about finding out. It would be great if she could really get some useful information. Maybe after this trip, Bai Shanshan will do business, and their family's life will get better. In the future, they will definitely crush Su Nianyan. What's the point of Su Nianyan doing a vegetable business? It's hard and tiring, and she has to be busy every day. I heard that the shop has been open for more than 2 months, and it has accumulated a lot of old customers in more than 2 months. Moreover, my sisters have bought it and used it. Their skin color is very good, especially the whitening set. Bai Shanshan said while touching her face, if I can really buy the whitening set and become a little whiter, won't I be able to find a better partner? Su Xiaoxiao thought of Bai Shanshan's partner in her previous life when she heard this. Bai Shanshan's partner in her previous life was also a businessman. The two of them joined forces, and when they got married, many business people came. However, in her previous life, she only heard that she died early not long after they got married. If Bai Shanshan can really find that partner in this life, she must perform well and make her future brother-in-law like her. Bai Shanshan became happier and happier as she thought about it. The two of them sped up and occasionally stopped to rest for a while. Bai Shanshan knew that if Su Xiaoxiao had any problems, her mother and grandfather would scold her to death. After all, Su Xiaoxiao's belly was the first child of their Bai family. But it's precious. After a short break, they walked to the street, and Bai Shanshan saw the store called Herbal Heart at a glance. That's it. Bai Shanshan pointed and walked over quickly. Su Xiaoxiao also looked up at the sign. From the outside, the sign looked good, and the decoration was also very comfortable. Very good, very good. Bai Shanshan quickly entered the store, and Su Xiaoxiao also pushed it in. As soon as she entered the store, she looked at the whitening set on the shelf. After getting the set, she smiled happily. She didn't look at Su Nianyan, who was facing her with her back, but looked back at Su Xiaoxiao, sister-in-law. This is what I want. Su Xiaoxiao also saw the whitening set in her hand. The packaging was not bad. Let me take a look. After saying that, she walked over. Su Xiaoxiao picked it up and took a look. This is not bad. How much is it? 3 yuan a set with skin care effects. Su Nianyan came from behind and heard a familiar voice. Su Xiaoxiao turned back suddenly, and when she saw her face, she was stunned. Even Bai Shanshan didn't expect that it was Su Nianyan. Why are you here? Su Xiaoxiao's heart was pounding. She always felt that many things were not going as she imagined. What was going on? Why can't I be here in my shop? Su Nianyan shrugged and walked in front of them. Just now you were asking how much the whitening set cost, right? 3 yuan a set. Su Nianyan's prices are all like this. The most basic moisturizing and hydrating set is 1 yuan per set. The functional set is 3 yuan, and the anti-aging set is 5 yuan. Because anti-aging herbs are used more, the process is indeed a little more complicated. More importantly, it is anti-aging in the first place, and it is a product that many stores on the market do not have. If it is not sold at a higher price, it is probably not appropriate, and few people believe that it is really effective. Besides, the people who came to the store to learn makeup, she investigated, and 5 yuan per set of anti-aging skincare products is acceptable to everyone.
Shukiao finally reacted.
She looked at the things in the store. There were many skincare products on the shelves. The packaging looked very similar. They should all be Su Nianyans. As for some cosmetics, she had seen them on the market before, and they should be imported from outside. That is to say, Su Nianyan skincare sets have a stable supply. Who provided them to her? The person who sold skincare products in the previous life was clearly Bai Shanshan. Why did it become Su Nianyan in this life? Su Xiaoxiao took a step forward in disbelief and took down the skincare products to look at them. Bai Shanshan also came over. Both of them could read, and they could see clearly some of the functions on them. Seeing these functional skincare products, the line in Su Xiaoxiao's heart collapsed instantly. How could this be? Before seeing these functional skincare products, Su Xiaoxiao thought that all this was just a coincidence. She also thought that Bai Shanshan would definitely be able to research better ones in the future, but after seeing the functionality, she was stunned, because these were the things Bai Shanshan had researched in her previous life. Could it be that in her previous life, not only the cooking business, but also the skincare business was introduced to Bai Shanshan by Su Nianyan? When she thought of this possibility, Su Xiaoxiao's heart was extremely angry. She remembered that in her previous life, Bai Shanshan liked to show off very much, and she said that she had started a business wherever she went. And she also said that she made it bit by bit with her own strength and said how hard it was when she started her business. She always acted like she was very powerful. Her husband died and she lived a miserable life, but she was still called back by Wang Xiulian and Su Zhengwo to celebrate the New Year. During the New Year, she watched others standing there in a glamorous manner, while she could only sit in the corner tightly holding the corner of her clothes. She was a jinx who was not liked by others. Now it seems that it should not be like this. Bai Shanshan was just bragging in her previous life. It really makes me angry. Su Nianyan is such a big fool. She clearly has such powerful connections and resources. Why did she give them to her husband's sister in her previous life instead of giving them to their family? If she gave them to their family, wouldn't they be able to live a better life? If their family lives a good life, someone will support Su Nianyan, the big fool. Wouldn't her life be better then? Why should such good connections and resources be introduced to Bai Shanshan? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Su Xiaoxiao didn't know what to do. Then she remembered that since Su Nianyan was doing this business, and Su Nianyan was not officially married to the Qin family, it meant that Wang Xiuqin also had a share of the money Su Nianyan earned. After all, Su Nianyan was able to grow up so big thanks to her mother and Su Zhengwo. Let her mother ask for money, and the money will definitely go into her pocket. Anyway, no matter who does the business, can't she get some bargains? It's a pity that I always thought Bai Shanshan would develop well, so I treated her well. I gave her a lot of money and used Bai Junyi's living expenses to buy her a lot of things. Later, her desire became bigger and bigger, and she couldn't help asking Wang Xiulian for some money. I just thought that if I didn't treat Bai Shanshan well now, if she really made a fortune in the future, she probably wouldn't value her sister-in-law. Just now on the way here, she even fantasized that she came here with Bai Shanshan today and would do business afterwards. Who knew that everything turned out to be her own fantasy? However, Su Xiaoxiao's mind turned 1,000 times, and she thought of Bai Shanshan's research on explosives and codes after doing the skincare business. Wheat and skincare products are the resources and connections introduced by Su Nianyan to Bai Shanshan, so this explosive and code are not. This kind of brain-intensive stuff must have been researched by Bai Shanshan herself, and she was invited to join the army. They also have very good treatment, so it's not completely hopeless, and there will be more hope in the future. Since you are selling it, then give us a discount. After all, we are relatives, right? Bai Shanshan just wanted to buy this whitening product, but 3 yuan is a bit expensive. In the past, she coaxed Su Xiaoxiao to take her shopping, just to buy small things of 1 or 2 yuan. My price is already very low. If you don't believe me, go to other stores to ask. Their beauty products are more expensive than this price, and I don't know if they are effective. My purchase price is relatively high, and I already bought it very cheaply. If you don't want to buy it, you can go to other stores to have a look." After Su Nian finished speaking, she took the feather duster and gently swept the deepest dust. There was no one in the store now, so she could clean it up. These two people came the earliest, and usually there would be no one at mealtime. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Su Nian like this and felt very unconvinced. "Our two families are relatives. You can give it to us even if you want. Why do you say such things? You are married, and I am the daughter of the family now. Although we are a little bit related, we can't hinder others from doing business, right? My profit is already very low. The purchase price is 2 yuan and 80 cents. As soon as Su Nian finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth in anger. "You mean I am already an outsider, right? Isn't it? Are you from the Su family, or the Bai family now?" Su Nian asked back, and Su Xiaoxiao didn't dare to say anything. Because Bai Shanshan was here, if she said she was from the Su family, she would definitely go back and tell Wang Xiufan. But if she said she was from the Bai family, it would be a disguised admission that she was an outsider. Su Xiaoxiao simply didn't answer. While not answering, she sold Su Nian in her heart. She was too annoying. Why did she ask herself such a question? Can't she ask something else? If you want it, pay for it, buy it, and leave. If you don't want it, just leave it. As soon as Su Nian saw Bai Shanshan, she couldn't suppress the anger that had accumulated in her previous life. It was because of her space that she lived so well. She didn't reveal anything in the past 10 years until she was lying on the bed dying. And it was because of the gift she gave that she triggered the space, but Bai Shanshan never gave her anything in return. She hated such an ungrateful person. Another thing is that in her previous life, Bai Shanshan was very supportive of her brother being with Yang Wanru. Because Yang Wanru had a lot of money later, and she was nice to talk and pretended to be pitiful, Bai Shanshan felt sorry for her. She supported the two of them being together, and sometimes she even created opportunities for them to be together. Although Su Nian was not with Bai Junyi in this life, the things in her previous life were like imprinted in her mind, and she couldn't bring them up at all. So she wouldn't be polite to them. Make it cheaper. Bai Shanshan's face was burning, and what Su Nian said just now was really unpleasant. "I remember your brother gave you money every month. You didn't spend it all, did you? You can't even afford a set of beauty products?" Su Nian said sharply. Bai Shanshan turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao, who looked like she was asking for help. Seeing Bai Shanshan's expression, she gritted her teeth and took out 3 yuan from her pocket. She slapped it on the table and left with her things. Watching them leave in a rage, Su Nian put the money into her pocket, continued to clean up, and greeted the next wave of guests. On the way back, Su Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, but Bai Shanshan held her arm intimately. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you for giving me this skincare lotion."
Why is your sister like that?
"She used to chase my brother, but I didn't agree to her being with my brother." "Sister-in-law, you are the best." "Sister-in-law, you are beautiful and kind, not as stingy and mean as Su Nian." Bai Shanshan said a lot of good things, and the smile on Su Xiaoxiao's face finally increased a little. "I hope that if she can really study bombs and codes in the future, she will never forget me." When she got home, it was almost time. Su Xiaoxiao cooked some food casually. After the old man, Bai Shanshan, and the other 3 finished eating, she went back to her room. Since the old man knew that she was pregnant, he would give her some money every few days and let her buy some delicious food. He said that the child needed nutrition to grow fast. Usually after breakfast, Su Xiaoxiao would go back to her room and sleep for a while, but today she was so anxious that she couldn't sleep at all. She kept looking at the clock. It was almost time. She took the basket and went out to buy vegetables. On the way back, she turned to her mother's house. Wang Xulian just came back and put the bag in her hand on the table, thinking about drinking a few sips of water before cooking. Before, Su Nian would pretend to eat a few bites, but 2 days ago she made it clear that she would not come back for dinner in the future. No need to cook her meals. So now she just buys whatever she wants to eat and eats it with Su Zhengwo, saving a lot of trouble.
Mom.
Su Xiaoxiao suddenly came in. Wang Xulian stood up quickly after hearing her voice. Xiao Xiao. Why are you here? While speaking, she also took the basket of vegetables from Su Xiao Xiao's hand, a little unhappy. This Bai family is also a little bit embarrassed. You are more than 3 months pregnant now. How can you go to buy vegetables? What if something goes wrong on the way to buy vegetables? Su Xiaoxiao sat down on the chair. I went to the city with Shanshan to buy things this morning, and I found that Su Nianyan actually opened a shop selling skincare products. Each set of skincare products sells for 3 yuan. Let her pay less. Mom. Su Xiaoxiao explained the situation briefly. Su Nianyan's business is so big, she must be able to make a lot of money. You ask her to increase the household expenses, and then give me some. I'm a little short of money there recently. The baby in my belly is growing bigger day by day. I need to ask someone to help with some things. And my sister-in-law is the same. She will be able to do great things in the future. I can't be stingy, right? Wang Xulian was shocked and angry when she heard that Su Nianyan had gone from selling vegetables to opening a store. She cursed with saliva flying. This girl actually made such a big business. She actually sold you a set of skincare products for so much money. It seems that she can really make a lot of money. I don't believe the purchase price, she said. I have to have a good talk with her this afternoon. Wang Xulian was so angry. Su Xiaoxiao saw that what she said was effective. Her mother would definitely ask for it. That proved that she could come to get the money in 2 days. Humph. So, what if Su Nianyan can make money? As long as she doesn't leave this home for a day, she has to pay the household expenses. Then she can come to Wang Xulian to get it. At the beginning, Su Nianyan made a big fuss about waiting for Qin Xiaobei, and she would have to wait for several years at least. As long as Su Nianyan doesn't get married in these years, she can keep coming back to ask for money. Anyway, her mother will definitely ask Su Nianyan for it, and she can live a very comfortable life. Yes. After thinking it through, Su Xiaoxiao didn't feel so bad. The two chatted for a while, and then Su Xiaoxiao carried her vegetables home. Wang Xiufan came back just in time. She was very happy to know that she went to buy vegetables, and said that she was very sensible. When the month is a little older, don't let Xiaoxiao go to buy vegetables anymore. It would be bad if something goes wrong on the way. The old man said something beside him, and Wang Xiufan nodded. From now on, she would just buy vegetables in the morning. Su Nianyan closed the store and went home as usual in the afternoon. The store she opened was not far from the place where she used to sell vegetables. When she delivered the vegetables, she said hello to Li Dahua and others, so the aunt who used to sell food would still deliver them to her. She also bought 2 portions at a time and went back to study them before eating. When she got home, Wang Xulian and Su Zhengwo were eating. Su Nianyan glanced at the two of them and was about to go back to the room, but Wang Xulian stopped her. Nianyan, come here and sit for a while. I have something to tell you. Su Nianyan raised her eyebrows when she heard this. It must be that Su Xiaoxiao told Wang Xulian about her return to open a store. But he didn't say much, just walked over and sat down. Nianyan, I think you should still increase the household allowance a little bit. I don't eat at home anymore. Why do you want to increase it? Last time, I told you very clearly that I don't make much money. You mentioned increasing the household allowance last time. Why do you want it again? Last time, it was because she gave all the money she had to Su Xiaoxiao, so she wanted more because it was not enough. This time, it was Su Xiaoxiao who urged her to ask for it. Do these two mothers really think their money is so easy to take? Aren't they really afraid of burning their hands? Shouldn't you give more of your money to the family? Even if you don't eat at home, your dad and I won't have to eat. You are a filial child. You must share some of your money with the family, right? Su Zhengwo was confused, and before Su Nianyan answered, she spoke first. What's going on? Why do you always ask Nianyan to increase the household expenses? He is no longer in the vegetable business. He has opened a store now. I heard that the things sold there are very expensive. They are very expensive, so doesn't he make a lot of money? Since you make so much money, it doesn't matter if you share some with the family. Wang Xulian said righteously. Su Nianyan really wanted to laugh after listening. These words were probably taught to her by Su Xiaoxiao. I used all the money I earned from selling vegetables to invest in this store. I thought I should move up a career path and not keep selling vegetables forever. When I was selling vegetables, I met someone who was doing this business. He asked me if I wanted to invest. I thought about it and threw all my money into it. The store has only been open for a month or two, and there isn't much profit. If the price continues to go up every month, I won't be able to take out much, and my own food and clothing will become a problem. I usually buy things that I don't use at home, and I don't eat at home. 5 yuan a month for household expenses is enough. After Su Nianyan finished speaking, Su Jiangwo nodded. What he said made some sense. It does take a lot of money to open a store. The money Su Nianyan earned from selling vegetables should have been in this store. Besides, I have to restock these things. I can't wait until I sell the last set before restocking. Every time I restock, I need money. I can make money with my own ability. I can give some money to the family without relying on food and clothing. I think it's enough. If it continues to increase, then Su Nianyan lowered her head. In recent times, Su Jiangwo seemed to have a guilty conscience and could still distinguish clearly in this regard. Don't pretend. You have been open for more than 2 months. You can at least take out a little. I heard that you sell a set of skincare products for 3 yuan, so you should make at least 50 or 60 a month. Even if you increase the household expenses a little more, it doesn't matter. I usually do the housework at home. Do these things return to their original positions by themselves? Wang Xiulian was so angry. Why did Su Nianyan always play the victim? She asked him before, and she said that she couldn't make much money from selling vegetables, so it was fine. This time, everyone knew that she opened a store, but he still wanted to cheat? If your sister hadn't gone shopping with Shanshan and saw you opening a store, would you not have told us? Wang Xiulian wanted to say something, but Su Nianyan kept her head down and said nothing. Su Jiangwo thought about what she had just said and scolded, "Stop it, okay? She can make money with her own ability and doesn't rely on her family for food and clothing. That's already good enough. I'm not making a fuss. I just think." Wang Xiulian wanted to say something else, but Su Jiangwo slammed the chopsticks in his hand on the table. "Stop it. She doesn't ask for money from her family and is willing to give money to her family. That's already very capable. If the neighbors knew about it, we would be so embarrassed. Do we just need the money from Yanyan? She's just a little girl." Wang Xiulian couldn't say a word after being scolded. Su Nianyan sat next to her and said nothing. The reason why Su Jiangwo was right was because he had never done business and didn't understand these things. As long as he said a few words casually, he would think it made sense. In Su Jiangwo's eyes, he felt that his daughter was not particularly good at business. She might just make a little money to eat and dress better. Another very important point was that he was afraid that these things would get to other people's ears. People would say that he was just like a vampire, blood from his daughter. He had finally been promoted, and it was impossible to embarrass himself. What if the boss heard it? Nothing, I'll go back to the room first. Su Nianyan knew that she couldn't be in the dark for long. After all, Su Jiangwo didn't understand the business now. But she could hide it for a day. She could hide it from them first and use the space to learn knowledge bit by bit. Maybe by the time Wang Xiulian found a way to let Su Jiangwo know about this, her wings would be full. Who knows what will happen in the future? Su Nianyan returned to the room. Wang Xiulian pouted. Why do you trust her so much? That store must be able to make a lot of money. You believe everything she says. Su Xiaoxiao is her daughter. She went to the store today and knew the prices in the store. What she said to her must be true. She would never lie to herself. Why didn't Su Jiangwo believe it? Say less. If this matter is spread by others, how can we see people in the future? Su Jiangwo cares most about face, and so does Wang Xiulian. Otherwise, she would not have treated Su Nianyan like that for so many years. In order not to be called a mean stepmother, she tried her best to be fair, but treated her daughter better behind her back. Wang Xiulian listened to what Su Jiangwo said, gritted her teeth, and finally brought the topic to the fore. But she thought in her heart that if there was a chance in the future, she must let Su Jiangwo see how profitable Su Nianyan's store was. Otherwise, he would never believe it. Su Nianyan returned to her room and looked at the vegetables and herbs grown in the field, and then looked at the vegetables that were automatically harvested in the warehouse. Now, there are already a lot of vegetables that have been automatically harvested. In addition to Li Dahua and Chunhua, there are 2 other people who want to buy from her. She plans to confirm with Li Dahua and Chunhua where they will sell their vegetables, and the other 2 buyers will go to a farther place to sell, so as not to affect each other's business. Because she really has a lot of vegetables, so much that the 2 of them can't collect so many. The herbs are also growing well, and now they can basically supply them. She develops a new product every 2 or 3 days. Previously, there were whitening sets, anti-aging sets, and acne sets. Now she has also developed a powerful moisturizing set, and in addition, she has also developed a body lotion. Because it is autumn now, Su Nianyan found that her hands were a little dry when she went to the store to guard it 2 days ago. In addition to hands, there are legs. When wearing some clothes and pants, static electricity will be generated by friction, and at this time, some body lotion is needed. The body lotion was recommended to me by the elder sister who taught me makeup in my previous life. Said that the skin would be better after using it. I tried it myself, and my body was indeed very smooth after using it. I took a bath at night, applied body lotion, and wanted to wait for Bai Junyi to come back. I thought about how the 2 of them could cultivate their feelings. The lives of the 2 people were harmonious, and the married life was harmonious. Who knew that Bai Junyi didn't come back for 2 or 3 days? On the night he came back, he was unwilling to sleep in the same room with her. He wrinkled his nose when he smelled the strong fragrance on her body. He said that he hated this fragrance and was allergic to it, and asked Su Nianyan not to apply this kind of thing in the future. She took a bath again at that time, and really thought that Bai Junyi was allergic. Unexpectedly, she found out that when he was with Yang Wanru, he liked this kind of strong fragrance the most. When she thought of these things, Su Nianyan took a deep breath and threw these messy thoughts behind her. She continued to read books and planned to research some powder and other things. Powder can be used to touch up makeup, and other bits and pieces can also be made by herself with some corresponding materials, but the production speed may be slow. Because these skincare products can be filled by machines, but things like eyebrow pencils can be made by myself, but the speed can only be reduced. It takes a while to find materials. However, Su Nianyan's wish is to use her own space to create perfect skincare products and cosmetics. After taking a shower and applying body lotion, Su Nianyan went to read for a while. After returning, she turned on the TV and watched a drama for a while before taking a rest. I went to the store the next day. I had just opened the door of the store and had not had time to clean up when several people came into the store. Su Nianyan was confused when she saw a middle-aged woman with a bag at the back. "Nianyan, these are my friends. Take a look at what kind of suits they are suitable for. Recommend them." Hearing this, Su Nianyan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the old customers in front of her and called Sister Lu. I was scared to death. I thought something happened. These people didn't say anything recently. They just looked at the products in her store. Su Nianyan's eyelids jumped twice. She is still very confident in the products in her store, but she is also afraid that some people will find someone to sabotage them. "Don't worry, your products are so good. Everyone will definitely rush to repurchase them." After saying this, Lu Qingqing greeted her sisters. "Didn't you ask me how I got so much whiter? I used this girl's whitening set. I came here to buy some skincare products more than a month ago, and I was ripped off by the store opposite. They applied some skincare lotion on my face, and my face turned red half an hour later. And then I was arguing at the door. While we were arguing, this girl came over and quickly pulled me over. I was still wondering what was going on." Lu Qingqing took Su Nianyan's hand and patted his shoulder. "This girl quickly called me in and washed my face. She said that if I let the skincare products stay on my face all the time, I would get more rashes over time. Later, I learned about her products and took the whitening set back to try. I didn't expect it to be useful. It's only been about a month and a half, and my skin has become a degree whiter." Su Nianyan couldn't help laughing when he heard Lu Qingqing talking about what happened before.
I really wanted to sell some things.
"Of course, my first thought at the time was to pull you back to wash your face, because some skincare products can really damage your face." She happened to be cleaning the door that day. After hearing the quarrel over there, she looked over there. Seeing that many people gathered over there, Su Nianyan also wanted to watch the show because she had seen them apply skincare products all over the face when they tried on customers before. Who knew that when she went over, she saw Lu Qingqing standing at the door swearing. There were many red rashes on her face, and seeing more and more, Su Nianyan pulled her over. It's a good thing that Sister Lu didn't scold me. Su Nianyan covered her mouth and laughed, making a joke. How could I scold you, Lu Qingqing said, and then she called her 3 or 4 little sisters over. The big brands you usually use are not as good as this. This girl made it herself. Come and sit down quickly, and I will show you which one is suitable for you. Lu Qingqing had the same experience before. After buying a whitening set, she wanted to buy some basic moisturizing products, so she came to Su Nianyan. She bought a lot of things and tried each one of them. She felt it was very good, so she recommended them to her sisters. These sisters are all businessmen, but they are not involved in this business. People usually give them expensive skincare products, but the effect is mediocre. Su Nianyan showed them to these people. 2 of them were more suitable for freckle removal, but she is currently studying them. She explained the situation truthfully. The remaining 2 were more suitable for anti-aging sets, and 1 was suitable for whitening. In fact, you can use it for a while. If you feel that you are almost white enough, you can use the anti-aging set and switch between them. These things are all made by me with Chinese herbal medicines. They will not cause any damage to the skin. Su Nianyan introduced them all. Several people looked at Lu Qingqing's skin, and each of them took a set of the suit that Su Nianyan had just mentioned, and also took an enhanced version of the moisturizing suit. We will come to you again after we run out of them. If you have developed anything new, call me. Lu Qingqing and the others had bought things and were about to return home with a full load when Su Nianyan remembered her body lotion again. These are all things I just researched. Applying them on your body after taking a bath will make your body very moisturized. I'll give one to each of you sisters. You are welcome to come again. Su Nianyan finished speaking with a smile, and each of them took one and put it in the bag they were carrying. She customized a batch of beautiful packaging bags at the factory that customized packaging, which was the design she drew in the space. This bag feels very good to carry. Anyway, she doesn't have much production cost, so she can spend some time and energy on these fancy things. The things are easy to use, and the packaging is beautiful. Few women will dislike it. There are really new products that have been researched. Lu Qingqing picked up the thing and took a look at it. Although it was not very big, she appreciated Su Nianyan's kindness. Thank you very much. We'll go first. Su Nianyan smiled and sent the few people away. After walking a few meters away, Lu Qingqing called her sisters, take it back and try it. If her things are useful, you can come and take care of it. It's also good for us to use stable things. Besides, I like this girl very much. I hope she works hard in business.